beautiful master last time, the relationship between them as master and disciple has become better and better. Especially with the appearance of alchemist Liu Feng, his relationship with his beautiful master never returned to the way it was before. What is demeaning to you? Is it that if I tell you the truth, I am belittling you? You are so fragile, Ling Ji said coldly. I am just stating the facts simply. As a result, the apprentice Xiao Chen felt that he was being belittled. This really makes Ling Ji speechless. While the master and the disciple were arguing, the alchemist Liu Feng appeared in front of Xiao Chen, waving his fan leisurely. Right now, alchemist Liu Feng was wearing a noble and gorgeous alchemist robe. This robe perfectly shows off her tall, slender and handsome figure and appearance. He has a handsome appearance, a dignified bearing, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a refined temperament, like an immortal descended to the earth. His whole body reveals an outstanding demeanor that is unique among men. As soon as you see it for the first time, you will be completely attracted to it. With Liu Feng's good looks, he can definitely be called the most handsome man in the alchemy world. As for Xiao Chen, when he saw that it was the alchemist Liu Feng, he instantly clenched his fist with hostility. Moreover, there was a glimmer of fear in Nawad's eyes. Towards Liu Feng, I just feel hatred and fear. Liu Feng, what are you doing here? Xiao Chen, the son of luck, immediately asked in a hostile tone. Why are you here? What's your business? Besides, you are also qualified to ask for my seat. Liu Feng responded domineeringly. Seeing that Liu Feng took him so seriously, Xiao Chen was furious and extremely angry. Besides, do nothing. After all, I have witnessed the strength and network of alchemist Liu Feng. Dare not to provoke alchemist Liu Feng again. The son of luck, Xiao Chenji, still remembers the lesson from last time very clearly. To some extent, alchemist Liu Feng has become Xiao Chen's inner demon. At this time, the beautiful master who was hiding in the space ring, when she saw Mr. Liu, the alchemist who had done her a favor, Ling Ji decisively showed up. Just see. Ling Ji's soul body floated in front of the alchemist Liu Feng. Her body is graceful and charming, with full of graceful beauty. Even though she was now only a soul, it was still hard to tell that she still maintained her unique charm and temperament. She has a soft and slender waist, and her breasts are like typical water balloons filled with water. Yuyan is even more beautiful and lovely. People will be deeply attracted to it at first sight. Ling Ji, she was ashamed to be the beautiful master of Xiao Chen, the son of destiny. It is really beautiful and charming. Mr. Liu, why are you here in the Myriad Beasts mountain range? Ling Ji, who was indebted to Liu Feng, voluntarily left her apprentice Xiao Chen behind. She greeted him with a sweet smile. Seeing this, Liu Feng smiled gently and said, you have been refining medicine recently and lacked some medicinal materials, so you came to the Wanshou mountain range to look for some of the necessary medicinal materials. I didn't expect that. What a coincidence that I meet Sister Ling here. This also shows that you and Sister Ling are quite predestined. As Liu Feng talked and laughed, the folding fan in his hand waved slightly. Seeing this cheerful scene, Xiao Chen, the son of luck, was so angry that his teeth were itching. Mr. Liu, what herbs are you here to collect? Do you need it? Can someone help you? Who was indebted to Liu Feng, the alchemist of the Su sect, took the initiative to propose and speak. Her beautiful eyes looked at Liu Feng with gratitude. Last time, since his soul power was weak and fragile, his situation was quite dangerous. His soul was dissipating and his soul was annihilated at any time and anywhere, and he was in danger. At that time, Master Liu generously gave him some magical medicine to nourish his soul. Ji still remembers this kindness. I appreciate Sister Ling's kindness. No need to bother Sister Ling, Liu Feng said with a modest smile. Because he has full-level charm, his every move is full of charm. This is Ling Ji, who is extremely graceful and beautiful. She couldn't help but feel a sudden liking for him. Mr. Liu, you are getting more and more handsome. It looks better and better. Ling Ji couldn't help but praise Yan out loud. She has lived for thousands of years. This was the first time she had met a talented alchemist as handsome and charming as Liu Feng. Xiao Chen, a disciple standing by, saw his beautiful master praising and admiring Liu Feng so much. He raised his pair of dark eyes full of forbearance and looked at Liu Feng with extreme jealousy. Now he can only endure. Bear with it. Been enduring it. And Liu Feng, naturally, took in the gaze of Xiao Chen, the son of luck. Xiao Chen, you are unlucky to meet me. Just bear with it. This will turn you into a ninja turtle. Liu Feng said secretly with a hint of ridicule in his heart. And at this time, Ling Ji, who was very fond of the alchemist Liu Feng, had been staring at Liu Feng with her beautiful and charming eyes. She found out. Alchemist Liu Feng is more unfathomable than ever before. His aura was as deep as the sea, completely unpredictable. Compared to the time when Wudin City was powerful, it is at least thousands or even tens of thousands times more powerful. Isn't it too fast to become stronger this fast? This is Ling Ji, and one cannot help but feel a little surprised. Mr. Liu, may I ask what level of medicine refining you have reached now? Ling Ji couldn't help her curiosity and asked. Liu Feng replied with a disapproving smile, not much progress either. It's only at the level of an 8th grade alchemist. As soon as these words came out, Ling Ji's graceful and charming body suddenly froze in midair. Her seductive face was filled with shock. She never expected it. After many days, the alchemist Liu Feng met again. He had been promoted from a 3rd or 4th grade alchemist to an 8th grade alchemist. This speed of promotion can be described as riding a rocket. It's so fast. Snort. I don't believe it. Looking at the Dao Empire, the strongest alchemist at present is only a top-grade alchemist. How could Liu Feng be an 8th grade alchemist? It's obvious. It's just bullshit. Xiao Chen, the son of luck, said bluntly without any belief. Compared to her apprentice's disbelief, Ling Ji believed it firmly. Being well informed, she could sense that the aura fluctuations of alchemist Liu Feng had reached a mysterious level. Liu Feng said that he was an 8th grade alchemist, and it was not false at all. At only 10 years old, he has reached the 8th grade alchemist. Mr. Liu's future prospects are really hard to imagine. Ling Ji spoke in praise. Liu Feng smiled faintly and said, Sister Ling, you are really too kind. That's right. Let's go to the mountains next and look for some medicinal materials needed for refining medicine. We will stay in the Nawanol Mountains for a while. In the next few days. Sister Ling, if you need any help, please come to me. As an 8th grade alchemist, I will do my best to help you. After saying this, Liu Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing the confidence that belongs to an 8th grade alchemist. His plan was being laid out quietly. When the right time comes, the beautiful master, the son of destiny who has a problem with her soul, will come to me as soon as possible and seek my help. By then, Liu Feng, the alchemist of the KKWO faction, was disrespectful to refuse. Hey, Mr. Liu is truly a kind-hearted person. Even when I was looking for medicinal herbs myself, I wanted to help others. There are very few kind-hearted people like Mr. Liu. The beautiful master Ling Ji continued to speak with praise towards the talented alchemist Liu Feng, who was not far ahead. Liu Feng's words warmed her heart. Sister Ling, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Liu Feng finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Ling Ji watched Liu Feng leave with her beautiful eyes, and her heart was in a daze for a long time. Master, what's so good about Liu Feng? He just said that he is an 8th grade alchemist. You don't really believe it, do you? After seeing Liu Feng leave, Xiao Chen was quite envious and jealous. I, the master, naturally believe what Master Liu said. Don't you believe it? Ling Ji glanced at her jealous apprentice and said. Snort. I just don't believe it. What? An 8th grade alchemist? That's obviously just bragging. Xiao Chen refused to believe the sermon. Seeing her disciple so stubborn and obstinate, Ling Ji shook her fair and delicate face helplessly and sighed slightly. She was really speechless. His disciple Xiao Chen's personality is becoming more and more annoying. Then, Ling Ji turned her face away, not wanting to continue talking with her apprentice Xiao Chen. And master, that fellow, the alchemist Liu Feng. He appeared in the mountains for no apparent reason this time. In my opinion, he must have some conspiracy in mind. Try to talk to him as little as possible. It's best not to talk to him if you meet him next time. Liu Feng is not only evil, but also cunning. He is absolutely not a good person. Xiao Chen warned. He didn't want to see his beautiful master chatting and laughing with Liu Feng. So, he simply asked his beautiful teacher not to talk to Liu Feng in the future. However, this practice of restricting Ling Ji's self made Ling Ji feel very uncomfortable. I have lived for thousands of years and I can tell who is good and who is bad. You don't need to tell the master. Besides, you keep saying bad things about Mr. Liu behind his back every day. How can you be a gentleman? Ling Ji said in a cold voice. own apprentice, Xiao Chen, was really making her more and more disappointed. Not only is he narrow-minded, but he is also emotionally unstable and always has wild thoughts. The most important thing is that the desire for control is super strong. I am his master, not his personal belongings, not to mention his cats and dogs, which can be controlled by him at will. Then, Ling Ji entered the space ring and ignored her apprentice who had a strong desire to control. In the next few days, everything was progressing according to the expectations of Liu Feng, the alchemist of the PK, and was proceeding step by step. First, it was the beautiful master Ling Ji of Qianzi. As usual, she was practicing the ancient magical power she had acquired, the ancient spirit technique. This magical power is extraordinary. It is a magical skill that is specially cultivated by the soul body. As long as the chain is repaired, it will be perfect. There will be no difference between the soul and the body. Therefore, this ancient spiritual secret is the magical power that countless powerful people who are only left with their soul bodies dream of and yearn for. In the vein, a clear spring filled with mist. Ling Ji, the soul body, with her snow-white skin and delicate body, was immersed in the clear spring. Although she only had her soul left, her body was long gone. But she still had the habit of washing her body. Moreover, the clear running water of the spring can also cleanse the soul and body. In short, no girl can resist washing herself clean. Today, the beautiful master of the lucky boy, Ling Ji, did not stay in Xiao Chen's ring as usual, but soaked in the clear spring alone. Because of her, I encountered some problems that are currently difficult to solve. It is said that after practicing the ancient spirit technique to a high level, the soul and body will be indistinguishable from each other. At the same time, the soul feels a strong desire for soul fusion. This time, I finally got to experience it. Ling Ji, who had lived for thousands of years, was soaking in the icy spring water, and she said in her heart, her ancient spiritual skills have been cultivated to perfection. Her soul body, the actual state, has reached the level of the physical body. However, problems also arise. She, Ling Ji, always feels itchy inside. It's so uncomfortable. Her soul always wants to communicate with the other half of her soul. No matter how Ling Ji suppressed it, it had no effect. This made the thought in her soul even stronger. This is Ling Ji, who is trying to calm herself down while soaking herself in the spring water. If I don't solve this problem in time, it will definitely affect my future chain repair process. Ling Ji realized the seriousness of this problem. What should I do? What to do? Ling Ji's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a hint of anxiety flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her mind, she kept thinking of various ways. If this problem can be solved. She didn't want to mingle with other souls. But this problem is not easy to solve. At this time, Ling Ji's heart, a slender figure with unparalleled handsomeness suddenly emerged. That figure was naturally the alchemist Liu Feng. Perhaps Master Liu, the alchemist, can help me solve this problem. After all, but he is an 8th grade alchemist. Moreover, Master Liu is currently collecting medicinal herbs from the veins. Right now, Ling Ji placed all her hopes on the alchemist Liu Feng. In her opinion, Master Liu, the alchemist, has great powers and knows everything. After having an idea, Ling Ji was about to leave Qingchuan and go to find the alchemist Liu Feng. And at this time, look around. A handsome young figure walked slowly towards Qingchuan. The visitor was dressed in a noble alchemist's robe that symbolized his status and position. His mere appearance was enough to attract a lot of attention. Nawad, it is naturally the 8th grade alchemist Liu Feng. Sister Ling, I'm really sorry. I was looking for a medicinal herb and happened to pass by here. I didn't mean to come here. It is indeed an offense to etiquette. Liu Feng looked at Ling Ji, who was soaking in the spring water, scratched the back of his head innocently, and continued, Sister Ling, I will leave now. Having said that, the KKWO faction alchemist Liu Feng was about to turn around and pretend to leave. See this situation. Ling Ji stopped the conversation immediately and said, Mr. Liu, please stay. Ling Ji encountered some problems. This problem can only be solved by Liu Feng. She was just about to look for Liu Feng, but unexpectedly, the former bumped into her by accident. It seems to Ling Ji that this is truly God's will. Even the heavenly Tao asked him to seek Liu Feng for help. Liu Feng, who was stopped. I don't know what you want, Sister Ling. Liu Feng asked knowingly. Nawad naturally knew Ling Ji's current situation. Qianzi has cultivated her soul body to a very strong level through the cultivation of magical powers. But this magical power does have flaws. It will stimulate the soul body. The original plot, the beautiful master Lingji of the lucky boy was eventually given to Xiao Chen, and their souls merged. This also made Lingji become Xiao Chen's confidant. But, as a pharmacist of the O sect, I have foresight and naturally want to snatch this great opportunity from the lucky O sect boy Xiao Chen. He. Stupid luck. Knew this, pretended to know nothing in front of Lingji. Lingji looked directly at Liu Feng with her beautiful eyes, treating him like a savior and saying, Master Liu, I have cultivated a magical power that can strengthen my soul. Now, this magical power has been cultivated to perfection. But the side effects are also showing up. Nowadays, my soul always has the shameful thought of wanting to be with the other half of my soul. I wonder if Master Liu, since I have no other options, can you help me? End of the sermon. Lingji placed all her hopes on Liu Feng. In addition, she had no other choice. If she had known this earlier, she would not have cultivated this magical power. Hearing this, Liu Feng patted his chest with full confidence and said, Sister Ling, let me go. I am a pharmacist. We lack everything except medicine and miracle drugs. I will give Sister Ling medicine and magic medicine to treat her, which will definitely solve this problem. While talking, Liu Feng brought various medicines and magic medicines to treat Xiao Chen's beautiful master Lingji. Seeing this, Lingji smiled happily. She knew that Master Liu would definitely find a way. So, Lingji did not suspect anything, so she took all the medicine and magic medicine from the alchemist Liu Feng. At first, not long after taking it, Lingji felt that her soul body no longer had those strange thoughts. Only, the good times didn't last long. Not long after this, Lingji suddenly felt that her soul body had become even more resilient. For a while, Lingji's delicate white face gradually turned red. At the beginning began to become unsatisfactory. Mr. Liu, why is this medicine ineffective? Lingji raised her beautiful eyes in surprise and looked at Liu Fengyan. Liu Feng frowned, which was very rare, and said, Sister Ling, please forgive me for my lack of knowledge. This question is more difficult than I imagined. I can't solve it. After hearing this, Lingji took a deep breath. Things are happening now. There is no other way. The only way is to use the very simple and crude originium. Mr. Liu, I'm counting on you. At the same time, this is the eldest son of the villain alchemist Liu Feng. Came to the martial arts world for training, was hunting a green demon wolf. Bang! Xiao Chen, who had gained more combat experience, seized a good opportunity and blasted the head of a green demon wolf with one punch. Then he took the demon core of the green demon wolf. Strangeness. Master, why does it take so long to cleanse her soul body? It's not over yet. Xiao Chen couldn't help but speak up. Her beautiful master left the space ring, saying that she was going to cleanse herself. Half a day has passed. He still hadn't finished cleaning his beautiful master. He had hunted and killed dozens of monsters alone. Just when Xiao Chen felt confused, suddenly, for some unknown reason, green leaves fell from the sky and landed on Xiao Chen's head. See this situation, Xiao Chen felt inexplicably upset. Why do these lush green leaves always fall on the top of my head? This question really confused Xiao Chen. Right now, Xiao Chen, the son of luck, wiped off the demon blood on the peak of his fist, then raised his head slightly to take a look at the bright sun that was gradually setting above the void. This sign indicates that the dark night is about to fall. It's almost night. Master takes a bath from day to night. Isn't this too slow? Could it be that something happened to the master? I want to the end. Xiao Chen couldn't help but start to worry about his beautiful master. Xiao Chen has always had some special and unethical thoughts and feelings towards his beautiful master. However, Xiao Chen never revealed it and kept it hidden in his heart. Now, Xiao Chen couldn't help but worry about his beautiful master. So, Xiao Chen used the Tianji token to call his beautiful master and ask about the progress of the bath. The Tianji token is a spiritual tool used to make phone calls. As long as you inject spiritual energy and activate the spiritual tool, you can make a call. Master, why do you take so long to bathe? Xiao Chen asked through the spiritual weapon. On the other side of the spiritual weapon, the voice of the beautiful master began to be heard. It's Xiao Chen. The teacher is still taking a bath. Just wait patiently. Ling Ji's pleasant and melodious voice made Xiao Chen's ears swollen. After Xiao Chen heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. Why does the voice of my beautiful master seem a little off? Is hard to describe. Master, what's wrong with you? Why does the sound differ from Japan? Xiao Chen broke the casserole to get to the bottom of it. On the other side of the spiritual weapon. Master, I didn't anything. Xiao Chen. Master, I'm going to die first. There was a hint of anxiety in Ling Ji's voice. I don't know what she is in such a hurry for. Or maybe, why are you so anxious to hang up the spiritual weapon? Never mind. I'd better continue to hunt monsters and hone myself. After all, Master has lived for several years and has rich experience in all aspects. She should be fine. Xiao Chen shook his head without thinking too much. Originally, there were some conflicts between himself and the beautiful teacher. If you control the beautiful master too much, she will definitely feel disgusted and hate you. Therefore, knowing this, Xiao Chen decided to continue hunting monsters and wait for his beautiful master. That's all. The little monsters nearby began to suffer. And on the other side, the vast night enveloped the desolate land. Rippling surface of the clear spring water reflects a bright silver moon. The night view at this moment can be described as quite pleasant. Mr. Liu, thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my soul problems would not be completely resolved. Ling Ji's beautiful face was flushed with thanks as she spoke. She didn't even dare to look at the alchemist Liu Feng. What just happened is truly indescribable. Niang people are distracted and their faces are red. Liu Feng, who was tall and handsome, waved his hand and said with a nonchalant smile, "Why should I thank you, Sister Ling? It's just a small matter." A trace of worry appeared on Ling Ji's delicate face. She stared at Liu Feng with her extremely beautiful eyes and said, "Mr. Liu, Xiao Chen must not know what happened between you and me." Liu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Sister Ling. Your apprentice is still kept in the dark." Hearing this, Ling Ji felt relieved. "Mr. Liu, I'll take my leave now," Ling Ji said. She had stayed with alchemist Liu Feng for quite some time. "If I don't go back, my apprentice will definitely become suspicious." "Sister, go," Liu Feng said as he watched her with bright eyes. And then, Ling Ji, whose soul was deeply touched by the former's great action, looked at Liu Feng reluctantly and left. As for Liu Feng, he kept watching Ling Ji's beautiful figure until she left completely. Until it disappeared. This feeling of the undead night. That's wonderful. It's wonderful. Liu Feng muttered to himself as he spoke, slightly intoxicated and reminiscent of the past. Moreover, this great opportunity of Xiao Chen, the son of luck, was officially and thoroughly snatched away by Liu Feng. At the same time, the villain alchemist Liu Feng was also quite clear in his mind. In order to become the Taoist partner of Xiao Chen, the son of luck, the beautiful master, still need to take it slow. However, Liu Feng is absolutely sure that this is only a matter of time. Nowadays, the chance and destiny are all snatched. It's time to leave this vein. After all, the border town, Liu Feng has his own Taoist companions to keep him company. In the small town, had just returned to the clinic, noticed that something was not right. Sensed the breath fluctuations of the three-headed dragon monster from the air. It's obvious. Someone is refining a monster. As for this person, alchemist Liu Feng knew who it was without having to think too much. It must be his Taoist partner, the Banshee King. Then, Liu Feng pushed open a door. As expected, he met the beautiful and enchanting demoness queen. At this moment, she is concentrating on refining the energy to increase her own demon cultivation. Moreover, the plump and voluptuous Banshee Queen's pretty face was slightly flushed. It's obvious. The demoness queen who refined the demon was poisoned again. "My lady, you are so brave." Seeing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but say, "You clearly know that the three-headed dragon's demon is poisonous, but you still want to refine it." When the demoness queen heard this, she opened her beautiful eyes that were both enchanting and domineering, and rolled her eyes at Liu Feng in a charming manner, saying, "Isn't it just poisoning? What is there to be afraid of? I am afraid of plucking the feathers of a chicken. Not to mention, it's not like I don't have men. You, man, hurry up. Come up, my king." Finally, the demoness queen stood high above, giving orders to Liu Feng in a domineering manner. "As you command, your majesty." The demon king spoke humbly and politely. In the next few days, the villain alchemist Liu Feng didn't have to work hard. After all, Liu Feng's 3 Taoist companions, Bai Yaoshan, the Demoness Queen and Shuangwen, are all in the city. Facing 3 stunning Taoist companions, it's hard to sit idle. This one, Shuangwen found Liu Feng and said to him, "My husband, this time my family came to the temple, I met Xiaochen, and I had a close contact with my husband. Next, I want to return to the Xiao family." As the head of the clan, Shuangwen handles many affairs of the clan, big and small. During this period, Shuangwen did not accompany Liu Feng. Therefore, calculated that the time was long enough and decided to go back. After hearing this, Liu Feng is a husband who understands herself. The Xiao family did leave her. Now, it's time to send my husband back. Since my husband is going back, then I will see your husband off right away. While talking, Liu Feng reached out and hugged Shuangwen, holding her fragrant waist and buttocks in his arms. Next second, Liu Feng's mind moved, and his means of transportation, the 9-dragon immortal chariot, suddenly appeared in the void. Liu Feng carried Shuangwen to the 9-dragon immortal chariot. He rode on the luxurious and expensive 9-dragon immortal chariot to escort Shuangwen out of the small town and back to the Xiao family. This guy is really rich. He actually has a 9-headed dragon as a mount, pulling the chariot. Bai Yaoshan looked at her husband's departing chariot and said, "You are unworthy of being my man. What a grand trip." The Demoness Queen took an admiring look and said, "The 9-headed dragon pulls the immortal chariot. This way of traveling is mighty and majestic. Give you a cool and awesome visual feeling." Just after alchemist Liu Feng left for a while, a flawless and beautiful figure flying with a sword is heading towards the border town. The graceful figure, dressed in a loose white sword robe with black patterns, looked elegant and otherworldly. Her skin is as delicate as white jade, flawless, and crystal clear as snow. That beautiful jade face was cold and indifferent, like a statue of ice, exuding a cold and noble temperament. Her breasts were surging, full and drooping, and when she lowered her head she could see her toes. At first glance, it is a stunning beauty. She always habitually crosses her arms across her chest, holding a sword that exudes a strong sword aura. Her long, round, straight and plump legs, vaguely visible in the air, were breathtakingly beautiful, as charming as a fairy from heaven. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of barefoot pink feet, which gently stepped on the flying giant sword and flew into the air. Her whole body was filled with a powerful, ancient and terrifying sword aura. She is Liu Feng's Taoist partner. It is Pei Zhanxian, the first female swordsman in the empire. The stunningly beautiful Pei Zhanxian has completely comprehended the sword intent of Yaoshan Valley. This caused her, a beautiful female swordsman, to see her strength increase dramatically. She has been promoted to martial emperor. It also has the blessing of ancient sword intent. The Woawang Temple, Pei Zhanxian is now hard to find an opponent. Therefore, Pei Zhanxian, who had gained a good understanding, left Yaoshan Valley as soon as possible and came to the border town with his female disciple Yinling to look for his Taoist partner, alchemist Liu Feng. After all, Taoist partner Liu Feng hasn't been together with himself for a long time. Since you said you wanted to be with Liu Feng, that's possible. Completely conquered by the experience of alchemist Liu Feng. In this small town, there is the fluctuation of my husband's aura. It seems that my husband is most likely in this small town. Who is flying on a sword, looked down at the border town below with a pair of cold and lonely sword eyes. At the same time, Pei Zhanxian sensed another evil spirit. Is this the breath of the Demoness Queen? Why is she in the city? A hint of confusion emerged on Pei Zhanxian's delicate face. She knew the Banshee Queen's aura fluctuations too well. At first, Pei Zhanxian is still at the level of martial king. To save her younger sister Yinling, she single-handedly breaks into the territory of the Winged Lion King with just one sword, trying to snatch the precious materials and treasures guarded by the Demoness Queen. But the result, because there was a huge gap between Pei Zhanxian and the Demoness Queen, Pei Zhanxian was seriously injured and failed to snatch the treasures, and finally returned empty-handed. Therefore, this is Pei Zhanxian, who is extremely sensitive to the breath of the Demoness Queen. After all, the two women were once fierce enemies. They know each other very well. And in the city, the Demoness Queen, who wanted to continue refining the 3-headed dragon demon pill, suddenly sensed the aura of Pei Zhanxian in the void. It's her. Her aura is hundreds of times stronger than before. It seems that she has gained the fortune of sword intent. The demoness queen looked up and saw a pair of beautiful eyes full of domineering, staring directly at Pei Zhanxian in the void. The current Pei Zhanxian is much stronger than when she fought before. Moreover, the demoness queen also clearly sensed that there was an ancient and extremely terrifying sword intent contained in Pei Zhanxian's body. The power of that sword intent far surpassed any sword power the demoness queen had ever seen. Whoosh! Pei Zhanxian had an idea and controlled the flying giant sword to land in the city. Immediately, the demoness queen and the descending Pei Zhanxian were far apart. They raised their beautiful eyes and looked at each other. This scene, naturally, it attracted countless viewers. After all, who would stop when two stunning beauties of the same appearance appeared here? A feast for the eyes. These two beauties are so beautiful. I didn't expect that there would be two such beautiful beauties in our small town. Oh my God, she is a fairy, so beautiful, so pretty. In the small town were talking in low voices. They had never seen such stunningly beautiful women as Pei Zhanxian and the demoness queen. Hurry up and leave. If that's the case, they'll leave you with nothing but corpses in the aftermath. The kind-hearted Bai Yaoshan standing aside gave kind words of persuasion to the people in the small town. Was exaggerating. The aftermath of the attack by the demoness queen and Pei Zhanxian could flatten this small border town thousands of times. In the small town die thousands of times. Must know. Both of them are martial emperors. One is the empire's first banshee queen. One is the empire's #1 female swordsman. Between the two women, neither of them is a good person. Just be yourself and be a little kinder. Following Bai Yaoshan's kind persuasion, the people watching in the city left the city one after another, fearing that they and others would be affected next. For a moment, looking at the entire empty city, there are only 3 women left. Pei Zhanxian and the demoness queen were facing each other, glaring at each other. And there is Bai Yaoshan who is watching the fight, ready to mediate at any time. The empty city. Pei Zhanxian released her soul power and slightly sensed the breath fluctuations of her husband Liu Feng. She found out. This 10-winged heavenly lion king who had fought with her in the past actually had the aura of her husband. This was true, and Pei Zhanxian, who came to find her husband, was stunned. She was having all sorts of wild thoughts and was worried about Liu Feng. Could it be that my husband was eaten by the demoness queen? After all, the demoness queen was cold and ferocious, her methods were cruel, and it was not excessive or exaggerated for her to eat a little meat. Besides, really hard to think of any other description of Pei Zhanxian, the most beautiful swordsman. So, Pei Zhanxian held her sword in her arms, her beautiful eyes filled with sword energy, staring coldly and hostilely at the demoness queen, saying, "How can you have the scent of my husband on you? 10-winged heavenly lion king, what did you do to my husband?" After hearing this, the most beautiful and domineering female demon queen among demons, with her delicate hands on her waist, said in a bad voice, "My king, of course I ate your husband." The Banshee king had indeed eaten Liu Feng. It is eaten by billions. At this point, she didn't tell any lies either. Besides, she and Pei Zhanxian had fought before, and the two were real rivals. To get the demoness queen to give Pei Zhanxian a serious answer. Bai Yaoshan, who was watching from the side, had a look of anxiety on her pretty face. Doctor really didn't want to see the two women, so she took action. These two women have an inseparable relationship with their Taoist partner Liu Feng. If a conflict breaks out, it will definitely not end well in the future. But Bai Yaoshan couldn't think of a way to stop the two of them for a while. Unless Liu Feng was able to come back in time. As long as my Taoist partner Liu Feng comes back, the matter will be settled. When Pei Zhanxian heard the demoness queen say with her own mouth that she had ate her husband Liu Feng, tears immediately flashed in her beautiful eyes, which were filled with sword energy. She really believed that the notorious demoness queen had eaten her husband. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the demoness queen had the aura of her husband. When the demoness queen saw Pei Zhanxian's eyes flashing with tears, she suddenly thought that it would be quite interesting and fun to tease the empire's #1 female swordsman. Then, the demoness queen licked her rosy lips with her sweet tongue and continued, "Your husband tastes delicious." That being said, Pei Zhanxian could no longer suppress the raging sword rage in his heart. "I kill you," Pei Zhanxian said in an extremely cold voice. This moment, the temperature in the city dropped suddenly. There is no longer the same passion as before. "Kill the king. Hee hee. You can try and see who will kill whom." The demoness queen, as always, held her waist tightly and spoke with an air of dominance. She is the mighty 10-winged heavenly lion king, dominating the world, with a great reputation that resounds throughout the empire. How could she be afraid of such a mere threat? It's impossible to make her bow her head in front of others. Unless, in front of Liu Feng, she could bow her head. Pei Zhanxian, who was determined to avenge her husband, wiped away the tears streaming down her cheeks. She has made up her mind. To avenge her husband, she has to fight to the death with her old rival, the 10-winged lion king. Even if she dies, she will take revenge. Just see. Pei Zhanxian, the peerless and beautiful female swordsman, suddenly burst out with sword energy in her body like a surging river. Behind her, a giant sword that was nearly 1,000 feet long and covered the sky and the sun immediately appeared. This giant sword is green all over, and mysterious and obscure ancient sword patterns permeate its surface. Waves of ancient and terrifying sword energy burst out from it, threatening Zhan Huang. With this sword, this world can be completely destroyed. This is no exaggeration. Even if I die, I also want you to be buried with your husband. Pei Zhanxian spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Facing Pei Zhanxian, who was fighting to the death, the demoness queen showed no fear. Roar! Along with a deafening roar, a giant lion nearly 1,000 feet tall appeared out of thin air. This giant lion is covered with a layer of golden hair, as if it were cast in gold, shining with dazzling light. Its body lines are smooth and powerful, and every muscle contains endless power. The most surprising thing is that this giant lion actually has 10 wings. Each wing was as hard as steel, and when spread out, it could block out the sky and the sun. Mysterious symbols flickered on the wings, emitting a heart-pounding breath. With the appearance of the giant lion, the surrounding void seemed to be distorted by its powerful pressure. A 10-winged giant lion appeared behind the demoness queen, and its pair of huge beast eyes stared at Pei Zhanxian, who was not far away. The Empire's no. One female swordsman versus the Empire's no. One female banshee. For a moment, a war was about to break out. As Bai Yaoshan, who was watching the battle nearby, she really didn't want to see Pei Zhanxian and the demoness queen take action. She immediately stood up and shouted loudly to stop him. Stop. Stop it now. Don't do it. Bai Yaoshan's words were completely ignored, as if he had not heard them at all. And her female disciple, Yinling, retreated to Bai Yaoshan's side. She knows. My own master is about to take action. Bai Yaoshan's pretty face showed helplessness, and she sighed slightly. Since Pei Zhanxian and the demoness queen won't listen to me, I will condense a barrier to protect this city. After all, in this city for many years and doesn't want to destroy it. Then, all kinds of toxins in Bai Yaoshan's body burst out, condensing into an extremely hard poison gas barrier that enveloped the entire key city. And above the void, the two women looked at each other. Next second, Pei Zhanxian had an idea and controlled the huge ancient sword that was 1,000 feet long and took the initiative to kill the demoness queen. Buzz. Powerful sword energy made an ear-shattering sword sound. Kaikuk at an extremely fast speed, he killed in front of the demoness queen. Roar. The demoness queen controlled the 10-winged giant lion, roared like a lion, and collided fiercely with the ancient giant sword. Boom. In an instant, the two attacks collided with each other, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently, as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. All the floating clouds within 1,000 miles were directly shattered. The space was even cracked and distorted by the shock. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky exploded simultaneously. For a while, the sky is dark and the earth is gloomy. The sun has fallen on earth. The city below. Thanks to the poison gas barrier created by Bai Yaoshan, otherwise, it would have been razed to the ground thousands of times. It's really a fight between gods, and mortals suffer. Bai Yaoshan took a look at the flattened river thousands of miles away, shook her head helplessly, and said, now, she really hopes that her husband Liu Feng will come back. In this way, the conflict between Pei Zhanxian and the demoness queen can be ended. No wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out that your sword skills have increased a lot. The demoness queen put her hands on her hips, looked at her old rival Pei Zhanxian, who was not far away in the void, and said. The former Pei Zhanxian was no match for the Banshee Queen's full-strength attack. Now, Pei Zhanxian can fight evenly against the Banshee Queen's all-out offensive, with no one superior to her. This made the demoness queen look at Pei Zhanxian with new eyes. Eat my husband. You'll pay with your life. Pei Zhanxian said coldly. Just when Pei Zhanxian was preparing to fight to the death, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Women, stay put. For my sake, please stop fighting. This voice was naturally that of the alchemist Liu Feng. When Pei Zhanxian heard the familiar voice of her husband, her beautiful eyes became dull and her delicate body froze in the air. Didn't the demoness queen say that just now? Her own husband was eaten by her. He was still very sad about this, and fought a desperate battle with the demoness queen. But the reality is that her husband is still alive. This made Pei Zhanxian feel desperate, but it quickly disappeared. The warlike and domineering demoness queen frowned and felt secretly unhappy when she heard the voice of the alchemist Liu Feng, fighting with her old rival Pei Zhanxian. But he was stopped by Liu Feng's voice. Bai Yaoshan, who had just used a barrier to protect the small town, revealed joy in her beautiful eyes when she heard Liu Feng's voice. Her heart had been waiting for this for so long. Finally, Liu Feng is back as expected. Liu Feng's return also means that the battle between the two will be over. He's finally back. Bai Yaoshan exhaled a breath of fragrance as if relieved and said, finally, I stopped worrying. Following right on. Beyond the distant void, a dragon with a head and body as long as a dragon is pulling a fairy chariot full of luxury and fairy mist with great effort. Each of these dragons exudes a strong and majestic aura. From a distance, they look ferocious and full of endless divine power. As for the immortal chariot, also shines with mysterious runes and aura, exuding an otherworldly aura. The fairy chariot is exquisitely decorated and inlaid with various precious treasures and spiritual objects, just like a moving palace. Extremely luxurious. In the blink of an eye, the dragon pulled the fairy chariot and came to the void above the small town. The person riding in it is naturally the villain alchemist Liu Feng. Eyelids twitching for unknown reasons on his way back. At first, Liu Feng was still thinking deeply, could it be that something bad had happened? Finally came back and took a look. Good job. His two Taoist companions were fighting in the void. The fight was quite intense, with no one in the lead. Especially, his Taoist partner Pei Zhanxian and the Banshee King, the two of them had contradictions and conflicts early on. I don't stop them, I'm afraid the two of them will be able to destroy the world. So, Liu Feng spoke up in time to stop it. In order to prevent the two women from fighting, they continued to fight. After all, one is a stunning female sword fairy, the other is a beautiful female demon king, both are wives of the villain alchemist Liu Feng. Both girls Liu Feng like it very much, they are super short. Naturally, he didn't want to see his two wives, so he continued to fight. No matter who gets hurt, Liu Feng, as her husband, will feel distressed. Ladies, please talk nicely. Wait a minute. Liu Feng suddenly came out from the dragon fairy chariot. He stood between the two women and tried to mediate. Saw Liu Feng, her husband whom she missed day and night, she quickly put away her sword attack. The demoness queen rolled her eyes at Liu Feng. Now that her Taoist partner Liu Feng had appeared, she couldn't fight. What are you talking about? The reluctant demoness queen had to put away her true form as a monster. For a while, due to the discovery of the alchemist Liu Feng, the two martial emperors who were fighting stopped completely. I haven't had enough of fighting yet. You're back. What a bummer. The demoness queen rolled her eyes at Liu Feng fiercely and said with dissatisfaction. Finally, Pei Zhanxian came to fight. The demoness queen is happy to accompany you. As the demon king of all beasts, she loves fighting very much. Deep in the souls of the demon race, there is a gene that is addicted to war. Don't be angry, ma'am. In the evening, I will fight with you and let you have fun. Alchemist Liu Feng whispered in secret to comfort him. Immediately, Liu Feng had a handsome face and smiled faintly, then he came in front of his Taoist partner Pei Zhanxian. My wife is still as beautiful and attractive as ever. Surging and plump peaches are so beautiful that you can't see your toes when you look down. The mature, full, heavy breasts drooped slightly, which really attracted the attention of minesweeper Liu Feng. It has been a while since I and my Taoist partner Pei Zhanxian were separated, and I miss her so much in my heart. Especially, Liu Feng sensed that there was a terrifying and ancient sword intent contained in the body of his Taoist partner Pei Zhanxian. It seems that my fellow Taoist Pei Zhanxian has succeeded in his comprehension in Yaoshan Valley. Her strength in Kendo has increased significantly. She is several times stronger than before. Moreover, his Taoist partner Pei Zhanxian also reached the martial emperor level. Liu Feng couldn't even imagine it. If Pei Zhanxian, the empire's #1 female swordsman, could unleash the ancient sword intent in her body, how terrifying would that be? Fine. He returned in time and did not let his Taoist companion Pei Jianxian and the demoness queen continue fighting. Otherwise, his Taoist companion Pei Jianxian might really explode. When his two wives were injured, Liu Feng was heartbroken. This time, I came back just in time. My dear husband, I was ready to unleash my sword power and perish together with the demoness queen. You should come back later. Pei Jianxian held the sword in his arms and spoke seriously with his flawless face. Pa! Liu Feng raised his slender and powerful legs and slapped his Taoist companion Pei Jianxian's hips as a lesson. My lady, how can you be so extreme? You are gone, what do you want me to do? A hint of stinginess on Liu Feng's handsome face. He couldn't bear to see his wife do this. Who would have thought? Pei Jianxian, who was spanked by Liu Feng, had tears in her beautiful eyes. She suddenly felt extremely wronged and said, that female demon king kept saying she wanted to eat you. I came from Yaoshan Valley to look for you, but I couldn't find any trace of you. People really thought she ate you and that you were buried in her belly. I want to avenge you. They are ready to fight to the death and to die. You hit me. Finally, I say. Pei Jianxian looked pitiful. She bit her lips and felt extremely wronged because Liu Feng spanked her own butt. Liu Feng, after hearing this, didn't know what to say. After all, the demoness queen was indeed surprised by herself. However, Pei Jianxian, who was of pure mind, did not think that kind of eating. Nolpa ate another one. Liu Feng looked at the demoness queen with a look of blame in his eyes. The demoness queen was really stupid for not explaining things clearly to Pei Jianxian. This caused Pei Jianxian to misunderstand this. At the same time, Liu Feng also said to Pei Jianxian with deep apology, Madam, I'm sorry. I just missed you. I'm sorry to have wronged you. Has found a way to appease his wronged Taoist partner Pei Jianxian. Then give the beautiful Taoist female sword fairy a lollipop. Super invincible lollipop. Thank you to the godfathers who gave tips and contributed to our cause. We strongly support you. Thank you very much, brother. I will always remember the kindness of all you godfathers. Coming days. The villain alchemist Liu Feng used a super invincible lollipop to completely coax his wronged Taoist partner Pei Jianxian. As for the conflicting Pei Jianxian and the demoness queen, they were brought together with the help of her husband Liu Feng. It can be said that the two women got to know each other through fighting. However, the two women did have one thing in common. They had both suffered from being whipped and tortured by Liu Feng. In the backyard of the clinic, Liu Feng raised his bright eyes, looked directly at his Taoist partner, the beautiful swordsman, and asked, My lady, you have successfully comprehended the sword intent this time, and left Medicine God Valley to come to find me, my cheap master. Didn't you say anything? In Liu Feng's opinion, he had not been back for such a long time. That cheap beautiful master must have quite a few complaints about herself. At this point, Liu Feng knew it without thinking. Pei Jianxian's voice was as sweet as a clear spring and he said, When you left Yaoshan Valley and came to find you, your beautiful master asked you to tell you that the Wuzong secret realm will be opened soon. She said, You are the Xiaogu of Yaoshan Valley, you can't be absent. I ask you to rush to Wuzong's secret realm. These are the words of your beautiful master. Pei Jianxian conveyed Yaoshan Jiu's words to Xiao Lufeng without reservation. Hearing this, expression of surprise or excitement on Liu Feng's handsome face. He had guessed it a long time ago. As for Wuzong's secret realm, he understood it quite well. Left behind by a powerful Wuzong who fell in the Dao Empire. In the secret realm, there are all kinds of opportunities, fortunes, inheritances and so on of the powerful martial artists. This relic is extremely famous in the Dao Empire. It is estimated that many sects and forces are waiting for the secret realm to open. Ding dong. This time, the Wuzong secret realm will attract a son of destiny who is carrying a destiny. Please stay overnight, please be careful. At this time, the system, which had been silent for a long time, secretly reminded Liu Feng in his mind. Heard. As a villain alchemist, Liu Feng immediately thought of the son of destiny who would appear in Wuzong's secret realm. He was a son of fortune who had suffered a lot and rose from humble beginnings to become an illiterate. He is from the Lin family and his name is Lin Zan. According to the original story, inside the Wuzong secret realm, Lin Zan, due to his destiny, accidentally met a powerful female fairy. An indescribable relationship occurred between the two. As a villain, Liu Feng is well aware of Lin Zhan's opportunity and fortune. Naturally, he wanted to intercept it and take it for himself. He. Wu Zong's secret realm, Lin Zhan, your opportunity is something I have taken a fancy to. Liu Feng said to himself with a strange laugh. This time, Liu Feng must go to the Wuzong's secret realm which is about to open. Not for anything else, just to seize the opportunity to become Lin Zhan's confidant, in order to occupy that fairy girl with a very important identity and background. Fairy, here I come. Let me help the fairy repair the chain. He. So, Liu Feng thanked her and said, thank you for your reminder. In a few days, the Wuzong's secret realm will be opened, and I will definitely go there. Page Jianxian heard this, her beautiful eyes filled with sword energy blinked slightly, and she said, husband, I want to go too. I have been comprehending the sword for such a long time, but I have never been with you. I want to be by your side and explore the secret realm of Wuzong together. In the eyes of outsiders, the beautiful female swordsman who is cold, noble and arrogant is actually just a clingy person in front of Liu Feng. She has completely fallen in love with Liu Feng. From the fact that she knew that Liu Feng was eaten by the Banshee King and wanted to die together with the Banshee King. With my wife by my side. It couldn't be better. While Liu Feng was chatting and laughing, he hugged the most beautiful female sword fairy with a fragrant waist, big buttocks, in his arms. He sniffed the unique body fragrance of his Taoist companion Pei Jianxian, took a deep breath, and said with a wicked smile, my lady, you smell so good. How could Pei Jianxian withstand Liu Feng's teasing words? She jerked her head and her face flushed. She said in a soft voice, husband, you are so bad. This scene, the demoness queen and Bai Yaoshan, who were brought into the backyard, were stunned on the spot. Snort. Man, there really isn't a single good thing about it. The Banshee Queen's domineering eyes were filled with deep jealousy as she spoke. This guy, it's really the best bird in the Great Wu Empire. Bai Yaoshan gritted her teeth and spoke jealously. The female demon king and Bai Yaoshan looked at each other and said, it seems that you two came at the wrong time. Then the two women were about to leave. But Liu Feng started to speak. No, you two, you came at the right time. After saying that, alchemist Liu Feng hugged Bai Yaoshan and the demoness queen in his left arms, with Pei Jianxian in his arms. That night, late at night, Liu Feng felt a familiar breath fluctuation coming from the small town. That aura belonged to his beautiful master. That is Yaoshan Valley. This immediately caused Liu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, to suddenly open his sleepy eyes. Forehead. How did she come? Liu Feng's mind was full of doubts and he was very confused. Disciple, come and see me quickly. The beautiful master's voice resounded in Liu Feng's mind. After hearing this, Liu Feng left Pei Jianxian's fragrant bed. Damn it. Midnight. I'm sleeping soundly with my wife in my arms, what the hell is this cheap master doing here? As Liu Feng quietly left the room, he kept cursing inwardly. Being woken up by someone. How could Liu Feng have a good temper? In a few breaths, Liu Feng came to the backyard. And in the hospital, a beautiful figure covered in mysterious mist emerged. Her whole body exudes a mysterious aura. It makes people unable to see through and understand. That's not all. A rich floral scent emanated from her entire body. The medicine god Valley, shrouded in mysterious mist, is extremely mysterious and no one can see through her appearance. How did you come? When Liu Feng came to the backyard and saw that it was the beautiful master, he asked with an unhappy look on his face. Oh, master, why can't you come? The beautiful master asked back in a pleasant voice. When his apprentice saw him coming, he did not show any welcome. It was as if Liu Feng was not his disciple. You shouldn't be here. Liu Feng preached. But master, please come. The beautiful master said softly. For a moment, the master and the disciple confronted each other, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and silent. Liu Feng took the lead and said, okay, come if you want. What's going on? Go on. Liu Feng prepared himself and looked like he was listening attentively. Seeing his disciple Liu Feng's impatient look, medicine god Valley Master became so angry that his chest heaved violently. This guy, he doesn't know how to respect his teachers at all. However, medicine god Valley Master has gotten used to it. My own apprentice has always been so careless and nonchalant. Master, let me ask you, did your wife, Pei Jianxian, tell you about the secret realm of Wuzong? The beautiful master took the initiative to ask. Yes. When the secret realm opens, I will naturally go there. Liu Feng shook his head and answered, and asked, anything else? If there is no such thing, I will go back and hug my wife to sleep. After all, I am the one that your Taoist partner wants to accompany you. After saying that, Liu Feng looked meaningfully at his beautiful master who had been single for a long time. She noticed Liu Feng's gaze, a cold light flashed in the beautiful eyes of Medicine God Valley Master. This traitor. It seems like he is implying that he is a single dog. I'm so pissed off. If everything is fine, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Liu Feng turned around and was about to leave in front of the Medicine God Valley Master. Stop, you traitor. The beautiful master gave the order in a cold voice. Helpless, Liu Feng had to stop. This beautiful master of his is always very stable in front of the outside world, as if nothing can cause the slightest ripple in front of her. But in front of him, the beautiful master always lost control of her emotions and went berserk. Liu Feng couldn't help but wonder if his beautiful master had reached menopause. Such a bad temper. Traitor. Listen carefully. The reason I came here this time is to ask you to take care of a person of special status. The opening of the Wuzong secret realm will attract countless sects and forces. In this, outside the empire, a female fairy of great origin will come. Her master is acquainted with me. We are good sisters. As the only female disciple of my good sister, this is the first time for me to go out and experience life and travel the world. My dear sister asked me to help look after her apprentice. Okay, you will represent Yaoshan Valley this time and enter the Wuzong secret realm, where you can meet the female disciple who is your good sister. Then, you will help me take good care of that fairy girl. The beautiful master narrated the story in detail. She came here to look for her apprentice Liu Feng, just to ask Liu Feng to help take care of her good sister's female apprentice. Hearing this, Liu Feng's handsome sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. He didn't expect it. The female fairy who is about to come to the secret realm is actually acquainted with his beautiful master. The fairy's master is actually her own master's good sister. From this point of view, the generation relationship between herself and the fairy should be considered as senior sister and junior brother. Master, don't worry. This matter is my disciple's fault. Disciple, you must take good care of that fairy. Liu Feng agreed, contrary to his usual behavior. This time, seeing that her disciple Liu Feng did not contradict her but agreed without saying a word, the beautiful master suddenly wondered why her disciple Liu Feng changed so quickly. Xiao Feng, you have finally grown up. This makes me very happy. The beautiful master smiled with satisfaction and said, by the way, Feng, the female disciple who is my good sister is older than you in terms of age and seniority. When you meet her in Wuzong's secret realm, don't forget to call her senior sister. The beautiful master gave another careful reminder. That the fairy was much older than himself in terms of age and seniority, he licked his lips excitedly. Wonderful. That's wonderful. It's really Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, it's so wonderful. As we all know, men generally like girls who are older. But Liu Feng is different. He likes big ones. The bigger the better. Although Liu Feng has not met this fairy-like female senior sister who is older than him, he has already fallen in love with her. Master, don't worry. This fairy sister, I will take good care of her. Liu Feng nodded slightly and said with a faint smile. After getting the promise from her disciple Liu Feng, the beautiful master finally felt relieved. After all, this is the female disciple taught directly by my good sister, and this is the first time for her to go out and gain experience in her life. Her master is worried if no one takes care of the fairy. But fortunately, now I am taken care of by the villain alchemist Liu Feng, so I can rest assured. Master, by the way, has the demoness queen who rules the mountain range of 10,000 beasts also become your Taoist partner? The beautiful master said very gossipily. His own disciple, when he went out once, captured both the white medicine fairy and the demoness queen. They all became Liu Feng's life partners. This is called the beautiful master, which makes me a little worried. This guy is also going to attack the fairy girl whom he asked him to take care of. However, the Lord of Medicine God Valley changed his mind. In terms of seniority, that female fairy is Liu Feng's senior sister. He, Liu Feng, should be mindful of some seniority constraints and won't do anything out of line. Liu Feng nodded and admitted generously, yes. The demoness queen is now my partner. By Yaoshan, the same is true. Liu Feng is a responsible man. Openly acknowledge any woman who was his. There will be no hiding of anything. The beautiful master extended her scallion-like jade finger and pointed at Liu Feng and said, Liu Feng, the fairy I asked you to take care of is your senior sister in terms of seniority. You are in the Wuzong secret realm, you must take good care of her. Don't have any improper thoughts about her. Or, unhealthy thoughts. The beautiful master warned Liu Feng worriedly. Hearing this, Liu Feng touched the tip of his nose, shrugged, spread his hands and said with a faint smile, Master. You are too worried about me, aren't you? I am your disciple. How can you not trust me like this? How could someone like me do something like coveting my own senior sister? The beautiful master said nothing, but looked at her disciple Liu Feng with contempt. Your apprentice as Liu Feng's beautiful master, she knows it very well. At this time, as the master of the beautiful master, the medicine god Valley master began to regret it in his heart and handed the fairy to his disciple Liu Feng to take care of. Was no other suitable candidate except Liu Feng. That's enough. It's time for me to leave. I won't bother you from accompanying your wife. The master of medicine god Valley spoke coldly and did not stay any longer. In the blink of an eye, she suddenly disappeared from the sight of her apprentice Liu Feng. After the beautiful master left, Liu Feng said with a strange laugh, he. Master, don't worry. The person you asked your disciple to take care of. I will never let you down. Female fairy. I, the villain alchemist, am doomed to fail. The Great Wu Empire. Wuzong's secret realm. As everyone knows, this is a secret realm created by the presence of a terrifying martial arts master. It is filled with all kinds of opportunities and fortunes. There are all kinds of natural treasures, rare treasures, and panaceas everywhere. That's all. There is also the power transmission and empowerment from the powerful martial arts masters, which is also preserved in the secret realm. Nowadays, this secret realm was opened, and the news spread throughout the Dao Empire, attracting countless young geniuses in the empire to flock there. After all, looking across the entire empire, no genius is willing to miss out on such a huge Wuzong secret realm. Moreover, not only the Tianzhou of the Dao Empire was thinking about it, even the sects outside the empire had heard the news, so they sent their disciples to come and gain experience. Among them, there is a lack of geniuses from some large forces. All in all, this opened Wuzong secret realm attracted geniuses from inside and outside the empire. This day of Wuzong's secret realm. However, the geniuses of the entire Dao Empire were all excited. They rode on various flying mounts and rushed to the Wuzong secret realm. On Shuangwen mountain, a huge ancient stone gate, nearly thousands of feet long, was suspended in midair. Waves of Wuzong's aura continued to float and spread from it. This is the entrance to Wuzong's secret realm. Today, it will be opened. In the vicinity of Shuangwen mountain, geniuses from all directions gathered. They gathered here, waiting for the secret realm to open. The Wuzong secret realm is open, and our chance has come. I have waited for this day for a long, long time. Who is it? I'm only willing to close it if the secret realm is opened. A martial arts master opens up a secret realm. The treasures inside will definitely disappoint me. I'm so thirsty and I want to get in right now. Many geniuses spoke one after another. There were many geniuses who were originally in seclusion to cultivate their skills, and upon hearing the news that the secret realm was opened, they came out of seclusion as soon as possible. The strength of these geniuses is generally at the level of great martial artists. Therefore, from this, it can be seen that the fatal temptation of this Wuzong secret realm to them is self-evident. And in an inconspicuous corner, a thin young man dressed in black stood between heaven and earth. He is Lin Zan, remote town in the Dao Empire, the Lin family. He is only 18 years old. His strength has reached the level of great martial master. However, he is very ordinary and inconspicuous. However, there was a dazzling light flashing in his eyes. His whole body exudes a faint aura of ferocity. He is the lucky guy mentioned in Shuangwen. As a man of destiny, his experience is more bumpy and tortuous than Xiao Chen's, and his road is full of thorns. This also made Lin Zan even more ruthless. The secret realm of Wuzong is well known. It actually attracted so many geniuses to gather here. It seems that the competition for opportunities and fortunes in this secret realm is quite intense. Lin Zan raised his resolute eyes, looked up into the void and said. At this time, a female voice filled with strong sarcasm rang out. Martial sect secret realm. Only people like you who live in such a small place would be eager to enter. When I was alive, this kind of Wuzong's secret realm would not be worthy of my eyes. This voice came from the jade pendant on Lin Zhan's chest. Sister Diao, how powerful were you when you were alive? Lin Zhan asked secretly with curiosity in his eyes. This girl whom he called sister was named Sister Diao. He is Lin Zhan's teacher. When it comes to cultivating the chain, Lin Zhan relies heavily on Sister Diao's guidance. Therefore, the relationship between Lin Zhan and Sister Diao is very close. In his heart, Lin Zhan regarded this arrogant Sister Diao as his own sister. Snort. Sister, I am. That's amazing. You, the Great Wu Empire, are not even qualified to carry my shoes. As for my sister, how powerful am I? It's so amazing that I can't describe it in words. Sister Diao in the jade pendant, as usual, exaggerates and brags. Sister Diao, you are so amazing, you must be very beautiful, right? Lin Zhan said. Certainly. Sister, I am the most beautiful woman in the world. Sister Diao said with great confidence. Then let me see it. Lin Zhan said with interest. Snort. You are only looking at my name, but you are greedy for my body. You stinky little brother, you really owe me. Sister Diao snorted coldly, and she controlled a soul force and directed it to Lin Zhan's soul body. One blow, Lin Zhan grimaced and cried out in pain. Sister, please stop. I will never dare to do that again. Lin Zhan begged for mercy. He once secretly watched Sister Diao bathing. I have to say, Sister Diao is really big. It is big and beautiful, and can be called the most beautiful in the world. Therefore, this made Lin Shuangwen develop some special feelings for his sister Diao. However, this idea was always buried deep in his heart. Just as the brother and sister were quarreling, bursts of deafening dragon roars suddenly rang out between the world. Roar, roar, roar. Just listen. The dragon's roar shattered the floating clouds in the sky. Immediately following, eyes in the venue waiting for the secret realm to open were attracted to it at the first moment. The nine-headed ferocious dragon, spewing out extremely hot and scalding dragon breath, was pulling a luxurious chariot that looked like a palace with great effort and stability. Behind it, the armored shadow troops followed and escorted them. Its execution was extremely high profile, luxurious and dazzling. To attract attention, this cool and stunning scene naturally attracted countless discussions from the geniuses in the venue. Oh my god, who is this? Why is he so impressive? Oh my god, 9 dragons pulling a chariot, this scene is too awesome, isn't it? Alas, my spiritual boat is so shabby compared to this. It's a Kowloon trip. It seems that the passengers are either rich or noble. They must have a very high status and background. I didn't expect it. This Wuzong's secret realm attracted such a large creature. The eyes of the geniuses in the field were all focused on the 9-dragon immortal chariot. Such a noble and gorgeous way of traveling naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. And at this moment, the 9-dragon immortal chariot hovered in the void. The villain alchemist Liu Feng, who was riding in it, glanced through the side curtain at the huge door to the secret realm that was about to open. As a villain, Liu Feng came here for the treasures of heaven and earth in the secret realm. He is an alchemist, what he needs is these. His purpose was to come for Lin Zhan's confidant, who was the man of great fortune. Then, the alchemist Liu Feng who came to this world appeared in the void with his 3 companions, the demoness queen, Pei Zhanxian, and Bai Yaoshan. Liu Feng stepped into the void and appeared. The geniuses below who had seen Liu Feng recognized him at the first sight. Look, that's young Valley Master Liu Feng. This genius who had seen Liu Feng exclaimed on the spot. As that person revealed Liu Feng's identity, the other geniuses all came to their senses. It turned out that the person riding on the 9-dragon immortal chariot was Liu Feng, the young master of Medicine God Valley. Then it all made sense in an instant. Yaoshan Valley is the most ancient force in the empire. Its existence is long-lasting. There is no force older than Yaoshan Valley. Therefore, as the young master of Yaoshan Valley, Liu Feng's status and position are extremely honorable in the entire empire. Countless geniuses want to make friends with Liu Feng. Some Tianzhao even felt extremely honored to have a word from Liu Feng. Hello, Mr. Liu. It is such an honor for this world that Mr. Liu has come here. It is our great fortune to be able to enter the secret realm with Mr. Liu this time. Yes, yes. It is a blessing for us to be able to travel with Mr. Liu. All the geniuses who were waiting here came to fawn on him. They all wanted to establish a good relationship with the alchemist Liu Feng. because the news that Liu Feng was a 6th-grade alchemist had spread throughout the empire. No one would be unwilling to make friends with Liu Feng, who has a noble status, a terrifying background, and is a 6th-grade alchemist. Besides, Liu Feng is also extremely handsome and possesses full charm. He is a typical tall, rich and handsome man. But Lin Zan, who was of destiny, was different. He saw the alchemist Liu Feng, who was so popular. Countless people took the initiative to please Liu Feng, which made him extremely jealous. His heart was filled with deep hostility towards Liu Feng. This is the protagonist of a cool novel and the villain of a cool novel. The two are naturally incompatible. As for Liu Feng, facing the active flattery of countless Tianzhao, he smiled slightly and said modestly, "You are all the Tianzhao of the empire. It is my honor to be able to accompany you." As soon as these words came out, this made countless geniuses suddenly feel that alchemist Liu Feng was too humble and gave them too much face. At the same time, some geniuses also recognized Pei Zhanxian beside Liu Feng. "Mr. Liu, I heard that Pei Zhanxian and you are a Taoist partner. Is it true?" Some geniuses couldn't help but ask. After all, Pei Zhanxian is the #1 female swordsman in the empire and is extremely famous. In the field, it was impossible for the graceful and unparalleled beautiful Pei Zhanxian not to be recognized. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng hugged the beautiful female swordsman who was holding a sword beside him, and admitted calmly, "Not bad. Pei Zhanxian is your Taoist partner." After saying that, Liu Feng also showed his affection in public. He kissed Pei Zhanxian on her delicate white face. This action made the cold and lonely Pei Zhanxian's cheeks blush and his face turn red. It was impossible for Pei Zhanxian to remain calm when being kissed on the face in front of so many people. "When you get home, you can kiss me wherever you want. There are so many people," Pei Zhanxian said in a low voice with a blushing face. Her eyes were filled with sword energy and shyness. Liu Feng's kiss on the cheek in public caught her off guard. In this scene, the many geniuses below who were watching were so envious that they cried out in admiration. "Oh my god, I envy Mr. Liu so much. Yes, not only is his alchemy skill extremely strong, but he also has Pei Zhanxian as his Taoist partner. This is too enviable. I didn't expect that Liu Gong could even get Pei Zhanxian, the most beautiful female swordsman in the empire. That's awesome. Having a beautiful female swordsman as a Taoist partner is the dream of many men, and it has been realized by Mr. Liu. Liu Gong is so handsome, Pei Zhanxian is so beautiful, they are a perfect match as a couple." The geniuses kept talking about it. In the field, the vast majority of the geniuses were envious of the alchemist Liu Feng, their eyes were red with envy. "Such a beautiful Pei Zhanxian, hug her in your arms and kiss her on the face. How cool is this?" None of the geniuses could imagine it. Only Liu Feng himself can fully experience and enjoy it. Immediately following, Liu Feng also took the initiative to introduce the kind-hearted Bai Yaoshan and the enchanting and domineering female demon king to the other geniuses. These two is also the Taoist partner of Zodiac. Following Liu Feng's introduction, the geniuses who had originally quieted down became excited and noisy again. They never expected it. Alchemist Liu Feng not only has a beautiful female swordsman as his partner. There is actually the Empire's #1 female medicine fairy, and her partner is the Empire's #1 female demon queen. This number of partners is truly something that the geniuses in the field would envy. At the same time, many geniuses can also understand. Common for a powerful alchemist like Liu Feng to have several beautiful female companions. Therefore, this made every genius in the field envy alchemist Liu Feng. And below, in an inconspicuous corner, is Lin Zan, the man of luck. He was so envious that his eyes turned red. It's like having pink eye. Why? How could the alchemist Liu Feng, whom he disliked the first time he saw him, have so many outstanding and powerful female companions? Obviously I don't like him so much, but he lives such a good life, high and mighty, noble, with stunning beauties around him. This is Lin Zan. The more I look at him, the angrier I get. His hatred towards the villain alchemist also gradually developed. Sister Diao, what level of strength does this guy have? Lin Xuanxin asked secretly. He wanted to see what kind of strength this Taoist partner, a beautiful alchemist, had. The jade pendant, Sister Diao's voice said solemnly, "Sister, I can't see through it. Try not to make enemies with this handsome alchemist with a distinguished background. Sister, I feel that he is really not simple. He is definitely not an ordinary alchemist. In the past, Sister Diao was extremely arrogant and never submitted to anyone, but at this moment, she felt solemn towards the alchemist Liu Feng. Hearing this, Lin Zan suddenly felt rebellious. An alchemist is nothing more than someone who is good at refining medicine. What is there to be afraid of? I have risen from humble beginnings. What kind of powerful enemy have I not defeated? Liu Feng, sooner or later, one day, I, Lin Zan, will definitely be superior to you. I'll step on you. Lin Zan raised his resolute eyes and looked up into the void, at the high, honorable, and sought-after alchemist Liu Feng. He hated and was most disgusted by these geniuses who were born into noble families, had handsome looks, and were surrounded by beautiful female companions. Especially, alchemist Liu Feng is like this. He was jealous and resentful. When the son of luck Lin Zan looked up at the alchemist Liu Feng immediately noticed Lin Zan's gaze. Liu Feng was high above, like a nine-headed god, with his eyes slightly lowered, looking down at Lin Zan with contempt. He. The new son of destiny is as insignificant as a worm. Liu Feng secretly said with disdain. He saw through Lin Zan's strength with just one glance. Half a step to the realm of great martial artist. Just half a step into the realm of great martial artist. Even a Nyolm-style great martial artist. Therefore, in the eyes of Liu Feng, a fifth-level alchemist in the martial emperor realm, Lin Zan is no different from a bug. Immediately, Liu Feng calmly used the system again, opened all the information about Lin Zan, the son of luck, and conducted a comprehensive and detailed review. Name: Lin Zan. Personal age: 18 years old. Realm of cultivation: half-step great martial master realm. Attributes and fate: deep blood feud, bitter hatred, the son of the school's destiny. Personal experience: I was originally a member of the Lin family in a remote town in the empire. Later, by chance, I picked up a mysterious jade pendant and worshipped Sister Diao in the jade pendant as my teacher. From then on, I embarked on a journey of fighting monsters and leveling up, killing enemies, the path of revenge. Current teacher: Sister Diao. Background is quite mysterious. Current opportunity: entering the Wuzong's secret realm. By coincidence, a special relationship occurred with a female fairy with a powerful identity and background. After reading it, especially, this great opportunity for Lin Zan, the son of luck. Liu Feng licked his lips hungrily and greedily. He. Lin Zan, this great opportunity for you to have a wife is mine. Liu Feng said to himself with a sly grin in his heart. As a typical book-traveling school, alchemist Liu Feng knew very well how much benefit this great opportunity of Lin Zan had brought him. In the original story, Lin Zan and her confidant met each other in a secret realm, and since then, Lin Zan has received help from her confidant in all aspects. Lin Zan also relied on this to rise rapidly. However, the confidant who originally belonged to Lin Zan has now been coveted by the alchemist Liu Feng of the Kekewa faction. Lin Zan's fairy confidant is Liu Feng's. At the same time, stunning female fairy with slender jade feet exposed to the air stepped on the void and appeared in this place. When she arrives, Liu Feng, the minesweeper master, glanced over. Just see. Her breasts are white, big and eye-catching. Its size is not inferior to that of the three women around Liu Feng, Pei Zhanxian, Bai Yaoshan, and the demoness queen. He is on par with these three girls. She has a tall and well-proportioned figure, and a plump and mature figure. A pair of flawless white legs in a dress are so beautiful that they are breathtaking. Moreover, her long legs were covered with icy silk. This is simply hard to look away. In particular, her pair of slender feet, spotless, pink and tender, are very lovable. Her stunning face was intentionally covered by a thin veil. Although covered by a veil, it was still not difficult to see her stunning beauty. She is the fairy Qingzu. This time, after training, he came to the Wuzong's secret realm. The fairy my chief master asked me to take care of is really good at thunder. Liu Feng preached secretly in his heart. The stunning female fairy who appeared was the one that the beautiful master had asked her to take care of. At the same time, she is also the confidant of Lin Zan, the son of destiny in the original story. But, now she is not. She belongs to Liu Feng. With the arrival of fairy Qingzu, the attention of many proud people was also attracted by her. This fairy is so beautiful. She must be extraordinary. What a beautiful fairy. I never thought I would be able to see her in my lifetime. We are so lucky to see this today. I have to say, this fairy and Mr. Liu are quite a good match. Proud people who were waiting for the secret realm to open were discussing in low voices one after another. It is impossible for such a beautiful fairy to come here without causing discussion. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a beautiful fairy. Lin Zan, who was lying on the ground, said with a dazed look. This fairy of Qingzu is so beautiful. As for Liu Feng, his eyes never left fairy Qingzu for a moment. Excuse me, is this fairy Qingzu? Liu Feng stepped forward and said with a faint smile as if trying to strike up a conversation. Yes, fairy Qingzu responded through her veil. I am the young master of Medicine God Valley, Liu Feng. My master has told me to take care of fairy Qingzu. After all, fairy Qingzu has just arrived, and it is inappropriate to not take care of her. Liu Feng preached with an elegant smile. Hearing this, fairy Qingzu instantly took a liking to Liu Feng in front of her. Before she came to the Dao Empire, her master once said that there would be an unparalleled handsome young alchemist who would serve as her guide. Take care of her in every way. It turned out to be Liu Feng in front of him. At the same time, Liu Feng also possessed the full-level charm and the sweet-talking attribute. Just by meeting each other, fairy Qingzu, who always kept people at a distance, had a great affection for Liu Feng. So it's junior brother Liu. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Liu. Fairy Qingzu thanked her softly. She is much older than Liu Feng. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration for her to call Liu Feng junior brother. You're too polite, fairy Qingzu. Liu Feng smiled faintly. The two people who met for the first time started chatting and laughing together. This makes many proud people envious. It's great to be able to have a relaxed conversation with such a beautiful fairy. Lin Zan hated Liu Feng even more. Why are always stunning beauties around Liu Feng? Snort. Isn't it just a pharmacist? What's so great about that? Lin Zan preached with an angry look on his face. As for Pei Zhanxian, Bai Yaoshan and the demoness queen, they couldn't help but look at each other. My own Taoist partner is the most affectionate one in the Dao Empire. He flirts with me wherever he goes. Just as Liu Feng and fairy Qingzu were talking, the Wuzong's secret realm that was to be opened today was finally opened. The huge stone door that had been tightly closed began to open slowly. Boom! There was a loud rumbling sound from the stone gate. Under the gaze of countless eyes, it gradually opened. The entrance to Wuzong's secret realm is finally opened. Waves of powerful martial arts masters' auras were emanating from within. For a while, gathered here swallowed their saliva excitedly. The secret realm they had been waiting for could finally be entered. But Liu Feng did not lead the way, and no one was arrogant enough to dare to lead the way. Fairy Qingzu, please come in. Liu Feng said to fairy Qingzu who was standing beside him. The secret realm with his three beautiful Taoist companions. Fairy Qingzu nodded slightly, and followed Liu Feng into the secret realm. Only after seeing Liu Feng enter did the other arrogant people dare to rush into the secret realm. For a while, the proud men who flew to the secret realm were like a swarm of locusts, densely packed and covering the ground. Wuzong's secret realm, I, Lin Zan, am here. Lin Zan finished speaking, he was ready to enter the secret realm. At this time, Liu Feng's hand stretched out long and suddenly appeared in front of Lin Zan, blocking Lin Zan's way and asking him to stop where he was, unable to go into the opened Wuzong secret realm. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost. Please save it in time. Bookshelf and open corner bracket reading record close corner bracket screenshot is recommended for saving. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. Please make way, senior. We are still going to the secret realm. Lin Zan, who was stopped, said with a very happy look on his face. How could he have a good face when his way was blocked by the figure in front of him with an aura as deep as the sea? Yes, fearing the powerful figure in front of him, Lin Zan had already taken action. The master of the house has delivered his mission. You can take even half a step into the secret realm. The guard Zhang Long preached in a loud voice. Who is your master? I didn't provoke him. Why did he let you in? Lin Zan asked angrily. You are not qualified to know who the owner of the Nuak family is. All in all, anyone can enter the Wuzong secret realm, except you, Lin Zan. A stern voice. Liu Feng, the villain alchemist, knows very well that this great opportunity in the Wuzong secret realm belongs to Lin Zan, the son of destiny. Anyone can enter except him. Anyway, this opportunity of his was created, and the villain alchemist Liu Feng was bound to intercept it. The method of intercepting Lin Zan was also very simple and crude, just let him in. His son of destiny, Lin Zan, has entered the secret realm. The fairy Qingzu, who should have had a special relationship with him, should have had a special relationship with the villain alchemist Liu Feng. What? Anyone can go in, except Lin Zan. Your master is such a bully. Lin Zan was furious and said angrily. He prepared to wait for a very long time for the Wuzong's secret realm to open. But now, someone says let him in, then let him in. This is Lin Zan, he is so angry. Sister Diao, can you help me break his blockade? The angry Lin Zan placed his hopes on Sister Diao. In his heart, his sister Diao has supernatural powers and can do anything. There was almost nothing that her sister Diao could not solve. If it was my sister, S', there would be no problem. But now, Sister Nuak can't break his blockade. This man is so terrifying. Try not to provoke easily. The jade pendant. Sister Diao's fearful voice was heard. She felt that the person who was blocking Lin Zan was very terrifying. I am so angry. Lin Zan was so angry that he broke down on the spot and stomped his feet in anger. That's all. The Shuangwen novel was trapped outside and unable to step into the secret realm at all. The opportunity that belongs to him will also be missed by him. At the same time, Wuzong's secret realm, land specially opened up by a powerful martial artist. Among them, there are all kinds of rare treasures and local treasures. And Bai Yaoshan went to look for all kinds of medicinal herbs in the secret realm. The demoness queen went to look for the demon pills of the demon clan in the secret realm to use for refining. The beautiful Pei Zhanxian took her female disciple Yinling with her to look for any powerful sword techniques. So, the only person accompanying Liu Feng was Fairy Qingzu. On the way into the secret realm, Fairy Qingzu doesn't even care about ordinary treasures. The reason she went out to gain experience this time was to inherit a piece of the powerful martial arts sect. Fairy Qingzu, who inherited that legacy, could be promoted from the 9th level of the martial king realm to the martial emperor realm. That inheritance is what she really needs. She didn't need the rest of the treasures. As a fairy, she lacks nothing. Fairy Qingzu, you are here for the inheritance of the Wuzong secret realm, right? Liu Feng, who was accompanying Fairy Qingzu, asked with a faint smile. As a villain alchemist, he is very clear about this. Hearing this, the usually calm and peaceful Qingzu fairy, with her beautiful face behind the veil, suddenly showed a ripple. Except for her beautiful master, no one else knew the purpose of her coming here. Therefore, when Fairy Qingzu heard Liu Feng say that he came for the inheritance, she was surprised in her cold eyes. Junior brother Liu, how did you know that? Could it be that the master of the Nuak family told you about Nobsnoob? Fairy Qingzu asked Liu Feng, who was younger than her, in a pleasant and moving voice. In her opinion, it must be her master who told her. Liu Feng held the fan in one hand, shook it slightly, smiled and shook his head to deny, Nobs. No one told me. All of this is my own guess. After all, Fairy Qingzu, you are of noble status and position, so you must be in need of treasures. Fairy Qingzu came to this secret place, and ordinary treasures must have caught the fairy's eye. Only that inheritance can catch the eye of the fairy. After hearing this, Fairy Qingzu looked at the young alchemist beside her with a pair of incomparably beautiful eyes. She found out. The Liu Feng in front of him had profound attainments in alchemy alone. His vision is quite sharp. Sure enough, nothing escaped his eyes. Junior brother Liu is right. This fairy, indeed, came here for that inheritance. Fairy Qingzu admitted it openly. She has stayed in the martial king realm for a long time. I have never found a suitable opportunity for a breakthrough. And now, the secret realm contains an opportunity to break through the inheritance. As long as he inherits, he will be promoted to Emperor Wu. That inheritance is in the main hall of the secret realm. Fairy Qingzu, come with me. Liu Feng acted as a guide and started talking. As the villain Liu Feng, who is an 8th grade alchemist, his soul perception is terrifying and powerful. Looking at the entire secret realm, nothing can escape Liu Feng's perception. It's no exaggeration to say. The moment Liu Feng, an 8th grade alchemist, entered the secret realm, it was as if his eyes had been opened. Everything is within his surveillance and perception range. The inheritance in the main hall of the secret realm. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Liu. Fairy Qingzu spoke in a voice full of gratitude. Immediately developed a liking for this junior brother Liu, who was younger than her. When Fairy Qingzu saw Liu Feng for the first time, she was immediately attracted by his handsome appearance. Now, because of his help and guidance, she has a good impression of him. You can say that Fairy Qingzu has never had the slightest affection for any member of the opposite S*X since she was a child. Only the alchemist Liu Feng made her have a strong favorable impression. The fairy is too polite. Your master and my master know each other. It is reasonable for me to lead the way and take care of you. Liu Feng said with a gentle and elegant smile. Upon hearing this, Fairy Qingzu suddenly felt that this alchemist Liu Feng, who was much younger than herself, was so kind to her. Along the way, he was gentle, elegant, and casual, with the demeanor of a modest gentleman. Under his guidance, Fairy Qingzu finally arrived at the main hall of the secret realm. Inside the main hall, a spiritual pill emitting vast and surging spiritual energy was suspended in the main hall. The elixir is the inheritance of opportunity left by the owner of the secret realm. As long as you seize the refining skill, it will be no problem for you to break through. This moment, in Fairy Qingzu's beautiful eyes that she couldn't hold back, the villain alchemist Liu Feng sensed a trace of the remaining soul of the master of the secret realm still in the main hall. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a faint smile. This good show is about to begin. Inside the palace, this spirit, which contained the inheritance of chance and destiny, floated into the air. Waves of strange and vast aura continuously flow out from it, symbolizing its extraordinariness. Fairy Qingzu, this should be because you came to the secret realm as a monk, specifically looking for the spiritual inheritance, right? Liu Feng held the fan in one hand, shook it slightly, and asked. The veil concealed the beautiful face of Fairy Qingzu, and she nodded her white head slightly. She's coming here. Their purpose is to come here for the spiritual inheritance. At the moment, this spiritual inheritance was suspended before her eyes. How could she not be moved? Not happy about it, that fairy, quickly subdue and refine her. I am here to protect you. Liu Feng reminded. After all, my beautiful master has specifically told me to help take care of the fairy. Hearing this, Fairy Qingzu looked at Liu Feng with deep gratitude in her beautiful eyes. Thank you, junior brother Liu, for your care along the way. Fairy Qingzu said. The way into Wuzong's secret realm, alchemist Liu Feng took care of and helped him a lot. This is called Fairy Qingzu. She sincerely feels that Liu Feng is a gentleman and a good man. You're welcome, fairy. You and your master know each other. We are all acquaintances, please help me. Isn't it reasonable? Liu Feng said with a smile and said, Fairy, hurry up. To prevent any delays. Hearing Liu Feng's reminder, Fairy Qingzu nodded slightly in agreement. It's time to subdue the spirit and refine it. If you continue to hesitate, this great opportunity may lead to some unexpected changes. Then I'll have to trouble junior brother Liu to protect you. Before taking action, Fairy Qingzu cast a thank you look towards Liu Feng who was standing beside the main hall. Then, the beautiful fairy Nolter took decisive action. Just see. With Liu Feng witnessing the entire process, Fairy Qingzu's peak martial king level cultivation burst out without reservation. Then Fairy Qingzu suppressed the spirit with a mighty method that could suppress the heaven and earth. In an instant, buzz buzz buzz. This one contained a great inherited spirit, and at first it was buzzing violently, resisting and struggling. But unfortunately, Fairy Qingzu's methods were too strong and her actions were too swift. This caused the spirit to be suppressed and subdued in the palm of the fairy before it had time to struggle and resist. Success. The fairy is indeed very clever. Aside, spoke at the right time. Fairy Qingzu looked at the spiritual inheritance in her hand. At first, she thought that she would have to spend a lot of money to subdue and suppress it. But she didn't expect it. The whole process was surprisingly smooth and easy. This was completely beyond Fairy Qingzu's expectations. Fairy, just concentrate on refining. I am here to protect you. Liu Feng said. Hearing this, Fairy Qingzu felt relieved and sat cross-legged on a clean cushion in the main hall, refining the spiritual inheritance that had just been subdued. For a while, a stunning beauty hidden by a veil stayed where she was, refining her mind in peace. Seeing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, smiling wickedly. As a typical villain alchemist, he knew very well that it was the turn of the main hall master to perform next. The main hall is in the palace. A soul began to gather rapidly. In an instant, the graceful figure of a young and beautiful woman appeared in the empty main hall. She is beautiful, mature and plump, a completely attractive and beautiful woman. She is the owner of this main hall. Now she is nothing more than a shadow of a soul. Hee hee. What a beautiful girl, and a handsome boy. The two of you are very suitable for each other to have a relationship. You are a perfect match. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled as she spoke. As the beautiful woman appeared, Fairy Qingzu, who was refining spirits, also opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the beautiful woman who had just appeared. She clearly noticed that the fluctuations in the beautiful woman's aura were quite similar to the fluctuations in her own aura when she was refining her spirit. It seems that she is the master of spiritual inheritance. The hostess of this main hall. As for why she suddenly appeared and said some strange things, Fairy Qingzu was very puzzled. There was a lot of doubt on her face hidden under the thin veil. Senior, what do you mean? Fairy Qingzu said. The beautiful woman giggled and said, little girl, you will know what I mean later. After saying that, the beautiful woman looked at the tall and handsome alchemist Liu Feng, and said to him with a sly smile, you little boy, you are lucky this time. When I was alive, I loved helping people to achieve their goals and bringing young men and women together. So they fell in love and lived together for a long time. You and that beautiful woman are a perfect match. I will give you two a chance to have a long-lasting love. Hee hee. At last, this plump, mature and beautiful woman was giggling. When she was alive, she was not a person of experience. Who would bring young men and women together for such a reason? This shows that this beautiful woman was not only rude when she was alive, but she was still rude even after her death for so many years. Or not virtuous or truly virtuous both before and after their death. See this situation. Liu Feng was secretly delighted. He has been waiting for this moment. As a villain, he was particularly clear about the way this unusually beautiful woman acted, and she just liked to do it for fun. However, even though he was secretly delighted, Liu Feng still pretended to be serious and loudly stopped him, saying, Senior, you must not mess around. Listen to this. Plump and beautiful woman covered her mouth with her hands and said with a wicked smile, you kid, you won't let me mess around. Isn't this palace messy anymore? I like to bring young men and women like you together to do bad things. No one has ever been able to stop me from doing this. My lord, it's time to mess around. Hee hee. The beautiful woman's evil giggles echoed in every corner of the hall. Qingzu, sitting cross-legged on the cushion, with her face covered by a veil, looks quite angry. She never thought about it. How could there be such an impolite woman in the world? The beautiful woman smiled at Fairy Qingzu and said, little girl, if you want to refine my inheritance, you will have to pay a price. It's a pity that you don't have a Taoist partner yet. Since you are a perfect virgin, I will be so kind as to give you a handsome Taoist partner. Between smirks, soon the beautiful woman started to attack Fairy Qingzu. You are such a shameless woman. When Fairy Qingzu stood up, her beautiful, cold eyes looked directly at the frivolous beautiful woman. Hee hee. Little girl, you think the empress has no shame. With the help of the palace later, you will know how happy your boy is. The frivolous beautiful woman said with a sly giggle. And then, the beautiful woman's slender jade fingers, as white as mud and fat jade, flicked lightly at Fairy Qingzu. Whoosh! A ray of light emitting turbid black and white energy suddenly hit the delicate body of Fairy Qingzu. Throughout the process, the frivolous beautiful woman attacked too quickly, and Fairy Qingzu, whose face was filled with coldness, had no time to react at all and was hit on the spot. As for Fairy Qingzu, her beautiful face hidden under the veil turned red on the spot. She clearly felt it, an unprecedented feeling arising spontaneously. This caused her, who used to be pure and simple, to have a drastic change in her temperament. Hee hee. Boy, the palace has given you such a great opportunity. You are in for a treat. When the frivolous beautiful woman saw that Fairy Qingzu had fallen into the trap, she looked at Liu Feng with a wicked giggle and spoke to him in a laughable manner. Alas, my dear senior, how could you do such an indecent thing? Liu Feng said with a look of blame on his face. Actually, Liu Feng, the villain alchemist, was delighted. He had snatched from Lin Zan, the son of luck, to be his confidant was this one in front of him. To this end, as a villain, he has been waiting a lot. Now he has finally waited for it. Hee hee. Boy, wait till you have a good time. You will be grateful for the help of the palace. The frivolous beautiful woman was smiling wickedly, her full and mature breast shaking all over. When Liu Feng heard this, he looked at Fairy Qingzu who rushed towards him. He sighed slightly and said with a look of pain, "Senior, you really made me suffer." Liu Feng actually thought, "Senior is such a good person." He. At the same time, outside the Wuzong's secret realm, Lin Zan, the son of destiny who was deliberately blocked outside, saw the stone gate of the secret realm open. The entrance was right in front of him, but he could not enter the secret realm to explore opportunities, fortune, and treasures of heaven and earth. He was so angry that his hair stood on end and his eyes turned red. "Ah, why can't you let me enter the secret realm? Why? This is too much of a bully." Lin Zan was so angry that his emotions were out of control and he shouted loudly. He wanted to fight to the death with Liu Feng's men. But he discovered, "I am completely an ant. Even Liu Feng's men couldn't get close." Not to mention, Liu Feng's men fought desperately. "Xiao Lin, don't be angry. You can't enter the secret realm this time. Maybe it's God's will. There may be some great danger inside the secret realm. That's why God has specially arranged for you not to be able to enter." In the jade pendant on the chest, the beautiful sister Diao, who was hiding among them, couldn't help but speak out to comfort her younger brother Lin Zan. Her sister Diao is not only Lin Zan's teacher, but also Lin Zan's godsister. Lin Zan recognized her as his elder sister, and she recognized Lin Zan as her younger brother. The relationship between the two is not only that of master and apprentice, but also that of sister and brother. Hearing this, Lin Zan had no choice but to believe it helplessly. It has come to this. Lin Zan could only use this method of mental deception to make his angry heart feel a little better. Just at this moment, Lin Zan noticed a breeze blowing over. This breeze carried green leaves, all of which fell on the top of his head. "Damn it, even this green leaf dares to bully me and fall on my head," Lin Zan said angrily. He casually brushed away the green leaves that fell above his head. At the same time, Lin Zan doesn't know why. "From the bottom of my heart, I felt a strong sense of irritability and discomfort. It's like, I suddenly lost something extremely important. If a great opportunity that belonged to him had been snatched away by someone else." Very strange. For a while, Lin Zan's mood inexplicably became depressed and dejected. His luck and destiny also disappeared greatly. Taek inside the secret realm. The vast majority of the geniuses entered the secret realm for magic manuals, miraculous medicines, magical weapons, opportunities and good fortune. Taek alchemist Liu Feng, he is completely different. He came here for the absolutely beautiful fairy. Now, passed inside the secret realm. Spacious and grand palace. After it's done, Liu Feng licked his lips with satisfaction. He looked full of energy, spirit and refreshed. She is indeed a fairy. It's really cool. Fairy Qingzu standing nearby suddenly released a powerful suction force from her slender and tender jade hands. She took the veil that Liu Feng had taken off and thrown on the ground into her hands, then put it on with graceful movements, continuing to cover her own stunning face as always. Liu Feng glanced roughly inside the hall. He discovered that the beautiful and indecent woman in the hall had disappeared. It's good to be gone, so that she wouldn't peek at the fairy Qingzu. Immediately following, Liu Feng conducted a detailed and comprehensive data check on the fairy Qingzu in front of him. Name: Fairy Qingzu. Age: 520. Realm cultivation: Martial King Realm Peak 9th level. Identity background: a saintess from a large sect. Companion status: no companion has been found yet. Physical condition: the pure and innocent body was taken away by Liu Feng. Attributes and fate: a rich and beautiful woman with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. Purpose of this trip: first time to go out for training, to find a breakthrough opportunity, to train myself. After reading it, Liu Feng's deep eyes suddenly lit up. Just right, the Qingzu fairy in front of him, who he had communicated with before, was not accompanied by a Taoist partner. From now on, we will become Taoist partners. Taeken. Fairy Qingzu was much older than herself by 5 years. Liu Feng really had no resistance to a woman like Fairy Qingzu who had big breasts and was older. He likes older women. The bigger the better. Women are like fine wine, they become more fragrant with age. This is the life creed of the villain alchemist Liu Feng. Cough cough cough. The villain alchemist Liu Feng, who had made plans, coughed lightly a few times, and his actions broke the silence in the hall. The silence kept by Fairy Qingzu. Fairy Qingzu, you should be okay now, right? Liu Feng took the initiative to ask. It's all right. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I would have been poisoned by that indecent woman. I really don't know what to do. Fairy Qingzu raised her beautiful eyes and sincerely thanked Liu Feng. She hated that dishonest woman who made her lose herself. Also grateful to Liu Feng for helping him detoxify quickly. Liu Feng is not only handsome, but also has full charm and sweet words. He is also an alchemist of noble status. It is hard for Fairy Qingzu not to love such a man. Fairy Qingzu looked around with her delicate eyes. She found out that serious and beautiful woman has disappeared. Look for any trace of her. This is why Fairy Qingzu, who originally wanted to seek revenge on the beautiful woman, had to give up now. Liu Feng took a step forward and came to Fairy Qingzu. He asked, Fairy Qingzu, I want to become your Taoist partner. Niube for your chain repair road, the other half. I'll take responsibility for you. He was not the man who would pull out his hair and run, but full of responsibility. Listen to this. Fairy Qingzu took a few steps back. Her beautiful face, hidden by the veil, flashed with surprise. She observed the bone age of the alchemist Liu Feng and found that he was only over 10 years old. In terms of age, he is 500 years younger than me. She was older than him, and yet she became a Taoist partner with Liu Feng. It was obvious that she had taken a huge advantage. Isn't this too much? You're only 20 years old. Still so young and immature. Fairy Qingzu spoke hesitantly and worriedly. But who would have thought? Liu Feng stepped forward and sincerely held Fairy Qingzu's hand, and said in a voice full of masculine charm, your ambition is growing with age. It's useless to live 100 years without ambition. Although I am young, I have a sincere heart to become a Taoist partner with Fairy Qingzu. I am not a heartless person. This unexpected incident caused me to take away Fairy Qingzu's perfect body. If I am unable to take responsibility for the fairy, I will feel guilty. As for Fairy Qingzu, her beautiful face caused a stir. She didn't think about it. Alchemist Liu Feng is such a responsible man. So, Fairy Qingzu came up with the idea of marrying Liu Feng and becoming his Taoist partner. After all, mysterious world, there are wealth, law and companions. The Taoist companion is an indispensable part of the journey. Especially, Liu Feng is a handsome, elegant, and charming noble alchemist. Almost no one would refuse such a Taoist partner. Fairy Qingzu would also refuse. Next, Fairy Qingzu and alchemist Liu Feng performed a ceremony to establish their Taoist partnership. From now on, Fairy Qingzu, who is 500 years older than Liu Feng, becomes Liu Feng's new Taoist partner. My dear husband, I have already obtained the inherited elixir for this training trip. At the moment, it's time for me to go back too. Fairy Qingzu then spoke. This time, she went out for training in order to inherit the elixir. Now that the goal has been achieved, as the sect's saint, it's time for her to go back. If love lasts forever, it doesn't matter if you're together day and night. Go, my lady, Liu Feng said bluntly. He knew very well that the identity behind his Taoist partner was very simple. She achieved her goal of going out for experience, she could stay in the outside world for too long. Now, she is going back. Liu Feng would naturally not add any more obstacles. Fairy Qingzu was quite touched to see that Liu Feng understood her so well. After she said a simple farewell to her Taoist partner Liu Feng, she opened the space channel, entered it, and disappeared from the secret realm. Looking at the disappearing figure, Liu Feng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, and said, from now on, you are the confidant of the lucky man, and you belong to me. He. A pharmacist of the Keikewo school in Shuangwen novels, he wants to snatch away all the confidants of the lucky Keikech men. The older your partner is, the more rewards you will receive. By then, there will be 3,000 girls older than me, and I will be among the immortals. A little lucky guy used to fight against himself. Then, Liu Feng called out to the system in his heart. Tongzi, where is my system reward? Hurry up and distribute it. Liu Feng said. Ding dong. Detect that the host is 500 years older than Fairy Qingzu, and become his Taoist partner. The system is starting to issue. Reward the host with 500 years of experience in alchemy. Reward the host to advance to the 7th level of Martial Emperor realm. Reward the host with a pair of double pupils. Reward the host with a domain, and time will stop. Reward the host with 500 volumes of high-level skills. Reward the host with 500 high-level weapons. In an instant, the rewards from this system are being distributed crazily. After 500 years of improving his alchemy experience, Liu Feng discovered that he was still at the level of an 8th grade alchemist. Sure enough, it is not easy to be promoted to a 9th grade alchemist. Liu Feng said secretly in his heart. And his martial arts realm was promoted by 2 levels, from the 5th level of martial emperor to the 7th level of martial emperor. As long as one's realm is cultivated, the higher one goes, the faster one will be promoted and break through, and the easier or more difficult it will be. Many martial emperors are unable to improve their cultivation by even 1 level in their entire lives. This is a joke, but it's the cruel fact. At the same time, the older Liu Feng's Taoist partner is, the faster the improvement will be. Fairy Qingzu is 500 years older than Liu Feng. Therefore, Liu Feng's improvement speed is average. Liu Feng's improvement speed depends on the age of his Taoist partner. Then there is the special physique, first of all, double pupils. With Liu Feng's melting eyes, he can instantly see through the origins of all things in the world. No matter what lies, they can't hide the slightest from him. And, Liu Feng's eyes can also emit deadly beams of light to attack. Commonly known as, laser eyes. The talent field rewarded by the system, time is paused. Liu Feng gave a wicked smile to this. Those who understand will understand. Once this field is activated, everything within it will be suspended in its original state. I must say more about this area. Fun. Liu Feng smiled and said secretly. The subsequent high-level weapons and high-level skills were also stored in the system backpack with a thought. Keikyop is the item in Liu Feng's backpack. Any one of them, if placed in the outside world, will attract countless strong people to fight to the death for Keikyop. Rewards have been collected. Host, please make friends with a Taoist partner who is older than you. The older your companion is, the richer the rewards will be. The system reminded. Faced with the reminder, Liu Feng agreed. Instead, he turned his gaze to a dark corner of the empty hall and said to him, "Senior, you have been watching secretly for so long, are you still planning to come out? Do you still plan to continue watching?" Liu Feng, an 8th grade alchemist, has terrifying soul perception abilities. In the entire secret realm, there was almost nothing that he could sense. Even a falling needle thousands of miles away could not escape his super soul perception. Not to mention, this serious and beautiful woman who has been hiding in the dark. With her crude concealment and breathing method, could she hope to escape from the alchemist Liu Feng, who had super strong soul perception? That is absolutely possible. As we all know, alchemists possess powerful and terrifying soul power. In terms of perception ability, it is super strong and unmatched. The alchemist is indeed an alchemist. In terms of soul power perception, it is indeed extremely strong. I've really learned a lesson from you. Inside the palace. The frivolous and smiling beautiful woman came out from her hiding place and said with a smile when she saw Liu Feng discovered her whereabouts. Although she is a remnant soul, she did not disappear from the world, but continued to exist as a residual soul. She was not serious, and had brought Qingzushan and Liu Feng together for communication. Then she hid in the dark and watched the whole process intently. She is not just an ordinary indecent person. You are so naughty. Whether after death or during life, it is not proper. When Liu Feng saw the frivolous beautiful woman appear before him, a hint of interest flashed across his handsome face. These days, there are not many people as dishonest as the beautiful woman in front of you. This is the first time I meet Liu Feng, the alchemist of the Keikyop faction. Senior, you have been hiding in the dark and watching for so long. Is it interesting? Liu Feng shook the folding fan in his hand slightly, a hint of curiosity appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he asked with a faint smile. Nice. Of course it looks good. The frivolous beautiful woman answered while looking at Liu Feng's body with her beautiful eyes full of smiles. She covered her mouth and laughed happily, saying, I really didn't expect this. You be asterisk starred. Not only is he handsome, he is also extremely beautiful. You, so good, you even have a bell. The beautiful woman smiled endlessly. Stared at Liu Feng with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Long before, the frivolous beautiful woman brought Liu Feng and Qing Zushan together, and she saw the whole process. Therefore, Liu Feng, the alchemist of the Su sect who possessed a unique weapon, was also witnessed by her with her own eyes. It seems that Senior has a special voyeurism habit. Liu Feng said. Hearing this, the frivolous beautiful woman did not deny it. Instead, she looked at Liu Feng with a sly smile and said, You are quite good at judging people. This palace is indeed such a person. Seeing the beautiful woman admit it generously, Liu Feng held his forehead helplessly. This beautiful woman is not only plump and beautiful with attractive breasts but also quite thick-skinned. Such an indecent and shameless beautiful woman is so rare. And then, Liu Feng didn't want to pay any more attention to anything. He was about to step out of this secret palace. Mature and beautiful woman whose soul was suspended in the hall was about to leave when she saw Liu Feng. Her smiling and beautiful face suddenly became anxious. She couldn't just let Liu Feng leave. Just see. The frivolous beautiful woman immediately appeared in front of Liu Feng and blocked his way. Don't leave in such a hurry. Is it because I am not pretty enough? In terms of appearance and mature charm, I am much more attractive than that little girl. The beautiful woman stopped Liu Feng's way with a smile and said. Liu Feng is an alchemist. She would not let a pharmacist go easily. Senior is indeed very beautiful. It's tempting enough indeed. Yi Feng looked up and down at the beautiful woman in front of him and commented. This beautiful woman, although a little bit improper. Only a remnant soul is left. It is still not difficult to see that she was an unparalleled beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people during her lifetime. She has a mature charm and attractive face. And the fruitful results are about to emerge. It is really eye-catching. Talking about attraction, temptation, mature female charm and so on. Qingzushan is no match for the frivolous beautiful woman. However, Qingzushan is far superior to the beautiful woman in terms of exquisite appearance and cold temperament. Comparing the two women, each has its own merits and characteristics. Since I am beautiful enough, then don't leave in such a hurry. Stay in the palace and chat with me. This secret realm was finally opened once. During this period, I was extremely bored and didn't meet a single living person. I'm so depressed that I'm almost dumb. The frivolous beautiful woman spoke in a long-winded manner. Seeing this, Liu Feng said with a disdainful smile, Senior, please stop hiding it. You stayed here only to ask for favors. Why hide here? As a pharmacist of the KKWO faction, how could he not see the purpose of the beautiful and frivolous woman staying with him? It's not just a simple chat at all. Taek is with no's purpose. Hearing this, the frivolous beautiful woman, with her beautiful eyes, couldn't help but look at Liu Feng with admiration. This guy, not only is he good at using tools, he is also very meticulous. None of my thoughts could escape his eyes. Hee hee. You could th, it's not easy indeed. Nothing can be hidden from you. I really didn't make a mistake in choosing someone. The beautiful woman giggled and said. Immediately following. The beautiful woman did not hide it and said frankly, in fact, I am now in a residual soul state. I'm afraid it won't be long before it disappears between heaven and earth. I don't want to die just like that. I will continue to live. As an extremely noble alchemist, you must have many elixirs and various magical medicines for cultivating the soul body. I would like to ask you for help. Help me nourish my remaining soul. This is the beautiful woman's request. She deliberately kept Liu Feng with this idea in mind. After all, her residual soul has existed long enough. If it is not nourished and strengthened, it will disappear in a few years. When Liu Feng found out, he was not at all moved. To this, he had guessed it long ago. A soul that has lived for a long time keeps itself alive, and its purpose is obvious. I do have a lot of high-level magical medicines to help you, Senior. But, Senior, you also know that there is no free lunch in the world. If you want me to help you, you must show some sincerity. Liu Feng preached slowly. As a pharmacist of the O school, he would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Do you want to help others for no reason? That's impossible. You are so good. Have you ever forgotten the kindness I showed you by bringing you and the girl together? The frivolous beautiful woman said these cold words. She didn't expect it. I have brought Liu Feng and Qing Zushan together, which makes Liu Feng very happy. As a result, he still had to show his sincerity. This really pissed off the beautiful and indecent woman. She was so angry. Senior, your behavior is obviously just your bad taste, right? Your favorite thing in life is to bring men and women together. Liu Feng glanced at the beautiful woman and continued, Senior, you don't want your soul to disappear, do you? Then show your sincerity. I beg all godfathers to give me rewards and support for love. Brother Xiao really needs the encouragement and support of his godfathers. Dear godfathers, please. Damn you. The frivolous beautiful woman bit her silvery white teeth and spoke. Now she is just a remnant soul. can you bring to the villain alchemist? If he were still alive, he might be able to meet the requirements of alchemist Liu Feng and bring him some sincerity. But now, I am so poor that only my soul is left. As well as some rare treasures in the secret realm. Or, you can take all the treasures in the secret realm. This is all that is left of the palace. There was a hint of worry on the beautiful woman's delicate and pretty face. Hearing this, Liu Feng sneered and said, "Senior, have you forgotten? Sir, you are a pharmacist. The most lucrative profession in the world. Those things of yours are nothing but wasteland in front of you." For a while, the frivolous beautiful woman was completely worried. What now? What should I do? How should I let the alchemist Liu Feng help me? Liu Feng, with a wicked smile on his face, said, "Senior, although you are only left with a remnant soul. But your remaining soul can still show sincerity." Hearing this, the beautiful woman's delicate face showed a hint of confusion. She asked, "How do you show it?" Liu Feng did not answer immediately. He raised his bright eyes and looked at the beautiful woman's pretty face, full breasts, plump buttocks, and slender legs. Although she is in the state of soul now, she still has charm and attractive appearance. It has a unique flavor in my heart. Throughout the process, Liu Feng didn't say anything. As for the indecent beautiful woman, he immediately understood what alchemist Liu Feng meant. Suddenly, the frivolous beautiful woman shook her head slightly and said with a smile, "He. After all this time, your wife actually has her eyes on the palace. You are quite courageous, sir." Liu Feng waved his folding fan calmly and said, "Sir, I don't have the habit of helping others for no reason. Senior, if you don't want to show your sincerity, it's not a big deal to sit here. Sir, you may leave the palace now." After saying that, under the gaze of the frivolous beautiful woman, Liu Feng wanted to turn around and disappear from the hall. Seeing this, the beautiful woman suddenly floated in front of Liu Feng and blocked the way of alchemist Liu Feng. She finally met an accomplished alchemist, so she couldn't let him go. Sincerity can be shown. Today, the palace will be yours. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she suddenly closed the open door of the hall. Boom! In the hall was open and closed with a bang. Liu Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a sly smile, "Senior is worthy of being a senior. You are indeed very smart and know the current situation very well. I would be disrespectful to refuse this sincerity from you, senior." Then, the candles in the hall went out. After it's done, Liu Feng walked out of the hall leisurely. As for the indecent beautiful woman in the palace, her remaining soul was floating in the hall, and in her hand was the elixir given by Liu Feng to nourish her remaining soul. Damn it! Everyone says that the queen is not serious. Compared to that bitch, the queen is considered a decent woman. The beautiful and indecent woman who had witnessed Liu Feng's methods looked at Liu Feng's departing back and spoke with clenched teeth. Her body had fallen many years ago, and only this remnant soul remained. Miserable state. But now, she still has obsession. She didn't want to die completely in this world without fulfilling her obsession. Therefore, she wants to strengthen her soul that is about to disappear and live a second life. Alchemist Liu Feng is the key to her second life. Such a powerful alchemist with profound attainments is rare. In order to show her sincerity, the beautiful woman directly let Liu Feng be the first person to eat her crab. Taek Liu Feng, leisurely waving his folding fan, with a smile on his face. As for the beautiful woman, how beautiful is she? Only Liu Feng, the first person to try it out, knew about it. Next, Liu Feng was going to meet up with his 3 fellow Taoists. Relying on his powerful and extremely perceptive soul power, Liu Feng clearly sensed that his 3 beautiful Taoist companions had all gained a lot in the secret realm. At present, the most beautiful swordsman Pei Zhanxian, the most beautiful doctor Bai Yaoshan, and the most beautiful demon king among demons are all outside the exit of the secret realm, quietly waiting for themselves. Liu Feng, who sensed this situation, did not stay for too long. "I didn't miss it anymore and just left the secret realm. Just stay. The beautiful and indecent woman is currently recuperating her remaining soul and preparing to live a second life." Outside the secret realm, Pei Zhanxian, as usual, held the sword filled with sword energy in his arms. She has a breathtakingly beautiful pair of slender feet, stepping on the void. In her pair of beautiful sword eyes, there was a look of patience as she quietly waited for her partner Liu Feng to come out. "My husband hasn't come out yet. Could it be that some great treasure was found in the secret realm?" Pei Zhanxian's flawless face couldn't help but reveal some speculations. At the same time, Pei Zhanxian turned his jade face to look at Bai Yaoshan and the demoness queen who were also waiting on the side. He is the empire's #1 alchemist. Looking at the entire secret realm, I'm afraid there is not a single item that catches his eye. Bai Yaoshan's eyes, as beautiful as the bright moon, blinked slightly and spoke. It's up to you, king. He hasn't come out yet so late. Maybe he's in the secret place, trying to have S**X. The demoness queen spoke domineeringly. The demoness queen doesn't hold back when she speaks. Whatever you say, straightforward. While the three women were waiting for Liu Feng, other geniuses also came out of the secret realm one after another. This trip to the secret realm was really not in vain. I obtained a high-level technique. What I got was a piece of armor. I did get quite a few 3rd and 4th grade medicinal pills. I have gained a lot of elixirs and skills. Yeah, me too. This trip to the secret realm was really worthwhile. That's right, it's worth the trip. The faces of the geniuses who left the secret realm were all filled with happy smiles and great harvests. Everyone who entered the secret realm gained a lot. The geniuses who were called out were all smiling and delighted. As for Lin Zan, the son of destiny below, he saw the geniuses who came out. Some got elixirs, some got skills, some got weapons, and some got some good opportunities. Lin Zan gritted his teeth when he saw this, clenched his fists, and his face was full of hatred. In the future, I will also be one of those who will gain a lot. However, he was blocked outside and could not enter. This is Lin Zan. He missed the secret realm this time and missed countless opportunities. It's him. It must have been him. Lin Zan was extremely angry. He had already roughly guessed the identity of the person who wouldn't let him in. At the same time, the villain alchemist Liu Feng emerged from the secret realm and appeared Shanshan. Liu Feng just appeared. 3 stunning companions who had been waiting for him at the exit for a long time all looked at the former. My husband is finally out. If he doesn't come out, Pei Zhanxian, Bai Yaoshan and the demoness queen will enter the secret realm and search for him. I'm so sorry. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Liu Feng raised his deep and bright eyes, looked at the 3 fairy-like women who had been waiting for him for a long time, and smiled faintly. Pei Zhanxian, who didn't like wearing shoes, looked around but didn't see the graceful figure of Fairy Qingzu. She stared at her husband with her beautiful eyes, and then said, "Husband, where is the fairy your master asked you to take care of? Why is she nowhere to be seen?" Pei Zhanxian clearly remembered it. Her husband and the veiled fairy entered the secret realm together and traveled together. But now, she is nowhere to be seen. This inevitably made Pei Zhanxian confused. Liu Feng smiled and explained, Fairy Qingzu has achieved her goal of going out for training. She left the secret realm through the space channel. As Liu Feng spoke, Pei Zhanxian finally came to his senses. Just when Liu Feng was talking to his beautiful female swordsman wife, who blocked the lucky boy Lin Zan outside, hid in secret and began to secretly transmit messages to his master, reporting, "My master." During this period, Lin Zan was blocked from entering the city by my subordinates. I can't even get close to the entrance to the secret realm. Hearing this, Liu Feng nodded with satisfaction. When it comes to his subordinate Zhang Long doing things, he just lets it go. And then, the high and mighty villain alchemist Liu Feng, who was of an extremely noble status, glanced at the lucky boy Lin Zan on the ground below with a smile. The lucky boy who was blocked outside and unable to enter the secret realm to gain opportunities and fortune was filled with rage. As a villain, I have gained a lot. He also became a Taoist partner with the beautiful woman who originally belonged to Lin Zan. He intercepted a great opportunity of Lin Zan. As the saying goes, when the villain is well fed, the protagonist is hungry. When the alchemist Liu Feng was looking down at Lin Zan from a high place, the latter noticed something. Now, Lin Zan, who was filled with rage, suddenly raised a pair of angry eyes and stared straight at the majestic and arrogant alchemist Liu Feng in the void. "It's you. It must have been you." Lin Zan opened his eyes wide, glared at Liu Feng and shouted loudly. This time, he was blocked outside and could not enter the secret realm. Someone behind the scenes who is deliberately targeting me. Lin Zan's feeling told him that it must have been done by the alchemist Liu Feng. Is a man of luck, his feelings will never deceive him. Xiao Lin, don't be impulsive. You don't have sufficient evidence yet to prove that it was done by alchemist Liu Feng. Try not to offend alchemist Liu Feng. He is totally unfathomable and extremely complicated. Don't provoke them easily. The jade pendant. Sister Diao secretly sent a message to Lin Zan. She tried to calm her naughty brother Lin Zan down through her persuasion. After all, even her sister Diao did not dare to provoke the villain alchemist Liu Feng easily. As Sister Diao, whose background and origin are very mysterious, it is not difficult for her to see that alchemist Liu Feng is carrying a huge fortune. Such great fortune exists in an invisible and difficult to observe way. This aspect alone made Sister Diao, who was always so arrogant, feel a little wary of Liu Feng. If it were someone else, Sister Diao would have helped her brother Lin Zan to do it. But alchemist Liu Feng is very different. Not only is he mysterious, profound and terrifying, he also carries a tremendous amount of luck on his shoulders. Who would dare to provoke such an alchemist? Anyone who dares to provoke will be asking for trouble. Sister Diao, who is well aware of this, really doesn't want her brother Lin Zan to take the initiative to provoke and offend the alchemist Liu Feng. Why would I care so much about him? He, the alchemist Liu Feng, is messing with me. He must pay the price. After saying, unconvinced and unyielding man of luck, suddenly burst out with the martial arts skills of a half-step great martial artist. A moment, a fierce and violent aura burst out from Lin Zan's body. He, Lin Zan, had risen from obscurity and defeated countless powerful opponents above his level. Even if the opponent is stronger than him, he can still be defeated by his desperate method. Therefore, Lin Zan is ready to fight with the alchemist Liu Feng. Whoosh! Lin Zan's whole body was filled with spiritual energy, and he stomped his feet heavily on the spot. His figure, like a launched cannonball, rushed directly into the void. Standing high above, extremely noble, and looking down on everyone, was the noble alchemist Liu Feng. See this situation. A hint of sneer appeared on Liu Feng's handsome face. Of Fortune, who is only a half-step great martial master, take the initiative to offend and challenge me. He really has been engaging in more and more battles with opponents of higher levels. He really thinks that he can fight anyone of higher levels. Before Liu Feng could make a move, the peerless, beautiful and flawless female swordsman who was Liu Feng's Taoist partner at the side made a move directly. How dare you, an ant like you, come and offend my husband? Looking for death. Pei Jianxian's beautiful eyes, which were filled with gentle sword energy, suddenly burst out with incomparably sharp sword energy, and she spoke coldly. Pei Jianxian, the empire's #1 female swordsman, has two important things to protect in her life. One is the sect, the other one is my husband Liu Feng. In her past, the sect was very important. Now, in her eyes, her husband Liu Feng is more important than the sect. At the moment, this ant, who is only half a step away from being a great martial artist, came to offend her husband for no reason. Naturally, Pei Jianxian, who was very protective of her husband, disagreed. Naturally very angry, Pei Jianxian has already loved Lin Zan's husband, and Lin Zan's coming to offend her husband is equivalent to offending herself. Just see. Pei Jianxian, who likes to hold her sword against her plump chest, gripped the hilt with her delicate hand and immediately pulled it out. Then he aimed at Lin Zan who was rushing towards him from below and slashed him with his sword. Moment. Permeated the earth instantly gathered and condensed into a huge and sharp sword blade hundreds of feet long. He aimed at Lin Zan, the boy of luck who was as tiny as an ant, and killed him without mercy. And Lin Zan, he was burning with rage, out of control, and extremely furious. But when he felt the deadly aura of Pei Jianxian's sword, he was furious and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Lin Zan smelled a strong breath of death from the sword that Pei Jianxian slashed out. If I get hit, I will definitely die. Even the body and the remaining soul will be left with nothing. At this moment, Lin Shuangwen shouted in fear, Sister Diao, save me. I don't want to die here. And when it comes to the life and death of Lin Zan, the son of destiny, was hidden in the jade pendant in front of her chest, chose to take action. This is her apprentice and younger brother. Naturally, her sister Diao would not just sit there and watch anything happen to Lin Zan. Sky Demon Shield. In an instant, Sister Diao unreservedly condensed a huge round shield that was nearly tens of feet long and directly wrapped Lin Zan in it. This shield is Sister Diao's life-saving shield. Once used, can withstand most powerful attacks and save your life. Boom. Final. The sharp sword energy slashed fiercely on the big shield, making a deafening sound. Energy cut hundreds of nearby mountains in half out of thin air. The cut surface is even smoother than a mirror. The earth was devastated and scarred by the remaining sword energy. For a while, it can be said that the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. In the void, there was no shortage of stars, which were chopped to pieces on the spot by the remaining wanton sword energy. The geniuses who were watching the scene all retreated to a distant place, fearing that they would be harmed by the remaining sword energy. After all, with this move, she can defeat the Empire's #1 female swordsman, Pei Zhanxian. Her sword skills are so terrifying. No one dared to get close and watch. As for Lin Zan, no wonder Sister Diao used her great magical power to protect her. Current person would have been killed by Pei Zhanxian's sword. At this moment, Lin Zan swallowed his saliva in horror, and his previously resolute eyes were now filled with fear. Nawad, I never expected it. The partner of this alchemist Liu Feng is so terrifying. Almost killed myself with one sword. Nawanulp, if it weren't for Sister Diao, I would have been strangled to pieces by the sword energy. He's not even 1,000 years old yet, but he's already reached such a terrifying level of swordsmanship. This woman, quite extraordinary. Sister Diao, who is well informed, couldn't help but stare at Pei Zhanxian secretly as he spoke. At the same time, there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She never thought that the woman beside the alchemist Liu Feng would be so extraordinary. Almost, he killed his younger brother Lin Zan. What about Pei Zhanxian? Her cold and moving beautiful eyes. Just now, with just a casual strike of her sword, she was able to kill a first-level martial emperor realm expert with just one strike. But it was blocked by Lin Zan's shield technique. It seems that the reason why this kid dared to offend his own husband was because he had a backer in secret. No wonder. A mere half-step great martial master dares to offend you. Pei Zhanxian reacted and a sharp sword energy burst out from his body that was dozens of times stronger than before. For a while, a huge and sharp sword that is nearly 1,000 feet long appeared behind her, intimidating everything in the world. My lady, don't rush to kill this ant. Seat, keep it, it still has some use. Liu Feng stretched out his big hand and grabbed his wife's slender jade hand. He couldn't help but glance at his wife's head down and the surging and heavy landmine on her toes, and persuaded her. My wife is not only improving rapidly in swordsmanship. Mine's is also increasing significantly. I listen to my husband. Pei Zhanxian said very obediently. Then she restrained her monstrous sword energy. In her heart, the world is big, but her husband Liu Feng's orders are the greatest. With the sword in his hand, he was then held by her in front of her plump and surging breasts, where his toes were not visible. The sword of the beautiful swordsman, how happy. Sister Diao, let's get out of here quickly. After seeing the huge gap between himself and the alchemist Liu Feng, Lin Zan, the son of luck, hurriedly said in secret. At first, Nawad naively thought that he could defeat all kinds of strong opponents of higher levels as usual. But when facing Liu Feng, he found that he was totally wrong. He couldn't even defeat Liu Feng's partner, Pei Zhanxian. If Sister Diao hadn't made a move, he would have been killed by the sword. Not to mention, facing the alchemist Liu Feng, Lin Zan, who was deeply aware of the gap, knew the current situation very well and prepared to leave. Snort. Sister, I have already persuaded you. Calm yourself down. But you didn't listen before. Sister Diao said helplessly in a cold voice. She had warned Lin Zan many times before. But he was stubborn and wouldn't listen. Now that he had offended alchemist Liu Feng in public, did he want to just walk away? Really too fantastic. When Lin Zan was about to turn around and leave, the figure of the Shadow Corps led by the guard Zhang Long suddenly appeared in front of Lin Zan. You offended my master, and now you want to leave. Oh my god, there is no such good thing. Zhang Long looked dignified and shouted loudly, catch him. The Shadow Corps immediately set out to capture Lin Zan, the son of destiny. Sister Diao, help me. Lin Zan looked at the shadow army that he could not resist, and immediately shouted in his heart. Now, I have Sister Diao who can help me. Hearing this, Sister Diao, who has big breasts and a wild personality, said coldly, Sister, I can't help you. The hands of alchemist Liu Feng can be as terrifying as a martial arts master. Sister Nawanulp, I am at my peak. Maybe I can help you. But now, my sister, I am in trouble. No, Sister Diao can't help. There is no way I can help. See you later. Lin Zan, who was at the half-step great martial master level, was tied up on the spot by the shadow army led by alchemist Liu Feng. The binding is very tight. Lin Zan struggled but couldn't resist at all. In the void beside, the geniuses who were watching the situation started discussing it. Offending Master Liu. That kid deserves what he got. You, young Master Liu did not provoke you, but you actually dared to offend young Master Liu. You are so bold. The offended Master Liu was really kind-hearted. He tied me up instead of killing me. That's right. Master Liu is really handsome and kind-hearted. A mere half-step great martial master dared to offend young Master Liu. I really don't know who gave you the courage. The weaker you are, the more ignorant you are. In the field who obtained various treasures from the secret realm were talking about it endlessly. They all looked at Lin Zan, the son of luck, with contempt and ridicule. And the villain alchemist Liu Feng. She waved her folding fan slightly and looked at Lin Zan, the son of luck who was being ridiculed by everyone, with a look of anticipation. This Lin Zan is indeed the son of destiny in Shuang's novel. Being ridiculed, despised and disdained. These are the standard features of the son of luck. If I am not ridiculed and despised, I would be embarrassed to say that I am the child of luck. At the same time, Liu Feng looked through the jade pendant on Lin Zan's chest and looked at the big-breasted and wild sister Diao hiding inside. As expected of a son of luck, you are surrounded by many female confidants. This sister Diao is indeed a big-breasted beauty from the demon race. Liu Feng, the master of minesweeping, noticed the eye-catching thing about Sister Diao at a glance and exclaimed in his heart. And the beautiful Sister Diao is hiding in Naya Pei. She naturally felt the prying eyes of alchemist Liu Feng. The alchemist's soul perception is indeed powerful. Even my secret whereabouts were discovered. It seems. Sister, he already knows my whereabouts completely. Sister Diao's beautiful eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly as she spoke secretly. She had been hiding in the forest for a long, long time. She accompanied Lin Zan on his journey across the country, gaining experience everywhere, and never noticed her own existence. Not even more. You can use the pendant to spy on your whereabouts, appearance, figure and so on. But alchemist Liu Feng can do it easily. This is called Sister Diao, who is usually arrogant and doesn't take anything seriously. She can't help but feel a little afraid of the alchemist Liu Feng. Sister Diao, please save me. I don't want to be tied up like this for the rest of my life. Lin Zan kept calling for help from Sister Diao who was hiding in the pendant. And when Sister Diao saw Lin Zan being tied up so uncomfortably, she felt even more sorry for him. So, she decided to meet the alchemist Liu Feng and have a talk with him. Master Liu, I am Lin Zan's master. She is also Lin Zan's sister. Sister, I want to meet you and talk to you. Sister Diao's voice reached Liu Feng's ears through the air. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng simply responded, okay. Immortal heaven and earth. This world is vast and huge, growing all kinds of natural treasures, as well as rare and precious treasures. Waves of refreshing fragrance permeate the world. And Liu Feng specially chose this piece of heaven and earth to talk with Lin Zan's sister Diao. Just see. In front of Liu Feng was a beautiful and cool woman with furry ears and big breasts. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of pride. Even though she is in trouble now, it is far inferior to her peak period, but her wild and arrogant spirit still exists. Liu Feng observed habitually while opening Sister Diao's detailed personal data for review. Title: Sister Diao. Age: over 2,000 years old. Identity: background: ancient demon realm, demon clan. Disciple accepted: Lin Zan. Adopted younger brother: Lin Zan. Hiding place: Naya Pain. Attribute: fate. Shuang's novel Destiny, the confidant of the beautiful woman. Experienced situation: they were originally a high and mighty ancient demon clan, but later they were betrayed and fell into this predicament. After reading it, there wasn't much emotion in Liu Feng's eyes. As a villain alchemist, he had already guessed the identity and origin of Lin Xuandiao's sister. However, there was one thing that alchemist Liu Feng had not expected. He really didn't expect it. This arrogant Sister Diao in front of me is actually 2,000 years older than myself. 2,000 years older than herself, and still so beautiful. This is true, and it makes Liu Feng extremely interested. As for the arrogant and proud Sister Diao, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange luster as she looked up at the alchemist Liu Feng. Sister Diao discovered that among all the alchemists she had ever met, Liu Feng was the most handsome and flawless male alchemist. Most of the male alchemists have disheveled hair and untidy beards, and they look sloppy. Only the alchemist Liu Feng was so handsome that he looked like an immortal in the mortal world. is full of charm. This is in stark contrast to other alchemists. Sister Diao was attracted by the alchemist Liu Feng in front of her. For a while, she had forgotten the purpose of coming here. Are you Lin Zhan's sister? Liu Feng asked first. Sister Diao was not to be outdone, she said arrogantly, that's right. Sister, I am Lin Zhan's godsister. In addition, sister, I am still Lin Zhan's teacher and student mentor. After hearing this, Liu Feng smiled and said, since you are Lin Zhan's sister and teacher, how do you want to talk to me? Sister Diao said forcefully, Master Liu, although you are young and promising, you are the #1 alchemist in the empire. But, sister, I want to tell you. You are just showing off in such a small place. If you have been to the outside world, you will know how small and insignificant this little Dao empire is. Sister, I'm telling you this because I want to tell you, Mr. Liu, that I'm from the big world outside. Sister, my identity and background are very strong. If you know what's interesting, release Lin Zhan as soon as possible. In this case, sister, I can choose to let bygones be bygones. End of the sermon. Sister Diao twisted her mouth wildly, her pretty face full of rebelliousness. She wanted to scare and intimidate Liu Feng by using the tiger's skin and raising the banner. From then on, he saved Lin Zhan. Hearing this, Liu Feng smiled and shook his head and said, isn't it just the demon race from the ancient demon realm? Look at the cow. You're still pretending in front of me. Sister Diao's little tricks. How could Liu Feng not see through it? Of course you can see it at a glance. Pipe dream to want to act pretentiously in front of Liu Feng. Anyone who provokes or offends Liu Feng will be punished, not to mention the demons from the ancient demon realm, even if the demon emperor comes. Furry ears, when she heard Liu Feng tell her origins, her inner pride disappeared without a trace. Her sister Diao's greatest reliance and pride is that she comes from the ancient demon realm. So she doesn't take anything seriously. There is no one who knows where he came from. But the alchemist Liu Feng knew. Sister Diao couldn't help but suspect that Liu Feng's identity and background were definitely not simple. Where are you from? How do you know this? Sister Diao looked directly at Liu Feng with her enchanting eyes and spoke in a serious voice. Now, she couldn't be arrogant at all in front of Liu Feng. It's even harder to pull it up. You are not qualified to know where I come from. Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan, his voice was indifferent, but full of overwhelming pride. Mr. Liu, my brother has offended you. What do you want? Can you let Lin Zhan go? Sister Diao asked without any more arrogance. She entered the immortal world to talk to Liu Feng about Lin Zhan. This is easy. It depends on your sincerity as a sister. Liu Feng continued to smile and said, Sister Diao, I don't think you want anything to happen to Lin Zhan, right? And Sister Diao's beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation. Now, there is only one way to make alchemist Liu Feng let Lin Zhan go. That is surrender and compromise. Besides this, there is no other way. After all, alchemist Liu Feng is so terrifying. It is basically impossible to release Lin Zhan by force. At this point, big-breasted sister Mink with furry ears really doesn't have many choices. My younger brother depends entirely on my mother for food and clothing. Immortal heaven. Liu Feng, the alchemist of the Keiwo faction, lost everything. Big-breasted sister Diao simply washed her mouth. As a member of the ancient demon race, she likes to eat alive and devour everything. Just now, she ate up billions of lives in one go. This should be Sister Diao from the ancient demon clan, the one who eats the most. Sister Diao looked directly at the alchemist Liu Feng with her charming eyes and said to him, Master Liu, I have shown you my sincerity, as you asked me to do. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Let Zhaolin go. In order to rescue Lin Zhan, Sister Diao, who had a powerful background in the ancient demon clan, had to surrender to the alchemist Liu Feng. Hearing this, Liu Feng smiled evilly and said, I'm sorry, I won't release Lin Zhan for the time being. After saying, Liu Feng looked at the busty Sister Diao with a playful expression. Sister Diao, who had worked so hard to show her sincerity to Liu Feng, suddenly showed anger on her delicate and beautiful face when she saw the former act out of turn. She looked at Liu Feng coldly, pointed her finger at him angrily and said coldly, Mr. Liu, how can you go back on your word? You clearly said that, if you want me to show my sincerity, you should release Lin Zhan. And now you find out. You actually regret it. She bit her lips in anger. I bowed my head and showed my sincerity. But the result was that I was fooled. This is called age difference. Big-breasted Sister Diao, who is 2,000 years older than Liu Feng, feels like she has lived in vain. I was actually teased and applauded by a 20-year-old boy. This moment, handsome face of Liu Feng, the pharmacist of the Keiwo school, there was a standard smile of the Keiwo school. I don't have the habit of keeping my word. Lin Zan, I will not release you. Liu Feng said. Seeing that the former had no intention of releasing Lin Zan at all, the big-breasted Sister Diao was so angry that her chest was surging and rising and falling violently. At this moment, she was trembling with anger. Sister, I'll catch you first. I just don't believe it. You still won't release Lin Zan. Sister Diao spoke in a cold voice, the remaining strength in her body completely erupted, sweeping across the entire immortal heaven. Hee, a fallen ancient demon clan. Still want to capture me. It's so fantastic. Seeing this, Liu Feng smiled disdainfully. Although the Sister Diao in front of him has an extremely extraordinary identity and background. But, don't forget, a phoenix in distress is no better than a chicken. In front of Liu Feng, the alchemist of the Nalquo faction, no matter she is a dragon or a tiger, she must lie coiled. Next second, Liu Feng waved his white and gorgeous sleeves. Suddenly, hidden inside the sleeves, burst out in an instant. This divine and demonic cauldron quickly swelled up in the wind, continuously expanding and growing. In just a short moment, the god and demon cauldron expanded to a size of nearly 1,000 feet. Then, this 1,000-foot-high giant cauldron, which exuded endless terrifying pressure from gods and demons, suppressed Sister Diao in an instant. Bang! Sister Diao, who was about to attack Liu Feng, naturally suppressed the enemy without any suspense in one go. Can't move at all. Originally, the cauldron of gods and demons was extremely terrifying. As for Liu Feng, who possesses a chaotic body, the power of his attacks can be increased by 1,000 times. Therefore, this makes the god and demon cauldron so terrifying that it cannot be more terrifying. Don't mention how horrible it is. It turns out that Sister Diao, who was suppressed, had lost her ability to resist. Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said, "This heaven has all kinds of natural treasures, precious elixirs, and abundant spiritual energy. It is a feng shui treasure specially created by a great emperor for repairing the chain. You are 1,000,000 times better here than with that kid Lin Zan. Listen to my advice. Stay here quietly." After saying this, he turned around and disappeared into the immortal heaven. This busty beauty from the ancient demon realm was 2,000 years older than him, and Liu Feng didn't want to let her go. Liu Feng planned to lock her up in the immortal heaven, just like training an eagle, to make him submit to him. Liu Feng, you despicable little bee starred. Had been imprisoned for a day, was so angry that she bit her tongue and stamped her feet, saying. She realized that she couldn't beat Liu Feng even if she fought. There is no way to leave here. I can't stay here with hatred. At the same time, Nyuk World, Lin Zan, the son of destiny, was tied up and unable to move. He discovered that his beautiful sister Diao had been with Liu Feng for a long time. Nowadays, the two still didn't come back. This made Lin Zan, who was already sensitive and suspicious, start to have wild thoughts in his mind. No, Sister Diao wouldn't do that. Lin Zan's mind was filled with panic and confusion. At this time, emerged from his own immortal celestial body. He looked at Lin Zan with interest. As a pharmacist of the Keiwo faction, after he discovered that he had imprisoned Lin Zan's crazy sister Diao, Lin Zan's luck and destiny began to disappear drastically. See this situation? Liu Feng smiled slightly. It seems that my approach of imprisoning the arrogant sister Diao was correct. At the side, when she found that the woman who entered the immortal heaven with her husband had not come out, she had already guessed roughly what had happened in her heart. Presumably, her husband must have imprisoned her in it. Even though Lin Zan was a prisoner, he still raised his head suddenly, glared at Liu Feng and said, "Liu Feng. Where is Sister Diao? Why don't you see Sister Diao?" Sister Diao, as his teacher and sister, Lin Zan is particularly concerned about Sister Diao's situation. That's right. When he saw that Sister Diao did not come out with Liu Feng, he became even more concerned about Sister Diao's safety. Your sister thinks you are too weak. She didn't want to stay with you, so she left. Liu Feng said. As soon as these words came out, Lin Zan said in disbelief, "No way. Absolutely not. You must be lying." Liu Feng spread his hands and said, "Believe it or not. Your sister left you." Then, Liu Feng gave an order to his men beside him, escort him away. Liu Feng still has some use for Lin Zan. Zhang Long, a subordinate standing by, quickly took Lin Zan away. And then later, Liu Feng, who had stayed in Wuzong's secret realm for a long time, brought his beautiful companions and left the void on a luxurious fairy chariot that looked like a magnificent palace. Disappear here. In the secret realm, a beautiful woman smiled with great joy and said, "Ha ha ha. This is finally a second life. That alchemist really helped me a lot." The magnificent and golden nine-dragon fairy chariot is traveling across the vast space. When the villain alchemist Liu Feng left the secret realm, he was originally accompanied by 3 beautiful Taoist companions. Now, the only one left to accompany him is the female sword fairy with big breasts and invisible toes. As the Banshee King who dominates the entire world, she returns to the mountain range of 10,000 beasts to terrify all the monsters. Possesses the poisonous body, practices medicine to treat illnesses while searching for various toxins to devour, refine and strengthen himself. All in all, due to various things, the 2 women had to temporarily leave the villain alchemist Liu Feng. "Mom, when did you start to have the habit of holding the sword in your arms?" Liu Feng took a sip of the tea and glanced at the sword in his mother's arms. Liu Feng discovered that from the moment he and his mother met. She has a special habit. That is to always hold the sword in your arms. His mother had big breasts and her toes were invisible when she looked down. She was one of the best women Liu Feng had ever met. For now, no one can compare to her in this aspect. How big is it? You can insert the sword into the ravine. It's so outrageous, and yet so true. Facing her husband Liu Feng's question, Pei Zhanxian looked down at her own arrogant lay with cold and beautiful eyes. Her beautiful and flawless face pondered for a moment before she said in a sweet voice, "I started practicing sword at the age of 7. From that moment on, I just developed this habit." Hearing this, Liu Feng smiled mischievously and said, "So, my mother has been holding the sword in her arms for 700 years. Pei Zhanxian nodded. It was undeniable. Every sword cultivator has different sword-wielding habits. Some like to hang it around their waists, while others are used to holding it with one hand. But Pei Zhanxian's habits are different from others. She holds a sword in her chest." Liu Feng asked curiously, "Mother, can you show me the sword you have been holding for 700 years? To be honest, Liu Feng wanted to verify his inner guess. He wanted to ask, does this sword have a special scent? When Pei Zhanxian saw that her husband wanted to see the sword, she did not have any doubts or hesitations and took out the warm sword in her arms and handed it to Liu Feng on the spot. A sword cultivator would not show his sword to others easily. Except for intimacy. Therefore, Pei Zhanxian handed the sword to Liu Feng without hesitation, which shows how much she trusts her husband Liu Feng. Liu Feng's slender and powerful hand grasped the sword. He put the sword to his nose and took a deep sniff. "It's true. My mother holds a sword in her chest. She has held the sword for 700 years. There is really a kind of endurance on the sword." This directly verified the inner guess of the alchemist Liu Feng. "It smells so good. No, it's a good sword. My mother's sword is really a good and fragrant sword." Liu Feng turned his handsome and free-spirited face to the side, smiled wickedly at his mother and said. Pei Zhanxian, the stunning busty beauty among the swordsmen, blushed. "Don't mention how tempting it is. My benefactor, can you let me smell it?" At the side spoke curiously. She also wanted to smell the sword in her master's chest. "See what this mysterious smell is." Liu Feng stroked Yin Ling's head with his big hand and said with a smile, "Then you should ask your master if he agrees." Hearing the voice, Yin Ling raised her pitiful face and looked at her master. When Pei Zhanxian saw her younger brother Yinling had such an idea, her face immediately turned cold. She stared at her younger brother coldly and said in a cold voice, "Yinling, are you itching for trouble?" Except for her own husband, she could take the sword from her hand, play with it, smell it, and admire it. All others are not allowed. The sword of the beautiful female swordsman is her life. Seeing this, Yinling shrank her neck in fear, and immediately bowed her head to admit her mistake and said, "Master, I was wrong." At the same time, Yinling secretly complained in her heart, "Master really forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. Before I had a husband, I was very kind to him. Now that I have a husband, I have begun to forget about my apprentice." Snort. That's all. Liu Feng rode on the 9-dragon immortal chariot and rushed back to Yaoshan Valley with his wife. As the master of Yaoshan Valley, he had not been back for some time. Most of the time, I stroll outside. If so, it's time to go back and take a look. At the same time, Dao Empire. In a remote town. In the town, there was a family named Lin. Of luck, comes from this family. It also rose from then on. Lin family. In the lobby. A beautiful woman, with a plump and mature figure, wearing a light red long skirt, looks very charming. She stood gracefully in the center of the lobby, like a blooming flower, exuding unique charm. Especially the plump breasts, full and bursting, tall and round, giving a visual feeling of about to burst the clothes. Moreover, it was like a ripe fruit, making me want to take a bite. Try it. Look at her slender waist, which can be held in one hand, with smooth and natural lines, which contrast sharply with the plump buttocks, highlighting the charm of a mature woman. Finally, her round, snow-white, flawless legs, slender and straight, like a white jade sculpture, made people's heart beat fast. Such perfect body proportions make her whole body full of charming charm. She is the current head of the Lin family, that is, the head of the Lin family. The Lin family, from top to bottom, habitually call her Aunt Lin. And she is Lin Zon's Aunt of Destiny. Lin Zon had been without parental care since childhood, and relied entirely on his aunt to raise him with great difficulty. In Lin Zon's heart, his aunt is not just his aunt. Or his mother. Never married and remained chaste throughout her life, raised and cared for Lin Zon as her own son. But at this moment, an extremely bad news reached Aunt Lin's ears. Chief, something terrible has happened. On his way to the Wuzong's secret realm for training, Lin Zon offended the master of Yaoshan Valley. Moreover, he provoked an offense in public. He has offended the valley master Liu Feng, so tie him up. Now, Lin Zon is being held captive by valley master Liu Feng. An elder who got the news rushed to the hall immediately, knelt on one knee, and reported the matter in a serious manner. Lin Zon, as the Lin family. He provoked and offended the master of Yaoshan Valley. Now, their Lin family will be affected. After all, Yaoshan Valley is the most ancient force in the empire. This is known to everyone, young and old. The small Lin family is like a mayfly seeing a green spider in front of the medicine god valley. Hear the news. Lin, the busty beauty who had always loved Lin Zon, suddenly collapsed on the seat. As Lin Zon's elder, Aunt Lin's face was filled with panic and solemnity. Lin Zon provoked and offended the master of Yaoshan Valley and was imprisoned. If Lin Zon was not rescued, he would be doomed. As an elder, Aunt Lin, she naturally couldn't just watch Lin Zon get into an accident. She decided to go to Yaoshan Valley, the most ancient force in the empire, alone. Not for farewell. Just to save. Lin Zon grew up with his own eyes. As Lin Zon's elder, he must not give up on Lin Zon. Lin Zon, he is my nephew. It's the Lin family. I must save him. Aunt Lin looked around at the elders in the hall and spoke with determination. Then, she took away all the Lin family's property. Go to Yaoshan Valley alone to meet the valley master Liu Feng and have a good talk with him. The Great Wu Empire. Medicine God Valley. As we all know. In this empire, it is the oldest, most time-honored, and most powerful sect. It is a huge monster in the empire, and almost no one dares to provoke it. It's because of the reputation of Yaoshan Valley, which resounds throughout the empire and beyond. Awesome to all. As the master of Yaoshan Valley, Liu Feng, the pharmacist sent by Yaoshan Valley, returned on the 9-dragon immortal chariot. From the moment he just landed, a cold and angry voice of the beautiful master came from a long distance away. Traitor, come see me quickly. The beautiful master's voice resounded in Liu Feng's mind. Hearing this, Liu Feng frowned, looking quite unhappy. My own master always asks me to do things for him and calls me a good disciple. But now it's different. After I helped her get the job done, she started calling herself a traitor. This way, master, when the time is right one day, just rush for her. My dear, please wait in this valley first. Your husband will come back soon. Liu Feng said to his Taoist female swordsman partner beside him. Then he disappeared on the spot. Inside a hall that exudes a strong medicinal aroma. As Liu Feng's beautiful master and the stunningly beautiful female owner of Yaoshan Valley, she was waiting for her apprentice with a little anger in her heart. Whoosh! Liu Feng rushed over with a whoosh, without any suspense. He waved his folding fan gently, feeling quite surprised. Liu Feng discovered. The mist that surrounded his beautiful master today had actually disappeared. This allows him to take in the entire stunning appearance of his beautiful master. This was the first time Liu Feng saw the beautiful master's stunning appearance. Just see. On the high platform of the main hall. Most beautiful and stunning master in the world, dressed in a gorgeous and luxurious palace dress that was full of fairy light. Her chest, she placed a pair of very large mines. Like a water balloon filled with water. This is outrageous. So scary. Too much. Plump and seductive breasts attracted Liu Feng's attention. When Liu Feng, the minesweeper master, saw it for the first time, he couldn't help but say inwardly, "My God, what a big mine." Otherwise, his beautiful master's palace dress was made of precious materials. Liu Feng felt that with his beautiful master's powerful ability, he could burst and tear the clothes. This is no exaggeration. At the same time, the beautiful teacher also has a plump waist and long legs. And the coldness that has always been hanging on her beautiful face. The temperament can be described as cold and beautiful. Beautiful yet elegant. It's on you. She also learned from her beautiful master Liu Feng, who taught her alchemy skills. In the past, the beautiful master was surrounded by fog, so that her appearance could not be seen. And now, Liu Feng saw the beautiful master, who had a stunning beauty and could tear clothes. To be honest, Liu Feng is excited now. Master, she is so beautiful. Master is so great. His beautiful master was several years older than Liu Feng. It's hard for Liu Feng not to be moved by such a beautiful master. Main hall. On the high platform. Her stunning looks and proud breasts today immediately became cold and angry. "You traitor." She glared at Liu Feng with her beautiful cold eyes. Hearing this, Liu Feng spread his hands with a puzzled look on his face, and asked in confusion, "Master, are you having your period? Is it time for menopause? Why do you get angry all the time?" The icy beauty, the female master, glared at Liu Feng fiercely and said, "Traitor, this is all because of you." Liu Feng raised his handsome eyebrows and said, "Master, what you said is too heartless, isn't it? You asked me to take care of Qingzushan who came here to train, and I will do as you say. What did I do to make Master angry? Hear this." The cold and beautiful female master said coldly, "How dare you say that? Master asked you to help take care of Qingzu. In the end, you are so good. I almost didn't take care of her and she got pregnant." At the end of her words, the female master clenched her jade hands and looked directly at her disciple Liu Feng with her cold and beautiful eyes. At first, he was particularly worried about Qingzu, so he went to the small town and asked his apprentice Liu Feng to help take care of him. But this is what happened. Alas, Master, you don't know. In fact, the apprentice is also a victim. This matter is all due to that frivolous beautiful woman in the secret realm. If it weren't for her, that wouldn't have happened. Liu Feng sighed and said that he was very innocent. When the stunning and cold female master heard this, a trace of cold murderous intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. She said, "That shameless, slutty bitch. I won't be at peace even if I die. The next time I see her, I will kill her." Liu Feng heard this, he raised his bright eyes curiously, and asked his beautiful master, "Master, do you know that frivolous beautiful woman in the secret realm?" The tone of my beautiful master. Liu Feng vaguely felt that they seemed to know each other. "She is my senior sister. But not now," the cold and beautiful female master said coldly. "What? She is her own master and senior sister?" Heard this explosive news, he couldn't help but take a step back in surprise. "Isn't that right? In terms of seniority, she is her own senior aunt. And I, in the secret realm, asked her to show her sincerity and put her hair up. Oh my God, think of this. Liu Feng didn't expect that the frivolous beautiful woman had such a powerful background. When he thought of the frivolous beautiful woman who was older than him and his master, a hint of excitement emerged in Liu's deep and bright eyes. So exciting. It's so exciting. Qingzu grew up with my own eyes. I am also the only disciple of my teacher's good sister. Now that you have done something like this, how can I face Master Qingzu? The beautiful and cold master rubbed her temples with her white jade fingers. She was quite distressed and worried. Said calmly, "It's very simple. I have become a Taoist couple with Qingzushan. Master, is there anything else you are not comfortable with?" When the beautiful master saw that Liu Feng and Qingzu had become a Taoist couple, she said coldly and viciously, "You are so lucky. Wherever you go, you will have a Taoist partner." Liu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Afterwards, the anger came quickly and disappeared quickly. The cold and beautiful female master rubbed her jade feet. When Liu Feng saw this, he immediately discovered that his beautiful master seemed to have an injured ankle. "Master, what happened to your feet?" Liu Feng asked. "I sprained my ankle because I was mad at you." The beautiful master rolled her eyes at Liu Feng and said, "My disciple is guilty. My disciple deserves death. I, the disciple, come here to rub master's feet. I am filial to master." After saying that, Liu Feng stepped forward, grabbed the cold and beautiful master's jade feet with both hands, and kneaded them gently. "Hey, man, when I was hiding my beauty before, this traitor was very rebellious. I said one thing, and he contradicted me 10 times. Today, I showed off my beauty a little bit, and he flattered me and came to rub my feet to show his filial piety." Sure enough, the degree of a disciple's filial piety depends entirely on how beautiful the master is. Seeing the traitor Liu Feng massaging her jade feet, the beautiful master looked down at Liu Feng from above, her delicate cheek resting on her jade hands, her narrow and beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, and she said coldly in her heart, "This traitor, I have never been so filial to myself before." After massaging the feet of his beautiful and cold master, Liu Feng left with great satisfaction. Master's jade feet are so soft. If master had revealed her appearance earlier, I wouldn't have to confront her every day. In the future, I will be more filial to my master. Liu Feng was speaking. He looked at his own big hands. He had just finished massaging the jade feet of his beautiful master, so he decided not to wash his hands for the time being. A subordinate hiding in the dark reported in secret, "Master, Lin Zan is imprisoned in the prison in the valley. Everything is going according to your instructions, master." Hearing this, Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Imprison him. I still have some advantages in keeping Lin Zan." Conversation room. Liu Feng came to his residence in Yaoshan Valley. The place where Nawad lives is a floating fairy island. And plump breasts that could have burst her clothes long ago, was washing her feet carefully beside a waterfall. Actually, the beautiful female swordsman's jade feet are not dirty. So clean. However, Pei Jianxian has a very strong habit of cleanliness. She takes a bath every day and makes sure her whole body is clean. At this time, the alchemist Liu Feng, who had just returned, was watching this scene. "Especially, my wife's beautiful and breathtaking jade feet." Liu Feng was salivating at the sight. "My lady, your feet are so beautiful." Liu Feng praised without hesitation. "Husband, what do you want to do today?" Pei Jianxian asked with a blush on her beautiful face. She and her partner Liu Feng are no longer close. Now that the two of them are together, it is natural that they want to. "Ma'am, please do me a favor." Liu Feng looked at his partner, the female sword fairy's jade feet, and said honestly. At the same time, after many twists and turns, Aunt Lin of the Lin family, who had traveled tirelessly on the journey, finally arrived at Yaoshan Valley. She was breathing rapidly and her chest heaving violently. She had not suffered any hardship on the way here. Never stopped to rest. Xiao Lin is imprisoned in Yaoshan Valley. As an elder, I have the obligation to save you. Aunt Lin wiped the sweat off her cheeks, and raised her beautiful eyes to look towards the towering gate of Yaoshan Valley. In front of the gate of Yaoshan Valley, the powerful disciples of the gate were guarding the place vigilantly. All living beings that come to the Medicine God Valley cannot escape the attention of the guarding disciples. Swish. At this time, a disciple who was guarding the mountain gate came to Aunt Lin with a swishing sound. "Who are you? What are you doing at the gate of Yaoshan Valley?" The diligent disciple who was on guard began to interrogate him. "Hello, I am the patriarch of the Lin family. I came to Yaoshan Valley to talk to the Valley Master Liu Feng. I hope you can help pass this message on." Aunt Lin spoke in a gentle voice. "Wait here, don't move." After hearing this, the disciple guarding the mountain gate simply warned Aunt Lin and went to report to the Valley Master Liu Feng. Aunt Lin stood there gracefully, waiting for news. Yaoshan Valley. After finishing his work, Liu Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. "The jade feet that my partner had worked so hard to clean were dirty again by me." This Liu Feng felt quite guilty. "I'm so sorry. Report to the Valley Master." Outside the mountain gate, there came a beautiful woman who claimed to be the head of the Lin family and wanted to talk to you, Master. Outside the fairy island, the disciples guarding the mountain gate did not dare to enter the island and could only communicate with Liu Feng through voice transmission. Hear the sound. The corners of Liu Feng's mouth slightly raised, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "You will know it. This kid, Lin Zan, the son of luck, has been imprisoned by me, and someone will definitely come to rescue him." After all, Lin Zan is a son of destiny, carrying the mission of heaven. He is surrounded by female confidants and has no shortage of women. As a villain alchemist in a cool novel, it would be unacceptable if I didn't oppress and exploit Lin Zan. I didn't think so. How could Lin Zan's girlfriend come so quickly? At this point, this is far beyond my expectations. Liu Feng let out a standard villain's weird laugh. I think you need to wait for some time. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Lin Zan's beauty came over. If I don't do this, it would be totally inconsistent with my style as a villain alchemist. Let her in. Liu Feng thought about it and sent a message through the air to the disciple who came to report the news. Yes, master. The disciple responded. Liu Feng looked at his partner, whose feet he had soiled by the waterfall, and said to her apologetically, "My dear, I'm sorry." Pei Zhanxian said indifferently, "It's okay, I'll just wash it clean." Liu Feng smiled with relief. To have a sensible, considerate and beautiful female swordsman as a partner. And then later, Nawad disappeared on the spot, waited for Liu Feng to leave. The female disciple Yinling walked to the waterfall. She saw her master was still washing his feet. She couldn't help but said in confusion, "Master, didn't you just wash your feet? Why are you washing now?" Pei Zhanxian's flushed face flashed with panic. She coughed a few times with a voice as clear as a spring and said, "Cough cough cough. The master didn't wash it clean just now. Wash again." The female disciple Yin Ling nodded as if she understood something and said, "So that's how it is." Actually. The silver bell snorted softly and said, "Master, you are not a disciple, are you a 3-year-old child? You can't fool my disciples with those lies. Master, you were so busy just now." Snort. In the valley. In the room where Valley Master Liu Feng came specially to receive people. Aunt Lin was wearing a light pink long dress, which perfectly set off her plump, attractive and graceful body. Especially, her breasts were mature and full, as if they were about to burst through the restraints of clothes and were about to burst. Not to mention how attractive, plump and beautiful she is. She exudes the charm of a mature woman. Only, at this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. After all, she is just the head of a small Lin family in a tiny place. She had never seen such a fairyland-like scene like the Medicine God Valley before. It dazzled and dazzled her. There were all kinds of floating fairy islands, towering sacred trees, rare and exotic animals in the valley, and other such prosperous scenes that she could not describe enough. Aunt Lin was so shocked that it was like a mortal stepping into the fairyland. At the same time, she was particularly uneasy. Who else could Zhaolin pick on? How could he provoke the valley master of Yaoshan Valley? This gave her a real headache. No matter what, as Zhaolin's elder, I will do my best to rescue Zhaolin. Aunt Lin said with a secret decision. At this time, the villain alchemist Liu Feng arrived late. Are you Lin Zan's elder? Of the Keiwo faction appeared calmly and asked with a faint smile. Inquiry room. He fixed his gaze unreservedly on Aunt Lin's delicate body. Especially, as a minesweeper master, Liu Feng immediately took in the latter's large breasts that were about to burst out at first sight. It would be hard not to attract Liu Feng's attention with such a deadly weapon. Mature figure. A plump body. Alluring temperament. This woman exudes the charm of a beautiful woman from head to toe. Yes, young Valley Master, I am the elder of the Lin family. Aunt Lin said. She had heard that the young master of Medicine God Valley was handsome and of extraordinary bearing. When she saw him in person one day, she found that he was indeed as handsome as his reputation had said. It's really handsome. It's just that, why are those eyes of mine always staring at me? This was quite embarrassing for Aunt Lin to see. This was the first time in her life that she was stared at by a man for such a long time. As for Liu Feng, while watching, he conducted a detailed and systematic examination of Aunt Lin. Name: Lin Jing. Age: 220. Realm of cultivation: Great Martial Master Realm. Status: Head of the Lin family. Attributes and fate: the son of luck, the beauty who understands you. Presenior: Elder Lin Zan. Physical condition: intact, pure and innocent. Personal experience: in order to develop the Lin family and take care of Lin Zan, she has remained unmarried until now. Moreover, although Lin Jing is Lin Zan's elder, she has no blood relationship with Lin Zan. After Lin Zan ascended to the throne and reached the peak of his powers, Aunt Lin Jing was taken into his harem. After reading it, Liu Feng didn't feel surprised at all. Aunt Lin Jing was taken into the harem by Lin Zan. Lin Zan, your Aunt Lin Jing, I accept this with pleasure. Liu Feng smiled wickedly in his heart and said secretly. This Aunt Lin, who had already left Yaoshan Valley, appeared in front of him. That is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Of course I won't let it go. Moreover, Aunt Lin Jing was 200 years older than herself in age. This is Liu Feng, I love him so much. Women are like fine wine, the older they get, the more fragrant they become. Aunt Lin Jing, I think you know everything about Lin Zan, right? Liu Feng asked slowly at this moment. Mr. Liu, I already know about Shaolin's offense against you. I came here this time to apologize to Master Liu on behalf of Lin Zan. Aunt Lin said. Oh, then Aunt Lin Jing, how do you plan to apologize to me? Liu Feng asked with an interested smile. While chatting and laughing. Noad's gaze has always been fixed on Aunt Lin's plump and mature body. Aunt Lin hurriedly took out a storage ring from the ravine between her chest. She came this time to apologize to Mr. Liu, and she stored all the belongings of the Lin family in the storage ring. Seeing this, Liu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. I never thought about it. Can you hide things like this? Hidden in the ravines of my heart. Aunt Lin really opened Liu Feng's eyes. Aunt Lin took the initiative to hand the storage ring in her hand to Liu Feng, and she said sincerely, Mr. Liu, Shaolin offended you. As your elder, I would like to apologize to you on your behalf. Inside this storage ring is all the belongings of my Lin family over the years. Altogether, there are 2 million souls. Let me talk about the end. Aunt Lin gritted her teeth in pain. The Lin family has worked hard for so many years to get 2 million spiritual dollars. And now, in order to save Lin Zan, everything will be completely gone. Seeing Aunt Lin coming with 2 million in cash to redeem Lin Zan, Liu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Ling. In the eyes of this alchemist, this thing is no different from excrement. Liu Feng said. Alchemist is the richest and most lucrative profession on the continent. Spirits are naked shit. Hearing this, Aunt Lin's delicate body froze in place. She didn't think. Alchemist Liu Feng didn't even take a look at all the Lin family's assets over the years. And he keeps calling me Feng. So now, how to rescue Shaolin? This made Aunt Lin feel extremely depressed. Aunt Lin Jing, I want to ask you, do you really want to rescue that kid Lin Zan? Liu Feng asked at this moment. Think. Aunt Lin responded without hesitation. Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said with a sly smile, actually, it's very simple to save Lin Zan. Auntie Lin, all you need to do is exchange it for something rare. When Aunt Lin heard what Liu Feng said about these rare things, her delicate and beautiful eyebrows slightly raised. She had no idea what the rare thing Liu Feng was talking about was. Mr. Liu, what exactly is this rare thing you are talking about? Can you specify? Aunt Lin raised her eyes in confusion and asked Liu Fengyan. Liu Feng said, Aunt Lin, you are a rare thing in my eyes. You just need to accompany me for one night and show your sincerity. I can forgive Lin Zan for what he did and let him go. Finally, Liu Feng took a step forward, lifted Aunt Lin's beautiful chin with his slender hand, and said to her, Aunt Lin, you don't want Lin Zan to get into trouble, right? Then I'll leave it to Aunt Lin. The same time. Medicine God Valley. Lin Zan, the son of destiny, was imprisoned by Liu Feng. I have lost my beloved Sister Diao's company and support. Now, all he can do is stay in jail. If Sister Diao were still here, how could this mere cage hold me back? Lin Zan clenched his fists and preached angrily. And Lin Zan was angry. A hurricane blew over the lush green leaves, which fell on Lin Zan's face one after another. Damn it. When people are in bad luck, even the supporting actors dare to take advantage of them. I am so pissed off. Lin Zan's sermon was quite aggressive. Without Sister Diao, and being imprisoned in this prison by Liu Feng's order, Lin Zan's inner anger exploded. Sister Diao, could it be that she really left me? After venting his anger, Lin Zan couldn't help but become worried again. I was really afraid that Sister Diao would leave me just as Liu Feng said. No, that guy Liu Feng must have made up a lie. Lin Zan shook his head, denying the thoughts in his heart. At the same time, the figure of his elder Aunt Lin emerged in Lin Zan's mind. Although Aunt Lin is a woman, but she is quite powerful. If she knew my situation, she would definitely use her connections to save me from this hellhole. Aunt Lin, maybe she has already come to Yaoshan Valley and is trying to save me. Lin Zan placed all his hopes of getting out on Aunt Lin. Indeed, you guessed it right. Aunt Lin is now trying to rescue Lin Zan. The incident. Aunt Lin blushed and said, Mr. Liu, please keep the things that happened between you two a secret. It's better not to let Xiaolin know. As Lin Zan's elder, Aunt Lin has always been sacred and respected in the eyes of Lin Zan, the son of destiny. So she wanted Liu Feng to keep it a secret. Don't worry, Aunt Lin. I am famous for keeping my mouth shut. Lin Zan will be kept in the dark forever. You are a Mongolian drummer. Liu Feng said with a faint smile. With the guarantee from the young master of Yaoshan Valley, Aunt Lin, who has big breasts, finally felt relieved. And then, woman, disappeared under Liu Feng's gaze. She has shown sincerity. She believed that Liu Feng would release Lin Zan. As expected of Lin Zan's elder, he is indeed very kind. Liu Feng said. Then, Liu Feng gave orders and released Lin Zan, the boy with luck who was imprisoned in the prison. The gate of the city. The released son of destiny, Lin Zan, looked up at the majestic Liu Feng, and asked, Liu Feng, where did you take Sister Dong Diao? On the door, Liu Feng fanned himself slightly, looking down at the son of luck with an impatient expression. I've already said it. Your sister Diao has given up on you. I think you are too rubbish and useless. She has abandoned you. Hearing this, Lin Zan shook his head frantically and said, no. It must be fake. Sister Diao is not that kind of person. Liu Feng drove them away coldly. Get lost. If you don't get out of here, I'll castrate you. Hearing this, Lin Zan had no choice but to suppress his anger and forcibly leave the gate. Began to have doubts in his heart. However, Liu Feng, the alchemist of the Keiwo school, could see at a glance that Lin Zan's destiny and luck had declined significantly. The decline was quite severe. This meant that Fairy Qingzu, Sister Diao, and Aunt Lin were intercepted by him, which had serious consequences for Lin Zan. By the way, I haven't visited Sister Diao in the Undying World for a long time. Go see her first, Liu Feng said in his heart. Then, as the master of the immortal world, he entered this world. Immortal heaven and earth. This world opened up by the great emperor. Sister Diao initially looked for a way to leave. No matter how hard she tried to find it, she couldn't find it. Then she thought about leaving here by bombing. But the result was that this was the world created by the great emperor, and Sister Diao couldn't even blast open a tiny crack in the earth. I am so angry. What kind of world is this? Why is it so hard? Sister Diao, whose breasts were so big that they were about to burst her clothes, stomped her feet in anger. She looked up to the sky helplessly and broke her defenses. She, as a person who has lived for 2 years, I thought I had a calm mind and stable emotions. But now, the defense is broken on the spot. Liu Feng. You bad guy. You lied to my sister. Sister hates you so much. Sister, I really want to eat you alive and eat up all your descendants. Sister Diao, who was trapped here, stomped her feet on the spot in anger. On her chest was like a torn cloth, and it was shaking with anger. Must know. Is 2 years older, has very big breasts. However, no one is as talented as Pei Zhanxian, a peerless beauty. Why are you so angry? Sister Diao, you are a girl. She is reserved and ladylike. Liu Feng appeared here, waving a folding fan, and walked over while smiling. He discovered, since the last time, Sister Diao, whose innocent body was taken by me, seemed to have become more mature, plump and attractive in recent days. Very charming. At the same time, Liu Feng, the minesweeper master, stared in front of Sister Diao. Those eyes were like water balloons filled with water, plump and trembling, as if they were torn out of clothes. Especially, her pair of furry ears add a unique beauty. This woman, she is so beautiful that she can overwhelm the whole country, bring disaster to the country and its people, and make fish sink to the depths and geese fall to the ground. A pity to have such a stunning beauty following Lin Zan. So, Liu Feng, a pharmacist from the school who knew how to appreciate beauties, trapped her in the immortal world and asked her to stay by his side. So that you can enjoy it anytime and anywhere. What the hell is reserved? Sister is almost driven crazy by you. How come the world you created is so hard? Sister, I've been bombarding for most of the day, but not even a crack has appeared. Sister Diao was so angry that she'd put her hands on her waist and stared at the alchemist Liu Feng, who was holding a fan in one hand not far away with her beautiful and unusually charming eyes, asking questions. Hearing this, Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and couldn't help laughing. I advise you to save your anger. Forget about bombing. Even if you blow yourself up, you can't create a crack. This world was specially created by a great emperor for himself during his lifetime. This is a world that belongs to the emperor-level strongman. You want to blast it open. Escape from here. It's just a dream, a fantasy. Liu Feng said. This immortal world has a great origin. He is truly the son of destiny of the great emperor's rebirth school, and has a special golden finger. But, now it falls into Liu Feng's hands. Then I will be officially used by Liu Feng, the pharmacist of the KKWO faction, he. Hearing this, Sister Diao, with her slender and graceful body, suddenly froze in place. She didn't expect it. This seemingly ordinary world that Liu Feng used to imprison himself actually has such a great origin. It was specially opened up by a great and powerful emperor. No wonder, not even a crack could be blasted open before. Liu Feng, you have such a cruel heart. You actually used this world created by the great emperor to imprison my sister. I was so stupid to think that you, Liu Feng, were a good person. Sister, you are really blind. Sister Diao looked at Liu Feng coldly with her beautiful and charming eyes. Liu Feng spread his hands innocently and said, Sister Diao, you misunderstood me. I can't bear to see you follow that poor boy Lin Zan and go out to gain experience, so I trapped you here under the guise of imprisonment. You don't have to follow Lin Zan and suffer. Staying here will be good for your cultivation and everything else. Seeing Liu Feng mention Lin Zan, Sister Diao immediately asked with concern in her beautiful eyes, Lin Zan, how is he now? Liu Feng said, I have already released that boy for Sister Diao's sake. If it weren't for Sister Diao's kindness, I would have originally planned to imprison him until he died. But considering your reputation, Sister Diao, I will let him go. Hearing this, Sister Diao, who originally had some resentment towards Liu Feng, suddenly began to feel some goodwill towards him. This Liu Feng is not as bad as I imagined. It's quite good. Liu Feng, Lin Zan is my apprentice and younger brother. I hope you can stop making things difficult for him for my sake. Sister Diao spoke at this moment. Yes, I will not give face to anyone else in the world, but I will give this face to Sister Diao. Liu Feng waved his folding fan and asked with a faint smile, Sister Diao, you can see that I have been very kind to you. Don't you have any thoughts of repaying me? Sister Diao understood Liu Feng's meaning with her charming and enchanting eyes. She tied her hair up consciously. Really, Sister Diao, who is 2 years older than Liu Feng, is sensible. I had heatstroke today, feeling dizzy and vomiting, and feeling very uncomfortable. Thank you to all the godfathers who gave rewards and supported the love power generation. I am very grateful. At the same time, Dao Empire, the mountain range of 10,000 beasts. In order to dominate the world and rule over all kinds of monsters, the demoness queen returned to the mountains to deal with the affairs inside the mountains, which was only part of it. There was one more thing that was specially assigned to her by her Taoist partner Liu Feng. Liu Feng knew that the son of destiny of the emperor's rebirth school would appear sooner or later. So, Liu Feng asked his Taoist partner, the female demon king, to help look after the cave where the immortal world was originally hidden. Taek at this moment, most beautiful demon queen among demons was lying comfortably on the jade couch. Then I had seen her before. Breasts were originally big, plump and mature, and now they were even bigger and more dynamic, giving the visual feeling that her clothes might be torn at any time and anywhere. Not only that, her waist is as slender as a water snake, beautiful and seductive. A pair of snow-white legs, displayed in the air, is extremely beautiful. Her delicate body exudes a strong aura of a demon king. Some people who are not very practical would be scared to death when they see her for the first time. A pair of beautiful, narrow and enchanting eyes, slightly closed. Although the demoness queen was resting with her eyes closed, every move of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was under her surveillance and control. Next second, the demoness queen, who had her beautiful eyes slightly closed, suddenly opened them. Master asked me to monitor has finally arrived. Mr. KKWyle is truly a master of predictions. I was given the information as expected. The enchanting and beautiful eyes of the demoness queen, she couldn't help but admire her own lord, and she murmured to herself. Immediately, her beautiful body disappeared on the jade couch. Taek in the mountains, in front of a strange cave. This cave was where the immortal world was hidden before. Right now, a man in simple clothes walked here. My name is Yi Fan, and I'm only 8. Although she is a teenager, she is not very old. But in his eyes, there was a strong sense of vicissitudes of life. It's like living a million years. Give it an extraordinary and weathered temperament. Reincarnate and rebuild your second life. This life. I will definitely reach the peak and kill all the enemies in my previous life. Yi Fan said. Then, Nawad looked towards the cave in front. According to the memory of a million years ago, the immortal world that was opened up was stored in the hidden cave in front of him. So that I can prepare for my second life. Now, this is my second reincarnation, and it's time to look for this created immortal world to help me cultivate. But Yi Fan found that he had arrived in front of the cave, but did not sense any fluctuations of the breath of the immortal world. Why can't I feel it? Could it be that it was taken away by Gu in advance? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's something I left for myself. How can ordinary people find it? It must be because the time has passed too long, millions of years have passed, so it's hard to sense it. Yi Fan said secretly in his heart. Although he had a bad feeling in his heart, he was still unwilling to believe it. Immediately following, Yi Fan came into the cave and began an extensive search. However, no matter how hard I search, I can never find my own immortal world. Afterwards, Yi Fan, who was unwilling to give up, searched in the cave for most of the day. But still no trace of it was found. Until this moment, Yi Fan just had to accept the cruel fact that the eternal world was taken away by the devil. Ah, that immortal world is what I specially left for myself to rebuild in my next life. Who is that? You took away my immortal world. Ah, Yi Fan, the emperor who was reincarnated for the second time, shouted to the sky in despair. Nawad, as a great emperor in his previous life, he had long anticipated that he would encounter disaster and would perish as an emperor. Therefore, Nawad specially prepared for his second life an immortal world that accelerated his chain repair and contained natural treasures. In the immortal world, one can speed up the chain repair process, and even be able to resurrect from the dead, achieving immortality. The immortal world opened up by Nawad is an absolute imperial treasure of heaven and earth. Kakeb is the big killer that Nawad has high hopes for. But now, the eternal world is gone, and Yi Fan's mentality collapsed on the spot. Without the emperor's treasure, how can I rebuild this second life? Ah, Yi Fan was so upset that he almost cried on the spot. The immortal world that I worked so hard to prepare for myself ended up becoming someone else's wedding dress. What the hell? Who can stand it? Niules at this time noticed the fluctuations in Yi Fan's aura and rushed over immediately. Bug, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The demoness queen looked down at Yi Fan from above. Although Yi Fan in front of him is the reincarnation of the emperor, his identity and background in his previous life were extremely prominent. But now, the strength is only the first level of the great martial master realm. In the eyes of the demoness queen, they are no different from ants. To kill Nawad, just a touch of pressure is enough. However, my lord still has some use for this. The demoness queen will not kill Nawad Nulsd for the time being. It's like a tiger in trouble being bullied by a dog. I'm a great emperor, but I'm called an ant by you. What a shame. Yi Fan clenched his fists unwillingly and said secretly in his heart. At the same time, Yi Fan reacted instantly. The demoness queen said she was waiting for him. Could it be that she already knew that he would come to look for the immortal world? So, his immortal world was taken away by a demon. Was it related to her? Yi Fan, who had come to his senses, angrily asked, "Did you take away the immortal world in this cave?" The demoness queen glanced at him domineeringly and coldly, and said, "Your immortal world is in the hands of my lord. That's a nice treasure. My son is very satisfied with it." Listen to this. Yi Fan was so angry that he stomped his feet on the spot. The immortal world that he had worked so hard to create was actually taken away and used by someone else. Damn it. Your KK Jun really deserves to die. Yi Fan was so angry that he cursed loudly. Not afraid of the demoness queen in front of him at all. When the demoness queen heard this, she burst out with a powerful pressure and suddenly crushed Yi Fan below. Puff. This pressure caused Yi Fan to spit out blood and lie on the ground in a miserable state. I have fallen to this level now. I can't even withstand the pressure from a woman. This emperor, I am like a tiger in troubled water being bullied by a dog. Being bullied by a dog. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said inwardly with hatred. In the past, Nawad was a great emperor, and he had such a glorious life. How miserable Nawad and Niules are now. My lord, I will wait for you here. Now, it's time for me to hand you over to my master. The demoness queen glanced at Yi Fan coldly and said. Afterwards, she took Yi Fan, who had lost the ability to resist, and rushed to Yaoshan Valley. Hand over Yi Fan, the reincarnation of the great emperor, to his own king. Medicine God Valley. Took the demoness queen of the martial emperor realm a few hours to rush from the myriad beasts mountains to the Medicine God Valley where Liu Feng was. As for Yi Fan, the son of luck, she even captured him and gave him to her husband Liu Feng. Just think of it as a small gift for your husband. When the Banshee King appeared in the void of Yaoshan Valley, the beautiful female swordsman, who knew her and had fought with her before, rushed to the void as soon as possible. You're here, Pei Zhanxian said. The demoness queen nodded slightly without denying it. She glanced around the Medicine God Valley with her beautiful eyes that were full of charm and beauty, but did not find any trace of Liu Feng. She could not help but ask Pei Zhanxian. Where is my husband? I brought him a small gift this time. The demoness queen inquired. Pei Zhanxian raised her eyes filled with sword energy and responded, my husband is busy at the moment. You can wait for him for a moment. After saying that, Pei Zhanxian looked at Yi Fan, the young man captured by the demoness queen. Her beautiful eyes rested on Yi Fan's body and she asked curiously, this is the little gift you brought for your husband. At this moment, Yi Fan, the reincarnation of the great emperor, was like a cicada pupa, and was tied up tightly by the Banshee Queen's men. He could not struggle or resist at all. And Yi Fan, with a pair of tough and weathered eyes, glared at the demoness queen with extreme anger. He had never been tied up and humiliated like this by a woman. This is Yi Fan, and he feels that he has suffered a great insult. The most beautiful female demon queen glanced at Yi Fan coldly and replied, that's right. This guy is the gift that the king brought to my husband. My husband has been waiting for him for a long time. The king brought him here to help me, saving me a lot of effort. Pei Zhanxian looked at the female demon king and said, you really care about your husband. It is my blessing to have you. Just as the two women were talking, Yi Fan, who was tied up, roared angrily, a tiger in troubled times is bullied by a dog. When I reach the top, I will make you pay the price. Slapped Yi Fan's face fiercely from a distance, and warned him coldly, be quiet. You dare to be impatient again. Kill him with one sword. After saying this, Pei Zhanxian released his cold and sharp sword energy. This frightened Yi Fan so much that he suppressed his anger and dared not say anything else. Come with me. It won't take long for my husband to show up. Pei Zhanxian held the sword in his chest and spoke to the demoness queen beside him. Then, Pei Zhanxian brought the demoness queen to the fairy island where her husband lived. She is quietly waiting here for her husband Liu Feng. At the same time, this immortal land opened up by the great emperor himself. Liu Feng was leisurely waving his folding fan, looking at the big-breasted Sister Diao with a smile on his face. At this moment, Sister Diao was beside a stream in the land of eternal life, carefully washing her 3,000 strands of black hair. Liu Feng, who was careless just now, accidentally soiled Sister Diao's 3,000 black hair. Liu Feng felt embarrassed to stay any longer. I didn't want to continue disturbing Sister Diao who was washing her hair. He soon disappeared from the land of immortality. Left the immortal land, immediately sensed the fluctuations in the breath of the Banshee King in the Medicine God Valley. It seems that the master has asked me to do something. Yes, it's been done. Liu Feng preached with a smile on his face. Long before, he had arranged and entrusted the demoness queen who returned to the mountain range of 10,000 beasts to keep an eye out for the cave where the immortal land was hidden. At that time, someone will go. Nowadays, the demoness queen came to Yaoshan Valley, and it seemed that she had done what she had been asked to do. Liu Feng, who understood this, immediately arrived at the floating fairy island where he lived. Swoosh! Liu Feng hurried back with a whoosh. The first moment he came back, Liu Feng noticed his wife, the demon queen. At this moment, the weapon in front of her became even more turbulent and full, as if it was bursting through her clothes. It is really eye-catching and makes people reluctant to look away. Liu Feng, the minesweeper master, was naturally deeply attracted by this scene. Don't look at it. If you really want to see it, I'll take it off tonight and show it to you. The witch queen put her hands on her waist and rolled her eyes at her husband's words. Okay, lady, Liu Feng said with a chuckle. He and the demoness queen had been apart for some time, and now that they met again, it was absolutely impossible for him to say that he didn't miss her. Immediately following, the demoness queen pointed her jade-like fragrant fingers at Yi Fan, who was tied to the ground, and said, "This guy is the one you asked the queen to pay attention to. Now he has been captured and tied up by the king. As for how to deal with this kid, it's all up to you." That's it. The demoness queen waved her jade hand, and a powerful force sent the tightly bound Yi Fan to her husband Liu Feng in the air. Bang! Yi Fan fell heavily in front of Liu Feng. Liu Feng smiled faintly and waved his folding fan slightly. He slowly opened the system and took a detailed look at Yi Fan in front of him. Name: Yi Fan. Identity: reincarnation of the Great Emperor. Current age: 18 years old. With a golden finger, immortal land. The land was taken by the villain Liu Feng. Attributes and fate: the son of fortune of the Emperor's rebirth school. Luck in the body: luck of the Great Emperor. Personal experience: 1,000,000 years ago, he achieved the throne and reached the pinnacle, but due to assassination, he accidentally died with hatred, so he reincarnated and built a second life. After reading it, Liu Feng's face was full of smiles. This former great and powerful emperor was once very powerful and glorious. But now, if Yi Fan meets his own villain alchemist, then he won't have a good life. Don't even think about getting any good results. As a prisoner, Yi Fan felt it very clearly that the extremely powerful imperial weapon in the immortal land that he had painstakingly opened up in his previous life were actually in Liu Feng's body. Immortal earth fluctuated and emanated from Liu Feng's body. This shows, the immortal land that he could not find by himself was taken away by Liu Feng in front of him by himself. It's no wonder, I've been looking for so long but still can't find it. It turned out that the villain alchemist Liu Feng in front of him had gotten there first. In the previous life, the immortal land that I had painstakingly prepared was now being intercepted by someone. Made a wedding dress for him. This is Yi Fan, glaring at Liu Feng with gritted teeth. Angry. I have to say that the immortal land you created and refined yourself is quite useful. I like it so much. Thank you, my lord, for refining such a great weapon. Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and secretly transmitted a message to Yi Fan with a sly smile on his face. What? You actually know that I created the eternal world? Then I have no privacy in front of you, right? For a while. Yi Fan was shocked by the reincarnation of Emperor. I feel that the handsome alchemist Liu Feng in front of me is too extraordinary. Although he is young, the partners around him are more complicated than each other. Especially, these female companions all have one thing in common: they seem to be several years older than Liu Feng, or even thousands of years older. This is Yi Fan. He felt surprised and envious at the same time. In his previous life, as an emperor, he did not have so many busty beauties to accompany him. But Liu Feng has it. This is Yi Fan, it's hard not to be envious. At the same time, Yi Fan knew clearly in his heart that with his current physical condition and strength, he could not fight against the alchemist Liu Feng at all. The only way, I can only borrow my identity and background in this life. Thinking of this, Yi Fan raised his head and said in a strong voice, "Sir, the background of the sect behind me is not simple. I advise you to release me. Otherwise, when the sect behind me notices the power behind me, it will be bad for you." There was a strong sense of coercion in his words. The intention is very obvious: just let yourself go. Liu Feng was calm and composed, and sneered, "What? Then I will lock you up and see what happens." Winked at the dark corner beside him. In an instant, his subordinate Zhang Long showed up on the spot. Afterwards, Yi Fan was tied up and quickly imprisoned in the dungeon. Throughout the process, Yi Fan tried to resist, but he was unable to resist in front of Liu Feng, a powerful Wuzong master. That's all. Anyone who has good fortune will be imprisoned by Liu Feng. And at this time, the sky gradually became dark and gloomy. The night has begun to cover the sky and the earth. Liu Feng glanced at the night sky above his head and knew very clearly that it was time to get down to business. What are you talking about? The villain alchemist Liu Feng looked at the Banshee King in front of him with a smile, and said to her with a sly smile, "Madam, do you still remember what you said just now?" The demoness queen rolled her eyes at Liu Feng and said in a charming manner, "Remember. But wait until I put my hair up first." While talking, the demoness queen, whose chest was about to burst through her clothes, was very self-conscious and tied up her 3,000 long hair. His partner Liu Feng saw this. Nawadnal's heart beats so fast that he licks the corner of his mouth. My own wife is much younger than me, she is a full 1,000 years older than me. She is very sensible and caring. Liu Feng likes this so much. Pei Zhanxian, who was standing by, saw this and left tactfully. After all, the demoness queen and her husband had indeed not seen each other for some time. Now that we finally meet, it's natural for the relationship to develop. Next day, the Banshee king who was baptized by Liu Feng stayed in Yaoshan Valley. Liu Feng asked her to stay for a while longer and stay with Ji Yunei. Terms of age, the demoness queen, who is 1,000 years older than Liu Feng, dotes on her husband Liu Feng very much. I will not return to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for the time being, and will only accompany the former. This day, as Liu Feng's cold and beautiful master, she took the initiative to come to the fairy island. Came to the place where Liu Feng lived. The beautiful female master arrived. Liu Feng sensed it clearly. This fairy island is their own territory. Anyone who trespasses into their territory can be sensed clearly. Even a fly cannot escape Liu Feng's perception. Why is my cold and beautiful female master here? Could it be that your feet are itchy? Would you like me to massage her? If that's the case, I'd be disrespectful to refuse. Liu Feng's mind was full of random thoughts. Traitor. What are you thinking about? At this time, cold, beautiful, strong and beautiful master appeared in front of Liu Feng. She couldn't help but glared at her disciple Liu Feng fiercely. Nothing. Liu Feng laughed dryly and scratched his head. Then, Liu Feng looked at the cold and busty female master in front of him, and asked seriously, Master, what's the matter with you suddenly coming to my fairy island? Or, what can I do for you? Can I help you? That's it. Liu Feng lowered his head and looked at the bare feet of his beautiful and cold master. Ever since the last time he showed filial piety to his master and rubbed her feet, Liu Feng has found it difficult to forget the feel of his beautiful master's feet. The cold and beautiful female master's jade feet is so wonderful. As a disciple, I also want to show my filial piety to my beautiful master and rub her feet. The cold and beautiful female master asked Liu Feng, do you still remember? Last time, I told you about the former improper senior's sister in the secret realm. Hearing this, Liu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Nawad naturally Nolt, I remember it very clearly Nolt. After all, this frivolous beautiful woman had begged me to help her. As for herself, Kakeb let her show her sincerity and put her hair up. Liu Feng not only remembered the frivolous beautiful woman, but also knew her, Shen Qian, very well. Report to master. Disciple, remember. Of course I remember. Liu Feng responded. Seeing that Liu Feng still remembered her, the beautiful master cut to the chase and said with some concern, it seems that my teacher's unruly senior sister has come back to life again. And escaped from the secret realm. I suspect that there may be some demonic force that is secretly helping her. Hearing this, Liu Feng secretly thought in his heart that something was wrong. Improper beautiful woman was resurrected and able to escape from the secret realm was all due to her own help. I have done must not be known to the beautiful master. Otherwise, Liu Feng didn't dare to imagine how the beautiful master would punish him. What? She actually ran away. Liu Feng pretended to be surprised and shocked. As if he had no idea about this. She has been away from the secret realm for some time. I just went to a secret place and discovered this. I'm afraid her coming out this time will stir up another storm. It's really worrying. The cold and beautiful master said the last part, and she couldn't help but rub her forehead gently. My frivolous senior sister had already fallen into the evil path. I knew her character very well. Therefore, she didn't want the former to continue causing trouble. But things went against our wishes. Who loves to make trouble is born again. This time, my senior sister came out to cause trouble. Someone must have secretly helped her. The teacher asks you, did you encounter any suspected demonic people during your entry into the secret realm this time? With stunning breasts asked her disciple Liu Feng. In her opinion, her disciple Liu Feng must have noticed something when he entered the secret realm this time. Report to master. Disciple, this time when we entered the Wuzong's secret realm, we have been taking care of Fairy Qingzu and pointing the way for her. As for the other suspicious persons, I did not notice them. Liu Feng said seriously. Nawadnalp will not tell the truth to his own master Shang. In fact, the demon that his beautiful master guessed was himself. Since then, he has become a demon who helps the tiger. When the cold and beautiful female master saw that her disciple Liu Feng didn't know about it, she had no choice but to give up. My teacher's fallen and dishonest senior sister is bound to do evil when she is born this time. In the future, try not to have any contact with bad women like her. The beautiful master looked at her disciple Liu Feng beside her and gave a warning. Master, don't worry. My disciple Nielnalp is a chaste and self-disciplined gentleman. Of course I won't have anything to do with a bad woman like that. Liu Feng preached in a serious tone. Looked at her disciple Liu Feng with disdain on her jade face. How could Nielnalp say such shameless words? You have nothing to do with being a gentleman. The female master snorted coldly and said, Master, master. How can you insult someone's innocence for no reason? Liu Feng preached in a slightly stingy way. Unexpectedly. In the eyes of her cold and beautiful master, she actually likes such a person. Which upright gentleman has beautiful women around him and many Taoist companions? Xiao Feng, you are my disciple, so I advise you not to spend all your time on women. Instead, work harder to improve your alchemy skills. The beautiful master had to give a warning. Then, the beautiful master asked again, Master, let me ask you, what level of alchemy skills have you reached now? As the master, she couldn't help but feel concerned. So, just an 8th grade peak alchemist. Liu Feng opened the folding fan in his hand, waved it leisurely, and said, What, 8th rank alchemist? Are you trying to deceive me? Even though she was from Yaoshan Valley, she couldn't help but ask in surprise. Must know. An 8th grade alchemist of this level needs several years of alchemy experience and hard accumulation before he can reach it. Looking at the entire Dao Empire. The highest level of alchemist nowadays is only at the 5th level. An 8th grade alchemist had never been born in the Dao Empire. Therefore, upon hearing Liu Feng call himself an 8th grade alchemist, the cold and beautiful female master took a step back in surprise. Seeing his beautiful female master being so ignorant, Liu Feng smiled and said, Master, with my apprentice's talent in alchemy, isn't it easy to reach the 8th level? You don't really think that my disciple is lying to you, do you? The beautiful master asked again, Have you really reached the 8th grade alchemist? Liu Feng nodded slightly and said, Not bad. My disciple has reached the level of an 8th grade alchemist. To be exact, my disciple should have reached the 8th grade alchemist a long time ago. At this point, alchemist Liu Feng paused for a moment, then continued, Master, you don't know. In fact, my disciple has already reached the level of an 8th grade alchemist. My disciple has been an 8th grade alchemist for a long time. During this time, I have been trying to break through to the 8th grade alchemist and be promoted to the 1st grade alchemist. But the promotion to a grade 1 alchemist is very demanding and difficult, which has caused my disciple to remain at the grade 8 alchemist until now. I haven't reported anything about alchemy to my beautiful master since then. So, Liu Feng gave a brief report. Actually, Liu Feng, the pharmacist of the Keiwo school, sincerely felt that breaking through and being promoted to a JIC grade pharmacist was really not difficult at all. A Taoist partner with his own extremely beautiful and cold female master, then it would only take a few minutes for him to break through and become a top grade alchemist. Must know, the beautiful master in front of him was several years older than Liu Feng. As we all know, the older you are, the bigger your breasts become. Beautiful master, that is even greater than what can be described. Learn this. The female master didn't say a word on the spot. She grabbed her disciple Liu Feng's hand with her delicate hand and began to sense and explore it. What a vast and majestic, surging soul power. This soul power is so powerful and terrifying. Far beyond being a teacher. This kid actually achieved a breakthrough to become an 8th grade alchemist. Isn't this simply too monstrous? After all, Xiao Feng just turned 20. He's an 8th grade alchemist. Then your future attainments in alchemy are beyond estimation, right? The beautiful master was extremely shocked and tightly grasped Liu Feng's big hand, feeling very surprised. She lived for several years. I have never seen a genius in alchemy like my disciple Liu Feng. Just turned 20, an 8th grade alchemist. This were to be made known to others, no one in the entire Dao Empire would believe it. Just because it's so shocking. It is impossible to become an 8th grade alchemist without 5 or 6 years of rigorous practice. This is common knowledge. A plan emerged in Yao Shenggu's mind, which he was going to arrange for his apprentice Liu Feng. Just right. An alchemist competition was held within the empire. Sending Xiao Feng forward as a complete dimensionality reduction attack. The beautiful female master secretly thought in her heart and said, Hee hee. Master's hands are quite soft. Liu Feng, whose hand was grabbed by the beautiful master, smiled in his heart. Then, the former let go of Liu Feng's big hand. Liu Feng, you really gave this teacher a great shock. At the same time, it really opened my eyes. Yaoshan Ji was shocked and said to Liu Feng, Xiao Feng, there will be a pharmacist competition in the empire soon. You will go there on behalf of Yaoshan Valley. After all, you are an 8th grade alchemist. If you just go over there, you will definitely be attacked by a dimensionality reduction attack. Who would have thought? After hearing this, alchemist Liu Feng he gently waved the folding fan in his hand and refused. No. Inside the empire, the highest ranking alchemist is only a 5th rank alchemist. You guys' competition is so boring. This kind of imperial alchemist competition is of no benefit at all. If he had that much time, Liu Feng might as well spend some time with his confidants. Yaoshan Ji said with a smile, since you don't want to go, forget it. It's a pity that the reward for this alchemist competition can only be used to marry the female alchemy queen in the empire. The female alchemy queen has made a bold statement to the public that she will marry whoever can surpass her in alchemy skills. It would be a pity if you don't go. The cold and beautiful female master has a firm grip on her own disciple. What's the look of my own apprentice? She knows it so well. Go. Disciple will go right away. Liu Feng gave a sermon on the spot as usual. A cold and beautiful chest. Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan, looked at Yu with an impatient look, and said, Liu Baiyu, don't hide. If you have anything to say, just come out. From the moment the female master started talking, Liu Feng, an alchemist with extremely strong soul power, could clearly feel that his cheap elder sister, Liu Baiyu, was secretly monitoring him. This woman, Liu Baiyu, is simply haunted. As long as she returned to Yaoshan Valley, she would monitor her every move. That's why Liu Feng sometimes hates coming back for a reason. I always feel that there are people watching me everywhere in Yaoshan Valley. Hear the sound. Was hiding in the dark, appeared immediately. As beautiful as ever. She was wearing a pure white robe. Under the loose and gorgeous robe, the proud breasts on her chest were particularly prominent. Its extent, just like a ripe watermelon. So sexy and beautiful. On her chest immediately attracted the attention of minesweeper Liu Feng. FCK. I haven't seen this cheap sister of mine for quite some time. She seems to have changed a lot. Liu Feng said secretly. Then, Liu Feng continued to appreciate it. Liu Baiyu's fragrant waist and perky buttocks are particularly charming, and her delicate body is so beautiful. But if we talk about the most beautiful, it must be Liu Baiyu's super invincible long legs. This pair of round, straight, white and flawless legs is breathtakingly beautiful. It makes your nose bleed. Damn it. These legs are so beautiful, so ridiculous. The beauty is unparalleled and unparalleled. It can be said to be unique throughout the ages. To be honest, just this pair of snow-white, round and beautiful legs is enough for Liu Feng to play with for a lifetime. Just as Liu Feng continued to appreciate and watch, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew over. Did you see enough, little brother? Liu Baiyu came up to Liu Feng and said. How can you get enough just by looking? Sister Ru, can you let me play with your beautiful legs? Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and teased in a playful manner. Stinky brother. You are so brave. How dare you say such rebellious words to me, your sister? Liu Baiyu said in an angry voice. Although there is no real blood relationship between me and Liu Feng. But she herself was the goddaughter adopted by Liu Feng's father, and was the nominal sister of Liu Feng. This guy, however, has complete respect for himself. This is really true, and it makes Liu Baiyu very angry. However, Liu Baiyu has gotten used to it. This stinky little brother Liu Feng has been like this since he was young. Sister asks you, have you really reached the 8th grade alchemist? Liu Baiyu then said. At this point, she is very concerned. Her mission was to monitor and spy on Liu Feng's every move. Including what realm Liu Feng has advanced to and what level of alchemy skills he has reached, all of them need to be investigated carefully and reported in detail. Why should I tell you? You ask me to tell you, and I will tell you. Isn't that too embarrassing for me? Liu Feng snorted and spoke in a rather disdainful manner. This sister with long beautiful legs wanted to explore my level of detail, but I wanted her to proceed smoothly. I want her to do the opposite. Unless busty and long-legged sister can give me some benefits, I will agree. If it's true, I will never let her understand it smoothly. Seeing my stinky younger brother Liu Feng, I actually told myself this. Liu Baiyu was so angry that her chest felt like a watermelon, heaving and shaking violently. Beautiful legs, stomped the ground hard a few times. Liu Feng, don't forget. I am your sister. I know you for the sake of reporting to my father, and I know you for no reason. You had better cooperate with me, sister. After saying that, Liu Baiyu stretched out his hand, wanting to step forward and grab Liu Feng, and conduct a detailed examination of Liu Feng's physical condition. But who would have thought? Liu Feng, who was very good at predicting things, had long expected that Liu Baiyu would do this. Nuataquibs thought about it and dodged it easily. He didn't let Liu Baiyu catch him and investigate. If you want me to cooperate with you, it's very simple. Unless you give me some benefits. Liu Feng preached. Hearing this, Liu Baiyu raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Stinky brother, what benefit do you want? Do you know why?" Liu Baiyu had a good feeling. "Let me touch your legs." Liu Feng said bluntly. This cheap sister Liu Baiyu's slender legs are so beautiful that they are unparalleled. Liu Feng wanted to touch it and try the feeling. Presumably. This pair of round, white and exquisite legs must feel great. What? You stinky brother. You actually want to touch my sister's legs, you are so rebellious. After hearing this, Liu Baiyu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and spoke coldly. I can be Liu Feng's sister. But Liu Feng made such a request. This was really so annoying that Liu Baiyu was so angry that she beat Liu Feng severely. But what a pity. Liu Feng is now grown up, and Liu Baiyu has completely beaten him. It comes to the point, Liu Baiyu has to beat Liu Feng up. Ride on Nawat and beat him up. Please, cheap sister. You want to check whether I am an 8th grade alchemist, and you must touch my body. You can touch my body, so I'll just touch your legs. What's wrong with that? Why? Can you touch me? Can I touch you? Liu Feng waved the fan slightly, looked at the long-legged Liu Baiyu in front of him, and said in confrontation. Before, Liu Baiyu checked his realm and physical condition, and touched his whole body for a detailed examination. I can say that I have been touched all over by Liu Baiyu. Even her invincible second brother was touched by her. And I just want to touch a leg. Is this too much? Of course it's too much. At last, Liu Baiyu thought about it for a moment and agreed to Liu Feng's request. Stinky brother. Sister promises you. Liu Baiyu agreed reluctantly. She suddenly felt that what Liu Feng said made sense. Following Liu Baiyu's agreement, Liu Feng suddenly changed his mind and said, I have changed my mind again. I want to touch your legs. Let me sleep on your legs. Liu Baiyu clenched her jade fist, looked at Liu Feng coldly and said, Stinky brother, don't go too far. Liu Feng spread his lips and said with a faint smile, Is it too much? You are my sister. I just want to rest my head on my sister's legs and have a good sleep. Is this too much? That must be too much, right? Liu Feng smiled. Snort. I'll beat you now. Sister, I will satisfy your evil tastes. Liu Baiyu looked at her stinky brother coldly and said. And then later, she sat on the grass of the fairy island, letting her stinky brother Liu Feng rest his head on her slender, flawless, round and straight legs, and slept peacefully. Waking up, alchemist Liu Feng was resting his head on a pair of beautiful and slender legs. He stretched out leisurely and said with great satisfaction, It's so comfortable. It's so comfortable. I never expected that. Sister's legs are perfect as a pillow for sleeping. How come I didn't notice it before? And Liu Baiyu, seeing that her stinky brother Liu Feng had a high opinion of her long legs, she proudly puffed out her chest. She was quite confident about her legs. The legs are both slender and beautiful. She hasn't found an opponent yet. Then, Liu Baiyu said, Stinky brother. Be honest. Let me check your physical condition in detail. After hearing this, Liu Feng obediently allowed Liu Baiyu to investigate. Martial Emperor Realm Level 1. The speed at which this realm's cultivation level increases is indeed fast enough. Liu Baiyu was slightly startled, and continued to investigate. When she felt the vastness and depth of Liu Feng's soul, her beautiful jade-like eyes flashed with surprise. Only an 8th grade alchemist can possess such a terrifying and super strong soul. I didn't expect that. This stinky little brother actually achieved it. Before, I thought he was just talking nonsense. I expected that. He is actually an 8th grade alchemist. This is unbelievable. It can be seen that this stinky brother is lustful and has many beauties and friends. He is like a dandy brother, idling around all day and not doing his job. But in fact, you stinky little brother hid it well enough. This guy is a typical wretched old man. You must report this news to your relatives as soon as possible. Liu Baiyu said secretly in his heart. This moment. She looked at her stinky brother Liu Feng next to her with a new respect. At only 2 years old, he has reached the 8th grade alchemist. The realm of cultivation has even reached the first level of the martial emperor realm. Such results. He is definitely a rare talent among men, a demon among the arrogant. Now, as an elder sister, Liu Baiyu is still worried that her stinky brother will fall into depravity. He indulged in alcohol and S**x, and neglected martial arts and alchemy. Look now, I think too much of myself. It's time. Liu Baiyu felt relieved. I'm glad to see that my stinky younger brother Liu Feng is so outstanding and strong, and has great potential. As an elder sister, she was happier than anyone else. After all, Liu Feng is the self-proclaimed stinky younger brother. Although he has no blood relationship with her, Liu Baiyu has always taken care of him like his own brother. Brother, you are such a hidden talent. At such a young age, you already know how to keep a low profile. I can really see that you are so thoughtful. Liu Baiyu looked at Liu Fengyan deeply. And then later, Liu Baiyu said goodbye. When the alchemist Liu Feng saw Liu Baiyu leaving, he said with great satisfaction, he's going to put an announcement in the newspaper for that Xiao Lao again. Wait until you get back. It would be strange if that Xiao Laoding died. In the next few days, alchemist Liu Feng began to prepare for the arrival of the imperial alchemy competition. Why did the villain Liu Feng go to the competition? The reason is very simple. Then the empire's first female alchemy queen will pledge herself to him and win the championship of the alchemy competition. That female Dan King is a 5th rank alchemist. Currently, the strongest and most powerful female alchemist known in the Wu Empire. Its reputation has resounded throughout the Wu Empire for nearly 1,000 years. Almost everyone in the Wu Empire knows about the reputation of the female Pill King in alchemy. When it comes to alchemy, the female alchemy queen is famous throughout the empire and abroad. It's on you. The former Empress Dowager of the Wu Empire was poisoned and on the verge of death, with no one able to cure her. Action to refine a 5th grade pill to save the life of her dying emperor. It can be said that it is possible to turn the tide and save the collapsing building. From now on, the great reputation of the Queen of Dan spread far and wide. As an alchemist, Liu Feng had naturally heard of the deeds and reputation of the female Pill King. It's time. What attracted Liu Feng the most was the rumor that the female Dan King was fair-skinned and beautiful, but she was not afraid of landmines. Beautiful. Among alchemists, the female alchemy queen is as beautiful as a fairy. The most beautiful woman in the world of alchemy. For Liu Feng, a pharmacist, it is almost impossible for the female Dan King to covet this. In addition, the age of the Queen of Dan is said to be very old. I have never found a suitable Taoist partner to marry, and I am still a virgin. Such a female Dan King is definitely the first target of Taoist couple Liu Feng. It's just because Liu Feng really doesn't have much resistance to women of his age. Liu Feng also opened his own detailed personal data and took a look at it. Host: Liu Feng. Occupation: alchemist. Age: only 20 years old. Physique: chaos head, double pupils. Martial arts realm: martial emperor level 1. Current number of Taoist companions: Wang Qingwan, Xiao Shuiren, demon concubine, Pei Zhanxian, elder Mushui, Bai Yaoshan, female demon king, female sect leader Yunji, Qingzushan. Number of talent entries: reverse talent, Vajra destroying invincible body, Dan emperor talent, good tool, sweet talk, full level charm, old appearance. Number of artifacts: god and demon cauldron, Wanling fan, human emperor banner, god killing spear. Alchemy flame, myriad beast emperor heart flame, blue lotus emperor heart flame. Innate field, time stop. With good fortune golden dragon, good fortune golden phoenix, good fortune unicorn. Attribute fate, destiny villain. Recent opportunities: the empire's first female alchemy queen is going to hold an alchemy competition and invite alchemists from inside and outside the empire to participate. Whoever wins the championship will be rewarded with her own life by the female alchemy queen. Watch till the end. Liu Feng smiled slightly. Relying on his 8th grade alchemist skills, would it be easy for him to go to the competition and defeat the female Pill King? In order to get the female alchemy queen to pledge her love to him, the villain alchemist Liu Feng would not even watch this level of rubbish alchemy competition. Must know, an alchemy competition of this level in the Wu Empire would only attract some ordinary alchemists to participate. An 8th grade alchemist like Liu Feng, under normal circumstances, wouldn't even bother to take a look. Only the female Dan King attracted Liu Feng. If you are sure, go to this kind of medicine refining competition. Husband, who is that person just now? At this time, his partner Pei Jianxian came over and asked with curious eyes. She had just seen her husband from a distance, sleeping with his head resting on a stunning woman with long legs. Although Pei Jianxian's legs are long, slender and extremely beautiful, her beauty is incomparable. But compared with Liu Baiyu's ridiculously long, overly long, and exaggerated beautiful legs, Pei Jianxian is slightly inferior. Pass. Pei Jianxian's breasts completely crushed Liu Baiyu. Pei Jianxian's talent point is on the landmine. Liu Baiyu's talent lies in her beautiful legs. The two women, each with their own strengths and charm. Her sister, Liu Feng said. Pei Jianxian's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She had not expected that the woman who had behaved so intimately with her just now was actually her husband Liu Feng's sister. You must say it. Liu Feng's sister's legs are so long. Even Pei Jianxian, a woman, felt that pair of legs was incredibly beautiful. Mom, I want to sleep with you as my pillow. Liu Feng said a little sleepily. Where to sleep? Pei Jianxian blinked her beautiful eyes and said. Liu Feng's language. And he looked at the place where Pei Jianxian's talent was extremely high. Dao Empire. Refining contest. On the day. This day. It attracted all the alchemists in the empire to come over, including the alchemists from outside the empire, who also rushed over. The reason why so many alchemists came together was because the rewards for this alchemy competition were so generous. Whoever wins the championship will be able to marry the first queen of the empire. Rumor has it that the queen is not only beautiful with big breasts but also has profound attainments in alchemy. Such a queen, empire, the imperial city, a huge square that can accommodate tens of thousands of people to watch. At this time, the audience in the seats around were all well-known and prominent people from all over the empire. And brothers from powerful families. They wore gorgeous clothes and precious jewels, showing their noble status and wealth. These people gathered here not only to watch the game, but also to show off their power and status and to make friends with other powerful people. On this occasion, everyone hopes to enhance their influence in the empire through their performance and social activities. This medicine refining competition is a feast for the eyes. That's right. It is said that not only the alchemists from within the empire will come, but also the alchemists from outside the empire will come. Mr. Dong, this is my first time watching a pharmacist competition. It's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. The Nuak tribe is short of alchemists. After the competition, we will select a few alchemists to become the Nuak tribe's worshippers. The audience in the seats were discussing with each other constantly. While talking about it, the first figure entered the scene. An elderly man with a hunched back and a bump on his back that was very conspicuous and prominent like a toad's. It's called Toad Monster. He is an alchemist who lives in seclusion in the mountains. In his early years, Nawad was obsessed with refining highly toxic Kkwenj drugs. Halfway through the process, Kkwenj the furnace exploded, causing Nawad to be contaminated with all kinds of toxins. His whole body looked like a toad, very ugly. His alchemy level has reached that of a 4th grade alchemist. Everyone, long time no see. Do you still remember me? The alchemist Toad said in a sinister voice. It's the old Toad Monster. Ever since Lien appeared, he has been away from the mountains and forests for several years. I didn't expect that. The Japanese medicine refining competition has also attracted Nawad. Among the audience, some who knew the old monster Toad couldn't help but speak out. I have admired the king for a long time. I hope you will give the throne to me. The old Toad monster preached with a sinister laugh. The empire's first queen was so stunning that she could captivate the whole country. No one is unmoved. Just at this moment, a disdainful and mocking voice suddenly came. You Toad, you still want to eat goose meat. Don't you even take a piss and take a good look at yourself? Do you think you deserve it? The person who spoke flew over from the sky. He looked middle-aged, with a medicine cauldron suspended in his palm, from which wafted a medicinal fragrance. Nawad's expression was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take the old monster Toad seriously at all. Nawad is the head of the medicine sect of the Dao Empire, Yao Tuo Ding. His alchemy level is also that of a 4th-grade alchemist. Damn it. You are a drug adjuvant, you are so arrogant to your mother. If I hadn't failed halfway through, I would have been promoted to a 5th-grade alchemist now. How dare you speak to me like that? I really want to poison you to death. The old toad monster had an ugly, pimpled face and looked at the medicine tripod with great anger. Hee hee. As expected of an old toad, he has a bad temper. Yao Tuoding said with a playful look on his face. And at this moment, a beautiful figure in a red dress descended into the venue. Whether it's her appearance or her figure, she is definitely a stunning beauty. That's right, her breasts are even bigger and more prominent. She is the female alchemist from the Dao Empire. The name is Hongsu. It's so lively. I don't know when the queen of the Dao Empire will appear. I heard she is stunningly beautiful. If I win, I'll marry her. Be someone's mistress. Hee hee. The female alchemist's pretty face was filled with a fujoshi smile. Even though she is a woman. But in her opinion, who says a woman can't marry a woman? So she traveled all the way to the Dao Empire just to win the medicine refining competition. And Hongsu is also a 4th-grade alchemist. The toad monster and Yao Tuo Ding, who were originally arguing, became quiet and looked at Hongsu, the female alchemist from the empire. This girl has a strong soul power. Although he looks silly and simple, he is not simple at all. The old monster toad's expression became serious. This woman is from the empire. It seems that she is very confident in her alchemy skills. Yao Tuo Ding looked at it secretly. Then several alchemists came in. They all looked at Hongsu, some looked at her with solemnity, while others looked at her with contempt. All in all, several alchemists have gathered in the venue. Among them, the more famous ones are the old monster toad, the head of the medicine sect, and the female alchemist Hongsu from the front of the empire. At the same time, the villain alchemist Liu Feng, who was not used to arriving early, was late as usual. Boom. Just listen. A loud rumbling sound was heard above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up. I saw 9 ferocious and huge dragons, pulling a magnificent chariot as big as a palace, slowly approaching. Final. The 9-dragon immortal chariot hovered in the void. Such a domineering and grand appearance attracted the attention of countless people in the venue. This seems to be the mount of Yaoshan Valley's young master Liu Feng. Damn, this is such a grand occasion. As expected of the medicine god valley, the foundation is indeed strong. This is such a cool and awesome way to make an appearance. Tight pants are hot. Everyone in the venue was talking non-stop. Immediately following, holding the sword in her chest as usual, the beautiful female swordsman opened the curtain for her husband Liu Feng, allowing Nawad to emerge leisurely from it. Liu Feng fanned himself leisurely, and glanced at the several alchemists who had arrived early from the other side. Nawad it's easy to see with just one glance. Among the several alchemists, the strongest one is a 4th-grade alchemist. The weakest is the 2nd-grade alchemist. I am an 8th-rank alchemist, and coming here to compete is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Yao Shenji Yu is proficient in alchemy. Young Valley Master Liu Feng is here this time. I'm afraid we will meet a strong enemy in this medicine refining competition. Several alchemists in the field looked at Liu Feng solemnly and said with great trepidation. Yaoshan Valley is superb in refining medicine. As the young master of the valley, how could Liu Feng be weak? What? How dare I spy on him? Isn't the Xiaoji Yu of Yaoshan Valley too simple? The old toad monster, whose skin was like that of a toad, had a pair of cloudy old eyes that were filled with amazement and determination. He tried to take a look at the details of alchemist Liu Feng so as to have a general understanding of Liu Feng. But the result is, Liu Feng is like an abyss or an ocean, his aura is unfathomable. It's unpredictable. What made the toad monster even more terrified was that when his soul power tried to sense Liu Feng, it produced a strong sense of fear. This feeling of fear surged out like a tide. This kid is so terrifying. The old toad monster took a few steps back and muttered to himself. The medicine support tripod next to him, he felt a heavy feeling in his heart since the first time he saw Liu Feng from Medicine God Valley. As a leader of a sect, he knows it very well. How terrifying would the Xiaogu who was cultivated by Yaoshan Valley, which has the most powerful foundation in the empire, be? In this medicine refining competition, Xiaoji Yu and Liu Feng are a big trouble. The medicine holder was quite a thorny secret passage. Hongsu, a female alchemist from outside the empire, couldn't help drooling when she saw Liu Feng. What a handsome male alchemist. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome alchemist in my life. Yes, the sister next to him holding a sword in her chest is even more beautiful. I like that busty sister so much. Hongsu wiped her saliva and stared at Pei Zhanxian with her beautiful eyes full of passion. Liu Feng is indeed handsome and good-looking. But she prefers the plump, mature and busty Pei Zhanxian next to her. In particular, Pei Zhanxian lowered his head to see his toes, which were plump, full and mature. Knob's light attracts men, and also attracts women. The saliva of Hongsu is flowing. Pei Zhanxian, who was accompanying her husband Liu Feng, frowned. She's lived to this age. This was the first time a woman stared at me like this, with such passionate eyes. The look of the woman in red could only be described as obscene. This is Pei Zhanxian. It is the first time he has seen such a wretched woman among women. How can there be such a woman in this world? Pei Zhanxian complained in his heart. This was the first time Pei Zhanxian had met a woman like the female alchemist Hongsu. Get lost. Don't look at my wife like that again. I will kill you. Hongsu's plump breasts hard from a distance, and sent her flying dozens of feet away. Damn it. This female alchemist Hongsu from outside the empire has such a vulgar look in her eyes. He kept staring at his wife, watching her intently. Even Liu Feng, who had seen countless people, had never met such a wretched woman. Oops. It hurts. Hongsu was blown away and grimaced in pain. At the same time, she steadied her delicate body, and the shaking breasts in front of her also steadied. She had not expected that this alchemist Liu Feng was so protective and overbearing. If I just look at you a few more times, I will hit myself from a distance. It's okay to hit yourself. It even hit her own proud breasts. This made Hongsu blush. Restless mind. This is the first time I have been beaten since I was a child. The place where we fought was still the same. For a moment, Hongsu, who came to the Dao Empire to participate in the alchemy competition, became more and more angry the more she thought about it. She hunched over her waist, raised her head and looked at Liu Feng, as if expressing her dissatisfaction with the alchemist Liu Feng. Liu Feng and his partner slowly landed on the ground. He didn't care about the angry look in the female alchemist's red eyes. Looking at his wife in such an obscene way, no matter if it is a man or a woman, in a word, he deserves to be beaten, he deserves to be beaten. This female alchemist has quite a good sense of taste. Liu Feng savored the feeling for a moment and said, even though I just hit her from a distance. Liu Feng could actually feel the tenderness of her breasts. Just at this moment, thousands of alchemists gathered in the venue, a graceful figure with a slender body emitting a strong elixir fragrance emerged. Look around. A beautiful woman with a curvy figure floated in the void in the center of the scene. Her delicate body is wrapped in a purple dress, which makes her full of seductive charm. Her chest was drooping, full to the extreme, looks like durian. The dress was stretched so wide that it looked as if it were torn apart. Her delicate body is a typical slender branch with a slender waist and long, round legs. She is the Empire's #1 female alchemist. Wonderful purple pill. He is a top-grade alchemist. The Empire, he is called the King of Dan. In terms of age, he has reached 1,000 years old. At that time, she was the one who rescued the dying emperor of the Dao Empire. If it was Miao Zidong, the emperor of the Dao Empire would have passed away long ago. Moreover, the female alchemy queen Miao Zidong is also the president of the Alchemy Guild. Throughout the Dao Empire, all alchemists who have joined the Alchemy Guild are summoned by Miao Zidong's orders. Miao Zidong held an alchemy competition similar to a martial arts competition to find a husband, in order to find a suitable husband for herself. Purple beauty, really has charm. Liu Feng, the minesweeper master, spotted Miao Zidong's big mine at a glance. It was like a durian, plump, ripe and drooping. To attract people's attention. That's right. Miao Zidong's purple dress wrapped around her delicate body showed her mature and graceful body to the fullest, full of charm. Not to mention how tempting. It's true. Purple is the most charming. Moreover, her delicate figure and appearance, coupled with her status as the Empire's first female Dan Queen, make her even more charming. Then, detailed systematic inspection of Miao Zidong. Name: Miao Zidong. Age: 10-20 years old. Realm of cultivation: first level of Wuling realm. Alchemy level: top grade alchemist. Status: Dao Empire, head of the Alchemy Guild. Title: the No. 1 alchemist in the Empire. Physical condition: Pure and fair body. Companion status, none at the moment. In the blink of an eye. Liu Feng read through the detailed data of the female Pill King Miao Zidong. When he saw that Miao Zidong was more than 1,000 years old and single, Liu Feng couldn't help but feel a little happy. Wonderful. That's wonderful. The older and older this kind of person is, the more Liu Feng likes him. If he could become a Taoist partner with Miao Zidong, Liu Feng felt that it would be absolutely a problem for him to be promoted to a 9th grade alchemist. The more rewards you will receive. While Liu Feng was looking at the plump, mature and full female Dan Queen Miao Zidong, the female Dan Queen was also observing Liu Feng. I'm young, and just turned 10. It would allow this Dan King to spy on you even a little bit. What is the level of medicine refining of this young master of Yaoshan Valley? Miao Zidong's beautiful purple eyes flashed with deep curiosity towards Liu Feng. The feeling Liu Feng gave her was particularly different. She always felt that Liu Feng had something extraordinary. Etc. Beside the young master of Yaoshan Valley, the graceful woman holding a sword in her chest is actually the famous Pei Zhanxian. Queen Miaozi was observing the alchemist Liu Feng. She also noticed Pei Zhanxian. Pei Zhanxian's reputation is particularly loud throughout the empire. After all, she is the empire's #1 female swordsman. With his superb and terrifying sword energy, as well as stunning appearance, he is famous throughout the world. At the moment, Pei Zhanxian stood beside Liu Feng, looking at him affectionately and full of love. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the close relationship between alchemist Liu Feng and Pei Zhanxian. Liu Feng must be extraordinary to be able to have Pei Zhanxian as his Taoist partner. I just don't know. Is Liu Feng also not simple in the art of refining medicine? Miao Zi's beautiful purple eyes couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity towards the alchemist Liu Feng. The people waiting for Miao Zi's return in the venue. After seeing the queen appear, everyone started talking about it. The queen is so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but her alchemy skills are also extremely powerful. That's right. Who will win the championship and marry the king? If the king and I could become a Taoist couple, I would die without regrets. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Are you worthy? The queen is a rare talent among women. If you want to marry her, you must be a rare talent among men. Among these thousands of alchemists, who can marry the king? The dignitaries present in the venue were discussing with each other out of curiosity. Hong Su, the female alchemist who had come all the way from outside the empire, raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the mine on the queen's chest. That landmine is like a durian, dazzling and eye-catching. It's hard not to attract attention. Wow, such a beautiful and big sister, Wang. I love it so much. The female alchemist Hong Su said in a foolish tone. Although she is also a woman, she also likes beautiful women with high looks and big bodies. Especially, Pei Zhanxian and the queen are like this. The man at the side was holding a tripod with one hand, the leader of a sect was holding a medicine tripod, and he was secretly calculating in his mind. The king is the head of the medicine refining guild. Her influence in the alchemy world of the Dao Empire is unquestionable. If I marry the king, it's equivalent to gaining the support of the alchemy guild. Then, the status and position of our clan will surely be greatly enhanced within the empire. Yao Tuo Ding said secretly in his heart. The other side. The old toad monster was hunched over and looked very old. A pair of triangular eyes stared at the queen, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, his face full of sinister expression and said, "What a beautiful and attractive queen." Ah. Everyone says that a toad cannot eat swan meat. But today, I want to taste this delicious swan meat. But the villain alchemist Liu Feng is different. He didn't take the thousands of alchemists in the venue seriously at all. He only takes the Queen Miaozi seriously. The rest of you wait. You're not even worthy enough to be looked at with respect by him. After all, he is a top-grade alchemist. He has the capital to be proud. Inside the venue, on the high platform, Miaozi, wrapped in a purple dress, came to the platform. She has a beautiful face, a big and plump breast, and is full of alluring feminine charm. Beside her, a white-haired old woman shouted at this moment, "All alchemists, my king has been obsessed with the art of alchemy for 1,000 years. For thousands of years, my king has never been married to a Taoist partner. Always stay innocent. Now, my king wants to find a talented and beautiful prince. And for my king, it's very simple. Whoever wins this medicine refining competition will win. These words, just like a head falling into the water, it caused 1,000 waves. The alchemists in the field were all excited. Everyone was thinking about winning the competition and marrying the beautiful, rich and beautiful Wang Miaozi. The Queen Miaozi raised her purple eyes and said in a serious and sweet voice, "I really want to get married and look for you, sir." This sentence. Listen to the thousands of alchemists present, they are howling. Who wouldn't want to marry such a big, attractive, beautiful and charming purple-haired queen? May I ask, what are the rules of this medicine refining competition? Now, alchemist Liu Feng took the initiative to ask questions. Miaozi looked directly at Liu Feng, who was asking the question with her exquisite eyes, and said, "The rules of the medicine refining competition are very simple. I placed the medicinal materials for refining the 5th grade dragon in this small world. Whoever can refine the 5th grade dragon first and emerge from the small world will be the champion." That's it. Miaozi took out an antique mirror. There is a small world contained in this mirror. Following right on, the ancient mirror in her hand expanded in the wind. In just a few breaths, it expanded to become hundreds of feet large. Appeared in front of everyone in the venue. The 5th grade medicinal materials for transforming dragons are all in this small world. Whoever can refine it first will be the champion. Same. You are also my dear Mr. KKY. Miaozi looked around at the thousands of alchemists and spoke to them. Hearing this, except for Liu Feng, all the other alchemists present looked embarrassed. Must know, 5th grade dragon transformation medicine is the most difficult medicine to refine among the 5 grade medicines. Its failure rate, achieved 100%. The Queen Miaozi's light words seemed simple, but in fact, they were as difficult as ascending to heaven. I give up on my own initiative. Suddenly, were many alchemists in the field, and they gave up immediately. Their medicine refining level is only 3rd grade. Wanting to refine the 5th grade medicine is totally wishful thinking and a daydream. Afterwards, some alchemists who showed self-awareness left the scene one after another. In the blink of an eye, there are only 1,000 alchemists left in the field. This is a significant reduction from the previous thousands. I didn't expect it. It turned out to be a dragon. This is too difficult. Yes. Dragon transformation is known to be violent and difficult to refine. This is harder than ascending to heaven. Among the 5th grade medicines, the dragon transformation is the most difficult one. Even though it's just one competition rule, it's too difficult. Among us, the one with the highest level of alchemy is only at the 4th level. Now we are going to refine the 5th level of dragon transformation. Remaining alchemists in the field were all distressed and worried. How difficult and thorny it is to transform into a dragon, only the alchemist knows it. In comparison, Liu Feng, a top-grade alchemist, was incredulous and asked, 5th grade dragon transformation. Isn't this too easy? That's it. Under the gaze of many people, Liu Feng, together with his partner Pei Zhanxian, entered the small world of the ancient mirror. For Liu Feng, refining the 5th grade dragon is as easy as drinking water and eating. The mirror. Little KKY. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 1,000 alchemists saw Liu Feng enter first, they followed suit and then discovered this small place. Although this has entered the small room, how can we find the medicinal materials for refining the 5th grade dragon transformation pill? Yes. Although this is a small place, the world is so vast that it is very difficult to find it. Sure enough, this medicine refining competition looks simple, with only one level, but this level is actually extremely difficult. That's right. The alchemists who entered had worried expressions on their faces and were in an extremely difficult situation. 10 black-robed figures appeared beside the female alchemist Hong Su. These 10 people are her protectors on this trip. Responsible for the safety of the female alchemist Hong Su. Hurry up and find the herbs for refining the 5th grade dragon transformation pill. This Dan King Miao Zidane of the Dao Empire is so beautiful and has such big breasts. I like it so much. I will definitely marry her. The female alchemist Hong Su glanced around at the 10 powerful black-robed bodyguards and gave them orders. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10 black-robed protectors suddenly disappeared without a trace. Go and execute. The ugly old toad with white hair and chicken skin knew that it would be extremely difficult and a waste of time to find the medicinal materials for refining the 5th grade elixir in the small room. Therefore, he, the old toad monster, immediately waved his sleeves, and a toad as big as a palm emerged from it. Suddenly, the toad swelled up in the wind and became several dozen feet tall. Walk, help me find some medicinal herbs. The old monster toad got on it immediately, and Da gave the order. So, this toad mount relies on its sense of smell to search for the past. Spiritual energy into the cauldron. Whoosh. 1 second. The medicine cauldron flew in one direction with a whoosh. Yao Tuo Ding saw this and followed closely. The other alchemists all used their talents to look for medicinal materials. At the same time, entered the small village, was different. Because he carries the golden dragon, golden phoenix and unicorn of luck. These three super invincible fortunes in his life, the alchemist Liu Feng's luck and fortune are extremely good. As soon as he entered the small cave with his partner, he found that his surroundings were full of medicinal materials for refining the 5th grade dragon transformation pill. The medicinal materials used to refine the 5th grade dragon transformation pill are dragon bone, white snow lotus, wanjin marrow, dragon scale ganoderma, and dragon beard grass. Eyes. Other alchemists had to search for in the small room were all neatly displayed in front of Liu Feng. Liu Feng, there is no need to search for him at all. This is the benefit of possessing the 3 auspicious beasts of fortune. You will benefit from it in every aspect of your life. As for Liu Feng, he was not at all surprised at the appearance of the medicinal materials in front of him. The sword in her chest was standing beside the flawless Pei Jianxian, whose face flashed with surprise. All the medicinal materials for alchemy are right in front of my husband Liu Feng. My husband, you are really lucky. Husband, I will help you protect the way. You make the elixir. Pei Jianxian said this very considerately. She knows it very well. Alchemists need a quiet environment to refine pills. During this process, someone must protect them. Need not. To refine this mere 5th grade dragon transformation pill, I only need 3 breaths to complete it. Liu Feng preached with confidence. If Liu Feng wasn't here, you'd be exaggerating. But it is true. Must know. At the peak of the 8th grade alchemist for a long, long time. It couldn't be easier for him to refine a 5th grade elixir by himself. Stared at her husband with her beautiful eyes filled with sword energy. Just see. Liu Feng spread out his hands. His hands were burning with the heart flame of the Emperor of 10,000 Beasts. The Green Lotus Emperor's heart flame was burning in his right hand. His incomparably powerful soul force controls the dragon bones, white snow lotus, wanjin marrow, dragon scale ganoderma, and dragon beard grass. Under his control, the 5 medicinal herbs slowly rose into the air. Husband, you don't need a medicine cauldron to make pills. Pei Jianxian, who was watching the alchemy at the side, immediately said in confusion. In her impression, when alchemists refine pills, they all need medicine cauldrons. Without a medicine cauldron, it is impossible to refine pills. I can refine this mere 5th grade dragon transformation pill with my bare hands. As for the medicine cauldron, no use, Liu Feng said with confidence. As an 8th grade alchemist, his control over the temperature of the fairy fire is extremely precise. Immediately following, Liu Feng controlled the 2 immortal fires with his bare hands and began to burn and refine the 5th grade dragon transformation pill. 5 kinds of medicinal materials melted instantly. Gather in an instant. The final moment takes shape. In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng successfully refined a 5th grade dragon transformation pill with his bare hands. On the surface of the elixir, dragon-shaped patterns flickered and emerged. This shows. The 5th grade dragon transformation pill is done. The total time taken was less than 3 breaths. Pei Jianxian was so shocked that she rubbed her beautiful eyes. She couldn't quite believe it. Is this possible? Isn't the refining speed too fast? Making pills with bare hands. Husband, you are so fast. Pei Jianxian spoke in surprise on his delicate jade face. She knows. My husband has profound attainments in refining pills. But she never expected it. It will reach such a terrifying level. The terrifying act of refining the elixir with bare hands, it was done in less than 3 breaths. If Pei Jianxian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. At the same time, Pei Jianxian's body had reached the point where his clothes were bursting, and his body could not help but tremble violently due to the shock. Basic exercises are not allowed. Liu Feng spoke lightly. For him, refining a 5th grade elixir is really not difficult at all. No, even if he could win the championship and marry the female alchemy queen Miao Zidong, he would not bother to participate in this kind of alchemy competition. The 5th grade dragon transformation pill refined by hand was quietly suspended in Liu Feng's palm. A rich medicinal aroma emanated from it and filled the entire room. Moreover, waves of dragon roars were heard from it. This female elixir queen Miao Zidane, I have decided to marry her. Liu Feng said in his heart. And at this time, the old monster toad, riding on a toad mount, was brought to the location of the medicinal materials based on the smell. When he saw the pill floating in Liu Feng's palm, especially, seeing the dazzling dragon patterns flashing on the surface of the elixir, and the sound of dragon roars echoing from it. Toad monster's heart. This is AFC King 5th grade dragon transformation pill. It was actually refined. Oh my god. I rode my mount and just arrived at the place where the medicinal materials for the 5th grade elixir were located, only to find that the medicinal materials had been refined into dragon pills. Who can't see this? How can I not be shocked? This is the most difficult, violent, demanding and tricky elixir among the 5 grade elixirs. How terrifying is the medicine refining skill of this kid from Medicine God Valley. I can actually grab it and refine it in an instant. In 3 breaths, the 5th grade dragon pill was refined. Even the most important medicine cauldron for alchemy is not needed. On the mount, the old monster toad was stunned and kept expressing his surprise. Even with his broad vision and experience, he had never heard of this way of refining elixirs. Grab it and refine it in an instant. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. The art of alchemy has reached the pinnacle, a terrifying level of perfection. This was truly a sight for the old toad monster, who, with his pair of cloudy old eyes, was filled with amazement. Next, the old monster toad reacted on the spot again. Liu Feng has finally refined the 5th grade dragon pill, so doesn't that mean he is the champion? The first female Dan King in the empire outside will pledge herself to him. Think of this. The toad monster's cloudy old eyes narrowed slightly. He doesn't want to give up the championship title. This young friend is really amazing. I can actually refine the 5th grade dragon pill with my bare hands. Today, you really opened my eyes. Took the initiative to greet us with a smile. His heart, he secretly planned to snatch something. Even though Liu Feng has the support of Yaoshan Valley behind him, he is not afraid. After all, he is a solitary cultivator. If we provoke Yaoshan Valley afterwards, the worst that can happen is that we have to flee from the Dao Empire. And Liu Feng, he saw the wandering cultivator toad monster staring at him closely. How vicious were his flaming eyes. Of course he knew very well what this old toad monster was thinking. You want to rob it, right? Liu Feng said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the old toad frowned, and his wrinkled face solidified. He never expected it. Liu Feng actually saw through his inner thoughts of robbing at a glance. My dear Liu, I don't want to rob you. This old man is doing this purely for your own good. You know, the female elixir queen Miao Zidane is now over 1,000 years old. As the saying goes, the older a woman gets, the more ferocious she becomes. According to rumors outside, you are only 20 years old, my friend Liu. The age difference between you and Miao Zidane is over 1,000 years. You are nothing but a young grass in front of Miao Zidane. She can eat you up in one bite without leaving any residue. You can't stand up to the female pill queen Miao Zidane at all. Little friend Liu, please listen to my sincere advice. The water in this female pill king's wonderful purple pill is very deep, you can't grasp it. Let me do it. The old toad monster, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of his mount, spoke with a look of concern for Liu Feng. The implication of his words was particularly obvious. It is to let the 5th grade Longdan marry the female Dan King Miao Zidane by himself. The deeper the water, the more I like it. And you? You are already half buried in the ground. I guess that part of you is all soft. Drink wolfberry as soon as possible to maintain your health. Liu Feng mocked mercilessly. The old monster toad was immediately furious when he was mocked by Liu Feng. A man can be ridiculed in any aspect. However, we cannot ridicule this aspect of things. Especially, the old monster toad has really become soft. It's so weak, softer than an earthworm. So Liu Feng's words deeply hurt his inferiority complex. This is too much. I am doing this for your own good. And you, yet you mock and ridicule me like this. It seems that I have no choice but to take action. The old toad monster was filled with rage, and the poisonous gas in his body suddenly erupted. He is a dual practitioner of poison and alchemy. Poisonous frog, come to me. The old monster toad commanded his mount to attack Liu Feng. Quack! Several huge poisonous frog mounts croaked and rushed towards the alchemist Liu Feng. I am the sword immortal here, and you dare to attack my husband. You are courting death. Page Jianxian said coldly. She accompanied her husband on this trip to act as a helper and deal with these short-sighted people. Next second, Page Jianxian slashed it away with an ordinary sword. Whoosh! Away at an indescribable speed. Puff! Final. The toad monster's poisonous frog was cut into two halves by a single sword. Cut surface, smooth as a mirror. What? The mount I have trained for many years is dead. The old toad monster's eyes. Get out. Accompany your mount. Page Jianxian's cold and murderous voice came. Before the toad monster could react, a sword energy so fast that it was indescribable directly pierced through the toad monster's neck. Puff! Then, the old toad's head fell off, a column of blood shot up into the sky, and he died on the spot. The Empire's famous casual cultivator, the old monster toad, died on the spot. Liu Feng, gently waving his folding fan, looked at his wife with satisfaction and appreciation. My wife is not only stunningly beautiful, but also very attractive, and her breasts are also very big. In terms of kendo, he is still a little bit stronger. Such a beautiful and strong lady made Liu Feng feel pleasing to the eye and relaxed. Having a beautiful and charming female swordsman as a wife, it couldn't be better. Thank you for your hard work, my lady. I will reward my wife well in the evening. Liu Feng rushed to the beautiful sword fairy woman beside him and said with a wicked smile. As for Page Jianxian, ever since she followed Liu Feng, she has been influenced by the people around her. Things that she didn't understand before, she now understands immediately. Page Jianxian held the sword in his chest, rolled his eyes at Liu Feng with resentment and said, "You bad guy, how can you repay my kindness?" Liu Feng shrugged shamelessly and said, "I have been a bad guy for a long time." At the same time, Hong Su, a female alchemist from outside the Dao Empire, and the medicine holder of a sect leader, all rushed over. That's the 5th grade dragon pill. Liu Feng actually succeeded in refining it. There was an expression of shock in Yao Tuoting's serious eyes. They rushed over to look for medicinal materials, but others had already made pills. Ah, this. He just arrived and he has already made a pill out of the herbs. Isn't he too fast? What should people do? Her breasts were full, as red and tender as a ripe peach, and she was at a loss for words for a moment. She also hoped to find various medicinal herbs and refine the 5th grade dragon pill. But now it seems impossible. All the medicinal materials were refined into dragon pills by Liu Feng. The calm and composed man, the leader of a sect, was holding the medicine cauldron. He looked at the toad monster with its body torn apart above him, and his pupils suddenly fixed. He was an old and cunning man, and he could tell at a glance that it must have been the old toad monster who had snatched it by force, so he was killed on the spot. For a while, the medicine from the tripod disappeared on the spot. The medicinal materials have been refined into medicine. Help me think of a solution. The female alchemist Hongsu turned to the black-robed bodyguard behind her and said. As a woman, she likes the beautiful female King Miaozi very much. So she wanted to give it a try to see if she could marry him successfully. The key point is to transform the product into a dragon. The black-robed guardian at the side suggested, why not snatch it? When the female alchemist Hong Su heard this, her eyes lit up. She thinks, this method works. So, Hong Su took the initiative to walk forward, staring at the alchemist Liu Feng who was not far away in front of her with her breathtakingly beautiful eyes. When I thought of the alchemist Liu Feng, who had just taught me a lesson. He slapped himself hard on the chest. She stamped her feet in a slightly petty manner, pointed her jade finger at Liu Feng and threatened, Liu Feng, you just bullied me. As a price, hand over the dragon transformation you have refined quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, her breasts were as red and tender as peaches. She rubbed her small fists, and her delicate face revealed a strong ferocious look towards Liu Feng. It seemed like he was telling Liu Feng that he was not a good man. Seeing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but laugh on the spot. Hongsu's expression is so funny. So, are you trying to rob me? After Liu Feng finished laughing, he greeted him. Good. You are not robbing me. The Yi family is an unforgivable evil. If you have any sense of fun, hand over the refined medicine quickly. Hong Su has a black-robed bodyguard, and she speaks with confidence. And the two black-robed bodyguards, they all burst out with the aura of the first stage of the martial emperor realm to support Hong Su, trying to intimidate the alchemist Liu Feng. Let him hand over the product of the dragon transformation. For a while, the small world inside this ancient mirror was buzzing, and the sun, moon, and stars were dim and hanging upside down. As for the leader of a sect nearby, Yao Tuoding, he has a calm personality. He had no intention of snatching it away, but just stood aside and watched what happened. Liu Feng, a 7th-level alchemist in the martial emperor realm, was not at all surprised when he saw the martial emperor supporting Hong Su. Totally ignored the latter. This red and crisp black-robed protector. If it were placed somewhere else, it would definitely be the overlord of the world and defeat everyone else. But in front of Liu Feng, he is just a rubbish rookie. He doesn't even have the qualifications to take action personally. Hee, you will pay the price for robbing me. Liu Feng was chatting and laughing. He suddenly raised his slender hand, and an extremely terrifying suction force burst out. Not far away, the female alchemist Hong Su who had attempted to rob him was suddenly sucked into Liu Feng's palm through the air. The red, plump, peach-like breasts were immediately sucked into Liu Feng's palm. You are so young, but you don't learn how to rob people. See how I teach you a lesson. While Liu Feng was talking, he raised his slender long hand and hit Hong Su's perky butt hard. Paw, paw, paw. Suddenly, the crisp sounds of spanking echoed throughout the small world. Oh, Liu Feng, you damn it. How dare you spank my family? Stop it now. Do you know who the boss is? Feeling the red and tenderness of her buttocks being beaten severely, she shouted angrily on her beautiful face. Who are you? Does this affect my spanking you? You dare to try to snatch my medicine, you will pay the price. Alchemist Liu Feng spoke righteously while spanking the female alchemist's red and tender butt. Who cares who she is? Beat me. I have to say, the red, firm, and soft buttocks of this female alchemist feel really good. And at a distance, the ruddy black-robed bodyguards stared at the scene in front of them in amazement and looked at each other in bewilderment. They rubbed their eyes, even suspecting that they were seeing things. In broad daylight, someone actually dared to hit their aunt. What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and take care of Liu Feng. Hong Su said angrily while being spanked by Liu Feng. My own martial emperor protector is such a waste. They were spanked by Liu Feng for a long time, but they were still standing there staring blankly. They are supposed to be protecting the way, but what the hell is this protection? Bold. Stop it now. The martial emperor guards shouted and swooped down towards Liu Feng in unison, trying to rescue Hong Su who was being spanked. At the side and stood in front of the two black-robed bodyguards. My husband taught me a lesson. You are not qualified to interfere. That's it. Page Jianxian swung his sword fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the black-robed bodyguards in the field were chopped off and sent flying several steps away. This girl is very skilled in swordsmanship, so strong. Looking at her age, she is only 700 years old, but she has already achieved such a terrifying level of swordsmanship. Her future is hard to predict. The Great Wu Empire's female swordsman is truly worthy of her reputation. No wonder she is the Empire's #1 female swordsman. She truly lives up to her reputation. The two black-robed bodyguards who were chopped off by the sword exclaimed in amazement to each other. At the same time, the eyes they looked at Pei Jianxian were full of fear and solemnity. Such a terrifying and beautiful swordsman, just standing in front of them, made them dare not take even half a step forward. For a while, the guards who wanted to step forward to rescue Hong Su all stayed where they were, not daring to move rashly. And the red crispy one. There was despair in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect it. The beautiful wife of alchemist Liu Feng is actually so powerful and terrifying. With just one sword, he knocked back several of his martial emperor bodyguards. And they were intimidated so much that they stood still and didn't dare to move forward to rescue him. Is this your protector? That's too lame. I was hit by my wife's sword and I dare not come forward. Liu Feng said sarcastically while teaching a lesson to Hong Su, the female alchemist who came to rob him. You useless pieces of shit. And she cursed her bodyguards. The bodyguards lowered their heads in shame. There's nothing they can do. This is all because of Pei Jianxian who holds a sword in his chest. He is so powerful. Yao Tuoding, who had been watching the show with a calm personality, said in his heart, fortunately, the sect master did not rush to take action. This sect master knows that Pei Jianxian Empire's reputation as the #1 female swordsman is not in vain. Afterwards, came to rob Liu Feng had her buttocks stained red. Like a monkey's butt. I ask you, will you dare to rob again in the future? Liu Feng asked. I dare you. I won't dare to do that again. The female alchemist's pretty face was red and full of fear as she spoke. She had to be submissive in front of Liu Feng. Originally, she completely ignored Liu Feng, the young master of Yaoshan Valley. But after seeing Liu Feng's butt-smacking methods, Hongsu was completely scared. This guy Liu Feng, Nobs Guang made his butt red, and his face also turned red. If he continued to resist Liu Feng, or gave in, his butt would most likely be broken by Liu Feng. For the sake of her butt, Hongsu had to bow her head in front of Liu Feng. After completely subduing Hongsu, Liu Feng withdrew his hands contentedly and let her go. Go away. In 3 breaths, disappear from my sight. Liu Feng started to drive them away. Hearing this, Hongsu clenched her fists, and before leaving, she looked at Liu Feng with resentment in her soft eyes. Always remember the fact that Liu Feng licked his own butt. I have grown so big. The status and position are extremely noble. No one has ever dared to offend me in public like this. Taek Liu Feng just dared to do it so blatantly. This is called Hongsu, and deep in his heart, he remembers Liu Feng. Liu Feng is the first man remembered by Hongsu. Liu Feng, I'll remember you. Before leaving, Hongsu still turned towards Liu Feng and said something harsh. Is your butt itchy again? Liu Feng raised his big hand and said with a smile. Hear this. In those beautiful red eyes, there was a hint of fear that could not be suppressed. Then, Hongsu led a group of bodyguards, turned around and quickly left the small world. Wait for Hongsu to leave. Liu Feng then realized why his palm, which he had just used to teach Hongsu a lesson, was a little wet. He hadn't noticed it just now. I just realized it now. Yao Tuo Ding, who was watching from the side, bowed to Liu Feng and congratulated him. Congratulations to young Valley Master. Congratulations to young Valley Master for winning the championship of this alchemy competition. The Queen Miao Zi is about to become the Taoist partner of the young Valley Master. Young Master, I am happy again. Hearing this, Liu Feng looked at the latter who was holding the tripod with one hand, and asked with a smile, Master Yao, do you want to snatch the 5th grade dragon transformation? Yao Tuo Ding shook his head and said with self-awareness, Young Valley Master thinks too highly of me. Not to mention me alone, even if there were 10 of me, we would have snatched the 5th grade dragon. Seeing that Master Yao was down to earth and not ambitious at all, Liu Feng couldn't help but feel that this person was quite stable in character. He is also very aware of the current affairs. Madam, let's go. And then later, Liu Feng took his friend's small jade hand and led her out of this small world. At this time, the outside world of small world. Inside the competition venue, the simple mirror showed all the scenes of the game inside the small world in detail, which made the people watching around excited and shocked. Oh my god. Refining with bare hands, even the medicine cauldron is not needed, this is too scary, right? Oh my god. This medicine refining competition is really an eye-opener. No one in the Empire can refine a 5th grade dragon with bare hands. Yes, only Liu Feng can do it. It is obvious that the champion of this medicine refining competition is the young master of Yaoshan Valley. Kkwenj Wang Miaozi Kkwenj married the young master of Yaoshan Valley. This is a powerful combination. The seats were all shocked and discussing the situation. Just because they have never seen it. Refining a high-level 5th grade dragon can actually be done with bare hands. This eye-catching bare-handed exercise is so shocking. But speaking of the whole audience, the most shocked and unbelievable person was none other than Wang Miaozi. She is a 5th-rank alchemist, possessing the title of King of the Empire. She was very clear about how difficult it was to refine a 5th grade medicine. Especially, 5th grade dragon transforming medicine that he refined was the most difficult medicine to refine among all the high-level 5th grade medicines. Even for the 5th grade alchemist Miao Zi, the chance of successfully refining it is extremely small and the success rate is low. It often takes 10 attempts for Miao Zi to succeed once. But, Liu Feng, however, did not. He practiced with his bare hands in a very simple and rough way. After 3 breaths, you have succeeded. This brought to Miao Zi was indescribable. To achieve this level of alchemy with bare hands, the alchemy level must reach that of a 7th grade alchemist or above. Taek him. At such a young age, having just turned 20, he has already reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist. Is he a monster? Miao Zi's face, which was so beautiful that it could captivate all creatures, was filled with surprise. Null in her impression. High-level alchemists all start out at several years old. They are all gray-haired and wrinkled, very old, with white beards. This was the first time she had seen a young high-level alchemist like Liu Feng. Besides, she had never even heard of it. I am more than a year old and have reached the level of a 5th-grade alchemist. This team of alchemists is considered relatively young. But compared with the high-level alchemist Liu Feng, I am old and big. Congratulations, Queen, for marrying such a young, handsome, and high-level alchemist. The white-haired old woman at the side quickly congratulated Miaozi. After all, this medicine refining competition is Wang Miaozi's mate selection meeting. Whoever can cultivate the 5th-grade dragon can marry me and become a Taoist partner with the king. At the moment, alchemist Liu Feng refining medicine with his bare hands was witnessed by those present. The championship position is definitely Liu Feng's. Like this Queen Miaozi, whose breasts are as big as durian and whose delicate body exudes charming charm, must be Liu Feng. Grandma Bai, Liu Feng is only in his early 20s. Just in terms of age, I am a full year older than him. Will he really dislike me because of my age? Miaozi, who was attracted by the handsome and imposing Liu Feng, showed some inferiority on her jade-like face and asked Granny Bai who was standing beside her. She is 7 or 8 years older than Liu Feng. He is a full year older than Liu Feng. Now that Liu Feng has won the championship, according to the promise of the competition, she will marry him and become Liu Feng's partner. But in terms of age, Wang Miaozi always feels that she is an old cow eating young grass. Miaozi, who felt inferior due to her age, lowered her head slightly and looked at her proud big breasts. She thought to herself, he's too old. It would be nice if it were a little smaller. But what she didn't know was that being older was a disadvantage compared to others. But Liu Feng has advantages. The older you are, the better. Granny Bai, who was standing next to Miao Zidong, showed some inferiority complex when she saw King Dan meet someone he liked. Granny Bai immediately advised, Dan Wang, how can you belittle yourself? You know, you are the #1 Dan King in our Wu Empire. Look at your stunning face, your tall, full breasts, and your perky buttocks. Won't you be charmed to death by Valley Master Liu? And, according to the old woman's gossip, the owner of the Liu Valley particularly likes women of a certain age. It is said that the companions around Master Liu are generally older than him. Look at Master Liu's companion, Pei Zhanxian, isn't he 700 years older than him? End of the sermon. Granny Bai couldn't help but think, actually, I'm also quite old. Then, as an old woman, I can also take the initiative to recommend myself to Master Liu. Maybe, Master Liu will also be interested in an old woman like me. After being enlightened by Granny Bai, the inferiority complex of the female Dan Queen Miao Zidong also disappeared quickly. My age, I know how to care for others and love others. Knowledge, know a lot. And at this time, a handsome figure with a spotless appearance emerged from it, accompanied by his beautiful sword immortal partner. This person was naturally the alchemist Liu Feng, who made pills with his bare hands and shocked everyone in the audience. Congratulations, Master Liu. Yes, Master Liu can make pills with his bare hands. It's amazing. Master Liu, today we have really opened our eyes. Master Liu, you won the championship and married the king of pills. You are truly a winner in life. As expected of the Valley Master of Yaoshan Valley, so awesome. The people who were watching the alchemy competition looked at Liu Feng and shouted with admiration. Today, Liu Feng's bare-handed alchemy really opened the eyes of everyone present. I have learned a lot. This method can be described as terrifying. The female alchemist Hong Su, who came out early, saw Liu Feng coming out and enjoying the welcome from everyone present. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Little pink fist, clenched tightly. His butt was spanked red by Liu Feng. Until now, it still hurts. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of Liu Feng scolding and spanking him. This account. I'll remember it, auntie. Hong Su was so angry that her plump breasts trembled, and then she led 10 black-robed bodyguards and left the Wu Empire completely. And Liu Feng. I also noticed Hong Su leaving quietly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. This female alchemist Hong Su comes from outside the empire. Her breasts and buttocks feel great to touch. Liu Feng has fought against them all. Who made this female alchemist Hong Su too willful and capricious and need to be disciplined? Then, Liu Feng then turned his gaze to the mature and plump body of the female Dan King Miao Zidong. Miao Zidong, dressed in purple, has a tall figure and skin as white as snow, just like mutton fat. She has a pretty face, picturesque features and is extremely beautiful. Miao Zidong's 3,000 purple silks fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, fluttering slightly and emitting a faint fragrance. Her chest was like a durian, extremely eye-catching and about to burst out, as if it was about to burst the clothes on her chest. Her breasts are tall, straight, plump and round, which makes people fall in love with them. Keikyae. What a broad mind. This alchemist Liu Feng gave his evaluation of him. And the wonderful purple pill. Stared at so directly and without any concealment by Liu Feng that her pretty face immediately turned red. Previously, she had a low self-esteem about her age. But now, seeing Liu Feng looking at her so directly, she suddenly became full of confidence in herself. He even puffed out his chest to show off his pride. Master Liu, congratulations on refining a 5th-grade dragon transformation pill with your bare hands. Win the championship of the alchemy competition. Miao Zidong congratulated in a very gentle voice. Liu Feng smiled slightly, and said bluntly in front of Miao Zidong, "In fact, I don't even bother to come to this level of medicine refining competition. The reason why I came here this time is entirely to see the Dan King. I have heard of the reputation of the Dan King and have admired him for a long time." These words. Miao Zidong's beautiful eyes became shy after hearing this. Liu Feng stated it very bluntly, he was coming for him. "Mr. Liu, I want to ask you, do you really not recommend it given your age? After all, I am over 1,000 years old." Miao Zidong said with some trepidation. She is very concerned about her age. Women are like fine wine, the older it gets the better it tastes. I am different from others. I like beautiful women of my age. Especially, a woman with a beautiful chest like you, Dan Wang. Dan King, how old are you? In my eyes, this is a blatant advantage. Liu Feng preached bluntly. It's not that he comforted Miao Zidong. He really likes stunningly beautiful women of his age. Such a mature, plump and stunning beauty is very sensible. You reach out and touch her head, and she will consciously and sensibly put her hair up. You see her surging thunder, she will consciously take off her armor when she sees the dragon. Moreover, he is very caring and has an amazing reserve of knowledge. As the saying goes, a man does not know the beauty of a beautiful woman and mistakes a lowly for a treasure. Therefore, Liu Feng loves the beautiful woman in purple, Miao Zidong, so much. And on the side, Grandma Meibai, who was accompanying Miao Zidong, heard Liu Feng say this and she immediately realized that her chance had come. Cough cough cough. Master Liu, I am actually older than you. The old woman is a widower and has been single ever since. I wonder what Master Liu thinks of this old woman. Granny Bai looked at Liu Feng with her wrinkled old face. According to her gossip, alchemist Liu Feng likes girls who are younger than him. I am old enough and very much in line with Liu Feng's preferences. So, she wants to be brave for love once. Look at the handsome and unparalleled alchemist Liu Feng, can he accept me? After all, I am an old treasure. Hearing this, Liu Feng suddenly felt a darkness in front of his eyes. This old lady, all her teeth have fallen out. You can be your own ancestor. Even though I am a bit lustful, I am not that hungry. The white lady in front of me had a face full of wrinkles, a pair of cloudy and yellow old eyes, and skin as wrinkled as chicken skin. With a head full of white hair, he looks as old as can be. And then later, refused without even thinking about it. I like age, but this doesn't mean that I like old ones. Come on. Liu Feng, who won the alchemy competition, soon became a Taoist partner with Dan Wang Miao Zidong. The two of them confirmed their relationship as Taoist companions. Miao Zidong's private boudoir. Miao Zidong, whose plump, eye-catching breasts were as big as durians, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Evening. He was the first person to try it. Madam, it's time to take off your armor. Liu Feng reminded in a loud voice. Hear the sound. Miao Zidong's delicate face turned red instantly. Having lived for more than a decade, she is naturally not a naive and ignorant little girl. Of course, she knew what Liu Feng meant. I am here to see the dragon take off its armor. Miao Zidong lowered her delicate head, her face flushed as she spoke. Then, a purple dress fell to the ground. In the next few days, the villain alchemist Liu Feng has never returned to Yaoshan Valley. Instead, he stayed at the Alchemy Guild and lived in love with Miao Zidong, his new Taoist partner. This one, Liu Feng began to take time out from the Alchemy Guild to collect system rewards. Tongzi, Start collecting rewards. Liu Feng said. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host has married a Taoist companion Miao Zidong who is 1 year older than himself. System rewards are being distributed. Reward the host for promotion to 9th grade alchemist. Reward the host for breaking through to the 9th level of the martial emperor peak. Reward the host with a copy of the Zhu Xian sword formation. Reward the host with a copy of the True Dragon Immortality elixir. Reward the host with a magical sword skill, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Reward the host with 9th grade elixirs, 10,000 bottles. Reward the host with more than 100 medium-sized spiritual minds. In an instant, the extremely rich system rewards were given to Liu Feng without hesitation. Liu Feng, who had been an 8th grade alchemist for many days, was finally promoted to a 9th grade alchemist. After being promoted to the 9th grade alchemist, was more than 10,000 times stronger in alchemy than before. The 9th grade alchemist is indeed worthy of his reputation. Liu Feng felt the vast and endless soul power in his body inside. This moment, the entire world was within Liu Feng's perception. Even the ground could not escape Liu Feng's soul power perception. Then came Liu Feng's martial arts realm, which reached the 9th level of the martial emperor peak. In addition, with Liu Feng's chaotic body and 9th grade soul power, Liu Feng is completely invincible in his realm of martial emperor. As for the Zhu Xian sword formation, this sword formation was so powerful that it could easily destroy the entire world. Also magical powers of swordsmanship, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, which are both at the level of swordsmanship's most lethal weapons. This is quite suitable for kendo practitioners. These 2 sword weapons are perfect gifts for my wife. Liu Feng took a quick look and made a plan in his mind, saying quietly to himself. My wife, Pei Zhanxian, is a sword cultivator who can bring the power of Wanjian Guizhong and Zhushan sword formation to the extreme. The remaining rewards, including the True Dragon Immortality elixir, 10,000 bottles of 9th grade elixirs, and more than 100 medium-sized spiritual minds, were also taken by Liu Feng. Already wealthy, and now he has become even richer. It's still faster to marry a Taoist partner and become stronger. Chain repair. It's impossible to repair the chain in this lifetime. Liu Feng received all the system rewards and said in his heart. For an ordinary alchemist, if he wants to reach the level of a 9th grade alchemist, it is basically impossible without practicing hard for tens of thousands of years. The 9th grade alchemists all have at least 10,000 years of experience. However, Liu Feng, who has a system, is different. He needs to marry must be much older than himself in order to gain rewards and become stronger. This is Liu Feng, who has avoided tens of thousands of years of detour in alchemy. Ding dong. Rewards have been distributed. Host, please keep up the good work on your journey to marry a Taoist partner. At this time, system reminder. New. Liu Feng responded simply. At the same time, Liu Feng also deliberately released his vast and endless soul power to sense his sword fairy wife. Liu Feng, who has been promoted to a 9th grade alchemist, can easily and freely sense everything on earth. Even a piece of land could not escape Liu Feng's perception. Through perception, Liu Feng discovered that his sword fairy woman with big breasts and a nice butt was not far outside the room, protecting him. These past few days, my lady has been working hard to protect me. Liu Feng said. Afterwards, Liu Feng looked at the Dan King Miao Zidong who had fallen asleep in the boudoir, and then he disappeared quietly without disturbing his new Taoist partner Miao Zidong. Alchemy Guild. Pei Zhanxian, the empire's #1 female swordsman, held the sword in her chest as always, with her bare feet, standing gracefully on the spot, quietly protecting her husband Liu Feng. It's been several days since we entered the bridal chamber. My husband hasn't come yet. The amount of time he spends on this is really increasing rather than decreasing. Pei Zhanxian held her sword in her arms, her face slightly red as she spoke. She has been here, protecting him for several days. Until now, still haven't seen my husband open the door. And at this moment, a familiar, tall and handsome figure appeared silently beside Pei Zhanxian's delicate body. Madam, what are you thinking about? Liu Feng asked with a smile in a very magnetic voice. Nothing. Pei Zhanxian immediately turned his face away and said something guiltily. My wife, you've really become dirty. Liu Feng said with a smile. He had double pupils, so he could see through his wife's inner thoughts at a glance. Totally impossible for my wife to hide it from me. Snort. Who made you so bad? You have corrupted everyone. Page Jianxian, holding the sword in his chest, snorted and pushed all the responsibility onto Liu Feng. For this, Liu Feng is undeniable. It was indeed me who defiled her. Immediately, Liu Feng opened his mouth and explained his purpose, saying, "My lady, I will give you 2 sword-killing weapons. One is the immortal execution sword formation, and the other is the 10,000 swords return to the origin." While talking, Liu Feng has already sent the 2 sword-killing weapons in his body to his wife's body. When Page Jianxian saw this, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Her delicate body was so shocked that she stood there in a daze. These 2 sword-killing weapons are extremely terrifying. Powerful weapons that can destroy the entire world. Her husband said he would send her off, and this was Page Jianxian. She lowered her head and her chest, with her toes not visible, rose and fell violently. "This is so shocking. Where did you get this?" Page Jianxian looked down at the Zhoushan sword formation in the Wanjian Guizhong in his heart and couldn't help but ask. "I have been promoted to the 9th grade alchemist. I got 2 kendo weapons. What's so strange about that?" Liu Feng spoke frankly without hiding anything. He also told Page Jianxian the news of his promotion to the 9th grade alchemist without reservation. After hearing this, Page Jianxian was even more shocked. "My husband has reached the 9th grade alchemist." This surprised her. "My husband is lazy and disrespectful every day, and he is also a bit naughty. But when it comes to the art of alchemy, he is extremely evil and abnormal." It always brings all kinds of shocks to Page Jianxian. After learning that her husband had been promoted to the 9th grade alchemist, Page Jianxian raised her beautiful eyes and asked, "Then my husband, will you return to Yaoshan Valley and report to your master?" Liu Feng refused outright. "No need. It's so hard to come out for a stroll, and it's really disappointing to go back to the valley so early." Who had lived in Yaoshan Valley for several years, was very familiar with the environment in the valley. "So I want to have a good time here, traveling and sightseeing." Seeing that her husband didn't want to return to the valley for the time being, Page Jianxian didn't say anything else. No matter where her husband goes, she will be by his side. "My dear, you have been protecting me for the past few days. It's really hard for you. Come into the house. I will help you relieve your fatigue," Liu Feng said. This time, Page Jianxian has been there to protect Liu Feng and Miao Zidong. Don't let any strangers get close. It can be said that Page Jianxian suffered for some time. When Page Jianxian heard this, her flawless and beautiful face suddenly turned red. She naturally understood what Liu Feng meant, nodded her head slightly, tied up her hair consciously, and was about to go into the house with her husband Liu Feng. Just at this moment, Liu Feng, who had been promoted to the 9th grade alchemist, suddenly sensed a familiar breath fluctuation descending into the void of the alchemy guild. This breath fluctuation is of no other kind. It was Hong Su, the female alchemist who had been taught a lesson and spanked by alchemist Liu Feng in this small world. Here she comes. Moreover, he took the initiative to come here. Is she here? Are you looking for a fight?" Liu Feng said with doubt in his heart. At the same time, Liu Feng also clearly sensed that beside the female alchemist Hong Su, there was a combat puppet with a powerful aura. It seems that the female alchemist Hong Su came here to pick a fight and report to herself. Realized this, Liu Feng paused, knowing that he could no longer go into the house and play with the sword fairy lady. "Husband, why don't you come into the house?" Page Jianxian, who was looking forward to entering the house and seeing what was going to happen between her and her husband Liu Feng, immediately asked with her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Liu Feng pointed his finger at the sky and said, "Madam, do you still remember the female alchemist Hong Su who was spanked by me in this small world?" As her husband asked, Page Jianxian recalled the female alchemist Hong Su in her mind. "Remember? Of course I remember. Why did my husband mention her?" Page Jianxian said with confusion in her beautiful eyes. Liu Feng said, "Hong Su was spanked by me, and she was quite dissatisfied. She has brought a powerful combat puppet to report to me. Now, she has arrived above the void of the alchemy guild." Hearing this, Page Jianxian, who was protecting her husband, held a sword in her chest and exuded a fierce murderous aura. She said in a cold voice, "This woman is so unruly and willful. I'm going to teach her a lesson." After Page Jianxian finished speaking, he was about to fly into the void. Taek Liu Feng suddenly stopped him. "Wait a minute, ma'am. Just leave this matter to me. My lady, please go into the house and wash yourself first. I will come to see you later." Liu Feng comforted his sword fairy wife and said, "The female alchemist Hong Su should be left to me to deal with. After all, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. She came looking for me just to take revenge for the spanking." Pei Zhanxian nodded slightly, and handed Hong Su, who came to cause trouble, to her husband Liu Feng. Went into the bath and washed up. Liu Feng raised his head and glanced into the void, and the figure of Nawad suddenly disappeared without a trace. Alchemy Guild. In the vast void. Whoosh. Liu Feng's figure appeared immediately with a whoosh. In an instant, Liu Feng looked up and saw Hong Su. At this moment, her slender arms were holding her full and protruding breasts. Beside her, a combat puppet that is invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire, stands quietly. Waves of terrifying aura emanated from the combat puppet's body. His actual strength has reached the 9th level, the peak of the martial emperor realm. In her rosy jade hand, she held a pitch-black puppet token, and her delicate face was full of pride. The red, narrow and long beautiful eyes stared at Liu Feng and said proudly, "Liu Feng, you spanked my butt, it must feel good, right? You're prepared to pay the price for this. I came to you this time to seek revenge, but I secretly stole a 9th level combat puppet at the peak of the martial emperor level. Just prepare yourself and take the beating. Finally, I say." Hong Su proudly puffed out her chest and raised her beautiful red eyes. Originally, she was frightened by being spanked by Liu Feng. But it's different. She got a fighting puppet. How powerful is this combat puppet? Just one combat puppet can destroy an empire. It's so powerful. The two men in black robes who were protecting Hong Su had uneasy expressions on their faces. "Auntie, you stole the battle puppet just to teach a pharmacist a lesson. It's not good for you to do this, is it?" A man in a black robe was preaching. "You still have the nerve to say that. What happened to me after Liu Feng beat me? To this day, my butt is still red from being spanked. You guys are my protectors. You are so useless. How can I secretly bring in a combat puppet? Vent my anger." Hong Su was so angry that she glared at the guards viciously. "It's useless to protect yourself. My butt was beaten like a monkey's by Liu Feng. Being of noble status and position, and having eaten the deflated red pastry before, he could not swallow this bitter pill at all. Therefore, she must report to Liu Feng. To avenge one's own spanking. Liu Feng, are you scared? I think you must have been so frightened by the battle puppet that you can't speak." Hong Su crossed her arms and crossed her slender waist, sticking out her proud breasts, and spoke with great pride. With the support of the battle puppets, Hong Su feels that there is hope for a reward today. But who would have expected? Alchemist Liu Feng was calm and composed, looking calm and leisurely. He totally disregarded Hong Su and her combat puppets. This kind of combat puppet is indeed powerful. But in front of Liu Feng, one move could turn it into scrap metal. Hee. I was wondering if you could bring in some great helpers. I didn't expect that. You actually brought a piece of scrap metal. You are so disappointing to me. Liu Feng shook his head, revealing a rather disappointed expression. Liu Feng, you are so pretentious. This is my puppet protecting the country. You actually called those rubbish. When Hong Su heard Liu Feng's words, she became shocked and angry. Bring a bunch of junk. Hong Su, is your butt itchy again? Do you need me to help you fight? Liu Feng preached with a smirk on his face. He raised his head, which immediately brought back bad memories to Hong Su's mind, who was not far away. Liu Feng, you are bullying me too much. This time. Look at how I control the battle puppet and capture you. Spank you. Hong Su said while gritting her teeth. 1 second. She controlled the fighting puppet. Fight. Just listen. An angry battle cry came from the mouth of this combat puppet. Its eyes are extremely red. The whole body that is invulnerable to guns, water and fire exudes a strong fighting spirit. The whole sky suddenly became dim. Auntie, you should just give up this magical power. Yes. If the higher-ups find out about this, we'll be finished. That's right. Auntie, quickly collect the puppet, otherwise, if you are found out, you will definitely be put in solitary confinement. When the black-robed guardians at the side saw that Hong Su was about to control the national protection puppet to fight, they all started to persuade him in a panic. This puppet that protects the country cannot be used at will. Not to mention, this red crispy one is secretly stolen and used. That is not allowed and is strongly prohibited. Holding the token and controlling the puppet to fight, the girl with a big chest and red lips snorted coldly at the 10 martial emperor guardians and said, "If you 10 have any problems, I will make you a puppet to protect the country. Today. I've decided." After finishing speaking, Hong Su turned her head away and no longer paid any attention to the person who had no one to protect her. "Liu Feng, be prepared to bear the wrath of others." A red, sweet and pleasant voice, speaking with anger. 1 second. Hong Su, with her plump breasts and perky buttocks, held up Kkwadkarkwag's puppet token and gave an order, "National Protection Puppet, come on." Hearing this, extremely strong puppet protecting the country, which was as strong as a copper wall and iron fortress, suddenly burst into a tremendous fighting spirit and rushed towards Liu Feng. Whoosh! The national protection puppet rushed towards the alchemist Liu Feng at a speed like a meteor. "Ha ha ha! This time, I can finally get my revenge," Hong Su said with a smug laugh. Her little girl also brought a small whip. This little leather whip is thin and long. She was going to use this whip to severely whip Liu Feng and avenge her past sins. Void. Liu Feng looked calmly at the puppet that was rushing towards him to protect the country. In his ears, there came a hidden and dark voice. "Master, does this puppet need help?" Zhang Long asked secretly. "That's not necessary," Liu Feng said. Immediately, Liu Feng raised his fist, held it in his hand, and immediately displayed his magical powers. Control the universe. In an instant, the national protection puppet that was rushing over was shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The last child was sealed in the palm of Liu Feng's hand. Martial Emperor is now invincible in the Martial Emperor realm. In Liu Feng's eyes, this powerful national protection puppet is no different from an ant. For a while, Hong Su's greatest reliance and support was easily taken away by the alchemist Liu Feng. The whole process, Liu Feng just raised his palm. In this scene, but Hong Su and his group were left stunned. What? The national protection puppet was easily sealed and suppressed in his palm. Damn, isn't this alchemist Liu Feng too scary? Has he reached the level of Wuzong? It's so horrible. It's so horrible. The 10 black-robed bodyguards stared in astonishment, stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. They had always naively believed that alchemist Liu Feng is not that powerful. The powerful person is the beautiful female swordsman beside him. Look now. Their perception is totally wrong. Liu Feng has been keeping a low profile and hiding his real strength. Not only is he good at refining medicine, but he is also terrifyingly powerful. Even the realm of martial arts is so terrifying. Just by raising his palm, he could easily suppress and seal the national protection puppet in his palm. This segment is extremely powerful. It's super awesome. And the red crispy one. But I was completely dumbfounded. She had previously thought that if she had secretly stolen the national defense puppet, wouldn't that be more than enough to teach Liu Feng a lesson? To this end, Hong Su had even prepared a small whip, just in time to take revenge by whipping Liu Feng's butt. But the result was far beyond Hong Su's expectations. By himself was easily suppressed and sealed by Liu Feng in an instant. I relied on is completely gone. Not only that, what worries Hong Su the most is that the national defense puppet was secretly stolen by herself. If I can't return it in time, I'll be finished. Think of this. Hong Su felt like crying but had no tears. The national protection puppet was sealed in Liu Feng's palm. What should I do? Not far away, on the void, Liu Feng waved his folding fan leisurely and said to Hong Su, "Is this the puppet you are so proud of? Isn't this too lame?" Hong Su, who was ridiculed, said to Liu Feng pitifully, "Brother Liu Feng. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so rude to you before. Brother Liu Feng, please forgive me for my mistakes. Can you return the puppet to me? I stole that puppet secretly. Not mine. I need to give it back." Hong Su pleaded pitifully. She no longer has any of the arrogance she had before. Not to mention, he had no intention of teaching Liu Feng a lesson. Liu Feng didn't teach me a lesson, so I should thank God. Hong Su now thoroughly witnessed Liu Feng's terrifying strength. She completely understood how unrealistic her desire for revenge was. So ridiculous. Even the national protection puppet could be suppressed and sealed by Liu Feng with just one palm. Not to mention, since I have this strength, it's not even good enough for Liu Feng to see. When Liu Feng heard Hong Su calling him brother, he couldn't help laughing. Hong Su is much older than me. She called herself brother, but she really couldn't bear it. And it was not difficult for Liu Feng to see that the national guardian puppet sealed in his palm was very important to her big breasts and round butt. It's extremely important at first glance. And from now on, he can also use the national protection puppet sealed in his palm to control this busty beauty. For a moment, an evil thought arose deep in Liu Feng's heart. The corners of his mouth slightly raised in a wicked smile. He. Why should I give it to you? You move the combat puppets to deal with me. Now, you still want to go back. Where is such a good thing here? Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said with disdain. As we all know, Liu Feng is the kind of person who will show his eagle when he sees a rabbit. Do you want to get things done by giving Liu Feng some benefits, or by letting Liu Feng get some benefits? That is possible. Her breasts were so full that they seemed to be about to burst through her clothes. She wanted to send the battle puppet back just by paying something. That's even more possible. And Hong Su, seeing that she was acting cute and even calling Liu Feng brother was useless, she clenched her fists and said angrily, Liu Feng, don't go too far. That puppet that protects the country is really important to me. Hurry up and return the puppet that is sealed in your palm to him. Liu Feng sneered and said, why should I give it to you? Just because you have big breasts. Because you are thick-skinned. The puppet that protects the country is sealed in Liu Feng's palm. If Liu Feng is released, the national protection puppet will be sealed inside for life. Liu Feng's palm power of the universe is just a joke. With the palm of your hand, it turns into a piece of land. Can easily seal and suppress anything. As for the national defense puppets that were sealed and suppressed inside, without Liu Feng's permission, don't even think about escaping in this life. And when Hong Su saw that no matter how she acted coquettishly or threatened, Liu Feng was unwilling to release the national protection puppet, she immediately stomped her feet in anxiety. What should I do? Nawan, was the national protection puppet discovered missing, or was it stolen by himself, and was lost by himself? Then I'm doomed. Come on, take the national defense puppet back from Nawad's hands. Hong Su glanced at the 10 black-robed bodyguards beside her and gave the order. Auntie. Even the puppets protecting the country were suppressed and sealed by Nawad raising his hand. Not to mention us. The black-robed guardians said this with great self-awareness. They are indeed some dishes. But it doesn't mean you are stupid. They can naturally see how terrifying alchemist Liu Feng is. Raise your hand to suppress the national protection puppet. As for you, needless to say, if they dare to come forward, Liu Feng only needs to raise his hand to blast them to death, leaving no trace of their souls. Therefore, the red and crisp black-robed bodyguards all stayed where they were obediently and didn't dare to go forward at all. Snatch the national defense puppet from Liu Feng by force. What's the difference between that kind of behavior and seeking death? Hong Su saw that her 10 bodyguards were so cowardly that they didn't even dare to attack. She suddenly thought, what kind of bodyguards are these people following her? They are clearly a bunch of good-for-nothings, right? Of no use at all. Liu Feng, what exactly do you want in order to hand over the puppet to others? Hong Su asked angrily. That puppet who protects the country is the pillar of our empire. Once the national protection puppet is lost, empire will be unimaginable. So, the national protection puppet cannot be lost. If it is lost, the consequences will be too serious. Hong Su, who is usually willful, knows this. Hong Su had already made up her mind that no matter what, she would bring the national protection puppet back. No way that the national guardian puppet would be lost because of my stealing. If you want your puppet to protect the country, come with me and have a chat. Liu Feng was speaking. From the void, he landed in the courtyard below the alchemy guild. Seeing this, Hong Su's beautiful red eyes flickered slightly. She then controlled her spiritual energy and followed Liu Feng, descending towards the courtyard below. The guards on the side wanted to follow Hong Su, but were scolded by Hong Su. Don't follow me. They are talking about the puppets protecting the country, what are you doing here? Following Hong Su's scolding, the 10 black-robed protectors looked at each other and just stayed in the void helplessly. Here, I am quietly waiting for news from my aunt. Below, Alchemy Guild, in a remote and deserted courtyard. Liu Feng landed here, leisurely waving a folding fan, and glanced at the girl with big breasts and a plump, red butt who followed him. The latter has a pretty face, delicate looks and a beautiful temperament. Her long black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. The clothes on her chest were filled up by her fragrant and tender breasts. Don't mention how eye-catching it is. Her slender waist is so beautiful that it can be held in one hand. If you hold such a small waist in your arms, it must be very pleasant and feel good. As for those snow-white, straight legs, that is even more tempting. This jade leg is pure white, without any blemishes. Especially, the straight jade legs under the gorgeous red dress are also wearing seductive white stockings. These round and straight legs, wearing white silk, are very charming. The red crispy food, which is already beautiful in appearance, is even more tempting and edible. Liu Feng's pair of bright eyes, with a gaze as if appreciating a work of art, admired the huge breasts and the red tenderness of the white silk legs in front of him. This woman has big breasts and a soft and attractive body. Seeing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, what a beautiful girl, with such big breasts. And Hong Su, seeing Liu Feng looking directly at her so rudely, she couldn't help but say coldly, you've seen so much, have you seen enough? I really admire you men. At the same time, Hong Su's heart is filled with pride. She is quite confident about her breasts and figure. Few men who can ignore their own beauty and appreciate it. Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and averted his gaze. Nawad took down the red pastry and prepared to have a good talk with her. Now, both of them have landed. It's time to have a good talk. Liu Feng, I've already come down with you. How do you want to negotiate? With her slender red arms, she held her soft big breasts and asked Liu Feng in a low voice. Liu Feng spread his hands and said, I should be the one asking you this. How do you want to negotiate? The beautiful red eyes stared at Liu Fengyan and said, the national protection puppet is very important to me. If you are willing to hand over Liu Feng, all the conflicts between you and me will be resolved. Besides, they can become friends with you. Hearing this, Liu Feng immediately shook his head and said in a low voice, this is feasible. Stomped the ground fiercely and said angrily, why is it okay? Do you know who he is? Do you know how many people are willing to be friends with others? Liu Feng thought so and said, are you the Princess Hongsu from the neighboring empire? What? So mysterious. What? How come Liu Feng knows the other person's identity? This moment, Hongsu was completely shocked. She never expected it. Alchemist Liu Feng had always known about his status and position, which he was proud of but kept secret. But she really didn't expect that Liu Feng would actually reveal his true identity. Moreover, judging from the look on alchemist Liu Feng's face, he seemed to have known about it a long time ago. Something I've known recently. But I hid it so deeply, how could anyone know? This is called Hongsu. The delicate body could not help but take a few steps back in surprise. How do you know his identity? As the red and tender body retreated, she couldn't help but speak. Is this still under investigation? It is said that the Princess Hongsu from the neighboring empire is ambitious and loves to wear white silk. And you happen to have all these characteristics. I knew it the first time I saw you. Liu Feng responded, gently waving his folding fan. But with the system and the ability to have double pupils, anyone's background and details will be revealed in front of Liu Feng. Any flattery could not escape Liu Feng's sharp eyes. Therefore, Liu Feng knew very well that Hongsu was an imperial princess. When Hongsu found out that Liu Feng knew her identity from the beginning, she clenched her fists in anger, looked up at Liu Feng angrily and said, since you already know that she is the princess of the empire, why do you still in the small field of the alchemy competition, spanking someone's butt? Can't you just let him go? Upon hearing this, Liu Feng smiled evilly and said, it is precisely because I know your identity as a princess that I beat you. After all, it's so fun to spank the princess. If it were an ordinary person, Liu Feng would be too lazy to fight, let alone want to fight. It would have been destroyed with a slap long ago. Nawad just likes to teach a lesson to Princess Hongsu, who is usually pampered and has a noble status. This is interesting. Oh my, the princess is so mad. Her breasts were heaving up and down violently, swaying back and forth with anger, which was very eye-catching. Liu Feng, you bad guy. You are a bad guy. Hongsu, wearing white silk stockings, stomped her feet hard on the ground. As a princess of the empire, Hongsu has lived a life of luxury since she was a child. Stretch out your clothes and open your mouth for food. He was raised by countless slaves and maids. Countless people hold it in their palms. She is like the bright moon, supported by all the stars. I have never suffered any setbacks. But when it came to Liu Feng's body, she not only suffered a loss but also got defeated. This is Princess Hongsu, and the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I wish I could teach Liu Feng a lesson right away. But after witnessing Liu Feng's terrifying strength, she knew very well that this was impossible. Nowadays, to rescue the nation-protecting puppet that was suppressed and sealed in Liu Feng's palm. This was the most important thing. Liu Feng waved his folding fan while admiring Princess Hongsu's stomping white silk feet. This scene. It's rare. Princess, why don't you continue stamping your feet? Are you tired? Liu Feng asked elegantly. Hongsu's beautiful red eyes stared at Liu Fengyan and said, Liu Feng, since you already know the identity and origin of Princess Niel. Then Princess, I'll give you some advice. Hand over the national protection puppet quickly. That puppet is very important to Princess Niel's empire. The redness of the eyes is beyond words. Rescue the national guardian puppet sealed in Liu Feng's palm. That puppet who protects the country is the backbone of his empire. Once the puppets protecting the country are gone, the empire will most likely fall into chaos. When the time comes, as someone who stole the national protection puppet and came to teach Liu Feng a lesson, I am in trouble. Princess Hongsu, fully aware of the seriousness of the disaster, decided in her heart that she must not let this happen. Oh, is the puppet protecting the country really important to you, Princess? Liu Feng asked with a smile. There is no denying that her head is slightly red and tender. Liu Feng took a few steps forward and walked to the front of Princess Hongsu. He took a deep sniff of the faint fragrance and said with a wicked smile, Princess, you stole the puppet that protects your own empire. Come to deal with you. The eye is suppressed and sealed by the seat. You want to go back from your seat now. If you don't give me some benefits, do you think it's possible? Princess Hongsu heard this and immediately showed her sincerity, saying, how about Princess Niel giving you 5 small spiritual mines? These 5 small spiritual mines were her pocket money that she had saved for a long time. Liu Feng sneered and said, you are an alchemist. I lack everything except money. These 5 spiritual mines, you see and look down on them. No exaggeration. Today, the 9th grade alchemist Liu Feng is already the richest alchemist in the Dao Empire. In the eyes of a person, money is no different from dirt. Princess Hongsu's 5 spiritual mines are not even worthy of Liu Feng's glance. Not to mention, redeem the national protection puppet. What about the 5 first-level skills? Princess Hongsu took out the 10-level martial arts technique with a distressed look and looked at Liu Fengyan. No. Liu Feng shook his head and said, what about the 10 high-level spiritual weapons? Princess Hongsu continued to take out priceless treasures and question Liu Feng. But what he got in return was Liu Feng, who still shook his head. Just with these spiritual minerals, skills, and spiritual weapons, he wanted to redeem the national protection puppet from Liu Feng. That was simply too far-fetched. Seeing that Liu Feng was not moved at all, Princess Hongsu suddenly became anxious. She no longer had any other priceless treasures. Liu Feng, what do you want? Princess Hongsu said anxiously. Liu Feng waved his folding fan leisurely and said calmly, the value of these items combined is not as much as one of your fingers, Princess Hongsu. If Princess really wants to redeem the puppet that protects the country, it's actually very simple. Princess, you only need to meet one request. End of the sermon. Liu Feng couldn't help but admire the latter's soft breasts and white silk feet. Hearing this, no matter how stupid Princess Hongsu was, she understood it. No wonder the former didn't want those treasures. It turns out that he was targeting me. Liu Feng, you should ask for something that is not too excessive. The princess will try her best to satisfy you. Princess Hongsu chose to give in and compromise. It has come to this. The guardian puppet of his empire fell into Liu Feng's hands. In order to redeem the guardian puppet, he could only temporarily bow to the alchemist Liu Feng. Princess Hongsu, your request is not excessive at all. I really appreciate your white silk feet, Princess. I need your help. Princess, you don't want your empire to be a puppet to protect it, right? Then I'll leave it to you, Princess. A wild smile appeared at the corner of Liu Feng's mouth. Age, Princess Hongsu, who was much older than Liu Feng, naturally understood the hidden meaning. Then, Princess Hongsu started to get flustered. After it's done, Hongsu, a princess of a noble country, sat down on the ground with tired feet. Liu Feng, give me the national defense puppet. The favor you asked Princess Niel to help you with has been accomplished. Hongsu stretched out her slender jade-like body and took the initiative to ask Liu Feng for the national protection puppet. This puppet was suppressed and sealed in Liu Feng's palm. Without Liu Feng's permission, the national protection puppet could not escape. Rest assured. Here's your seat. Liu Feng looked at Princess Hongsu, who sat on the ground without caring about her image, and smiled. He raised his hand, and with a thought, the national defense puppet that was sealed and suppressed in it was released with a whoosh. Released national guardian puppet was almost exhausted. From the moment it was sealed by Liu Feng, it struggled and resisted desperately, trying to find a way out. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find a way to escape. And Hongsu, seeing that the national protection puppet was finally released, she finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in her heart. This puppet who protects the country is extremely important to his own empire. I didn't lose it myself. If I lose it, the consequences will be disastrous. HMPH. Liu Feng, you bad guy. One day, Princess Niel will make you obedient. Before leaving, Princess Hongsu made some harsh remarks. Princess, is your butt itchy? Liu Feng raised his head and said. Seeing this, Hongsu still puffed up her cheeks in defiance. Then, when she was about to leave the Hongsu of the Dao Empire, she looked at her dirty white stockings. She took them off without hesitation and threw them to the ground. Seeing this, Liu Feng lectured her righteously. Princess Hongsu, you are a princess of a country. Why do you litter everywhere? Remember, littering is wrong. It would be bad if it hit the flowers and plants and polluted the environment. That's it. Liu Feng, who always puts environmental protection first, stepped forward and picked up the white stockings scattered on the red and crisp ground. Then pocket it. Hongsu, who had a plump chest, saw Liu Feng lecturing her. She stuck out her pink tongue in dissatisfaction and said, the princess loves you. None of your business. The princess not only messes with her stockings, she also messes with her underwear. A little bit. Immediately, Princess Hongsu, who was afraid that Liu Feng would spank her, immediately sat on the shoulder of the guardian puppet and controlled it to lead her away. Whoosh! The national guardian puppet took Princess Hongsu and fled from the Dao Empire with a whoosh. This place is not suitable for staying. Otherwise, Princess Hongsu's butt is in trouble. FCK. Why are you running so fast? I won't hit you. I'm just curious, Princess Hongsu, where did you put your underwear? Hello, go pick up some trash and protect the environment. After all, Niel Zuo Nielm is an environmentalist. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Liu Feng said somewhat speechlessly. Princess Hongsu disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Alchemist Liu Feng wanted to ask Princess Hongsu where she was. I didn't expect it. Princess Hongsu sat on the shoulder of the national protection puppet and disappeared on the spot. This person is called Liu Feng, and he felt quite regretful in his heart. I knew it earlier. Just release the sealed and suppressed national puppet in your palm later, wait until you ask where Princess Hongsu is, and then release it. Forget it. I'll ask Princess Hongsu when I meet her later. Anyway, Princess Hongsu is in the empire next door. You will inevitably meet and interact with her in the future. Liu Feng said in his heart while waving his fan slightly. At the same time, Liu Feng thought that his beautiful busty sword fairy wife must be waiting for him for a long time. It's time to give my partner Pei Zhanxian a massage. He. In the blink of an eye. For the next few days, Liu Feng spent time in his own Danwangpo's medicine refining guild. Alchemy Guild. A luxurious loft. Liu Feng lay lazily and leisurely on the rocking chair. The dark area beside it. His subordinate Zhang Long, who led the Shadow Army, immediately appeared. Reporting to the master, Xiao Chen from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range has completed the trial in the mountains. Leaving the mountains. And Lin Zan from the Lin family offended a sect and is now being hunted down by that sect. And Yi Fan has been imprisoned in prison. Zhang Long was wearing heavy armor, with his arms hunched, and reported respectfully. Hearing this, Liu Feng leisurely sipped the Dao tea in his mouth. As a villain alchemist in a cool novel, Nawad control all the current Sons of Luck. Every move of Xiao Chen, Lin Zan, Yi Fan and others is under the watchful surveillance of the Shadow Legion under Liu Feng. In front of the villain alchemist Liu Feng, the Son of Luck has no privacy or secrets. Must know, the Shadow Troops Nielm is a super terrifying troop from ancient times. Whether it's fighting, killing, assassination, intelligence, reconnaissance, or monitoring, they are the elite among the elites. The King of Kings. Until now, the 10 Sons of Luck who were under surveillance didn't notice anything. It is no exaggeration to say that Liu Feng is the first to know any secrets and intelligence within the empire. Know this one. Liu Feng also specifically ordered the Shadow Corps to investigate Princess Hong Su, who was littering, and find out where she had left all the trash on her underwear. By the way, what's the progress of that Princess Hong Su who doesn't care about the environment and her messy clothing garbage? Liu Feng took a few sips of tea and casually placed it on the table beside him. He looked at his subordinate Zhang Long, who led the Shadow Legion, and asked him. For this, Liu Feng is quite concerned. Love the environment cannot stand seeing people littering. Especially, there is a lot of garbage and clothes everywhere. Zhang Long bowed and replied respectfully, My lord. According to my investigation, all of Princess Hongsu's messy clothes and garbage have been found by me. Hearing this, Liu Feng, who was lying on the rocking chair, had a pair of bright eyes that were slightly opened, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he became interested. As expected, they are my shadow army, so awesome. Even this cannot be investigated. It was also found by the subordinates. Cough cough cough. As a princess, Hongsu doesn't care about protecting the environment at all. They threw their underwear around randomly. It's really polluting the environment. Hand over the messy clothes to you. Destroy it. Liu Feng preached with a serious face. Yes, master. Zhang Long spoke. He handed the storage bag to his owner. Liu Feng raised his big hand and immediately sucked it into his palm. Cough cough cough. Zhang Long, you have worked hard during this period. Go down and rest. Liu Feng waved at him, indicating that he could leave. Zhang Long saw this and left wisely. My writing career was in a mess and my income dropped to 40 yuan. I feel very uncomfortable. Other friends said that what I wrote was rubbish and the data was too bad, so I just cut it off. I felt very sad when I heard that. I beg my parents who provide me with food and clothing to give me some tips and support for love. It's really hard for me. Woo woo woo. This day, the villain alchemist Liu Feng was strolling leisurely in the alchemy guild. At the side was the extremely handsome and busty page Zhanxian, with a cold face and a sword in her chest, who followed and protected Liu Feng quietly. Hello, Lord Liu. Master Liu is so awesome. He refined the 5th grade dragon medicine with his bare hands. He is truly the best alchemist in the empire. Oh, my admiration for Master Liu is like a surging river, flowing endlessly. Master Liu's future is immeasurable. Strolling along the way, the alchemy guild all admired Liu Feng. After all, Liu Feng was practicing martial arts with his bare hands and was going to marry the king had already spread like wildfire. Look at the Dao Empire. Who doesn't know the alchemist Liu Feng? In response, Liu Feng smiled modestly. And at this time, the two busty female alchemists immediately showed admiration and worship when they saw Liu Feng. Master Liu, can I take a picture with you? The two female alchemists asked with full admiration. Of course, Liu Feng agreed immediately without any refusal. Then the two female alchemists, one on the left and one on the right, held Liu Feng's arms across their chests, took out the photo stones, and took pictures. Liu Feng felt the soft touch on his arm, and he was a little distracted. He secretly commented, "It's a bit too big. But the two of them together are not even half as big as my wife." Then, the two female alchemists who admired Liu Feng and left quickly. Liu Feng continued to stroll leisurely. When strolling to the entrance of the alchemy guild, Liu Feng suddenly noticed a big-breasted woman in a white dress kneeling on the ground with a pair of jade knees, her delicate and charming face looking pitiful. The alchemists passing by turned a blind eye to her and paid no attention to her. Let this girl kneel on the cold ground. See this scene. The villain alchemist Liu Feng realized instantly that this woman must be no simple person. Ding dong. And a confidant have been detected. Host, please pay attention. At this moment, the system quickly and secretly reminded Liu Feng. Liu Feng heard this, without any hesitation, he used the system without thinking, and took a detailed look at the woman in white dress kneeling at the door. Name, Bai Shui. Current age, 120 years old. Realm of cultivation, Great Martial Master Realm. Fate attribute, Son of Luck, Confidant. Current situation, my martial arts school is in crisis, my mother is poisoned, to save her, I came to the alchemy guild to buy medicine, but because I don't have enough money, I can't buy the antidote, so I have been kneeling here, trying to prove my sincerity. Impress the alchemy guild. With just one glance, Liu Feng saw through Bai Shui completely. Interesting. This is clearly the son of destiny and a confidant, yet I have met her here. It seems that I have put a lot of effort into increasing the effect of my luck and destiny. Liu Feng said secretly. Immediately, Liu Feng stepped forward and helped Bai Shui up. He spoke in a magnetic voice, "Miss, if you have any problem, I can help you." After kneeling in front of Bai Shui for several days, she raised her pitiful eyes and looked at Liu Feng in front of her. She immediately recognized the former's identity. "You are the champion of the alchemy competition, Lord Liu." Bai Shui exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect it. "I actually met such a young and talented alchemist. Especially, Liu Feng refining the 5th grade medicine with his bare hands spread throughout the Great Wu Empire and abroad. Came to ask for medicine, had naturally heard of Liu Feng's resounding reputation. It's just an empty name. Not worth mentioning," Liu Feng said with a humble smile. As he helped Bai Shui up, he smelled a faint female body fragrance coming towards him. Moreover, Snow White's breasts are quite plump and full, which attracts people's attention. Not to attract Liu Feng's attention. "Lord Liu, I beg you to save my mother. As long as you are willing to help, Bai Shui is willing to serve Master Liu as a slave," Bai Shui said quickly. She regarded the alchemist Liu Feng as her life-saving straw. She had heard that alchemist Liu Feng was handsome, kind-hearted, and helpful. Good reputation. Now that I have met her, it also means that my mother can be saved. "Ms. Snow White, what kind of poison has infected your mother? Tell me more slowly," Liu Feng said in a soothing voice, signaling the latter not to worry. Seeing that alchemist Liu Feng was willing to help her, Bai Shui, who had always longed for help, immediately started to tell him. "Master Liu, the poison my mother was poisoned with is the soul-eating poison. This kind of toxin requires a 5th grade high-level medicine to be completely cured. I came to the Alchemy Guild to buy a 5th grade high-level medicine to save my mother. But who would have thought? The 5th grade medicine is too expensive. It's not something a little girl like me can buy." When Bai Shui finished speaking, hot tears flowed down her delicate cheeks. At this time, an alchemist from the Alchemy Guild took the initiative to step forward and said, "Master Liu, it's not that our Alchemy Guild will watch you die without helping you. We just need to treasure the 5th grade high-level medicine. It's even more difficult to refine it. At the moment, our Alchemy Guild's stock of 5th grade medicine has basically been used up." Hearing this, was a look of despair and helplessness in Bai Shui's beautiful eyes. Liu Feng, on the other hand, said to him in a soothing voice, "Don't panic. It's just a 5th grade medicine. I'm grateful for it. That's it." Liu Feng generously waved his hand, and suddenly a medicine bottle filled with 5th grade medicine appeared in front of Bai Shui, who was in urgent need of help. "There are 5 grade medicines in here, which are more than enough to cure your mother's poison," Liu Feng said. Hearing this, Bai Shui, who was determined to save her mother, hurriedly opened the medicine bottle. As expected, suddenly, a strong and extremely tempting medicinal fragrance emanated from it. Following right on, pills with patterns on their surfaces appeared in front of Bai Shui. Saw a whole bottle of 5th grade high-level medicine, she cried with joy. Her mother is finally saved. The alchemist standing by was so shocked that he stepped back repeatedly. He didn't expect it. Rare 5th grade medicine with just a wave of his hand. Lord Liu's background is simply too rich. As expected of you, Master Liu. I have money, I have beauty, and I have medicine. The alchemist standing by watched and praised him endlessly. Soul-devouring poison, a very toxic toxin. Don't delay. I will take you right now to save your mother, Liu Feng said, thinking very much about him. He immediately hugged the busty Bai Shui in his arms, and the next second he led her away from the spot. Since you are the son of destiny and your confidant, then I must take it. He. The Great Wu Empire. Hurricane Martial Arts School. This martial arts school was once quite famous, and its reputation was loud for a while in the empire. It is also known as the #1 martial arts school. Only, the good times didn't last long, as the male master of the martial arts school died, leaving behind only an orphan girl and a widow. This also caused the Hurricane Martial Arts School to go into a state of collapse and never recover. Under the guidance of Bai Shui, alchemist Liu Feng came to this ancient city. The beautiful sword fairy lady followed Liu Feng on the left. Master Liu, my family's Hurricane Martial Arts School was once famous both inside and outside the empire. But, since my parents passed away, my martial arts school has been getting worse and worse. A deep sense of loneliness emerged in Bai Shui's beautiful eyes, and she told Liu Feng, who was standing beside her, about the past of the martial arts school. In response, Liu Feng nodded. He had also heard about Hurricane Watch's reputation. Countless martial artists wanted to learn martial arts from Hurricane Martial Arts School. But now, this once glorious martial arts hall has long been abandoned. Entering the martial arts hall, Liu Feng discovered that there were less than 100 disciples in the hall. With the martial arts school in its heyday, this is completely different. Under the guidance of Bai Shui, Liu Feng came to a boudoir. A beautiful middle-aged woman is lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Her breath was fluctuating and very weak, and she was on the verge of death. It can be said that life is hanging by a thread. And she is Bai Shui's mother. Her name is Bai Yaobing. Miss Bai, how long has your mother been in a coma? Liu Feng asked. Master Liu, my mother has been in a coma for half a month. Bai Shui reported the truth. Thanks to your mother's Wuling realm strength. Otherwise, under the toxicity of this soul-devouring poison, your mother would have died long ago. Liu Feng said. Then, Liu Feng urged, there is no time to lose. Hurry up and give the pill to your mother. Bai Shui nodded, and without thinking, she carefully fed the 5th grade high-level healing pill to her mother. As the 5th grade elixir entered Bai Yaobing's stomach, the poison began to be rapidly forced out of his body. The fluctuations of his breath also gradually recovered. The originally pale and weak skin also becomes rosy and attractive. Not long after, the soul-devouring poison that Bai Yaobing was infected with was basically completely cured. Shui, how long has your mother been in a coma due to the poisoning? Bai Yaobing opened her beautiful hazy eyes, looked at her daughter beside her and asked. Mother, you were in a coma for half a month. Bai Shui first responded to her mother, and then introduced Liu Feng who was standing beside her, saying, Mother, this is Master Liu. He is the champion of the alchemy competition. It was Lord Liu who was so kind-hearted that saved you, my mother. Following his daughter's introduction, Bai Yaobing looked at Liu Feng with gratitude and said, Master Liu, thank you. Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said with a faint smile, Mrs. Bai has just successfully detoxified, so please don't speak for now. It's better to take a good rest first. Bai Yaobing obeyed Liu Feng's words very much. She began to lie on the bed and rest. And time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. The night was dark. Night has fallen. Liu Feng came to Hurricane Martial Arts School, but was not in a hurry to leave, but stayed temporarily. A gorgeous room that Bai Shui specially prepared for the alchemist Liu Feng. This room is the most luxurious and magnificent room in Hurricane Martial Arts School. Ordinary people have no qualifications at all to live here. The only one is the alchemist Liu Feng. I helped Bai Shui today, I believe she will choose to repay me in the evening. In a gorgeous room, Liu Feng said secretly in his heart. As a fan of Shuangwen novels, Liu Feng is particularly clear about this. This kind of confidant, this stunning beauty devotes herself to the Son of Luck and expresses her inner admiration. Generally speaking, the Sons of Luck in cool novels are all upright gentlemen who remain calm and refuse directly. Don't even have any thoughts about eating meat. A cool novel, very righteous. But, I am different. I am a pharmacist of the KKWO faction. If you are a party member, you should act like one. He. Master Liu, are you asleep? At this time. Suddenly, outside the closed door, Snow White's gentle greetings were heard. I'm not. Liu Feng answered bluntly. Then, can I come in? Snow White outside asked hesitantly. Sure, Liu Feng said. So, with Liu Feng's permission, Miss Bai Shui outside pushed the door open and entered the room. Also appeared in front of Liu Feng. Just see. In the evening, Snow White, dressed in a bright red dress, is like a blooming red lotus, exuding an alluring scent. Her eyes were like melting snow in spring, gentle and bright, as if they could penetrate one's soul. That exquisite appearance, like a work of art carefully carved by God, is so beautiful that it is breathtaking, making people want to hold it in their hands and play with it carefully. Especially her tall and plump breasts, which rose and fell gently with her breathing, exuding endless charm, which even made Liu Feng, the mind-sweeping master, fall for her. In addition, her pair of long, straight legs are like white jade, smooth and delicate, exuding a charming luster, making people want to reach out and touch them, feeling the warmth and softness. What is even more irresistible is that her graceful body reveals a unique beauty and charm as gentle as water, which seems to make people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. At this moment, Liu Feng really wanted to sink into this gentle land and enjoy the wonderful feeling of the facial cleanser. At the same time, Snow White came in with a basin of water for washing feet. Master Liu, you have worked hard all day. Let someone wash your feet. There was a gleam of shyness in Snow White's beautiful eyes, as gentle as water, and she was the first to speak. This was the first time she dressed up so beautifully. The purpose is to thank Lord Liu for his help. In that case, thank you for your hard work, Miss Snow White. Liu Feng accepted it generously, and the latter washed his feet. Then, Miss Snow White carefully carried a wooden basin filled with hot water and walked slowly to Liu Feng with light steps. Her beautiful face, with a hint of shyness and tenderness, makes people feel pity for her. She raised her delicate hands gently untied the laces on Liu Feng's feet, and then carefully took off the shoes. Then, she gently placed Liu Feng's feet in the warm water and gently massaged his feet with her soft hands, as if she was caring for a precious treasure. Every touch was full of care and tenderness, making Liu Feng feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. Hiss! It feels so comfortable to have this beauty wash his feet. Liu Feng felt Miss Bai Shui's slender hands massaging and washing his feet, and he couldn't help but say happily in his heart. This was the first time he experienced this feeling. No wonder. Why do some people like to find girls to wash their feet and give them massages? This feeling is so great. Especially, Miss Bai Shui's slender jade fingers sliding across the soles of Liu Feng's feet was like an electric current, which Liu Feng admired very much. Martial arts school. In Liu Feng's room, Bai Shui came in and began to wash and massage Liu Feng's feet carefully. During the whole process, Liu Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed it to the fullest. Miss Bai Shui, have you practiced this foot massage technique? Liu Feng opened his eyes slightly and asked Bai Shui in front of him. Nawad found that Bai Shui's massage technique was quite skillful. Doesn't look like a novice at all. While washing and massaging Liu Feng's feet, Bai Shui responded seriously, Master Liu is worthy of being Master Liu. I can see that. Shirayuki has indeed practiced this. My father's feet were injured when he was alive. In order to help him relieve the injuries on his feet, I specially learned massage skills. It's a pity that my father was assassinated and passed away. End of the sermon. Bai Shui's mood suddenly dropped. Been assassinated? Can you tell me about it? Liu Feng asked with a little curiosity at this moment. After all, of Hurricane Martial Arts School, Snow White's father was a local overlord when he was alive. Also belongs to the group of people with a handsome face. When talking about her father, Bai Shui was obviously quite disappointed and said, my father once adopted a child who was born in a poor family. Treat him as your own child. From childhood to adulthood, I have provided you with meticulous care and training. But later, he took the initiative to propose that he wanted to inherit his father's heavenly level cultivation method. My father refused outright. That volume of heavenly level skills has serious side effects. The backlash effect on oneself is terrible. The problem with my father's legs and feet was caused by the backlash of that heavenly level technique. My father's adopted son, and because of this, he holds a grudge against my father and hates him immensely. My father has always been satisfied with everything except this one thing, which makes me hate my father to the core. During an outing, my father led many disciples of the martial arts school to fight against a half-step martial emperor-level monster. At the critical moment, my adopted son, who hated my father, stabbed me in the back. Because of your backstab, my father and many of his fellow martial arts brothers and sisters fell into the hands of that half-step martial emperor-level monster. From now on, after losing my father's martial arts school, it has been devastated and has fallen into decline. In the past, there were tens of thousands of disciples, but now there are less than 100. All of this was caused by that ungrateful B*****. Finally, I say, there was a strong hatred in Bai Shui's gentle and beautiful eyes. Originally, her life was happy and she was loved by her father and mother. But all of this was completely destroyed by that ungrateful person. After learning the entire process of Hurricane Martial Arts School's decline and fall, Liu Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected. Since ancient times, being a foster father who adopts a son has been a high-risk job. Basically, there is nothing good about adoptive fathers who adopt adopted children. Will be betrayed by their adopted sons. My condolences, Miss Snow White. Liu Feng looked at the latter with heartache, reached out to touch her head, and spoke to comfort her. Master Liu, do you know the soul-eating poison that my mother was infected with? Bai Shui raised her beautiful eyes and asked. Liu Feng nodded slightly. I know this. Master Liu, I suspect that the soul-eating poison that my mother was infected with was secretly given by that ungrateful B*****. That ungrateful B***** has been trying to seize Hurricane Martial Arts School ever since he backstabbed my father, trying to usurp the throne. Take it for yourself. Unfortunately, I never succeeded. This time, my mother was poisoned for no apparent reason. It was too strange. I suspect that someone is behind this. Bai Shui guessed. In response, Liu Feng said, your guess is correct. That soul-devouring poison was indeed created intentionally by humans. When I was removing the poison from your mother, I sensed a fluctuation of energy from the poison. I guess that fluctuation of breath was left by the poisonous person. Hearing this, Snow White clenched her hands. She hated that ungrateful guy so much. Not only did he backstab my father, he also poisoned my mother. And then later, Bai Shui also cleaned the big feet of her savior Liu Feng. Liu Feng put away his legs and said to Bai Shui, who had big and perky breasts, I really enjoyed washing your feet this time. Ms. Snow White, thank you for your hard work. Bai Shuiyan said, my benefactor rescued my mother today, so I washed his feet and gave him a massage. This is nothing. Liu Feng glanced at the night outside, then looked at Bai Shui who was still leaving, and said, Miss Bai Shui, it's getting dark, you should go back and rest. Hearing this, there was a flicker of hesitation in Snow White's beautiful eyes. Actually, she didn't want to leave like this. She wanted to repay the alchemist Liu Feng for saving her mother with her own life. She knelt down and begged in the alchemy guild, but no one was willing to help her. But only Lord Liu, who is handsome, kind-hearted and not greedy for beauty, came forward to help me without expecting anything in return. Lord Liu is simply a ray of hope in my heart. Redeem yourself. This made Bai Shui sincerely want to repay Lord Liu's kindness. Mrs. Snow White, it is very late at night. You should rest. Liu Feng said, repeating the reminder. Bai Shui carried the wooden basin for washing feet outside, entered the room and closed the door. Then, with her plump and perky breasts, she came to Liu Feng and said shyly with her pretty face, Master Liu, Bai Shui has no way to repay your kindness to her. Today, if you hadn't come to rescue my mother, I would have lost both my parents. I will always remember your kindness. Bai Shui wants to repay Master Liu's kindness with her own body tonight. Finally, I say. Bai Shui began to move the shoe rack in front of Liu Feng. Seeing this, Liu Feng smiled evilly in his heart. Normally, at this stage, the Sons of Luck would refuse the active devotion of the big-breasted beauties. From the side of showing upright style. Teek, I am the villain. He. Then I will accept it with a smile. Since Miss Snow White is determined to repay you with her own body. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse it. Liu Feng said. Then, the red candle in the room went out instantly. Teek outside the room. As the mother, Bai Yaobing has been observing quietly from outside. As someone who had experienced this, she knew very well that her daughter had admired Liu Feng for a long time. After all, it is hard not to love such a handsome and noble alchemist. It is Shui's blessing that Lord Liu can accept her. Bai Yaobing said in his heart. She didn't continue looking at him, but turned around and disappeared. At that time, she also saw Liu Feng's extraordinary qualities. She knew that her daughter was a blessing. Next day. In the morning, Bai Shui, who had experienced the power of Liu Feng's invincible overlord spear, fled the room in panic like a frightened deer. Liu Feng looked at Bai Shui's beautiful figure leaving and licked his lips. You must say it. The confidant of those who are destined to be lucky, her taste is just smooth. Anyway, I am the villain, I just want to catch the meat, just eat it yourself. The situation of rejecting a beautiful woman's devotion is something that is very likely to happen to me. I thought you would refuse. At this time, the beautiful page Jianxian, holding a sword in his chest, appeared and spoke. Liu Feng smiled mischievously and said, Mother, look at me, am I a good person? Page Jianxian, with a cold and noble face, shook her head and said in a sweet voice, Yes. So, I, the sword immortal, will do justice for you and destroy you, the evil dragon that is causing chaos in the world. That's it. Page Jianxian with big breasts and big buttocks starts to catch the dragon with her bare hands. Still a bright and clear world. The upright female swordsman has taken action. And it is far away from Hurricane Martial Arts School. A new martial arts school, Liu Feng Martial Arts School. A martial arts school that has been rising slowly in recent times. It's martial arts hall, in the lobby. A middle-aged man, about 250 years old, was sitting in the center of the hall. One hand, he was playing with a pair of black and white stone balls back and forth. On the surface, he seems honest and loyal. In fact, he is insidious, cunning, cruel and ruthless in his heart. His name is Bai Zian. It was the adopted child of Bai Shui's father. She was raised by Bai Shui's father since she was a child, and he taught her everything he knew without keeping anything secret. But what he got in return was Bai Zian's ingratitude and backstabbing and poisoning. In terms of strength, Bai Zian has reached the first level of martial king. This Liu Feng martial arts school was founded by him. Over the years, under his continuous encroachment, the Hurricane Martial Arts School, which was once the best, began to decline. It's just one step away from bankruptcy. At this time, a figure ran into the lobby. Report to the owner. The poison that Bai Yaobing from Hurricane Martial Arts School was poisoned with has been resolved by an alchemist. The disciple of Liu Feng Martial Arts School reports. What? The soul-devouring poison that this museum owner personally inflicted has been neutralized. Hearing the news, Bai Zian's seemingly honest face showed a hint of surprise. Immediately, he seemed to have made up his mind, and suddenly stood up and said, "This owner is still too kind. Go and inform Hurricane Martial Arts School that within 3 days, either you choose to submit to this master or you choose to perish. You are my master's wife and junior sister. If you know what's good for you, don't blame me for being polite after 3 days." The man cupped his hands and responded, "As you wish, master." After that, he left quickly to deliver the message to Hurricane Martial Arts School. Bai Zian looked towards the Hurricane Martial Arts School and said in a sinister voice, "My good master's wife and good junior sister. You have all lost the support of your master. How are you going to get through this difficult time? I just believe it. Is there anyone who can help your Hurricane Martial Arts School to overcome the crisis?" At the end of his words, Bai Zian licked the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he had already coveted his plump and attractive beautiful master's wife for a long time. And his junior sister Bai Shui has also been coveting her for a long time. Just passing by, there has never been a right time to succeed. If he reaches the realm of King Wu, he also plans to continue waiting. Just give Hurricane Martial Arts School a chance to choose between the two. Is it surrender or destruction? At the same time, Hurricane Martial Arts School. As the head of the martial arts hall, Bai Yaobing called on the remaining martial arts disciples to gather in the lobby. As for the letter sent by Liu Feng Martial Arts School, he also received it. Bai Zian has recently made a breakthrough and reached the martial king realm. I have lost the ability to compete with him. Yes. He gave the 3 members of Hurricane Martial Arts School time to consider. What do you think? Bai Yaobing's beautiful eyes swept across the remaining disciples in the hall, wanting to see what their plans were. What? Bai Zian has reached the martial king realm. It's over. We are finished. Yes, we can't compete with him at all. Master's wife is only at the martial spirit realm. Facing the martial king Bai Zian, she has no ability to resist at all. That's right. It's Bai Zian who hasn't made a breakthrough and has been promoted. Maybe she can still fight. What should I do now? It would be great if the master was still here. For a while, the martial arts hall were all panicked and afraid. They are only at the level of a great martial artist, and the strongest of their wives is only at the martial spirit realm. Even if they were added together, they couldn't defeat Bai Zian who had been promoted to the martial king realm with just one finger. Martial arts is respected. Without strong strength, you are destined to be slaughtered. Master's wife, will you guys surrender? The lobby, said the man who chose to surrender. Bai Yaobing heard the voice, her beautiful eyes looked at the disciple coldly, and said, "Your master was stabbed in the back by Bai Zian. You actually surrendered to the murderer who killed master." The disciple immediately lowered his head in shame. Then, Bai Yaobing realized that it was useless to rely solely on the disciples in the martial arts hall. She waved her jade hand tiredly, saying, "If you want to leave, go ahead. Master's wife is stopping you. Anyway, this martial arts school will never be abandoned by the master's wife. Even if I die, master's wife will protect the martial arts school." Following Bai Yaobing's words, many of the young master's disciples left Hurricane Martial Arts School, leaving only a few dozen loyal disciples who chose to stay. Master's wife, master has been very kind to us. Even if we die, we will protect the martial arts hall. The remaining dozens of disciples shouted with determination. Looking at the dozens of disciples who stayed behind, Bai Yaobing felt warm in his heart. It is true that loyalty and treachery are revealed in times of adversity. And Bai Shui, who was standing aside, was also well aware of the catastrophic disaster that her own martial arts gym was facing this time. In the past, Bai Ziyan broke through and was promoted to the martial king realm. He could still compete with her with the strength of his mother. But now, Bai Ziyan has actually broken through to the martial king realm, and this balance has been directly broken. Bai Ziyan, who is at the level of martial king, to destroy Hurricane Martial Arts School. And Snow White, holding her mother's hand, said, "Mom. The only person who can help us now is Lord Liu. Shui, go ask Lord Liu to help us." Bai Yaobing, who still had her charm, plump and full body, and full of the seductiveness of a mature woman, gently stroked her daughter's pretty face and said to her softly, "Shui, Lord Liu has already helped you once. When you come to see Master Liu again, please be nice. This time, let mother go and ask Lord Liu for help." Finishing speaking, Bai Yaobing raised her beautiful eyes with mature charm and looked towards the room where Lord Liu lived. She has made up her mind. Go and ask the almighty and omnipotent Lord Liu for help. Only he can help his martial arts school overcome the difficulties. Only he can help himself. Hurricane Martial Arts School. The most luxurious room where Liu Feng lives. Liu Feng, who had a super strong soul perception, naturally clearly perceived what happened in Hurricane Martial Arts School. However, he still pretended to know nothing out of habit. In this time, Bai Yaobing, a mature and beautiful woman with charm and good looks, came to the door on her own initiative. "Excuse me, Master Liu, may this young lady come in?" Outside the door, there came the pleasant voice of the beautiful woman Bai Yaobing. Hearing the voice, Liu Feng slightly opened his pair of eyes that were as bright as stars, and the corners of his mouth raised in a smile. "Madam Bai, you are so anxious." He just made up his mind and came directly to the door. "It seems that my invincible second brother is happy again," Liu Feng said in a magnetic voice. "Mrs. Bai, come in." Immediately, Liu Feng had an idea, and opened the tightly closed door from the inside out. Seeing the door open, Mrs. Bai, who was waiting outside, walked into Xiao Liu Feng's room with light and slightly shy lotus steps. Moreover, the beautiful middle-aged woman Bai Yaobing carefully looked outside, and after making sure that there was no one, she closed the door tightly. The room. Liu Feng raised his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and admired the seductive and beautiful woman in front of him without reservation. The Bai Yaobing in front of him had dressed up with special care. She was wearing a gorgeous red cheongsam. This cheongsam perfectly sets off the mature, plump and attractive body of this beautiful woman, making her look graceful and beautiful. That's right. The pair of big mines on her chest are particularly eye-catching and attract attention. It fills up the clothes on the chest and makes the figure look rounder and smoother. What a thunder! Liu Feng, the minesweeper master, said in his heart. Not only that, the voluptuous waist and hips of the beautiful woman in cheongsam are connected as one, forming a perfect arc, which brings out the ultimate charm of the mature and beautiful woman to the extreme. Also, those round, snow-white, flawless legs, vaguely visible under the slit of the cheongsam, make people imagine a lot. Such a beautiful woman has round and smooth cheeks, skin as white as cream, and is full of charm. The most important thing is that Liu Feng also noticed that the beautiful middle-aged woman Bai Yaobing had tied up her long black hair. Make a bun. Seeing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She is indeed a beautiful woman, so sensible and meticulous. Mrs. Bai's makeup today is really beautiful and charming. Looking at it for a while, Liu Feng gave his evaluation truthfully. Seeing that alchemist Liu Feng approved of her makeup, she pursed her sexy rosy lips slightly, and an expression of joy that was difficult to conceal emerged on her pretty face. "Thank you for the compliment, Master Liu," Bai Yaobing said with joy on her beautiful face. "If my makeup could be recognized by Lord Liu." While Liu Feng was looking at the attractive body of the beautiful woman, he asked softly, "Mrs. Bai, how is your body recovering now? Anything else that makes you uncomfortable?" Bai Yaobing said, "Thank you for your concern, Master Liu. The woman's body has almost recovered and she is now safe and sound." Hearing this, Liu Feng nodded his handsome face slightly. "Since he has recovered, that's good. Madam Bai, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Liu Feng simply asked straight to the point. In fact, He knew why the beautiful woman Bai Yaobing came, and he also knew what she was doing. But Liu Feng still likes to pretend that he knows nothing. Because of this, it's fun. Very interesting. Bai Yao bit her red lips with her jade-like teeth, and looked at Liu Feng with pleading eyes, saying, "Master Liu, I came here to ask for a favor." That's it. Bai Yaobing plopped down on her white jade knees and knelt in front of Liu Feng, looking very charming and pitiful. Seeing this, Liu Feng supported Bai Yaobing's attractive and plump waist with his big hands and said, "Mrs. Bai, don't kneel down all the time. Tell me what's going on. Can I help you?" So, Bai Yaobing, who was helped up, told Liu Feng all the crises and disasters he faced after the 3rd year at Hurricane Martial Arts School. "Master Liu, I'm telling you the truth. The Hurricane Martial Arts School has fallen to this point, all because of one person. That person is Bai Ziyan. He was the adopted son of my husband. Later, because he refused to give him the right to escape, he murdered my husband. And he founded a martial arts school called Liu Feng Martial Arts School. Over the years, our two martial arts schools have been competing with each other, and neither of us can defeat the other. There is no way we can do anything. But in recent days, Bai Ziyan has inexplicably reached the martial king realm. This woman is only at the Wuling realm, and she can't continue to compete with him. Just now, Bai Ziyan sent someone over to tell us to give the 3 of us at Hurricane Martial Arts School some time to think about it. If you don't surrender to Liu Feng Martial Arts School, you will die. Girl, I don't want to surrender to Bai Ziyan, and I don't want to ruin the foundation of Hurricane Martial Arts School in vain. At this point, may I trouble Master Liu?" Bai Yaobing told the story slowly and leisurely. She stared at the alchemist Liu Feng with her beautiful eyes. She placed all her hopes for the survival of Hurricane Martial Arts School on Master Liu. She knew very well that the only person who could help her right now was the powerful Lord Liu. As for Liu Feng, his handsome face revealed a look of embarrassment. "Mrs. Bai, this matter of yours has put me in a very difficult position." Liu Feng spoke with a look of difficulty on his face. Bai Yaobing grabbed Liu Feng's hand with her jade-like hand and begged, "Lord Liu, if you are willing to help me, I will do it no matter what the price is." Liu Feng said bluntly, "Madam, although your matter is very difficult to handle. But I can help you. But, ma'am, you know that there is no free lunch here." Hearing this, as Bai Yaobing spoke, he began to make a shoe rack in front of Liu Feng. "Master Liu, don't worry. This woman will never let you suffer any loss." When Liu Feng saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Madam is worthy of being a madam, she is really sensible. In that case, then I will be disrespectful to refuse it." And outside the room, when Bai Shui heard the noise coming from inside the house, she was so angry that she put her hands on her hips, stomped her feet and said angrily, "Mom, what a jerk. Even for something like this, you're still competing with others." Snort. Bai Shui snorted coldly and left angrily. Originally, she wanted to ask Lord Liu for help. But it was snatched away by my own mother. Hurricane Martial Arts School. 3 days later. Bai Shui saw her mother coming out of Lord Liu's room. She said with a rather resentful tone, "Mom, you really are such a fool that you even wanted to snatch this from me." When the beautiful lady Bai Yaobing heard this, her rosy cheeks flushed and she explained, "Shui, you don't know. The water here is very deep. You can't control it. Let mother come." Bai Shui didn't believe her mother's nonsense. She turned her pretty face away and snorted in a rather petty manner. The beautiful woman Bai Yaobing, on the other hand, had no worries in her heart. "I'm not worried about Bai Ziyan of Liu Feng Martial Arts School at all. Because their Hurricane Martial Arts School has the support of Lord Liu." And at this moment, Liu Feng also walked out of the room. "Madam, please rest assured. With this master, I will ensure that your Hurricane Martial Arts School will be worry-free." Liu Feng promised him. Liu Feng took advantage of the beautiful woman Bai Yaobing and would naturally help her solve her problems. "Please, Master Liu." Bai Yaobing expressed his thanks. And outside the Hurricane Martial Arts Hall, Bai Ziyan, the head of Liu Feng Martial Arts School, who had advanced to the level of Wuwang, led a group of powerful warriors to the gate of the martial arts school. Bai Ziyan played with the black and white stone ball alone, looking confident of winning. In the past, he might be unable to do anything to Master's wife Bai Yaobing. After all, the two are evenly matched and neither can defeat the other. But now, it is quite different. Bai Yaobing, the Master's wife in Wuling realm, stood in front of him and was easily defeated with one move. By then, master's wife Bai Yaobing and junior sister Bai Shui will all be his. He had coveted his master's wife and junior sisters for a long time. When he thought of his master's wife's attractive and voluptuous figure, he couldn't help licking her with his tongue. As for the alchemist of Hurricane Martial Arts School, he also has a way to deal with it. He was prepared to spend money to capture the alchemist of Hurricane Martial Arts School. My master has reached the Martial King realm. Your Hurricane Martial Arts School's birthday is here. That's right. Before, I couldn't do anything to Hurricane Dojo, but now it's different. Yes, it's not so easy to destroy Hurricane Martial Arts School right now. That's right. All this depends on the owner. The warriors from Liu Feng Martial Arts School were chatting freely. From their perspective, Hurricane Martial Arts School will be doomed today. After all, their owner has reached the level of Wu Wang. Bai Yaobing of Hurricane Martial Arts School will no longer be his opponent. My good mistress, 3 days are up, Bai Ziyan shouted to Hurricane Martial Arts School from a distance. His voice, wrapped in spiritual power, spread to every corner of Hurricane Martial Arts School. Immediately following, hearing Bai Ziyan's voice, Bai Yaobing and Bai Shui led the few remaining disciples of Hurricane Martial Arts School out. Bai Ziyan, you are an ungrateful B*****. My father treated you well and raised you with great difficulty, but you stabbed him in the back. You are worse than pigs and dogs. A meeting room. The graceful Bai Shui cursed Bai Ziyan coldly with great hatred. The Bai Ziyan in front of her is her murderous enemy. Seeing the murderer of her enemy, she was naturally furious. Evil disciple. If I had known that you would do such a treasonous thing as betraying your teacher and destroying your ancestors, I would have killed you long ago. Bai Yaobing, the master's wife, was so angry that her voice was as cold as ice. The other remaining disciples saw Bai Ziyan. They all looked at Bai Ziyan in anger. They knew everything Bai Ziyan had done. Are you grateful for Bai Ziyan? But he burst into laughter. Junior sister, master's wife, this is not my fault. I don't blame you, I blame the master for not doing what I want. He handed over his heavenly grade technique long ago, how could I kill him? All this is due to the teacher's ignorance of the current situation. Ha ha ha. Bai Ziyan laughed without any remorse. Master's wife Bai Ziyan and junior sister Bai Shui, seeing Bai Ziyan being so shameless and without any remorse, their beautiful eyes burst with cold murderous intent. If they were not inferior to Bai Ziyan in strength, they would have come out to kill Bai Ziyan long ago. Yes, master's wife and junior sister, I will give you 3 days to think about it. What do you think? Are you submitting to me? Or choose to die? Bai Ziyan asked with a sinister smile in her voice. Who has reached the realm of Wu Wang, regards Hurricane Martial Arts School and his own wife and sister as meals on his plate. Surrender to you, you be*****. You are wishful thinking. Master's wife Bai Yaobing flatly refused. And Bai Ziyan said grimly, Master's wife, I'm giving you 3 full days, just for the sake of our past friendship. If you don't surrender, don't blame me for being rude. I will first destroy your Hurricane Martial Arts School, and then imprison your junior sister and make her my personal plaything. That's it. Bai Ziyan suddenly crushed the black and white stone ball in his palm, and the Martial King realm cultivation in his body burst out like a flood, sweeping all around. Master's wife and junior sister, please submit to me. Bai Ziyan licked his palms, looking very proud and arrogant. Bai Yaobing shouted across the air, Lord Liu, please come out. As soon as the words fell, the alchemist Liu Feng, who had been late and had not appeared until now, finally showed up at his leisure. Mrs. Bai, please leave the rest to me. Liu Feng spoke lightly, and Bai Yaoshan, Bai Shui, also very obediently took light lotus steps and stepped back. When I saw Liu Feng appear, Bai Ziyan's eyelids were twitching restlessly and he felt an indescribable sense of crisis in his heart. This feeling, he never had it. Even his master didn't give him one. This shows that the alchemist Liu Feng in front of him is terrified to the extreme. Senior, I am willing to give you a spiritual mine, plus various natural treasures. Please, senior, please don't interfere in this matter. Bai Ziyan immediately clasped his hands together and said in a flattering manner in front of Liu Feng. He could see that Liu Feng was invited by his master's wife to protect the martial arts gym. In his view, the world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit, and the world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. If you offer some money and sincerity, you will definitely be able to bribe the alchemist in front of you. Without the protection of the alchemist, the master's wife and junior sisters can't be touched. That's all. You just want to bribe me. You think I'm a beggar. Liu Feng spoke. He took a step forward. In an instant, an indescribably powerful and terrifying spiritual force, like billions of mountains, mercilessly killed Bai Ziyan. Senior, please don't. Bai Ziyan felt the strong breath of death coming towards him, and he begged for mercy desperately. Bang! In an instant, the terrifying soul power instantly killed Bai Ziyan and turned him into powder. This scene shocked Bai Yaobing and Bai Shui who were standing beside them. Thank you to all the mothers who support us with their love. Every time I asked for support, you were generous and gracious, and always responded to my requests. I prayed to the gods, but they were unwilling to pay attention to a mortal like me. I ask for food and clothing, you mothers, and you always respond to my requests. My mother of food and clothing plus gods. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh my god, isn't Lord Liu's strength too strong? With just one step, Bai Ziyan was killed on the spot. During the whole process, there was no physical contact. As expected of you, Master Liu. Bai Shui, with her pretty face, looked at Liu Feng with admiration and adoration. She already admired and adored Liu Feng, and now she admired him even more. Bai Yaobing, a beautiful woman with a plump waist and a perky butt, full of mature charm, was standing beside her. When she saw her evil disciple Bai Ziyan being killed on the spot, tears flashed in her beautiful eyes. The revenge for her dead husband was finally taken. The warriors from the Liu Feng martial arts school retreated in fear. Even someone as strong as their own gym owner couldn't defeat Liu Feng in one step, let alone them. They have no fighting spirit at all. All I can think about is escaping. Run as far as you can. However, if they wanted to escape, how could Bai Yaobing of Hurricane Martial Arts School let them go? The answer is, of course not. All of you should die with Bai Ziyan. Bai Yaobing was filled with murderous intent, and he spoke to Liu Feng Martial Arts School with hatred. And then, under the watchful eyes of alchemist Liu Feng, Bai Yaobing, who was at the peak of the martial spirit realm, mercilessly killed all of his men who had accompanied Bai Ziyan to destroy the Hurricane Martial Arts School. This Bai Yaobing can be transformed into a beautiful woman, or a strong and decisive woman. She managed the Hurricane Martial Arts School, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, and it is still running smoothly. It is really not easy. Liu Feng glanced at the beautiful woman Bai Yaobing and couldn't help but said secretly. After everyone in Liu Feng Martial Arts School was killed, Bai Yaobing, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and mature charm, came to Gip Liu Feng and knelt on the ground with a plop. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude as she said, "Today, it is all thanks to Master Liu's help. Without the support of Lord Liu, my Hurricane Martial Arts School would have been in danger long ago." Liu Feng's mind moved, and a soft invisible force helped her up. He smiled and said, "Mrs. Bai, no need to say more." Then, Liu Feng then turned his attention to Bai Ziyan, who had just been killed by him. Bai Ziyan was killed and his soul was annihilated, his body was completely destroyed, and only a storage ring was left. This space ring was suspended in the air, and waves of aura that Liu Feng was quite familiar with were slowly emanating from it. Isn't this aura the same as the unruly nun who brought me and Fairy Qingzu together in the Wuzong secret realm? How could there be fluctuations of her aura on this ring? Could it be that this ring was given to Bai Ziyan by her? Or rather, this Bai Ziyan is her subordinate, was she subdued by her? Liu Feng said secretly in his heart with some surprise. He never expected it. Bai Ziyan's storage ring was actually given to her by her illicit master. Especially, the fluctuations of the aura on the storage ring were something that alchemist Liu Feng was all too familiar with. Liu Feng's soul perception is super strong, and he has double pupils, so it is not difficult for him to see the specific origin of the ring owned by Bai Ziyan. As Liu Feng was surprised, the storage ring floated in front of him. It really belongs to my frivolous senior sister. Liu Feng grabbed it in his palm and confirmed it. At this time, Liu Feng then asked Bai Yaobing who was standing beside him, "You said that Bai Ziyan had been stuck in the Wuling realm for a long time and had never made a breakthrough. Did he make a breakthrough and get promoted inexplicably in recent days?" Bai Yao nodded and said, "Reporting to Lord Liu, Bai Ziyan was originally unable to break through the Martial King realm. But he made a breakthrough out of nowhere. According to what I heard, he is a disciple of a terrifying female warrior. I don't know, is it true or false? Told everything he knew and the rumors he had heard. Hearing this, Liu Feng can basically conclude, this Bai Zian should have become a disciple of my improper master and become her subordinate. It seems that the fate between me and Master Ant is not good. That's enough, some contact. Liu Feng said. Immediately. He then asked Shang Bai Yaobing, do you know where that powerful woman is? Bai Yaobing stretched out her jade finger, pointed in a certain direction, and said, I heard it's in Fengling Cave. It is said that Fengling Cave was originally the abode of a great demon, not a human race. A powerful woman came from behind and occupied the Fengling Cave. After learning the direction, Liu Feng nodded slightly. He then used his great magical power to take one step forward and rushed to Fengling Cave. The beautiful swordsman lady who had always been by his side, upon seeing this, flew up on her sword and followed behind. Bai Shui, seeing Liu Feng using his magical powers to leave, couldn't help but said with some worry, Mom, will Lord Liu be okay? It is said that the powerful woman who occupied Fengling Cave is extremely powerful. She has subdued almost all the powerful monsters nearby. She had heard about how powerful the female warriors in Fengling Cave were. So deep down in his heart, he couldn't help but worry about Liu Feng. Bai Yaobing gently stroked Bai Shui's head and said to her comfortingly, don't worry. Lord Liu is definitely not an ordinary person. His extraordinary qualities are beyond our imagination. Hundreds of years old and knowledgeable. It is not difficult for her to see that alchemist Liu Feng is not as simple as he seems. Especially, he killed Bai Zian in one step. During the whole process, Liu Feng did not even use a single bit of his strength. That nothing would happen to Lord Liu when he went to Fengling Cave. After all, beside Lord Liu, there was a beautiful female swordsman with huge breasts, who always followed him around to protect him. Above the void, Liu Feng performed the one-step walk technique. He took a step forward and directly crossed a piece of land. In just a few breaths, Liu Feng had easily arrived at the location of Fengling Cave. This place is full of high mountains and lush forests. Waves of demonic energy rushed into the air, lingering in the void for a long time. You can tell at a glance that this is a dangerous place full of dangers. Whoosh! Liu Feng rushed over with a whoosh. Swoosh! Pei Zhanxian, who was following closely at the side, stepped on the flying sword and followed with a whoosh. This place is filled with evil spirits. Pei Zhanxian looked around the place and spoke as usual, holding the sword in his chest. This is the territory of monsters. It's just that it was forcibly occupied by my improper nun. I don't know. What is her purpose in occupying this place? Liu Feng said this. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled about his dishonest master occupying this place. Are you still a master? Why, I've never heard you tell me about it. Pei Zhanxian slightly turned her delicate and white face and asked her husband. Learned about her husband's dishonest master's sister. Seeing that the sword fairy didn't know, Liu Feng told her, my master's aunt is the owner of the main hall in the Wuzong secret realm. According to master, she had already fallen into the devil's way, gone astray, and became possessed. She loves to bring men and women together and to help them communicate. Among them, there are also some female fairies who lost their purity and purity because of her behavior. So, in the eyes of the nuns, she is hated by everyone. But the monks were happy with her behavior. And Pei Zhanxian's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. She had heard of Master Liu Feng's bad reputation. But she had no idea. This woman is actually Liu Feng's master's aunt. Still related to her husband in terms of seniority. I didn't think so. She is actually your master's aunt. Pei Zhanxian murmured, and then asked Shang Liu Feng, do you remember that she was besieged and killed by the 10 strongest men of the Great Wu Empire a long time ago? Why, she's alive again, still occupying this Fengling Cave. Pei Zhanxian was confused. As the empire's #1 female swordsman, Fairy Pei had heard rumors about Liu Feng's illegitimate master. At that time, the 10 strongest men in the empire besieged him and killed him. Now, it wasn't long after this incident, and she was resurrected again. Could it be that, during this period, someone helped her? Hearing this, Liu Feng shrugged guiltily and spread his hands, indicating that he knew nothing. Actually, after being introduced by the improper master last time, Liu Feng took the opportunity to ask for some benefits from the improper master to help her resurrect. Liu Feng is the one who helped secretly. But, no one knew this news. Naturally, Liu Feng couldn't tell his sword fairy wife that he was the one who helped. Fairy Pei said coldly, if your master is resurrected, someone must be secretly helping her. Liu Feng nodded slightly and couldn't deny it. His wife's guess was indeed right. At this time, this place is filled with evil spirit. Fengling Cave. This cave is about 100 meters wide and huge, just like a palace. In the cave, the frivolous beautiful woman who occupied this place was now wearing a sexy red dress. In front of her, a pair of big breasts are about to pop out, as eye-catching and eye-catching as always. As big as a winter melon. Mature, plump, and heavily drooping. Her snake-like waist and plump buttocks are full of charm, not to mention how attractive she is. Especially, that pair of round, white, straight and charming legs. Beautiful and long. Moreover, it also has some fat. Such slender, beautiful and plump legs are unique and full of temptation. They can be called the best in the world. Rare. Just right. Absolutely the best plump and beautiful legs. Some people would play with legs like this for their whole life. Not only that, the indecent beautiful woman's bare feet were stepping on the ground without any dust. She has a charming, sexy and mature body. Every move she makes reveals the top charm of a mature woman. She is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. She is a disaster for the country and the people. She is so beautiful that she can shame the moon and flowers. She is Liu Feng's improper master's aunt. The magic fairy, the charming fairy. She lives up to her name. She is so beautiful and attractive that even fairies far away from the mortal world can be attracted and enchanted by her. In terms of age, it has reached several thousand years old. Liu Feng is more than 10,000 miles older. Now, with the help of Liu Feng, she has been resurrected and continues to wreak havoc on the world. In front of her, a huge mirror, approximately several dozen feet in size, showed the image of Liu Feng and Fairy Pei. Mei Xiaoshan leaned back against the stone chair, raised her plump, slender and extremely attractive jade legs, and looked directly at her junior nephew Liu Feng in the mirror with her beautiful eyes. She smiled as always and said, "Ha ha ha. My little nephew. You really are my inseparable destiny. You've brought this upon me." Mei Xiaoshan had to compromise with Liu Feng. He was also forced by Liu Feng to show his sincerity. Now, Mei Xiaoshan's remaining soul completely restored, but her body was also completely recovered. In fact, it has recovered almost completely. It's time. It's time to let this ignorant nephew of his know the price of threatening me. Immediately following, the charming fairy with her legs lifted up looked with a smile on her pretty face at the beautiful fairy who had been tied up by her for a long time. See you later. Mei Kkyl Xian. A pure and innocent fairy who is not concerned with worldly matters, wearing a silver dress. She has a cold appearance and a chilly temperament, giving people a feeling of being kept at a distance. Especially, her beautiful silver eyes. Moreover, her pretty face was cold and beautiful. Its chest is as big as a papaya, full and ripe and drooping. The dress was so prominent in front of her chest that it was extremely prominent. Her slender waist and long, white legs are all beautiful. She gives people a noble and aloof feeling, a kind of charm without being gaudy, gaudy without being vulgar. At this moment, the cold female fairy is being tied up tightly with ropes by the charming fairy. The fairy girl was tied up tightly, like a silkworm chrysalis, unable to struggle at all. Her name is Fairy Haoyu. At that time, 10 powerful men besieged Meixian, and she was one of them. She is even known as the most upright moon fairy in the empire. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless upright monks. Hee. Fairy Haoyu, how does it feel to be my prisoner? The fairy Mei Gui smiled and looked at the bound fairy Haoyu beside her and asked. Mei Yu Xian, you are a fallen devil's slut. Of course, this fairy shouldn't have shown mercy. Fairy Haoyu clenched her silver teeth tightly, and looked at Fairy Meixiao with a cold look on her delicate and moving face. Today, the reason why I was captured by the charming fairy was all because of my own kindness and soft-heartedness. If I were more ruthless, the charm fairy would not have reborn in the second life and continue to cause chaos in the world. Hee. You are indeed soft-hearted. But I will not be lenient. Of all the 10 most powerful men in the empire who besieged me, I will not let any of you go. Today, I will start my recovery from you, Fairy Haoyu. The charming fairy stood up from the stone chair, walked in front of the Fairy Haoyu with her elegant and spotless jade feet, and said with a smile. Snort. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Was tied up by flowers, turned her jade face away and snorted coldly. Hee. Death is a relief for you. The palace will not kill you easily, but to torture you slowly. During conversation, Fairy Mei Tian had already walked to the side of Fairy Haoyu. She looked down at Fairy Haoyu, who was tied to the ground with her enchanting eyes from high above, her pretty face full of wicked smiles. A look of panic suddenly appeared in her cold and beautiful eyes. She has witnessed the evil methods of Mei Tianxian. After all, Fairy Haoyu is an old rival of Fairy Mei Tianxian and knows that Fairy Mei Tianxian loves to match men and women together. For a while, Fairy Haoyu said in a cold voice, "Fairy Meidian, if you have something to do, kill me." Hearing this, the enchanting and sexy Mei Tianxian fiercely raised her slender, snow-white and plump legs, and stepped hard on the beautiful face of the Haoyu fairy with her jade feet, smiling and saying, "The palace said Gip. The palace will not kill you. The palace will torture you until you lose all your fairy demeanor. Fairy Haoyu, according to what the harem knows, you have lived for more than 1,000 years, and it seems that you are still innocent and have never had any contact with men of the opposite S*X. Hearing this, Fairy Haoyu became anxious on the spot. As expected, she was most worried about was still the outbreak. She is not afraid of death. Absolutely not afraid of death. But she was afraid that Mei Tianxian would use such dirty means to mess with her. Mei Tianxian, how dare you? Fairy Haoyu, whose face was being stepped on by Fairy Mei Tian with her jade feet, spoke threateningly in a cold voice. Her eyes were cold as ice and full of murderous intent. It seems like he wants to kill Mei Tianxian. And the charming fairy. Faced with the threat, he covered his mouth and chuckled. Hee hee, it's so funny that I'm dying. The palace is a demon. What's there to be afraid of? You are already a prisoner of the palace, and you still think that the palace doesn't dare. The jade feet of the charming fairy stepped hard on the jade face of the Haoyu fairy, and rubbed her hard on the ground. The originally snow-white, exquisite and moving jade face was stepped on red by the charming fairy. It makes people feel sorry for this cold and beautiful Fairy Haoyu. Mei Tianxian is so unsympathetic and merciless that she shows no mercy to women. Hard on the jade face of Fairy Haoyu with her jade feet, narrowed her narrow and beautiful eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "Fairy Haoyu, do you know? At first, the palace was planning to reward you to nearby monsters and let them torture you. But now, the queen has changed her mind. The one in the palace who committed treason and was disobedient to his superiors, my little nephew is here. My lord, I will match you with your unfilial nephew. Oh, yes. Also, Fairy Haoyu, let me tell you that the little nephew of the Huang Palace has extraordinary qualities. You must be well prepared in advance." Hee hee. The charming fairy covered her mouth with her slender jade hands and chuckled. In the secret realm, she witnessed her junior nephew carrying a deadly weapon. She knew very well that it would be interesting to bring her junior nephew Liu Feng and Fairy Haoyu together. Besides, junior nephew Liu Feng is the only disciple taught directly by his junior sister. My own junior sister, and I always feel bad for myself. Then he himself would drag his junior sister's disciple Liu Feng into the evil way. Completely dragged down. You dare, Mei Tianxian, if you dare to do this, Fairy Niel will kill you afterwards. Fairy Haoyu spoke in a cold and threatening voice. But the charming fairy didn't even listen. What can a prisoner, Fairy Haoyu, do to me? Snort. Don't be ungrateful. It is your blessing that the royal family brought you together with Liu Feng. That boy is a very good tool. Afterwards, you must thank the palace. Fairy Mei Tian smiled and used her jade feet to step hard on Fairy Haoyu's jade face, pressing her to the ground, making her unable to move or resist at all. Mei Tianxian, you bitch. You slutty bitch. Fairy Haoyu gritted her teeth and spit coldly in anger. Well said, the palace is indeed a bitch. So, the Queen Mother likes to see you fairies who are usually high and mighty, arrogant, cold and noble, fall into the dust, indulge in lust, and have fun with men. The charming fairy who was called a bitch did not show any anger on her charming and delicate face, but said with a sincere word of admission. I am indeed a bitch. I really like doing these shameful things. Its purpose is to bring these beautiful and noble fairies into the mortal world. Bitch. Fairy, I hate myself so much. Why didn't I kill you? Fairy Haoyu said with deep regret. If I were in charge and acted more ruthlessly and decisively, this situation would not have happened today. While cursing Fairy Mei Tian, Fairy Haoyu used the magic weapon in her arms to send a message to her good friend Fairy Shui, trying to get her to save her. And Mei Tianxian had already noticed her little action. It's useless. The Fengling cave in the Niel Palace is isolated from all message transmissions. It's impossible for anyone to come and rescue you. You'd better die early. Fairy Mei Tian stepped on Fairy Haoyu's jade face and said with a smile. Fairy Haoyu used her soul power to perceive it, and she fell into despair again. Mei Tianxian is right. This cave has been set up with a shielding formation long ago. My message was completely blocked. The junior nephew of the Niel Palace is already on his way here. Fairy Haoyu, you will be happy soon. Hee. When Fairy Mei Tian saw her junior nephew Liu Feng in the mirror flying towards her cave, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said to Fairy Haoyu with a smile and jokingly. Fairy Haoyu tried to muster all her strength to struggle against Fairy Mei, but Fairy Mei stepped harshly on her plump breasts. He subdued her with one kick. Be honest. Otherwise, I will give you to the nearby monsters. Mei Tianxian spoke in a threatening tone. This sentence. As expected, Fairy Haoyu was frightened so much that her face turned pale. She knew that the female devil Mei Tianxian was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Whoosh! And at this time, a slender, handsome and upright figure, with a whoosh, entered the Fengling cave mansion. His whole body emanated waves of terrifying soul power as vast and powerful as the ocean. The person who came was naturally a 9th-grade alchemist, Liu Feng. When Mei Tianxian saw her junior nephew coming, a hint of evil flashed in her beautiful eyes. His plan to torture and retaliate against Fairy Haoyu. Let's get started. Not long after Liu Feng rushed to Fengling cave, Pei Jianxian, holding a sword in his chest, also followed closely. Swish! Pei Jianxian's beautiful, tall and graceful figure appeared here in an instant. Liu Feng, who arrived here, raised his pair of extremely deep sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes and took the initiative to look at Mei Xiaoshan. It's really her. I never expected it. Master's resurrection speed is so fast. But, I have to say, her breasts are really big. Like a winter melon. Big plump saggy. Liu Feng, the master of minesweeping, unsurprisingly noticed the big mine on Mei Xiaoshan's chest at first sight, and secretly sighed in his heart. Not only that, Liu Feng also discovered Mei Xiaoshan's seductive slender waist and plump buttocks. And that pair of plump yet slender legs. Pair of bare feet. So beautiful that people can't look away. Beautiful that I almost forgot to breathe. This woman is not only beautiful, but also plump and attractive. Such enchanting, sexy, plump, mature beauties are extremely rare in the world, almost extinct. Master is really beautiful. However, she and her master do have a common habit. They both don't like to wear shoes and like to be barefoot. As expected of a fellow disciple of mine. Liu Feng commented secretly in his heart. Moreover, during the review, Liu Feng discovered in great detail that under the jade feet of his sexy and charming master, there was actually a fairy. This fairy is wearing a gorgeous dress. Her appearance was exquisite, and yet, amidst her coldness, she revealed the nobility of a fairy in a painting. Its chest is as ripe and plump as a big papaya. Don't mention how eye-catching it is. The waist is so soft that you can hold it in one hand, and it seems boneless, giving people the urge to hold it in their arms. And those extremely slender legs were pure white and flawless, and they were wearing special silver stockings. These silver stockings made Liu Feng's eyes light up. Wearing this kind of stockings is rare and attractive at the same time. At this moment, Fairy Haoyu's delicate face, like a piece of beautiful jade, was stepped on fiercely by her master's Aunt Mei Guixian with her jade feet, making her face stick tightly to the rough ground. The originally delicate face, as white as jade, was now stepped on and turned red. This scene. But Liu Feng felt a little distressed. Oh my god. Master is indeed a fallen demon, she is really cruel. Such a beautiful fairy, Haoyu, is being trampled underfoot like this. If it were me, I would definitely not want to give it up. Liu Feng said secretly in his heart. Liu Feng naturally recognized the female fairy that Master Aunt Mei was stepping on with her fairy jade feet at a glance. She is the famous fairy Haoyu in the Dao Empire. It is said that she is over a decade old and still has no Taoist partner. She is very chaste and kind-hearted. She is a well-known and decent fairy. Now, she fell into the hands of her own master's aunt, and was tied up tightly, and her master's aunt stepped on her hard with her jade feet. This formed a sharp contrast with the fairy's appearance of being high above, pure and innocent, and otherworldly. I can only say, Haoyu, who was stepped on by Fairy Migi, is now in a very miserable state. Liu Feng admired Fairy Haoyu's unyielding temperament. Even now, even though Fairy Haoyu was stepped on by the charming fairy, she still did not yield to her. Moreover, Liu Feng was also very clear that Fairy Haoyu had a fairy friend named Fairy Shui. She is the Fairy Shui, and is a good friend of many people. I don't know. Fairy Haoyu is in trouble now. Does Fairy Shui, your good friend, know about it? While Liu Feng was observing Mei Xiaoshan. As the charming fairy of Liu Feng's master, she also observed Liu Feng. When she saw the beautiful Pei Jianxian behind Liu Feng, she couldn't help but smile and said, "My little nephew, is this Pei Shanzi with a sword in her chest your wife?" She could see that Pei Jianxian and his nephew had a special relationship. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng responded without hesitation, "Not bad. She is my wife." That's it. Liu Feng took the initiative to hold Pei Jianxian in his arms. Pei Jianxian's beautiful face turned red. She rolled her beautiful eyes at her husband Liu Feng, then hugged her own tender waist. Why did he sneakily touch his own pig? Really? You've been so naughty all night. Pei Jianxian said with a little resentment. My lady is so charming that I can't help myself. Liu Feng scratched his head and smiled. As for Mei Xiaoshan, she naturally noticed the little movements of her junior nephew. She stared at Pei Jianxian's chest with his head down and his toes invisible. Even with her perspective, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She found out. The tall, drooping big winter melon that he was so proud of was actually a little inferior in front of Pei Jianxian, whose toes could not be seen when he lowered his head. Among so many women, Mei Xiaoshan had never met an opponent, except for Pei Jianxian in front of her, who had bigger breasts than Mei Xiaoshan. This is called Mei Xiaoshan. She stared at Fairy Pei's chest and couldn't help but sigh with a smile, what big breasts. Even if I'm a woman, I envy and desire such breasts. Then, the charming fairy looked at Liu Feng with a smile and said to him, Boy, having a woman with such big breasts is a blessing you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. I guess you use a lot of facial cleanser, right? Hee hee. When Pei Jianxian heard the voice, her face suddenly turned red. She was indeed right what Mei Guixian said. Liu Feng has tried his own facial cleanser many times. Seeing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart that this enchanting and plump nun who had fallen into the devil's way was worthy of being a devil's female driver. She knew so much. Cough cough cough. Don't insult someone's innocence for no reason. I, however, remain calm and not close to women. Liu Feng coughed lightly a few times and spoke with a thick face. Fairy Pei, who was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had big breasts, couldn't help but glance at Liu Feng, and snorted in her heart, secretly complaining, you can't ban women. Pei Jianxian, who was always by Liu Feng's side, knew too well what her husband was like. One night, just ask yourself. Madam, I want it. The peerless and flawless Fairy Pei also responded to Liu Feng's requests. Since Liu Feng is my beloved partner, I must pamper him well. And inside the cave, who was not far away, sneered at Liu Feng's words. In the secret realm, I asked Liu Feng for help. I looked for this boy to help me, but I wanted to show my sincerity by putting my hair up. Out of helplessness, I had no choice but to compromise and let him take advantage. So, when Liu Feng said that he was not interested in women, Mei Guixian didn't believe it. The cave. Fairy Haoyu, who was being stepped on harshly by Fairy Mei Tian, suddenly felt hopeful when she saw someone coming in. Because she knew Pei Jianxian. Fairy Pei is a famous and beautiful female swordsman in the empire. Moreover, her Taoist partner Liu Feng was said to be a gentleman, so she must have hope of escaping this time. My little nephew, do you still remember that you threatened me in the secret realm and asked me to show my sincerity? At this time, the charming fairy who was stepping on the fairy secretly sent a message to Liu Feng, and she looked at Liu Feng with a smile on her face. Mei Tianxian has never been taken advantage of by anyone in her life. The only exception was the time when the main hall of the secret realm was occupied by my junior nephew Liu Feng. Hearing the voice transmission in his mind, Liu Feng couldn't help feeling embarrassed. At that time, he didn't know that Mei Tianxian was his master's aunt. But, Liu Feng feels quite excited just thinking about it now. Remember, Liu Feng responded secretly. At the same time, Liu Feng looked at his wife Pei Jianxian and said to her, My wife, please go out for a while. I am here to discuss something with Fairy Mei Tian. When Pei Jianxian heard this, she blinked her beautiful eyes, nodded her head obediently, and said, Then my husband, please be careful. If there is any danger, notify me immediately. Liu Feng nodded slightly. Whoosh. Pei Jianxian left the cave with a whoosh. For a while, the only ones left in Fengling Cave were Liu Feng, Mei Tianxian and Haoyu Fairy. Master, please speak frankly. What do you want to do this time? Liu Feng asked directly. As Mei Tianxian stepped on Fairy Haoyu, she said with a smile, what I want to do is very simple. Back then, the 10 most powerful men in the Great Wu Empire maliciously besieged and killed me. I will definitely avenge this hatred. Today, let's start with Fairy Haoyu. That's it. The charming fairy's jade feet stomped fiercely on the jade face of the moon fairy, making her cheeks red, which made people feel distressed. Devil girl, kill me if you dare. Fairy Haoyu spoke coldly as she was being tortured and humiliated under the feet of Fairy Mei Tian. Especially, being stepped on and tortured and humiliated in front of others, as a fairy, she felt very desperate. Seeking death. Isn't this too cheap for you? Tianxian continued with a smile. I will not let you die just like that. I will torture you to the point where you are no longer human. Little nephew, you are right, right. All said. Mei Tianxian raised her narrow and beautiful eyes and looked at her nephew Liu Feng, who was not far away. Liu Feng couldn't bear to see Fairy Yu suffering like this. He immediately said, Master, for my sake, please step lightly. Fairy Haoyu, at least you have a good relationship with Yaoshan Valley. As Liu Feng spoke, Mei Tianxian couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled, saying, what's wrong? Little nephew, are you feeling distressed? Liu Feng smiled faintly and said, actually, that's not the reason. It's mainly because I saw Master Ant stepping on the ground like this all the time, and I felt that Master Ant's feet must be very tired. Don't tire out Master, Mei Tianxian said with a smile. I didn't expect that you, my little nephew, are quite filial. It just so happens that my feet are indeed a little tired from walking. After all, they've been stepping on it for so long. Little nephew, come here and rub Master's feet. Help the nun relieve her fatigue. Hearing this, Liu Feng looked at Master Mei Tianxian's mature, sagging breasts that were as big as watermelons, and then looked at her plump, slender legs, and her spotless pair of feet. He was thinking, should he help her? After all, since he was inside the secret realm, he had threatened Master Mei Tianxian. In Liu Feng's opinion, Master Mei Tianxian is a vindictive person. She will definitely settle accounts with herself. While Liu Feng was hesitating, Mei Tianxian said with a smile, Little nephew, you are so unfilial. I asked you to help massage my feet, but you refused to do me even this favor. Master, I am so disappointed. Since you won't help, I will crush Fairy Haoyu to death. Crush her heart until she dies. After saying this, the sexy face of the charming fairy stirred up a fierce color. She stepped hard on Fairy Haoyu's jade face, and it was deformed. Fairy Haoyu, who suffered such abuse, was extremely depressed. Liu Feng won't rub your feet. What does this matter to me, the fairy? Seeing this, Liu Feng quickly said, Master, wait a minute. I am willing to massage your feet. This Fairy Haoyu has a very good relationship with Yaoshan Valley. Naturally, Liu Feng didn't want to see Fairy Haoyu suffer like this. Especially, who was usually high and mighty, with icy skin and jade-like bones, and extremely noble, suffering like this. Snort. That's more like it. Upon seeing this, Mei Tianxian snorted with satisfaction. The moon fairy, a pair of beautiful eyes like the bright moon, flashed with tears. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. At this moment, she hated Mei Tianxian in her heart. If you don't kill me, one day, this fairy will kill you. Fairy Haoyu spoke in a voice as cold as ice. The look she gave Mei Tianxian was full of hatred and murderous intent. Killing you is no fun. I will torture you to the point where you would rather die than live. You will regret coming into this world. Mei Tianxian sneered and said. After Liu Feng came to the front of Mei Tianxian, he leaned down and used his slender and gentle hands to start kneading the jade feet of his master's aunt. These jade feet feel so good. Crystal clear, icy and soft, spotless, pink and tender, it is as beautiful as a work of art. Such exquisite jade feet are perfect and truly the best. FCK. Master's pair of jade feet are so beautiful that it's breathtaking. It's absolutely beautiful. During the massage, Liu Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. Because such beautiful jade feet are really rare for Liu Feng. Liu Feng couldn't even imagine it. How great would it be to be a Zhao Dai with such beautiful jade feet, a work of art on earth. Yeah, I didn't expect this guy's massage skills are quite good. Mei Tianxian narrowed her beautiful narrow eyes slightly and spoke in a tone that was quite intoxicated and fascinated. Liu Feng's technique is truly first-rate. The fairy Haoyu, who was standing by, looked at Liu Feng with her beautiful eyes as bright as the moon and said, "Thank you." Liu Feng responded, "It was because I arrived too late that fairy Haoyu suffered a lot. It's really hard for the fairy." After being comforted so suddenly by Liu Feng, the tied-up fairy Haoyu's eyes suddenly turned red and she almost cried. As strong as she is, she has been enduring all kinds of torture from Mei Tianxian. She forced herself to endure it. Liu Feng's words of comfort almost made her cry. The charming fairy enjoyed Liu Feng's foot massage, with her rosy and sexy lips, and a hint of evil intention. The time has come. It's time to settle the accounts. Fengling Cave. Originally relatively mild temperature suddenly turned freezing cold. While Liu Feng was massaging his master, Mei Tianxian, he noticed that the temperature was not right and he instantly became alert. After all, this sexy, enchanting, plump, mature and beautiful lady in my family is not a good person. She fell into the devil's way early. You need to be extra careful when getting along with her. Just see. Her chest was as big as a winter melon, drooping down like a charming fairy. She raised her jade legs and slapped fairy Haoyu's cheek heavily with one palm, making her white face like a beautiful jade turn red all of a sudden. Pa! This crisp applause was also loud in the cave. Fairy Haoyu was slapped for no reason. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice as she stared at Fairy Mei Tian. And Fairy Mei Tian slapped Fairy Haoyu fiercely on the cheek with another palm. For a while, Fairy Haoyu's entire delicate jade face was completely slapped red by Fairy Mei Tian. "Master, why did you slap her?" Liu Feng asked in confusion. "I can do the magic. Do you need a reason to slap the Pi Fairy in the face?" Mei Tianxian glanced at Liu Feng with her narrow and beautiful eyes and said. Liu Feng heard this and said nothing. He suddenly felt that the fairy in distress was really miserable. He was bullied and slapped by his master. Immediately following, stretched her plump waist lazily, looked at Liu Feng with a smile and said, "My little nephew, I am very satisfied with your massage skills. I will reward you with a foot-eating treat." All said. Before Liu Feng could react, she thrust her spotless jade feet, as beautiful as a work of art, into Liu Feng's mouth. "Little nephew, my jade feet, are they delicious?" asked with a look of evil interest on her charming face. Liu Feng quickly resisted and got rid of Mei Tianxian on the spot. Said angrily, "Master, you really are vindictive. I know. You won't let me go for nothing." The Fairy of Charm smiled and said, "Last time in the secret realm, you asked me to show my sincerity by putting my hair up and eating. Now you eat my feet, we are even now. And then later." Mei Tianxian stepped hard on the face of Fairy Haoyu and said to her sarcastically, "Aren't all you female fairies from other sects chaste and chaste? I want you to lose your innocence." While talking, Fairy Mei Tian stretched out her jade-like finger as white as mud and fat jade and flicked it lightly at Fairy Haoyu in the air. Swish! In an instant, a turbid black and white light shot onto Fairy Haoyu's body on the spot. "Bitch! What did you do to me?" Fairy Haoyu gritted her teeth and spoke coldly. "Hee hee! What did I do to you? Is that even necessary? Of course I'll match you with a man." Fairy Mei Tian smiled and looked at Fairy Haoyu and said. "Just killing Fairy Haoyu will not satisfy my hatred. Humiliate and oppress her, and then make her lose her virginity, only then will I feel relieved." Then, Mei Tianxian's mind moved, and the teleportation spirit array that originally existed in Fengling Cave Mansion was activated instantly. Buzz! This huge teleportation spirit formation, which was nearly 100 meters long, hummed and unfolded on the spot. Obscure and mysterious formation patterns slowly rotate. "Hee hee! Fairy Haoyu, guess where I am going to teleport you to?" Fairy Mei Tian smiled and asked Fairy Haoyu. When Fairy Yu heard this, she suddenly felt something was wrong. "Hee hee! Since you don't want to guess, then I will teleport you to the place with the most men." Mei Tianxian spoke with a smile while controlling the spirit formation to teleport. Whoosh! Fairy Haoyu was teleported away in an instant. Seeing this, Liu Feng said with an unhappy look on his face, "I am your nephew, why don't you keep this Fairy Haoyu for me?" Mei Tianxian sneered and said, "I don't know who it is either. I just said that I don't like women." Liu Feng gave a dry laugh. He no longer paid attention to Mei Tianxian, and directly used his powerful soul power to activate the teleportation spirit formation, teleporting himself and disappearing on the spot. Fairy girl of the Nyolm faction, this good cabbage can't be taken away by others for nothing. If you want to arch, you must do it yourself. Swish. Liu Feng disappeared. For a while, the entire Fengling cave mansion, Mei Tianxian was the only one left. A gentleman should not be close to women. You're obviously an old pervert. HMPH. Seeing Liu Feng following the spirit formation and searching in a hurry, Mei Tianxian snorted. And at this time, after waiting outside for a long time, Pei Jianxian came to the cave with a sword in her chest. When she saw the entire cave, and only Mei Tianxian was left, she did not see her husband, Fairy Haoyu. She immediately stared at Mei Tianxian and asked in a cold voice, "Where is my husband?" Fairy Mei Tian pointed at the teleportation array in operation and said, "That boy, go find Fairy Haoyu." When Fairy Pei saw this, her beautiful eyes were filled with sword energy and she felt uneasy. Entered the teleportation array without hesitation. That boy's sword fairy wife has really big breasts. Mei Tianxian sighed and said. After that, the teleportation spirit formation was completely closed. After dealing with Fairy Haoyu, Fairy Mei Tian planned to leave Fengling Cave Mansion and look for the other 10 most powerful men in the empire to take revenge on them one by one. When Mei Tianxian was about to leave, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure appearing outside the cave. That person is junior sister Mei Tianxian, also the master of Yaoshan Valley. Liu Feng, the beautiful and cold master. Hee, I didn't expect that. I actually met you, junior sister, today. Sister, I really didn't expect this. Seeing the medicine god Valley master, Mei Tianxian, he chuckled. Where is my traitor? The medicine god Valley master was surrounded by a dense fairy mist. She asked in a cold and clear voice through the fairy mist. You are too late. He has just been teleported to another place. Mei Tianxian said. Sister, don't continue to go astray and persist in your wrongdoings. Upon learning of Liu Feng's whereabouts, medicine god Valley master spoke in a cold voice to persuade him. After all, the charming fairy in front of her was at least her senior sister in the past. Hee, junior sister, you really care about me. If you really care about me, your senior sister, why didn't you show up when the 10 strongest men in the empire came to kill me? You are just like your master, both of you are false and hypocritical. Mei Tianxian chuckled coldly and said. Also, junior sister, your butt and breasts have actually grown a lot bigger. Could it be that your traitor did this? Spoke dirty words. You're a slutty bitch. Your personality hasn't changed at all. The master of medicine god Valley said in a cold voice. Next second, she erupted with icy fairy mist and began to attack her incompetent senior sister. Mei Tianxian showed no sign of weakness and also launched a powerful attack in retaliation. Afterwards, a fierce battle broke out in this world. At the same time, as Liu Feng followed the teleportation array, he soon found Fairy Haoyu who was being teleported. The silvery white space channel. Fairy Haoyu wanted to be teleported to the place where there were the most men. Liu Feng's mind immediately moved, and a powerful and terrifying soul instantly held Fairy Haoyu in his arms. The fairy was embraced, a refreshing body fragrance instantly came to my face. Feeling the lightness of the fairy in his arms, Liu Feng couldn't help but secretly say, Master is really cruel. After humiliating and oppressing Fairy Haoyu, he also teleported her to a place with the most men. If this is teleported, then Fairy Haoyu would be. In Liu Feng's mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene where Tomcat was blowing a row of trumpets and was too busy to handle it. Today, Fairy Haoyu has been poisoned by her master, Fairy Meiji. The only way to break it is by combining with the opposite S**X. Otherwise, Niules wait for the raging fire to burn Niu to ashes. Liu Feng was also very clear about this. Without thinking, he found a place to stay and landed. A relatively quiet dense forest. Liu Feng landed here holding Fairy Haoyu in his arms. I don't know if it was the charming fairy fan or the poison. At this moment, Fairy Haoyu's flawless white face is as red as a cherry. You go. Fairy Haoyu lowered her head with an alluring rosy face and spoke in a cold voice to drive away the words. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng turned around and left without hesitation. Fairy Haoyu was furious when she saw that Liu Feng had actually left. You be***starred man. The fairy told you to leave, are you really going to leave? Fairy Haoyu lost control of her emotions and blurted out, saying in a cold voice. She said that was because she was being reserved. After all, I am a fairy from the Nyoln sect. You can't just pounce on him without caring about your image, like a wolf or a tiger, right? However, at this point, Fairy Haoyu no longer has any choice. She transformed herself into a jackal, tiger or leopard and pounced on the one in front of her. Boat has been damaged and cannot be reversed. Afterwards, next to a stream in the dense forest, the Fairy Haoyu of the Nyoln faction squatted beside the crystal clear, spotless stream. While washing her delicate face, she took off her silver stockings that were torn and soiled by Liu Feng and casually poured them into the stream. When the trickling stream washed away the fairy's silver stockings along with the water, Liu Feng stopped. See you later. Liu Feng held the fan in one hand and raised his slender hand. A powerful suction burst out from his palm and he took the beautiful silver stockings from the air. Immediately, Liu Feng, who loves the environment, condemned loudly. You are a fairy from the empire. How can you just throw garbage around? How bad is this going to be? Liu Feng said. Fairy Haoyu stuck out her tongue and said unconvincedly, how dare you say that? You've ruined my stockings. Even fairies can't wear them. Is the fairy not in the water? Is it in your mouth? Finally, I say. Fairy Haoyu gave Liu Feng a fierce look. She really wanted to stuff the stockings she had been wearing for a long time into Liu Feng's mouth. Liu Feng didn't say anything when he heard that, but quietly put away the silver stockings with the body fragrance of Fairy Haoyu. Thank you for just now. Without your timely intervention, Fairy Niel would have been teleported to another place and would be in danger. Fairy Haoyu washed her cheeks and face, then turned slightly to thank Liu Fengyan. She had no doubt about the devil Mei Xiaoshan's methods. Mei Kkyl Xian said to slap herself, Niul slap herself. Stepped on my jade face, and stepped on it. If you say you want to teleport to a place with the most men, you will teleport directly. Fairy Haoyu's heart is now deeply traumatized by the ruthless Mei Guixian. Wanted to take revenge, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt it was very difficult. You're not to thank me. Liu Feng said. He then turned to Fairy Haoyu and said, this time you have taken away the fairy's innocence. You will be responsible for the fairy to the end. I wonder if you, fairy, are willing to become my Taoist partner. The fairy of the Haoyu. She agreed without hesitation, okay. Liu Feng not only saved him, but also helped him detoxify. Without Liu Feng, he would have lost both his reputation and his life. Now, such a handsome, imposing, and talented alchemist has asked me to become his Taoist partner, so of course I will not refuse. Before we became Taoist companions, I told you in advance that I am 1,500 years older than you. I can be your ancestor now. You've got to think it over. Fairy Haoyu said this without any intention of hiding anything. In terms of age, he was more than 1,000 years older than Liu Feng. Liu Feng is only in his early 20s, so young. She and he became Taoist partners. Let alone others, Fairy Haoyu knew clearly in her heart that she was really an old cow eating young grass. Fairy, you worry too much. I like older people. Especially, fairies. Liu Feng licked his lips and said with great pleasure. Hearing this, Fairy Haoyu just responded at this moment. It turns out that Liu Feng has different hobbies from other men. Well, from now on, I will be your Taoist partner. Fairy Haoyu immediately invited Liu Feng to become partners. After all, Liu Feng detoxified himself, and on the way to help himself, he accidentally took away his innocence. He did not pull out the Niuls and run away. Taek was responsible and took responsibility to propose to Nun to become a Taoist partner and take responsibility for himself, in the end. After confirming the relationship with Fairy Haoyu, the system's voice echoed in Liu Feng's mind. Ding dong, the host's new Taoist companion has been detected. The host's age is 1,500 years older than the host. System rewards are beginning to be distributed. Reward the host with rich alchemy experience. Reward the host for breaking through and being promoted to the first level of Wuzong realm. Reward the host with the ancient holy body. Reward the host's subordinates and collectively promote them to the peak rank of Wuzong. Reward the host with 10,000 bottles of top-grade elixirs. Reward the host with 10,000 volumes of first-level advanced skills. In an instant, all the rich rewards from the system were given to Liu Feng. Although he has thousands of years of rich experience in alchemy, Liu Feng's alchemy level is still top grade. He also knew that the difficulty of breaking through and becoming a top-grade alchemist was no less than climbing a mountain. He stayed at the peak of the martial emperor realm, and finally broke through and was promoted to the first level of the martial sect realm. This made Liu Feng secretly happy. Others thousands of years of hard work to reach the realm of Wuzong. Myself, day only double 10 Niyules reached it. Indeed, I saved myself thousands of detours in chain repair. Your Majesty has been promoted to Emperor Wuzong. This seat is thousands of times stronger than before. Liu Feng said secretly in his heart. After being promoted to Wuzong, he has become one of the super powerful people. After all, a martial arts master, he stepped through the void, tore the space apart with his hands, destroyed the earth, super terrifying. With just one thought, he could easily kill thousands of martial emperors. This is the terrifying part of a Wuzong strongman. Then, Liu Feng silently merged with the ancient holy body. All the shackles, seals and restrictions of this ancient holy body have been broken. In 3 breaths, Liu Feng had it merged into his body. At present, Liu Feng possesses 3 physiques: chaotic body, primordial double pupils, and ancient holy body. As the saying goes, multiple physiques, multiple paths. Liu Feng, who possesses 3 powerful and invincible physiques, is now terribly and ridiculously strong. What's more, he is a top-grade pharmacist. The horror of his soul is beyond description. As for Zhang Long, his subordinate who was hiding in the dark and following him all the time, and the Shadow Corps, they were all collectively promoted to the peak level of Wuzong. The strongest of his men, Zhang Long, has even stepped into the half-step martial arts realm. We thank the master. Zhang Long led the people of the Shadow Legion, knelt down secretly, and thanked Liu Feng through voice transmission. Subordinates, they are all very clear that their own growth is all due to their master Liu Feng. Among them, the Mount Golden Wing Dapeng was also promoted to the peak level of Wuzong. Liu Feng nodded slightly, signaling them in the dark to stand up. Remaining top-grade elixirs and top-grade skills were all collected by Liu Feng. A girl who is 3 years older than you will bring you gold bricks. A woman 3,000 years older than herself is among the immortals. The ancients never lied to me. Liu Feng said secretly in his heart. Not only do women become more beautiful as they age, but the rewards also become richer as they get older. After receiving the reward, Liu Feng smiled happily and stretched out his body leisurely. Fairy Haoyu, I remember that you have a very good friend, Fairy Shuangwen. Why didn't she rescue you? Liu Feng turned his handsome face and looked at Fairy Haoyu beside him and asked. Fairy Shuangwen is a very famous girl, and Liu Feng had heard of her a long time ago. In the Dao Empire, the relationship between Fairy Haoyu and Fairy Shuangwen was well known. So Liu Feng was quite confused about this. I was trapped by the enchantress fairy. Since it happened suddenly, Fairy Shuangwen didn't know about it. Fairy Haoyu said helplessly. If Fairy Shuangwen knew, she would definitely come to rescue herself as soon as possible. I see. Something and nodded. And at this time, a space channel immediately emerged. Immediately following. Flying on a sword, holding a sword in his chest, Pei Zhanxian descended to where Liu Feng was. Whoosh! Pei Zhanxian landed on the ground with a whoosh. She entered the teleportation spirit formation and searched along the way according to the fluctuations of Liu Feng's breath. At the same time, when she entered the teleportation spirit formation, she also saw her beautiful master Xiao Liu Feng coming and had a fight with the charming Xiaoshan. I'm afraid we'll have to go back this time. Pei Zhanxian looked directly at Liu Feng with her beautiful eyes and said. Oh, what do you mean? Liu Feng looked at the huge, flawless, and extremely beautiful sword fairy lady with great interest and asked. When I entered the spirit formation and came to look for you, I saw your master coming over. She just said a few simple words to the charming fairy and then started a fight. The Fengeling cave mansion and that place were completely razed to the ground by your beautiful master. That teleportation spirit formation was razed to the ground and disappeared, and then it reappeared. We want to go back the same way, but I'm afraid it's impossible. Pei Zhanxian told him everything he had seen. Without the teleportation array, it is almost impossible to return the same way. What? Is the master coming from her hometown as well? There are also 2 sisters fighting. I really want to see them fighting each other. Liu Feng said with a look of great interest. Nawad, I have always been curious, who is better, the beautiful master or the serious master? My husband, you can go back and see me. The teleportation array has been raised to the ground. Pei Jianxian reminded again. She saw with her own eyes that the Fengling cave mansion and the spiritual formation were razed to the ground and disappeared on the spot. Who said that without a spirit formation, we can't return to the original place? Liu Feng smiled slightly and said with a confident look on his face. Pei Jianxian's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. The spiritual array was clearly broken, so how could he return the same way? My lady, please watch carefully. Liu Feng smiled crookedly. Immediately following, under the gazes of Pei Jianxian and Hao Yu Fairy, the power of the newly promoted Wuzong suddenly burst out. A moment, this place almost collapsed and was destroyed. The moon and stars exploded together. My husband's aura is thousands of times stronger than before. Pei Fairy, who was accompanying Liu Feng, had a tall and full chest, which was trembling violently due to shock. She clearly remembered that her husband's aura was still at the peak 9th level of Martial Emperor. How come in the blink of an eye, the fluctuation of your aura has reached a super terrifying level that is indescribable? This is called the Fairy Pei with huge breasts. She suddenly felt that the husband in front of her had become too strange and too shocking to her. Liu Feng stretched out his slender, white hand and tore open the space channel with his bare hands. In an instant, space passage of nearly tens of feet was torn open by Yi Feng's bare hands. Silvery white space appeared in front of Liu Feng and others. My husband has opened up a space channel with his bare hands and has actually reached the level of Wuzong. Stunned when she saw this, she held back a breath of cold air and said, "The powerful Wuzong is super scary. Breaking the air with bare hands, so easy. Under Emperor Wuzong, we are all ants." Whose breasts were as big as a papaya, covered her red lips with her hands, and it took a long time for her to calm down after being surprised. His Taoist partner, Liu Feng, is 20 years old. As a result, he reached the Wuzong realm. This mother is well informed and has seen the Hao Yu Fairy who is over 1,000 years old. I am shocked. This was even more shocking than when Fairy Hao Yu saw Pei Jianxian's big breasts for the first time. Ladies, follow me. Broke through the air with his bare hands, smiled, and hugged Pei Jianxian and Hao Yu Fairy on both sides of him, one on the left and one on the right, in his broad arms. You must say it. A plump and fragrant waist. A water snake with a small waist. These two fragrant waists in his arms made Liu Feng feel extremely good. And then, he held the two big-breasted women in his arms and stepped forward into the space channel that he had just opened with his bare hands. All of a sudden, Liu Feng and the two girls disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the place where Fengling Cave Mansion is located. At this moment, this piece of land has been completely destroyed, thus creating a dark and gloomy area of nothingness. Here were flattened long ago. Here will explode early. Everything here has turned to ashes early. Above the void vacuum zone. Sexy and enchanting, especially alluring and charming, she stood with her plump and mature breasts, as big as a winter melon in a landmine, dignifiedly looking straight at the junior sister in front of her. Across from each other, Liu Feng is the cold and beautiful master. She is dressed in a palace dress that is elegant, magnificent, and has a fairy-like aura. Her chest was so huge that it was completely inferior to the charming fairy. The mines are as big as water balloons filled with water. It was so full that the clothes on the chest were almost torn apart. It's amazing. Eldest brother called it outrageous. This is too much. Not only that, she also has a voluptuous waist and beautiful buttocks, so beautiful that words cannot describe it at all. And that pair of round legs, looming under the palace dress, full of seductive charm. Moreover, she and her senior sister Mei Xian have one thing in common: they both love to wear shoes. They all wore a pair of flawless white, clean, dust-free, pink and tender beautiful feet. She has an extremely stunning appearance, and can absolutely be called the most beautiful woman in the world. More stunning and moving than the fairies in the scrolls. She is Master Liu Feng, Nangong Lengan. His realm of cultivation had reached the level of Wuzong long ago. Roll. For the sake of our former fellow disciples. How far are you? Get as far away as you can. Nangong Lengan looked at her revealingly dressed, sexy, and charming senior sister Mei Xiaoshan with a pair of icy eyes, and drove her away coldly. HMPH. Just go away. Mei Kkyl Xian snorted in admiration. She thought, I can fight a few rounds with my junior sister. But she didn't expect that even with all her methods, she could still defeat her junior sister in one move. With one move, she suppressed herself. Between herself and her is getting bigger and bigger. At this time, a huge space passage with a volume of about tens of feet suddenly floated in the vacuum zone. Immediately following, Liu Feng, who was promoted to Wuzong, embraced Pei Zhanxian and Haoyu Fairy on his right, from which appeared. Whoosh! Liu Feng, accompanied by two women, appeared in this completely destroyed world. Hello, Master. When Liu Feng appeared, he took the initiative to greet his beautiful master. Moreover, as a professional minesweeper, Liu Feng's eyes involuntarily noticed the beautiful master's pair of big mines. While doing this, he also looked at his unfamiliar master ant. He discovered that the beautiful master's water balloon and the master's ant's big winter melon were equally matched. All in all, they are all amazingly big, ridiculously large and excessive. As for the elegant, noble and graceful beautiful master Nangong Lengan, when she saw Liu Feng coming, a trace of fluctuation flashed in her eyes as cold as black ice. The whole world was razed to the ground, and the teleportation spirit formation was also destroyed. As a result, his own apprentice actually opened up a space. I came back the same way again. Traitor, have you been promoted to Wuzong? Nangong looked at Liu Feng with her beautiful face and asked. As a beautiful master, it was not difficult for her to see Liu Feng's level of cultivation. That's right. Just promoted to Wuzong, Liu Feng responded calmly. As he spoke, he reluctantly let go of the two waists in his arms. Who was about to leave, heard that Liu Feng had been promoted to martial sect and had returned from opening up a new space. Her beautiful eyes widened like copper bells. This kid was previously a martial emperor, but now he has been promoted to martial sect. Isn't this too perverted? Mei Tianxian covered her sexy red lips with her jade hands and said in disbelief. Although it's shocking and hard to believe. But the facts are before our eyes. The 20-year-old Wuzong were to be released, it would surely cause a huge storm in the Great Wu Empire. My good nephew, you are truly amazing. Mei Tianxian smiled and praised with a smile on her jade face. Thank you for the compliment, master. Liu Feng responded with a slight smile. His promotion to Emperor Wuzong was closely related to his master. Nangong Lengan glanced at Mei Tianxian and said to her coldly, why don't you get out of here? Do you have to wait for me to kill you? You just left. Mei Tianxian's face darkened and she snorted coldly, junior sister, you wait. That's it. Mei Tianxian turned around and disappeared on the spot. Traitor. Don't touch her anymore. This senior sister of mine is not a good woman. As the master, Nangong Lengan warned his disciple Liu Feng. Liu Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. But in fact, my heart wants to contact. Is Master Auntie okay? He doesn't know yet. Master is great. The master is awesome. At this time, Liu Feng asked, Master, you are staying well in the valley, what are you doing here? Nangong Lengan said, of course, the master is looking for you. How long has it been since you returned to the valley? You still don't know. Liu Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. It had indeed been some time since he went back. It's just because it's so much fun and interesting outside. And then later, Liu Feng summoned his 9-dragon fairy chariot, and took his beautiful master Pei Zhanxian and fairy Haoyu with him, and rode on the fairy chariot back to the valley. On the way, the fairy chariot, which is as luxurious and magnificent as a palace. Nangong Lengan, the beautiful master, looked at Pei Zhanxian and Haoyu fairy beside her with a pair of beautiful eyes as cold as ice, and said to them, Fairy Pei, Fairy Haoyu, the two of you step aside for the time being. I want to have a conversation with this traitor. When Pei Zhanxian heard this, she understood and walked away lightly. Fairy Haoyu also left in the same way. For a while. In the central area of the huge immortal chariot, only the master and his disciple were left. Master, could you please stop being a traitor to me? When you ask me to help take care of Fairy Qingzu, I will be a good disciple. I don't need disciples anymore. I'll start by hunting down traitors one by one. It makes me feel as if I have done something extremely treasonous to my master. Liu Feng said with a rather unhappy look on his handsome face. Women, you are very realistic. It's useful and I'll call you that. It's of no use, traitor. This made Liu Feng want to commit a crime and rush towards the super busty, beautiful and noble master in front of him. What's wrong? You traitor, are you unhappy? If you are really capable, you can try to be disloyal to your teacher. Teacher, I'll give you this opportunity. Nangong Lengan rested her jade-like cheek on her hand and sneered. At this moment, she was lying on the jade couch with her plump and full body, lazily and seductively. Her breasts were so big that they seemed to be bursting the clothes on her chest. Thanks also to Nangong Lengan for weaving clothes with special materials. If it were ordinary clothes, it would have been torn and burst long ago. It's ridiculously big. Too big. Big exaggeration. Incredibly big. How big it is. I have to admit that this is so great. This beautiful master with fair skin, beautiful face and big breasts, lay quietly in front of Liu Feng, sneering at him. However, Liu Feng secretly said in his heart, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't look down on the young and poor. Seriously, Liu Feng really doesn't dare now. After all, his own super beautiful master, Da Lei, is a super big shot in the Dao Empire. The super superior, super strong woman, super talker, super boss. She is in charge of the most ancient, longest standing and most powerful medicine god valley. Until now, Liu Feng has never seen anyone that his own super great master Lei cannot suppress with one move. No matter who it is, in front of his beautiful master, he will be suppressed with one move. HMPH. I really gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Nangong Lengan said sarcastically. Traitor, come here. Rub my feet. As Nangong Lengan spoke, she took the initiative to lift up her flawless white jade feet. This pair of jade feet is charmingly pink, clean and white, and washed spotlessly clean. It's so beautiful that it doesn't seem like a thing of this world. Just like a work of art from heaven and earth. This pair of beautiful feet is breathtaking and shocking. How could there be such beautiful feet in the world that are difficult to describe with words? As for Nangong Lengan, she had been a little tired recently. Besides, she had experienced the massage technique of the traitor Liu Feng, so she wanted to experience it again. No, Liu Feng refused. Good disciple, master's good disciple. Please help me, master. Nangong Lengan could use Liu Feng, so she changed the name and kissed him on the spot, saying, "That's more like it." Liu Feng agreed with satisfaction. Then, Liu Feng used his slender hands to grab the beautiful master's jade feet and started massaging them. Yeah, your skills are really impressive. Started talking with great enjoyment. My disciple Liu Feng's technique in massaging jade feet is truly superb. This made Nangong Lengan, who had a cold personality, close her eyes and enjoy it. It is as magnificent as a palace inside the nine-dragon immortal chariot. Lengan lay on the jade couch with her delicate body, her beautiful cheeks resting on her jade hands, and she closed her eyes and enjoyed the massage from her apprentice. HMPH. Even though you, master, are invincible and high above us. Aren't you still addicted to my massage techniques? Liu Feng said this proudly. Must know. Liu Feng's jade foot massage technique is so amazing because Liu Feng has learned the great skill of jade foot massage. It's no exaggeration to say. Liu Feng were in modern times, he would be a super invincible full-level technician. Their feet massaged by Liu Feng become addicted and reluctant to leave. Super beautiful master in front of him was very obsessed with Liu Feng's massage technique for jade feet. Nangong Lengan has lived for nearly 10,000 years, but only recently did she realize that having someone else massage her feet feels so good and wonderful. At this time, Nangong Lengan opened and closed her beautiful eyes. She stretched lazily, and the big water balloon on her chest swayed from side to side, teetering on the verge of falling. If it weren't for the special material of the clothing on my chest, it would have been torn many times. This is an eye-catching scene. There was no way Liu Feng hadn't seen it. Who wouldn't want to commit insubordination when following the super great Lei Meiyan master? Liu Feng thought secretly. At this time, the nine-dragon immortal chariot finally arrived at the medicine god valley. Welcome to Keikold Gudel. Some of the disciples who saw the nine-dragon immortal chariot hurriedly greeted them. After all, as for the status and position of Jiyu Liu Feng, he is second only to Jiyu Nangong Bingyan in the valley. Remember this, traitor. From now on, you can only use your hands to massage my feet. Nangong Bingyan turned to her disciple Liu Feng and spoke with a strong desire to possess him. Nangong Lengan, who has experienced Liu Feng's techniques, has regarded his apprentice Liu Feng as her own personal masseur. Ah, what if I give massages to other women? Liu Feng scratched his head and asked. In fact, he also gave massage to his master, Mei Shaoshan. However, the beautiful master is still unaware of this. If you dare to disobey my order, I will put my foot in your mouth. I'll punish you severely. Nangong Lengan threatened fiercely. Hearing this, Liu Feng's eyes twitched. He discovered that how come the super busty beauty master and the master Aunt Mei Xiaoshan both share the same hobby. Do you all like to put your feet in other people's mouths? No wonder. The two are in a relationship. Now it has been confirmed that both of them were taught by the same master. Liu Feng even doubted whether the master would have such a habit. Master, don't worry. Disciple only massages master's feet. Liu Feng said on the spot. Seeing that his disciple Liu Feng agreed, Nangong Bingyan's extremely beautiful face revealed a hint of satisfaction. Your own apprentice, and I can only massage my feet. And then later, Nangong Bingyan disappeared from Liu Feng's sight, as she still had some affairs to deal with in the valley. Next, Liu Feng brought his partners Pei Zhanxian and Fairy Haoyu to the fairy island in the valley. This fairy island is as full of spiritual energy as ever and is suitable for cultivation. Although Liu Feng has been away from the fairy island for a long time. But this place is still clean and tidy, and someone is cleaning here. Cleaner is Yin Ling, the female disciple of Pei Zhanxian. Ever since Liu Feng left the fairy island, Yin Ling has been cleaning and tidying up the fairy island diligently and responsibly. Yin Ling's careful management, the fairy island is clean and tidy. Was sweeping the floor. When she saw the female master coming back with a sword in her arms, she excitedly dropped the broom in her hand and rushed forward instantly. Master, I miss you so much. Yinling missed him so much that she said. Okay, now you're back, aren't you? Pei Zhanxian spoke in a calm voice, and she reached out to gently comfort Yinling. And Yinling let go of the female master's fragrant waist, turned around and hugged the burly Liu Feng beside her. My benefactor, Yinling misses you day and night. Yinling used her slender jade arms to hold Liu Feng around the waist. She buried her pretty face in Liu Feng's broad chest. At that time, Yinling's breasts were very mature and full, and she dribbled into Liu Feng's arms. Feeling the unspeakable thoughts, Liu Feng smiled faintly and said, Yinling, I miss you very much. While talking, Liu Feng also realized that although he lived on the fairy island, he could not sense the aura fluctuations of his partner, the demoness queen. Yinling, why can't we see the demon king on the fairy island? Liu Feng asked. Yinling raised her pretty face quickly, and Kazilan looked at Liu Fengyan with big eyes and said, My benefactor, the demon king has gone outside to look for an opportunity. She told the benefactor not to worry and to go back. Hearing this, Liu Feng felt relieved. Relying on the powerful strength of her partner, the demoness queen Wu Huang, and her monster physique, she can basically walk sideways in the Great Wu Empire. This is my Taoist partner, Fairy Haoyu. Yinling, let me introduce you to you. Liu Feng also actively introduced his new partner, Fairy Haoyu, to Yinling. Through the introduction, Yinling soon got to know Fairy Haoyu, one of the 10 most powerful people in the empire. And Fairy Haoyu showed a deep love for Yinling. Then, Liu Feng took Fairy Haoyu to choose a suitable cave for her to live in on the fairy island. After all, spiritual practice requires money, dharma, companions and place. 9th rank alchemist Liu Feng is rich. The magic of kung fu. Still beautiful but not a partner. Better place to go. Mr. KK was the silver bell transformed from a spiritual weapon. A vicious look in her eyes started to ask Liu Feng in front of her. When she just came into contact with it, she found that Yinling's true form was quite extraordinary. I didn't expect that you, my lady, have such a cruel vision. You saw through all of this. Liu Feng admitted it undeniably. HMPH. He was one of the 10 most powerful men in the empire. How can your eyes not be sharp? Fairy Haoyu proudly puffed out the right papaya in front of her chest, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said. Liu Feng's praise made her very happy. The true form of the silver bell is the transformation of an ancient spiritual weapon. Since she transformed, my wife accepted her as her apprentice and kept her by her side. And named her Silver Bell. Liu Feng simply told the details of Yinling's origin. The spiritual weapon Kakeb can transform into a human form. However, this is something that cannot be done by ordinary spiritual weapons. Fairy Haoyu roughly understood Yinling's past experiences. She nodded and thought that Fairy Pei was really a good woman. If it were any other cultivator, they would have killed Yinling long ago and made a powerful weapon out of her. However, Pei Zhanxian knew Yinling's origins, but he had no improper thoughts about her. Instead, He accepted her as his disciple, kept her by his side, and cultivated her with great care. Such a beautiful and kind-hearted sword immortal master, in this world where martial arts is respected and profit is the only thing that matters, what else can you do? As expected of a righteous female swordsman. Fairy Hao Yu said out loud with great admiration. In the next few days, Liu Feng has been in Medicine God Valley. Knobs destroy the sky Nul Zhang. When Liu Feng entered, he didn't even look at the busty Sister Diao from the ancient demon realm who was imprisoned by him. Now that he has some free time, he naturally takes some time to take a look at this busty temptress. I saw that in this sky, the sun, moon and stars were hanging high in the void. Heaven. There is water. There are flowers and trees. There are grass and trees. More importantly, there are all kinds of natural treasures here. The spiritual power within it is thousands of times greater than that of the outside world. As long as you practice in seclusion here, your progress will be rapid. This heavenly place is the treasure of cultivation that countless warriors have spent their entire lives pursuing, the blessing of the cave heaven. Originally, this was something Yi Fan, the son of luck, left for him. But what about now? Belongs completely to Liu Feng. Of course the villain alchemist Liu Feng will steal such a good treasure. And as for Sister Diao, the son of luck, Lin Zan. Liu Feng has been imprisoned in this Tianmi. Still detained till now. The clear stream of Kakek Chuan. A Sister Diao with big and tall breasts as big as cantaloupe is sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed and meditating. She has a pair of beautiful furry ears and a pretty face, which is particularly exquisite. Although she is still Liu Feng's prisoner at the moment, she has been imprisoned and suppressed by Liu Feng in this world. But the arrogance of the demon clan was still evident on her delicate face. This pride is unique to everyone else. At a glance, one can tell that the currently distressed Sister Diao has a simple origin. Not only that, her body is super convex in the front. The back is super curvy. A pair of super beautiful and attractive legs, as beautiful as a work of art. Moreover, her feet were bare. It is white and tender, and very attractive. She was originally the master and godsister of Lin Zan, the son of luck. Keikyuk and Lin Zan's future confidant. Sister Diao, sitting cross-legged by the stream, opened her beautiful eyes full of pride and understanding in her eyes. She has always believed that alchemist Liu Feng is a bad guy. What a good person. After all, Liu Feng imprisoned himself here. But here, Sister Diao, who was waiting, discovered that her originally broken and injured body actually began to heal and recover on its own in this world of destruction. Besides this, Sister Diao also discovered that the spiritual energy here is extremely abundant and rich, and is completely a treasure for repairing the chain. Sister Diao is already here and has restored her strength to the level of Wuzong. This place is controlled by Liu Feng. He knows something about this place. But why did he want to imprison him in this feng shui treasure house? Why is this happening? Liu Feng, maybe he is not a bad guy. Or maybe he has some unspeakable secret. It's me who thought too badly of him before. I misunderstood him. Sister Diao's heart, she began to convince herself that Liu Feng was a very good person. I had wronged him before. After all, Liu Feng was so good to me, allowing me to recover my body and restore my cultivation level. Is it like this? Why did Liu Feng come to see me? It really makes me anxious to death. Sister Diao stamped her feet anxiously, and her chest, which was as big as a cantaloupe, shook unsteadily. As the master of Lin Zan, the son of destiny, Sister Diao now misses Lin Zan at all. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Liu Feng, which she couldn't help but think about. She doesn't know why. How could I be like this? My mind is full of Liu Feng. Whoosh. At this time, Master who controls the heaven-destroying power, descended into this heaven with a whoosh. It's him. He's here at last. When Sister Diao sensed the fluctuations in Liu Feng's aura, a hint of excitement flashed in her enchanting eyes. This vast and uninhabited Nobs Mie Tien Nul, someone finally came. Sister Diao, how are you? How are you these days? Liu Feng waved his folding fan leisurely and greeted with a handsome smile. Next to the stream, Sister Diao, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up immediately when she saw Liu Feng coming. The huge cantaloupe on her chest was shaking and trembling from the violent movement of her body. It's like trying to stretch the clothes in front of your chest. Such an eye-catching scene naturally escaped the attention of the Minesweeper Master Liu Feng. Yoshi, what a huge thunder! Liu Feng gently waved the folding fan in his hand, secretly admiring it in his heart. He noticed it very keenly. Since Sister Diao was imprisoned in the destroying heaven, her body and soul have recovered in all aspects. Sister Diao, who was already pregnant with a big thunder, started to get even bigger. Now, her chest is like two big cantaloupe. What the hell? It's really too big. To attract Liu Feng's attention. Liu Feng, thank you so much, sister. Before, everyone wrongly blamed you. When Sister Diao saw the alchemist Liu Feng coming, she immediately moved lightly, walked up to Liu Feng, and spoke with gratitude. Oh, what do you mean, Sister Diao? Liu Feng asked with a smile. I have always believed that you have imprisoned and murdered me by locking me up here. But my sister waited and didn't realize your good intentions. The reason you imprisoned my sister was to help her quickly recover her injured soul and body. Moreover, you also want to use the abundant spiritual energy here to help your sister improve her recovery realm. Your good intentions have always been misunderstood by my sister. I'm sorry, Liu Feng, I always thought you were a bad guy. Now it seems that I am so superficial that I can't even tell the good people around me apart. Finally, I say, Sister Diao's face was filled with shame and guilt. Now, her soul and body have completely recovered, and her realm of cultivation has been restored. And the credit for this is all thanks to the alchemist Liu Feng. If it were him, how could he expect to recover from his already difficult situation? That's basically possible. Therefore, in Sister Diao's heart, she already regarded alchemist Liu Feng as her savior. Super nice guy. After hearing this, Liu Feng sighed slightly and said, I didn't expect that my good intentions were noticed by you, Sister Diao. Thank you, this is something I carefully arranged. As for Sister Diao, her enchanting and beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. She was ready to repay Liu Feng, who had planned something for her. Liu Feng, I really have nothing to repay for your silent devotion to me. Sister, I will just express my gratitude to you to repay your kindness. Sister Diao finished speaking, she lowered her head to glance at the big cantaloupe on her chest. She consciously put her hair up again. Liu Feng said, yes, yes, yes. But, since Sister Diao insists on doing this, then I will refuse your offer. At the same time, inside the Medicine God Valley, the demoness queen, who had gone out in search of fortune and opportunity, is back now. Right now, the demoness queen, Pei Zhanxian, and Fairy Haoyu are talking to each other on the fairy island. Demon King, you are back. Big breasts and lowered her head to see her toes, moved towards the demoness queen and greeted her. At this moment, the Banshee Queen's temperament and appearance changed slightly. She is already very domineering, and now she is even more domineering. She wears a crown, and her delicate body exudes the aura of a beast king. Her beautiful eyes are enchanting and full of endless dominance. Her chest is even fuller and more spectacular. It's like two big watermelons hanging there. It was so large that the clothes seemed like they would be stretched and burst at any time. About to come out. Eye-catching. For a moment, the demoness queen attracted the attention of Fairy Haoyu. This is so huge. There was a look of deep surprise in Fairy Haoyu's beautiful eyes that were as bright as the bright moon. She was so startled that she took a step back. The chest of this demoness queen is really ridiculously and excessively large. Pei Zhanxian, who had always known the demoness queen, was not too surprised. The chest of the demoness queen has always been this huge. She was used to seeing it. When did you and KK-Kun come back? The demoness queen raised her beautiful and enchanting eyes, looked at Pei Zhanxian, who was standing beside her, and said, I just returned to the valley these few days. Pei Zhanxian said simply, and introduced Fairy Haoyu to the demon queen. This Lord Nolpi KK-Wil's new Taoist companion is Fairy Haoyu. With Pei Zhanxian's introduction, the demoness queen and Fairy Haoyu quickly got to know each other. I have long heard of the name of the monster king of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. When I saw you today, I realized that we really have the same feelings. Fairy Haoyu said. This time, the Banshee King really surprised her. She never thought about it. The big papaya that he was so proud of was so humble in front of the Banshee Queen's big watermelon. So weak. It's true that there are always people better than you. I am ashamed to be a decent fairy. She is truly as beautiful as a fairy. The demoness queen spoke with kindness. They are all Jun Liu Feng's Taoist companions, and they get along very harmoniously. Demon King, what did you gain from your training this time? Pei Zhanxian, a good sister of the demoness queen, held a sword emitting sword energy in her chest, and looked at the demoness queen with a pair of beautiful eyes, asking questions. The demoness queen shook her delicate head, and the big watermelon on her chest also swayed and trembled. She said helplessly, "It's hard to put it into words. I have suffered some loss. I want to ask Mr. Kkwile for help." Pei Jianxian, who was standing by, immediately found it interesting when he heard it. Must know. The demoness queen is the demon king of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, commanding all the demons. The current demon cultivation has reached the 8th level of the martial emperor realm. In relying on its powerful monster body, it can fight even against a strong man at the peak 9th level of the martial emperor. Basically, in the Dao Empire, there are very few people who would let the demoness queen suffer a loss or be defeated. And now, the demoness queen said that she suffered a loss, which means that the demoness queen did face some difficult things. I'm curious, what level of opponent is this? Do you want to make you, the demon king, suffer a loss? Pei Jianxian asked. The demoness queen sighed slightly and said, "In the ancient Kang ruins, a super-sized demon of the martial sect level once perished. After it fell, its cultivation level turned into a demon pill. This king wants to seize the Wuzong demon pill and refine and absorb it. Thus he was promoted to the martial master realm." At the end of the sermon, the witch queen said with a satisfied look on her jade face, "But who would have thought? Near that Wuzong demon pill, there are actually 10 Woawang peak 9th level demon beast puppets guarding it. I am a martial emperor of the 8th level. I tried to snatch it by force at first. But it has no effect at all." He was also blasted away on the spot by 10 martial emperor peak level 9 demonic beast puppets. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and this is the first time I have suffered such a loss. The demoness queen was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. A martial arts master level demon pill, extremely tempting. Pei Jianxian smiled brightly on her flawless face. For demon kings to suffer losses. At the same time, Pei Jianxian also had to admire the monster king. He was facing 10 martial emperor peak 9th order monster puppets, but he still went out to snatch them by force. This courage is really too fat. Most strong men, seeing this situation, would have fled long ago. Only the demoness queen dares to rob so forcefully. Where is Mr. Kkwile? I need help from Mr. Kkwile. The demoness queen looked around and did not see Liu Feng, so she asked immediately. You are destroying the world. Pei Jianxian told Yan Dao. In the dark, the demoness queen quietly waited for Liu Feng to come out. And on the other side. Destroy the world. Liu Feng waved his fan and looked at Sister Diao who was squatting beside the stream, carefully washing her 3,000 black hair. There was a hint of apology in Nawad's eyes. Just now, I messed up Sister Diao's hair. At the same time, Liu Feng also sensed the fluctuations in the breath of his wife, the demoness queen. It seemed that she was back. Liu Feng did not continue to harass Sister Diao, and left quickly and quietly. The scenery is pleasant and the fairy island is shrouded in fairy mist. Liu Feng showed up soon. The moment she appeared, Liu Feng's pair of flaming eyes immediately noticed that the chest of the demoness queen seemed to have become bigger. In the past, watermelon. Now the big watermelon is ripe. This was Liu Feng's sight, and he was attracted on the spot. Mr. Kkwile, you finally came out. The demoness queen said. Madam, what's wrong with you? Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, with a hint of doubt and concern in his tone. Moment he came out, the meticulous Liu Feng noticed that his wife's cheeks were puffed up. Obviously, she was a little too happy. Just look around and see. The demon queen walked forward with lotus steps. She stretched out her jade-like white hair, which was as white as mutton fat jade, and gently took Liu Feng's arm. Then she leaned forward slightly and leaned into Liu Feng's arms. He complained bitterly, saying, You know something, sir? Inside the ancient Kang ruins, there is a martial arts master-level demon pill. My original plan was to seize the Wuzong demon pill, refine it, and ascend to Wuzong. But there are 10 martial emperor peak 9th level demonic beast puppets guarding the demon pill. I tried to take it by force, but they blasted it out. Mr. Kkwile, you must help me. Now, for the demon king, the only person he can rely on is his Taoist partner Liu Feng. Had great faith in Liu Feng. She believed that as long as Jun Liu Feng was willing to help her, 10 martial emperor peak 9th order demon beast puppets. Just like an ant, Liu Feng stretched his arms and felt the soft touch of his wife's big watermelon, and said with a faint smile, Madam, let go. I will help you get the Wuzong demon pill. Liu Feng planned to go to the ancient Kang ruins. For something else. Just to help my wife. Of course you have to pamper your wife well. The Great Wu Empire. The territory is vast and boundless. Across billions of worlds. For most warriors, even if they devote their entire lives, it is difficult to visit every corner of the empire. In the void, the nine-headed giant dragon, which was extremely huge and ferocious in appearance, spewed out scorching hot dragon breath and pulled the magnificent and golden fairy chariot that looked like a palace across the sky and earth with great enthusiasm. Liu Feng, accompanied by a group of fellow Taoists, rushed to the ancient Kang ruins. Not much. The nine-dragon immortal chariot was already hovering in the void above the ancient Kang ruins. Liu Feng, who arrived here, slightly opened the side curtain with his hand and took a look at the ruins on the other side. This relic has existed for a long time, and is full of traces of the erosion of time. Numerous opportunities created by heaven and earth, natural treasures, rare treasures, are all here. This also caused the warriors of the Dao Empire to wander around the ruins, looking for various creation inheritances that suited them. Among them, there are also many warriors who are extremely lucky and encounter the inheritance, and then they soar to the sky. Eyes. The ancient Kang ruins are home to many people. It can be said that there are many shadows. Liu Feng, led by the demoness queen, soon arrived at a deserted square. In the center of the square, a Wuzong demon pill emitting a strong demonic aura slowly floated and rotated. Waves of ferocious and violent aura from a supersized martial arts master demon continuously emanated from it, filling the entire world, causing the sun, moon and stars to become dim. Not only that. All around the square, there are 10 huge and ferocious-looking ninth-order demon beast puppets at the peak of the martial emperor level. Monsters originally have strong bodies, different from ordinary people. Nowadays, monsters with powerful physical bodies have been refined into puppets, so their physical bodies are even more terrifying. However, in the eyes of Liu Feng, who was promoted to Emperor Wuzong, they were no different from paper. One move can kill them all. My husband, this place is called Puppet Square. This is the most dangerous place in the ancient ruins. The demoness queen, whose chest was like a big watermelon, slightly tilted her beautiful eyes and warned Liu Feng, who was standing beside her. Looking at the entire ruins, there is no place as dangerous as here. Here, there are 10 puppets of the 9th level of the peak martial emperor level guarding it. This lineup is enough to wipe out most of the sects in the empire. So said. This place is desolate and deserted, with no one to be seen. Just because no one dared to come. These 10 martial emperor peak demonic beast puppets must have been created by a master who must have started at the martial sect level. Pei Zhanxian, whose breasts were big, mature and full, enough to burst her clothes, walked over slightly and spoke in a calm voice. Liu Feng nodded his handsome face and said, "My mother's guess is right. The person behind the scenes who can refine a monster puppet of this level is definitely not a simple person." To echo Liu Feng, look at the Wuzong Yao Dan in the center of the square. This Wuzong demon pill is extremely tempting. For his wife, it is simply an elixir of life. Just see. Liu Feng's mind moved, the surging and vast soul energy instantly formed a hand hundreds of feet long, which was aimed at the floating Wuzong Yao Dan in the square and grabbed it fiercely. Roar, roar, roar. The 10 demon beast puppets that were guarding the place roared and howled towards the sky upon seeing this situation. Their mission is to protect Wuzong's demon pill. Immediately following, 10 demon beast puppets at the peak 9th level of the martial emperor level rushed towards Liu Feng's hundreds of feet long hand without any hesitation, trying to stop Liu Feng. But no. How powerful is Liu Feng? How could these martial emperor level puppets block or stop it? The answer is, of course not. The monster puppets that rushed forward were slapped away by Liu Feng's hundreds of feet long hand. Just like a fly swatter, swatting away flies. Bang! 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 In an instant, 10 martial emperor peak 9th order demon beast puppets were all knocked away dozens of miles away and fell heavily to the ground. The shooting fell apart on the spot. That's all. The 10 martial emperor peak 9th order monster puppets were scrapped on the spot. Not one survived, or was safe and sound. The martial emperor puppet, which was so terrifying in the eyes of others, was like an ant in front of Liu Feng. I haven't seen you for a while, and your strength has become terrifying. The demoness queen widened her eyes in surprise and said. She had no ability to resist or defend herself in front of the monster puppet. But my husband was so good at slapping horses that he just killed them all on the spot, just like slapping a fly to death, simple and easy. Who accompanied Liu Feng for the longest time, had beautiful eyes filled with sword energy, and was very peaceful. She knew the terrible truth about her husband. Let alone 10 demon beast puppets, even if there were 10,000 of them, they would not be a threat to her husband. To Liu Feng. Without the obstruction of the 10 puppets, his soul's big hand grabbed the Wuzong Yaodan floating in the air in one go. Done. Liu Feng said. Mom, take it and refine it. Liu Feng turned around and handed the Wuzong demon pill directly to the demon king's wife. Demon pills are very valuable and precious to the human race. But the human race cannot fully utilize the full function of the demon pill. Only the demon race can give full play to their abilities and refine their demon pills cleanly. Therefore, it would be best if this demon pill was given to the demon king's wife. Thank you, husband. The Banshee Queen's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude as she spoke. She had been thinking about Shu's Wuzong Yaodan day and night, and finally got it. If you don't have a husband, you can only rely on yourself. Don't even mention getting it. He couldn't even defeat the demon beast puppet guarding the demon pill. Liu Feng handled the matter easily, and there was no pressure at all during the whole process. Hao Yuexian, who was watching Liu Feng snatch the pill, did not speak a word. Until the end that she spoke. My husband, I sense that my good sister Shuexian is also in the ruins. I guess Shui Fairy has also come to the ancient ruins to look for some opportunities to create. How about your husband go with them and get to know Shuexian? Hao Yuexian, Shu has not seen his good sisters. She wanted to take Liu Feng to meet Ko. When Liu Feng heard his Taoist companion Hao Yuexian say in person that Shuexian was also inside the ruins, his eyebrows slightly raised. The whole person suddenly became interested. Can. Then please lead the way. Liu Feng responded without hesitation. Shuexian's resounding name a long time ago. After all, Shuexian is a decent female fairy of the empire. It is said that she is beautiful and kind, with a stunning appearance, and has countless admirers in the empire. Countless talented geniuses regard Shuexian as the goddess of their world. Liu Feng really wanted to meet such a decent and famous female fairy. There are ancient ruins among them. The Tianqian Cave. This cave was left behind by a master of the art of playing the zither in the 3000 avenues. Inside the cave lies the true meaning of the lifelong insights of the master of the art of zither. And the profound meaning of the way of playing the zither. As long as you comprehend the true meaning of the art of playing the zither, your realm of cultivation will soar dramatically. Therefore, this cave attracted the fairy Shui who practiced the art of playing the zither. Fairy Shui is an upright female fairy of the empire. She and Fairy Haoyu are good sisters who have known each other for a long time. She had been stagnant for a long time in the field of playing the qin, and had not made any progress at all, entering a bottleneck period. So he came to the Tianqian Cave in the ruins, trying to comprehend and find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Right now, the cave where the sound of the zither is flowing. Fairy Shui, with a cold jade-like face, was sitting cross-legged on her cushion with her beautiful eyes slightly closed. She has a cold temperament, skin as white as jade, is otherworldly, and has a cool and attractive appearance. Especially, knoll on her chest, there are 2 extremely ripe and plump big peaches. Exudes endless temptation, not to mention how full the clothes are. She has a slender waist, a perky butt, and long legs as white as jade, clad in black stockings. The alluring charm of Fairy Shui is displayed to the fullest. This aloof Shui fairy gives people the feeling that she is only to be admired from afar and not to be played with. Fairy Shui has been in this Tianqian cave for some time. Outside the cave, a skinny old man in a black robe was waiting quietly outside. His name is He Lao. He is the accompanying elder of Fairy Shui, responsible for protecting Fairy Shui and ensuring her safety. Only, he is not as simple as he seems. In fact, he is a double agent, codenamed Pangolin. He is an undercover agent sent by the evil sect to be by Fairy Shui's side. He endured humiliation and worked undercover for nearly a century, winning the trust of Fairy Shui, and his whereabouts have not been revealed to date. At this moment, He Lao took the initiative to enter the cave. Fairy, you have understood it for some time. You really work too hard. Old slave, I really can't bear to see the fairy continue to suffer. I have prepared some delicious fruits for you, fairy. Please do not despise me. As they entered the cave and talked, He Lao took out the fresh spiritual fruits he had prepared and actively handed them to Fairy Shui. Hearing this, Fairy Shui, who understood the meaning of the piano, opened her beautiful and cold eyes. He Lao, please prepare these. It's just that I don't have any appetite. This fairy has been stuck in the Qingdao for a long time. If I don't seize the time to break through, I will definitely miss the opportunity to break through. Fairy Shui glanced at the fresh spiritual fruit, but she had no intention of eating it. Seeing that Fairy Shui refused, He Lao immediately knelt down and begged, "Fairy, I beg you. If you don't eat or drink, and just focus on enlightenment, and something happens to your body, how am I going to explain this to my superiors? I beg you, old slave. Eat some." While begging, He Lao kowtowed to Fairy Shui continuously. See this situation. Fairy Shui had no choice but to agree and said, "Okay then. I will just eat some, Fairy." Fairy Shui, who is beautiful and kind-hearted, doesn't want to make things too difficult for He Lao, the elder who accompanies her almost like a fool. "Thank you, Fairy." When He Lao saw that the fairy agreed to eat, he kowtowed and thanked her continuously. He. Fairy Shui, I'm waiting for you to eat. Just be prepared to be hit. I have been lying in ambush for nearly 30 minutes, and now I can finally take action. He Lao laughed strangely with a dark feeling in his heart. These fresh spiritual fruits were all carefully prepared by Old He, and he had put things in them in advance. Under the gaze of Old He's turbid old eyes, Fairy Shui, who had comprehended the meaning of the zither for a long time, picked up a spiritual fruit with her delicate hands and began to taste it carefully. Since He Lao was with her almost all the time, Fairy Shui had no guard against him at all and started eating boldly and without worries. After a while, the spiritual fruits that Old He prepared for Fairy Shui have basically been eaten. After finishing her meal, Fairy Shui was about to close her eyes and continue practicing to comprehend the meaning of the zither, when she suddenly discovered that the 8th level of martial emperor realm cultivation in her body had inexplicably disappeared. There is no cultivation at all. This is the high and mighty Fairy Shui, who suddenly turned into a weak woman who was powerless. Etc. What is my cultivation level? Why are they all gone? There was a flash of panic in Fairy Shui's cold eyes as she spoke. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Had never experienced this kind of thing before. Mr. Hey, this fairy now has no strength to move at all. Fairy Shui quickly told Old He, who was standing beside her, about the situation inside her body. Until now, Fairy Shui didn't doubt He Lao at all. After all, He Lao accompanied me almost all the time. He was loyal to me and always ready to obey my orders. Therefore, Fairy Shui has great trust in He Lao. Hearing the voice, He Lao did not continue pretending and slowly stood up from where he was kneeling. He. Fairy, you have been poisoned by the mortal powder that this old slave has specially set for you. This medicine was prepared specially for you by this old servant. As long as you are hit by the mortal powder, your internal cultivation will be completely wiped out within a few days. At this moment, Fairy, you are just a mortal with flesh and blood, and you have no ability to resist. He Lao said with a strange laugh. Now that I have reached the point where I am no longer necessary to pretend to be an undercover agent of the devil's way. Hearing this, Fairy Shui felt like she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Why do you want to follow the black boss who is almost as good as you? Why betray yourself? He Lao, this fairy has been very kind to you. I have never treated you unfairly. Why are you doing this? Stared at Old He with her beautiful and extremely cold eyes, questioning him angrily. He. To be honest, Fairy, I am not a decent person. But he is a demon. I have been lying in wait beside you for a long time. All this time, I have been deceiving you and gaining your trust. Now, someone from the demonic world wants to attack you, so don't blame me for being cruel. He Lao Ji said his identity with a strange smile, and then continued to smile evilly and said, "Before I hand you over to the higher-ups, the fairy will let this old slave have some fun first. I have been undercover beside the fairy for so long that I have long had improper thoughts about her. Fairy, the old slave is here." He. After saying that, He Lao, a demon from the path of evil, approached Fairy Shui step by step. So you are a demon cultivator. This fairy, I am really blind. Fairy Shui bit her teeth and said with deep regret. Lyra Cave. The demon monk He Lao approached the Fairy Shui step by step. Seeing that He Lao was getting closer, Fairy Shui originally tried to burst out her spiritual power to deal with He Lao. But because the people she had just been hit by He Lao dispersed, Fairy Shui, who was like a human fetus in the flesh, had no power to resist at all. He. Fairy, don't try to resist. I have been planning this for a long, long time. Plus, you are all trapped by this old slave, so go away. Fairy, just obey me, old slave. Don't look at me as an old slave, but I am still as skilled as ever. After all, ginger is always more spicy with age. He Lao walked towards the Shui fairy who had lost her power to resist and was like a ghost, while rubbing her body with a weird laugh and licking her lips in a very obscene manner. Must know, the fairy Shui in front of the evil cultivator He Lao was quite attractive. She has an extremely ripe big peach on her chest. It is so plump and full that it makes the clothes bulge out. Also has a slim waist and a big butt, showing her fairy charm. Keikyuk and that pair of slender legs, wearing seductive black stockings. Not only that, but the cold and noble aura of fairy Shui, and her aloof temperament that kept people at a distance, deeply tempted and attracted old He. And fairy Shui, seeing that things had come to this point, could no longer resist He Lao at all. She couldn't help but feel deeply desperate in her heart. At this time, a magnetic voice suddenly rang out. Don't panic, fairy. I am here. This voice was naturally Liu Feng's. Immediately following, Liu Feng soared above the void and came walking in the air. Pei Zhanxian, the demoness queen, and fairy Haoyu also followed. Swish. Liu Feng came from the air and appeared in the cave with a swish. Instantly ignited in the heart of fairy Shui, who was originally desperate and helpless in the cave. She had heard of Liu Feng's great reputation. Yaoshan Valley, the current young master of the valley. Alchemy competition champion. Disciple refines the first-grade dragon pill. Its reputation basically spread throughout the empire. In particular, when she saw Liu Feng, fairy Shui's beautiful eyes were immediately deeply attracted to Liu Feng. This Liu Feng is handsome and has a good-looking appearance, not to mention how handsome he is. Such a dignified appearance, noble bearing, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes of the alchemist are truly rare. After all, most alchemists only focus on refining medicine, which leads to a superficial image and a lack of practicality. Liu Feng is indeed a leader among alchemists. It is said that Master Liu is not only an expert in alchemy, but also has an elegant and graceful appearance. Now that I see it, it really lives up to its reputation. The cave. As Liu Feng appeared, fairy Shui looked at him curiously and developed a strong liking for him. Such a handsome and interesting man not to attract fairy Shui. Fairy Shui, I am here. Don't be frightened. Liu Fengdan gently waved his folding fan and spoke gently and comfortingly to fairy Shui who was standing beside him. Fairy Shui nodded slightly, she felt very relieved. When she saw fairy Haoyu standing beside Liu Feng, she instantly understood that it must be her good friend fairy Haoyu who brought Liu Feng to save her. Thinking of this, fairy Shui was no longer afraid of He Lao. At the same time, the cave, I was going to get it. He Lao, who was about to eat abalone, was really furious at this moment. All of this that he had planned carefully was progressing very smoothly, and he was about to succeed, but in the end, someone showed up halfway. This sudden accident caught He Lao off guard. The appearance of Liu Feng was something that He Lao had never expected. So, He Lao raised his cloudy presbyopic eyes, forced a smile on his wrinkled, ugly and wretched old face, and said to Liu Feng, Mr. Liu, I have heard of your fame a long time ago. After meeting you today, I can see that Master Liu is truly a man of great bearing. But, Master Liu, this fairy Shui is a demon from the demonic path, and an order has been issued to arrest her. I hope Master Liu, for the sake of the magic path, will not interfere in this matter and let fairy Shui come out. Mr. Liu, you have a bright future. Don't make enemies with the devil. End of the sermon. The warning and threat in He Lao's words were not obvious. He Lao is only at the martial emperor level. When he saw the Empire's #1 female sword fairy, the Empire's #1 female demon king, and the Empire's upright moon fairy beside Gip Lufeng. His heart, he felt deeply terrified. This Pei Zhanxian, the demoness queen, is very famous. They are not easy to mess with. Oh, what if I just don't hand it over? Liu Feng waved his folding fan gently and asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, He Lao realized on the spot that this alchemist Liu Feng was determined to go against him. He Lao's cloudy eyes condensed slightly, flashing with a hint of gloom. It seems that Liu Feng is determined to go against the old man. Old man, no matter what, we must kidnap Fairy Shui and leave here. He Lao said as he secretly made up his mind. As a magician, this time he received a mission from his superiors to kidnap Fairy Shui and return to the religion to obey orders. If you fail to complete it, you will be punished within the church. As a demon cultivator, he knew too well the punishments within the sect, which were much more painful than death. And He Lao, who was closer to Fairy Shui, exploded the martial emperor-level demonic energy in his body on the spot. The rolling evil energy, like a conspicuous wolf smoke, continued to spread. Next second, the black old man turned into a ghost and pounced on the Fairy Shui beside Gip. Fairy, as long as I can capture and kidnap you, I can leave safely. Fairy, just surrender and help me. He Lao grinned sinisterly. The lineup around Liu Feng was extremely terrifying, and he really couldn't defeat them. But how can I kidnap Fairy Shui and get rid of this threat? Not only will I be able to complete the mission, but I can also escape unscathed. When Fairy Shui saw He Lao rushing towards her, her face turned pale with fright. Seeing this, Liu Feng sneered and said, "Do you really want to hold Fairy Shui hostage under my nose? You really think too highly of yourself." As soon as the words fell, Liu Feng's body suddenly burst out. Then it transformed into billions of mountains and suppressed and killed He Lao fiercely. Puchi. In an instant, He Lao, a martial emperor-level magic cultivator, didn't even utter a scream before Liu Feng's terrifying soul power suppressed him and turned him into a blood mist that filled the sky and spread around him. The entire process of suppressing and killing He Lao took less than a breath. It was so fast that Fairy Shui couldn't even see it clearly. As Liu Feng took action to kill He Lao, the process was so fast that Fairy Shui hadn't reacted yet. When Fairy Shui reacted and saw the blood mist dissipating in front of her eyes, she realized that the demon cultivator He Lao who had held her hostage had been killed on the spot by Liu Feng. Kill with one move. How terrifying, Master Liu. Fairy Shui said in secret surprise. The demon cultivator He Lao is a powerful warrior at the level of martial emperor. But in front of Liu Feng, they were like ants and were killed on the spot. During the whole process, Liu Feng didn't even take action. It was just an invisible soul force that killed He Lao. When He Lao was killed on the spot, it meant that his crisis was officially resolved. Just see. Fairy Shui took the initiative to walk towards Liu Feng and expressed her sincere gratitude. Master Liu, thank you for this. If it were you, I'd have probably met with misfortune and had my virginity taken away by the evil cultivator. Fairy Shui is really grateful to Liu Feng. If Liu Feng had appeared in time, he would have fallen into the hands of the evil cultivator He Lao and been brutally tortured and humiliated by him. After all, I had fallen into the trap of He Lao's scheme and was poisoned by the mortal powder. All my cultivation skills were unusable and I was no different from an ordinary person. They could only let the evil cultivator He Lao do whatever he wanted. Fortunately, with the appearance of alchemist Liu Feng, this did not happen. You are too polite, Fairy Shui. I am the Taoist partner of Fairy Haoyu, and you and I have been friends for many years. It is reasonable for me to help you. Liu Feng said simply. Yes, Sister Shui, Liu Feng and I are already a Taoist couple. Standing by, took the initiative to walk out with light lotus steps and spoke to her good friend Fairy Shui. When Fairy Shui heard this, her beautiful eyes showed a little surprise. She really didn't think about it. I haven't seen Sister Haoyu for many days, and now she has become a Taoist partner. Tekken. This Taoist companion is the handsome and extraordinary alchemist Liu Feng. This made Fairy Shui envious. Sister Haoyu is so lucky to have such a handsome and powerful Taoist partner. Sister is so jealous. Fairy Shui said to Fairy Haoyu. She truly envied Fairy Haoyu. After all, I am more than 1,000 years old and still don't have any Taoist partner. When Fairy Shui and Fairy Haoyu were talking, Liu Feng, who was born with double pupils, noticed with his blazing eyes that something was wrong inside Fairy Shui's body. In the body of Fairy Shui, there was actually a kind of Heihuan powder. Presumably, it was the demon cultivator He Lao who had just attacked Fairy Shui. Liu Feng understood this and could figure out what would happen next. Therefore, Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan and said to several Taoist companions beside him, "Ladies, please step aside for a moment." There is a kind of magic poison in Fairy Shui's body. I need to help Fairy Shui. Help him take it out. As soon as these words came out, the stunning beauty in the sword raised her sword-like eyes and looked at Fairy Shui beside her. She vaguely sensed that something was wrong inside Fairy Shui's body. Most beautiful demon queen among demons, was what she sensed. Then I will help you, my husband, to remove the poison for Sister Shui. Fairy Haoyu said. Soon, the three women left the Tianshan cave. The three of them were all around the cave. She quietly protects her husband Liu Feng, to prevent some kind-hearted people from disturbing their husbands. At the same time, in the cave, with a pair of long legs wearing seductive black stockings, heard Liu Feng say that there was still magic poison in his body. She was suddenly a little panicked. He had clearly been poisoned by the evil cultivator's black mortal powder, so how could there be other toxins in his body? This is Fairy Shui, and it is difficult to remain calm again. Mr. Liu, is what you said true? Fairy Shui looked at Liu Feng with panic in her beautiful eyes and asked. Liu Feng habitually held the fan in one hand and said, Fairy Shui, what I said is true. In your body, leave the toxin that the magic path refines. This toxin is currently in your body and has not yet taken effect. After hearing this, Fairy Shui believed Liu Feng without any hesitation. Because just now, the evil cultivator He Lao gave himself the mortal powder, making him temporarily become immortal. He kept saying that he was enjoying himself. Just from these aspects, it is difficult to infer that the poison must have been administered by the evil cultivator He Lao. It was strange that a demon monk like him would use such a despicable and shameless poison on himself. Fairy Shui clenched her fists and asked Shuangwen, Mr. Liu, are you sure you can completely eliminate this evil toxin before it takes effect? Now, the only person I can count on is the alchemist Liu Feng. Liu Feng gently waved his folding fan, revealing a confident smile, and said, Don't worry, Fairy. I am a pharmacist. Detoxification is what I am best at. Fairy Shui, who was wearing black stockings, felt relieved when she saw Liu Feng was so confident and sure of winning. Then it's up to you, Master Liu. After the matter is accomplished, I will definitely treat Master Liu unfairly. Fairy Shui spoke as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Liu Feng is a famous alchemist in the empire, and his reputation is known far and wide. When he takes action, the mortal powder in his body will be eliminated, as well as the magic toxins. Next, I will remove the poison, and I need the cooperation of the fairy in the process. Liu Feng said. Fairy Shui nodded and agreed. Soon, under Liu Feng's instructions, Fairy Shui lay down flat. Liu Feng's pair of flaming eyes began to lock onto Fairy Shui's magic poison in the specific place where it stayed. With Liu Feng's insight, he finally turned his eyes and saw a pair of super mature big peach lips of Fairy Shui. This demonic poison is actually hidden here. But fortunately, it hasn't happened yet. Look, Fairy, how did I get rid of it? Liu Feng said seriously. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Liu. Fairy Shui said. But, next second, Liu Feng's expression became serious and he said, Okay. This demonic poison actually detected me and I will eliminate it. It actually broke out. This was something he had absolutely no idea about. Fairy Shui, in fact, sensed the demonic toxin in her body and it exploded. For a while, wearing seductive black silk, super mature big peach nold Shui Fairy, affected by the magic toxin, her cheeks are rosy and her face is bright red. At the same time, Fairy Shui hated the demon cultivator He Lao in her heart for giving her such a despicable and shameless poison. This kind of evil cultivator is despicable, dirty and lowly. Seeing this, Liu Feng said, Fairy Shui, do you want to die from the poison? Then please. Things are happening now. There is only one way to resolve the situation. That is to let Liu Feng's Super Tyrannosaurus Rex make a brilliant appearance. Outside the Qindong mansion, Pei Zhanxian, the demoness queen, and the fairy Haoyu were all quietly protecting Liu Feng. During this period, nothing could get close to the vicinity of the Shangqin Dongfu and disturb Liu Feng. After all, terrifying female warrior of the martial emperor level was protecting him, how reassuring it was. During the protection period, Pei Zhanxian gradually heard some strange noises coming from the cave. Pei Zhanxian was a beauty with a stunning jade-like face and a slightly rosy complexion. Remove the evil toxin for Shuexian. Why? Could there be some strange, distracting noise coming from the cave? Why is this? Pei Zhanxian blushed as she looked at the female demon king and Hao Yuexian and asked, did you all hear that? Wearing silver stockings, with eyes as bright as the bright moon, she nodded slightly and said, I heard it. The demoness queen speculated a little and said, it should be that when my husband was removing the magic toxin from Shui Fairy, something unexpected happened, so my husband could only use the most primitive method. Pei Zhanxian and Hao Yuexian both agreed with the Banshee Queen's conclusion. Then, the two girls looked at each other and smiled, knowing what each other meant. Must know. The girls have all experienced the power of Liu Feng, the super invincible dragon. The girl who understood this continued to concentrate on protecting Liu Feng wholeheartedly. Ancient Kang Ruins. Qin Cave Mansion. After a few days. Shuangwen, who had a cold temperament and didn't care about worldly things, put on her clothes quickly. After getting dressed, Shuangwen, with skin as white as ice and as smooth as cream, simply took off the tattered and badly damaged black stockings on her legs and threw them on the ground beside her. This move, it immediately attracted the attention of Liu Feng, an environmentally friendly alchemist. Liu Feng fanned with one hand, and suddenly raised his other big hand, picked up the black silk thrown on the ground, and grasped it in his palm on the spot. This action attracted Shuangwen's attention. This also made Shuangwen unable to understand. Why? Liu Feng still wants this torn black stockings of his. Mr. Liu, why are you doing this? These black stockings are obviously torn. What do you want it for? Shuangwen asked in a way that was difficult to understand. Liu Feng smiled faintly and said, Shui Fairy, it is your responsibility to protect the environment. Hearing this, Shuangwen suddenly realized. It turns out that what I just did will have an impact on the environment. After a long time, the two got back to the point and returned to the formal topic. Mr. Liu, thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, my family would be in great danger now. Shuangwen said with a blushing face as she thanked him. If it weren't for Mr. Liu, he would have been kidnapped by the despicable and shameless demon cultivator He Lao. Moreover, his innocence will also be taken away by the evil cultivator He Lao. You are too kind, immortal. I was helping the immortal to remove the poison this time, but I didn't expect that the poison would notice it and explode immediately. This is something I never expected. But Shuangwen, don't worry. I will be responsible for Xi'an Titage to the end. Liu Feng turned towards Shuangwen and continued to speak with responsibility. Shuangwen, I want to form a Taoist relationship with you. I will accompany you until the end of time. As the first person to try Shuangwen's crab, Liu Feng has a strong sense of responsibility. In do that kind of irresponsible behavior of abandoning someone. Seeing that Mr. Liu had invited her to be a Taoist partner, Shuangwen actually wanted to agree to Liu Feng's invitation. Is top-notch in terms of identity, background, origin, talent and appearance. The Prince Charming in the hearts of countless women. The key is that Liu Feng also has the ability to send Shuangwen to heaven. Shuangwen, in her heart, really wanted to make friends with a tall, rich and handsome man like him and become a Taoist partner. But, the thought that I am already 1,700 years old. He is a full 1,700 years older than Liu Feng. Liu Feng is only in his early 20s. In front of Shuangwen, he can't be any younger. The age gap is too big. This Shuangwen, who came from a famous and upright sect, felt that if he and Liu Feng became Taoist partners, he would be like an old cow eating young grass. Moreover, Liu Feng is such a tender grass, and he is particularly tender. And Liu Feng, who had a sharp eye, could see at a glance that Shuangwen was conflicted and hesitant. His big hand affectionately grasped Shuangwen's delicate hand, and said in a gentle and generous manner, Shuangwen, we are in love with each other, so why should we care about this? How old are you? Not to mention, I like women like you, Shuangwen, who are older than me. As the saying goes, when a girl grows up, she'll bring wealth. The girl is so great that she ranks among the immortals. What a word. Shuangwen fell instantly. The hesitation and confusion in her heart disappeared at this moment, without a trace. Shuangwen, are you willing? Become a Taoist partner with me. Liu Feng followed and asked. Shuangwen agreed without hesitation and said, Mr. Liu, I am willing to become your Taoist partner. I will stay with you forever. That's all. Shuangwen, who is 1,700 years older than Liu Feng, officially becomes Liu Feng's Taoist partner. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly resounded in Liu Feng's mind. Ding dong ding dong. Congratulations to Su Del and Shuangwen Titaage, who is 1,700 years older than him, for becoming a Taoist couple. System rewards are being distributed. Reward Su Del Qian Day with medicine refining experience. Reward your stay and be promoted to Wuzong rank. Reward great magical power, space magic. Reward veteran Zhang Long and promote him to the first level of martial honor. Reward a copy of the Dragon and Phoenix Immortality Elixir. Rewards top-grade elixirs and high-level skills, starting from 10,000 items. In an instant, system rewards are being distributed. First of all, thousands of medicine refining experiences flowed into Liu Feng's body. Even though he had thousands of years of experience in alchemy, Liu Feng still hadn't made any breakthroughs in his alchemy skills. It is almost impossible for a top-grade alchemist to break through and be promoted. However, Liu Feng was also aware of this, so he was not in a hurry. Kwo Zheng, sooner or later, one day, he would be promoted to a higher level of alchemy. It's just a matter of time. As for the realm of cultivation, Liu Feng was promoted to the rank of Wuzong. It is many times stronger than before. And the great magical power of space. It allows Liu Feng to travel through space at will, even if it is a sealed and confined space, he can travel through it at will. Space posed no obstacle to him. The hand hidden in the dark beside him, Zhang Long, was originally a half-step martial honor, but now, he has been promoted to the first level of martial honor. His hand was extremely terrifying. Thank you so much. Zhang Long secretly sent a message to express his gratitude. Afterwards, the Dragon and Phoenix Immortality Elixir, top-grade elixirs, and top-grade skills were all collected by Liu Feng. With the pills and spiritual mines rewarded by the system, Liu Feng can be said to be the richest alchemist in the Dao Empire. No one. Next, Liu Feng, who had received all the rewards from the system, took the initiative to step forward, took the Fairy Shui's white wrist, and left the Tianqian cave. It's strange to say, Fairy Shui, who was originally unable to comprehend the true meaning of the Dongfu Qin Dao. Being poisoned. After Liu Feng detoxified her and sent her to heaven, she unexpectedly and inexplicably comprehended the true meaning of the art of playing the zither. So, Fairy Shui thanked Liu Feng from the bottom of her heart for sending her to heaven. Thanks to Liu Feng, his Ren and Du meridians were opened. Lyra Cave Mansion. Pei Zhanxian, the demoness queen and Fairy Haoyu saw with their own eyes their husband Liu Feng walking out holding Fairy Shui's jade hand. Their behavior and manners are so intimate that it is obvious that they are a Taoist couple. The three girls smiled at each other, they could all see the special relationship between Fairy Shui and her husband Liu Feng. My husband is worthy of being the USB of the medicine refining world. The three girls whispered in secret. Cough cough cough. The alchemist Liu Feng came out, coughed a few times, and said, "Ladies, let me introduce you briefly. This is my new Taoist partner, Fairy Shui." Hearing this, Pei Zhanxian, the demoness queen and Fairy Haoyu immediately stepped forward, surrounded Fairy Shui and showed her a warm welcome. Sister Shui is so beautiful. More beautiful than a fairy. Pei Zhanxian praised sincerely. If I were a man, I would definitely kill her. Let Fairy Shui become my wife. The demoness queen covered her mouth and said with a wicked smile. Fairy Haoyu, who had a very good relationship with Fairy Shui, immediately congratulated her and said, "Congratulations, Sister Shui, you are no longer single." Oldest of the group of Pei Zhanxian, the demoness queen, and the Haoyu fairy, Shui fairy, she said shyly, "I hope my sisters will be more tolerant in the future." In this way, Liu Feng's friends all get along very harmoniously and peacefully. Seeing this, Liu Feng fanned himself with one hand with great satisfaction. My fellow Taoists are not only reasonable and considerate, but also very sensible and know how to get along with others. And I hurt myself so much. Couldn't help but like this kind of partner. At this time, a graceful figure of the martial arts master level suddenly descended upon the world where Liu Feng was. Buzz buzz buzz. When this beautiful figure descended upon this world was buzzing continuously, as if it could not bear it anymore. The sun, moon, and stars all dimmed and hung upside down because of her appearance. Radius of hundreds of miles was also distorted. This woman is wearing exquisite soft armor. Under the soft armor, her figure appears taller and more slender, like a proud phoenix. She has a beautiful face and stunning looks, like a fairy from heaven. Her skin is as white as snow, as delicate as silk, and exudes a faint luster. She has a high nose and rosy lips. However, the most eye-catching thing is her chest, which is as big as a Super Big Mac. The grid is huge and protruding. Extremely full and round. That pair of plump breasts, like ripe fruits, makes people want to taste it. Fortunately, she was wearing soft armor, otherwise, this super giant hamburger-like chest would probably burst her clothes. Not only that, her plump and big buttocks are also full of the charm of a mature woman. The round curve makes people yearn for it. Her pair of round and big legs are extremely beautiful, slender and straight, with breathtakingly graceful lines. Finally, it is worth mentioning that her long black hair was tied into a big ponytail, which swayed gently with her movements, exuding a charming fragrance. She exudes the aura of a martial master all over her body. The world was so dark and dim in shock. Martial Sect Level 1. Liu Feng took a look at the girl and saw through her realm of cultivation at a glance. At the same time, Liu Feng also noticed the big pair of thunder on this woman's chest. It's really big. It's as big as a Super Big Mac. Mention how eye-catching and remarkable it is. Liu Feng, the master of minesweeping, immediately noticed the two big hamburgers. Not only that, Liu Feng also conducted a detailed data check on this woman. Name: Kai Kui. Current age: 2000 years old. Realm of cultivation: first level of Wuzong. Attributes and fate: son of good fortune, confidant. Identity background: the main body is a puppeteer. The puppets he made have strong spirituality and wisdom due to the passage of time. Guarding place: Monster Puppet Square. After Liu Feng finished reading, his pair of deep and bright eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise. He really didn't expect it. This beautiful, delicate, tall, heroic and beautiful woman in front of me is actually a puppet. Not a real person. The puppet has become a spirit. This is the first time I've seen this in my entire life. Liu Fengxin said with a surprised look. Had heard some rumors from his cold and beautiful master. It is said, some powerful puppets, by chance, will obtain the fortune of heaven and earth, be born with spiritual wisdom, and become enlightened. Between this and the real person. However, this situation is extremely rare. Ordinary people will never meet him at all. But Liu Feng, who is currently here, has encountered and witnessed it with his own eyes. This beautiful colorful puppet with breasts as big as a Big Mac is the spirit puppet that the beautiful master mentioned. With the appearance of the colorful puppet, Pei Zhanxian, the demoness queen, Haoyu, and Shuangwen fairy all became alert. After all, the colorful puppets in front of them always gave the four girls a feeling that something was not right. It feels like the colorful puppet in front of me is not human. I am the guardian of Puppet Square. That Wuzong demon pill is mine to protect. You have taken away what I was protecting. Kai Kui's fair jade face took the initiative to look at the alchemist Liu Feng and spoke to him straight to the point. Hearing this, Liu Feng's sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes raised slightly. He just knew it, coming for Wuzong's demon pill. However, the colorful puppet, who was wearing soft armor, had a beautiful face and a tall figure, did not take action directly, which meant that the purpose of the colorful puppet's coming was not only to get Wuzong's demon pill. Yes, and I came for others. The female demon king who had obtained the Wuzong demon pill became extremely alert when she saw that the colorful puppet was the guardian of the demon pill. She was even ready to take action. Liu Feng witnessed it, smiled and comforted her. Madam, she came for Wuzong's demon pill a long time ago, and she started it a long time ago. You don't have to worry too much. As her husband Liu Feng spoke, the demoness queen also reacted. That's right. Entering the small dark room, woo. Inside the venue, Liu Feng realized that Kai Kui came here with a purpose, and he immediately felt that this matter was very easy to handle. After all, I am a 9th grade alchemist. Is also the #1 alchemist in the Wu Empire. Presumably, Kai Kui, the guardian of the puppet square of the ancient Kang ruins, had heard of his great reputation long ago. Therefore, the guardian colorful puppet came forward but did not take direct action. But confessing his identity and purpose is enough to make a point. That is the guardian Kai Kui, who wants something from you. Liu Feng, a villain alchemist who has known countless people, can easily see this point. So, Liu Feng smiled, as if bathed in spring breeze, and said, I have long heard of Senior Kai Kui's name. It is truly offensive for Rico to bring his Taoist companions and enter the puppet square guarded by Senior Kai Kui. At this point, I will do my best to compensate Senior Kai Kui. Liu Feng knew it very well. His own wife, the demoness queen, broke into the puppet square and brought himself in as well. Took away the demon pill in the puppet square. This was really a bit offensive to Kai Kui. The colorful puppet, whose delicate body was covered in soft armor and had a charming temperament, accepted Liu Feng's address as senior. In the eyes of the 2,000-year-old Kai Kui, although Liu Feng is a famous alchemist in the Wu Empire. But her age is very young. He is in his early 20s. Such a young age, in the eyes of the colorful puppet who has lived for 2,000 years, is almost like a baby. Therefore, it is reasonable for Liu Feng, who stole the demon pill from the puppet square, to call himself senior colorful puppet. And, Kai Kui is also obsessed with looks. This Liu Feng is handsome, dignified and handsome beyond compare. Ridiculously handsome, too handsome. Kai Kui had no aversion to Nawad. Even though Liu Feng snatched away Kai Kui's demon pill, she was not angry at all. The most important point is that Kai Kui currently needs help from Liu Feng. I need the help of the heavenly alchemist Liu Feng. Kai Kui stared at Liu Feng with her beautiful eyes and said to him bluntly, I don't need your compensation. You helped your Taoist partner to take away the demon pill that I was guarding, which shows that you are a man of affection and righteousness. Good. I also need a kind and righteous man, help me. Hearing this, there was no surprise on Liu Feng's handsome face. He gently waved the folding fan in his hand, with a look of confidence. You will know it. Kai Kui, the guardian of the Wuzong realm, must have something to ask of him. Otherwise, relying on the guardian Kai Kui's powerful martial arts realm, if she had tried to stop him from snatching the demon pill in the square, she would have shown up long ago to stop her. But she did not try to stop it, and deliberately let herself be taken away. This is enough to prove that Kai Kui deliberately let the demon pill be taken away by himself. Because in the process of obtaining the demon pill, with the super strong soul power of a 9th-grade alchemist, Liu Feng sensed it clearly. The colorful puppet hides in secret and monitors oneself. Allow yourself to take that demon pill. At that time, Liu Feng had already guessed the resulting situation. Now as Kakade, the colorful puppet appeared, showing no anger and no intention of taking action, which further confirmed Liu Feng's inner thoughts. Aside, was beautiful in swordsmanship, saw Kai Kui coming to ask her husband for help, she let down her guard. The demoness queen, Hao Yu Fairy, and Shui Fairy also completely let down their guard. It turned out that this powerful guardian, Kai Kui, came to ask their husbands for help.